Carl waited in the cafeteria while the others went in for their analysis that morning, and watched the mood change every time someone got good or unexpectedly bad news. Dana and Ophelia went in one after the other, with Ophelia going first and coming out with a positive attitude to give Carl a thumbs up. "Well, we're good to go. They cleared me to fight, and said that these issues with my berserker rage trying to take over were all sorted out. As it turns out, I just wasn't embracing the bear fully enough, and it was the sparring session with the golem that set things back in balance," she explained. "Weren't embracing the bear enough?" Carl asked. "Yeah, you know how I've usually got some sort of self-control in battle. That's not how it is supposed to work. I thought I was better at the berserker rage, but I just wasn't fully activating it. Those partial activations were causing a mental imbalance, as the berserker side and the sane side of my mind were trying to merge, and that's just not possible without going insane." Carl nodded. "That makes sense. The whole point of berserker rage is to let go and just go wild, right? I'm glad that you got it all sorted out. It's not going to mess with your combat too much, is it? Like, you won't have to start training all over?" Ophelia shook her head. "Nope. It's all instinctive, so I'm unlikely to attack known teammates." "Well, no more likely than an angry bear is to attack her own instead of the enemy. That should be fine in combat, and the way that berserkers train imprints our skills in our subconscious, so we will still use them when we're in a rage." As they were talking, Dana came back out as well, with a more cautiously optimistic smile on her face. "Well, I'm cleared to leave, but they want me to avoid intense battles for a while. I know that's not really possible, but that's what it is," she informed them. Carl pulled her in for a hug. "Of course, we can avoid the more intense battles. Only small scout group eliminations with supervisors and reinforcements until it's time to go find more refugees or something to keep Tessa from getting in trouble with her goddess." Dana laughed. "If you're going to make up a lie, at least make it a good one. I don't think that any of us would be happy just slacking off. But seeing what happened to Tori, I wasn't ready for that." The mood turned somber at the end, but they understood. "It's fine. I will get them to transfer us away from the main lines, where we're more likely to see allies die," Carl assured her, but Dana shook her head. "I think that we should join the main group. It might help if we can thwart a few direct attacks, you know. Save some lives where we can actually see them." Ophelia nodded. "That sounds good. We can socialize, and build up some of that reputation that we're supposed to have with our peers. I mean, I didn't socialize much because everyone but the berserkers is afraid of the only female berserker. But you two were barely at the academy at all, and now you're powerful, so you might as well go get them to put some respect on your names." From Carl's left, one of the other patients laughed. "That's right, they'd better put some respect on the monster man's name. Who else here could use half their class skills to defend their group while taking on a solo duel against a royal rank frost giant?" Carl smiled at the man, whose hand was halfway regrown and held in a brace, so he didn't damage the forming portions. "Don't forget, that idea got me here with you. I don't recommend it." While they were chatting, Morgana, Jill and Dave all arrived in the cafeteria. "We got the good news from the doctors when they finished the morning assessments. You might as well get something to eat, and then we will head over to the cathedral for the night. They want to test everyone before you head out again, just in case. We will be leaving for the border tomorrow morning, but no more hospital nights for you. I should go change, after lunch, I guess. Finally, the hospital can get their stylish short-sleeved outfit back." Carl joked. The kitchen staff laughed at that. The short-sleeved hassock was unique to the hospital for people who needed injured limbs accessible at all times. Normally, if you had a cast, it would fit under the sleeve, and you would just roll it up for checkups. With Carl's, they were constantly looking for discoloration or other issues, since there was a high risk of infection by frost giant blood. None had appeared, much to their surprise, as there was very little chance that Lotus had even tried, much less managed, to get all the giant blood off the severed limb. The two species were about as far from compatible blood donors as it was possible to be, so the body would normally treat it as a toxin and go into overdrive trying to expel the blood. When Carl returned to his room to get his gear, there were fresh robes waiting for him, the standard ones from the cathedral, with the cathedral's property tag on the inside, so he didn't have to change when he got there. That was convenient. His roommates were still out, but Morgana came in a few seconds after Carl had the new robes on. Ready to roll out? Where is your pack? She asked. In the locker. I never unpacked anything in it, so it's still good. Carl explained. We can restock it at the cathedral. The hospital doesn't have mission supplies. Carl shook his head. I meant that literally. I haven't unpacked anything from it. It's still fully loaded and ready to leave. We had 3 priests who could cook and Ray making the shelters on our last mission, so I never actually opened my main pack for anything. The witch doctor shook her head as she grabbed the pack out of the locker. Carl was a bit startled that she could heft it around with one hand like that. His pack was quite heavy, as the weight didn't mean much to him, but she was a magic user, and they usually couldn't use strength items. Alright, take that and let's go. They've got a surprise for you at the cathedral. Morgana informed him with a wink. Did Lotus adopt a warbear? Because I wouldn't put it past her. Goddess, I hope not. But that's not the surprise I'm referring to. She muttered, making Carl laugh. She led him outside and down a cobblestone path that led into the side of the cathedral, where Tessa and Lotus were waiting for them, along with Bob and Doug, who now had teachers' badges hung on chains around their neck. No way, they made you guys teachers. Carl laughed. Substitute teachers for the remainder of the school year, technically. Not all of the academy's teachers are well suited to combat, and they needed a few extras. We're both commanders, and we have more than a little experience with the hill giants that roam into the nation, or appear during the monster spawns. What do you think? Does it suit? Bob replied. Definitely. I think that you two will be great teachers. You even volunteered to look out for me during my first proper solo mission. Teaching might just be your calling. Carl agreed. Morgana gave them a curious look. What are you supposed to be teaching, anyhow? Don't all teachers have a subject? The brothers smiled back at her. Wilderness survival. The witch doctor rolled her eyes. Of course you would get a class that doesn't involve actually knowing how to read. The brothers laughed, and Carl put on his best innocent questioning look. I didn't know that you knew each other. Bob laughed. We met a few times on missions, while she was still in school, but for the record, I can read. I won't make any guarantees for Doug. Doug reached into his robes and pulled out a hymn book. I will have you know that once you have memorized all the songs, you don't need to know how to read anymore. Morgana sighed while everyone else laughed, so Carl patted her on the shoulder. You get used to them, but they're the sort of people you want on your side when things go wrong in the wilderness. Morgana looked toward the cathedral. As much as this is a surprise, it's not the one that I was expecting. Monk Chen was supposed to meet us at the cathedral. He has joined the staff as well, and will be coming along to help with meditation and mental fortitude training. Carl laughed and pointed toward the building. He's almost certainly inside those doors. They lead to the meditation area, and they're a much better spot to surprise a visitor. Tessa and Lotus surrounded the witch doctor and wrapped their arms around her. So you've been drawn into the Carl gravity well. Aren't you a bit old for him? Tessa asked. First off, I am his advisor from the bureau. Secondly, aren't you older than I am, sister? Morgana cut back. Doug and Lotus both laughed before Doug gave Tessa a conciliatory pat on the shoulder. She's got a point, she was the youngest in her class, nearly a whole year younger. She didn't even get long enough legs to keep up with the group until 3rd year. You really want me to hex you, don't you? Morgana replied. Lotus hugged the witch doctor. Don't feel bad. I graduated last year and I still have short legs. Morgana sighed and looked away just as the door opened, revealing Brother Chen, who had been drawn by the commotion. "Commander Carl. It's good to see you all healed and returned to service. But why does the lovely Miss Morgana look so defeated?" he announced. "She's not ready to deal with nature priests today. I heard that you're joining the academy staff, congratulations." Carl replied, before giving the monk a hug. Monk Chen smiled back at Carl. "You know, you actually look your age from this angle." Behind them, Doug laughed. "Not for long. It's his birthday next week, and he will get his baby face status back." Carl did quick math, as he hadn't seen a calendar in ages. Doug was right, but he was surprised that the nature priest knew that. Tessa nodded. "And it's both Lotus and Dana's birthday next month. We're all getting old, make it stop." Her dramatic announcement made the monk laugh. "Just wait, soon enough you will be looking like one of the orphanage matrons, all round and jolly with a ruler in your hand as you terrify school children. You take that back right now." Tessa had the sort of narrow and angular features that Carl couldn't see ever getting that sort of chubby. The battle nuns, as everyone called the lean and muscular female red dragon clerics who practically lived in combat, seemed like a more probable outcome. The rest of the group joined them as the clerics all exchanged stories. They hadn't seen each other in a while, as Bob and Doug had been assigned to guard duty, and while Monk Chen wasn't technically a cleric, he was mostly hidden in the meditation areas of the cathedral. "Let's lead you all to your rooms to drop off your gear. It's good that they got you robes in advance, that makes life easier. The cathedral has seen too many visitors trying to sneak out of bounds lately, so if you will notice, those robes don't have the silver thread in the cuffs that the regular visitor robes do." Brother Chen explained. Carl had never noticed the silver threads before, but he hadn't really been looking for them in an all-white robe. But as they walked through the cathedral toward the upper floor rooms, he did notice that on the tourist robes, one single thread on each sleeve was dyed silver. Not always in the same spot, but they all had a silver thread near the cuff. That was brilliant, and meant that even if you tried to sneak in by blending in, the actual clerics would notice right away. But if they didn't have the silver, that meant there was something else that marked the elites and other authorized visitors from the clerics who were working there. Carl still hadn't found it by the time that they reached the rooms, so he put it out of his mind for the moment and stowed his pack for the evening before quickly washing his hands and face. He really did need to shave, he decided, before pulling his kit out and realizing that there was an easier way. On second thought, that was a terrible idea, and it would fill the room with the smell of burning hair. So, with his shaving kit in hand, Carl headed for the sinks in the men's shower room. A few minutes of work and he was clean-shaven again, looking like a proper academy student, and ready to face the remainder of the day. When he walked out again, he heard cursing coming from the ladies' showers that sounded like Ophelia, as well as a lot of laughing. She had said that she might be hairier in human form than were Bear, but Carl didn't realize that she actually intended to shave it all off again. They were headed out in a day or two, so it was just going to grow back. But perhaps, like him, it just felt a bit more human to be all cleaned up for the day, like a reset between missions. Carl returned to his room and took out one of the books from the small bookshelf that each room had. They were all church literature, but some of them had useful information and not just religious dogma in them. Like this one. It was told from the viewpoint of the church, but it was a history of the conflicts with the giants, who occupied most of the territory around their borders. He could use a bit more information about the giants, and how things had gone in the past. Carl recalled that there should be some wise saying about repeating history, but he couldn't think of quite what it was as he began reading through the book. The story started the same as this war had begun. The giant clans had started to work together, attacking the nation from all sides as they searched for relics of the system stones, which they believed would allow them to regain some of their lost power. The first war was only a few generations after the stones had been shattered, and the giants were convinced that the humans had another set. They didn't understand how the humans were keeping their advanced magic. But that was because, uniquely among the species, the humans had managed to train new generations in many of the skills that had originally come from the system. The book was an older one, written before the elites had been a thing, and it didn't mention inscription as a skill, as it had been considered a lost art at the time. That was how humans had passed down the skills, until the number of inscriptionists had dropped so far in places like the Golden Dragon Nation, thanks to the concentration of magic users in their own enclaves, that it had been forgotten by most of the world. Some nations had always been able to do it, but it was a jealously guarded skill, and only when the elites had started to do it on their own had they slipped up and revealed that they could as well. It was their determination to find the person who leaked their secrets that had actually given away their secret. They had rampaged through the nation as the humans hid or defended their walled cities, doing what they could to defend their survival. At the time, it had been unthinkable that the humans could take on the giant clans without the legacy magic users who had fled and left them to their fates. And they had been right, but at the end of the war, the humans had managed to hold enough, and the giants didn't have the population to hold the entire region. So, they slowly rebuilt and attacked the giants where they found them, until a century later the church had managed to unify the region. The story was the same nearly every time, with some subtle variations. There was only one exception, the Fire Wars, when the giants had allied to trap and destroy the fire drakes that humans had been breeding as their defenders. Carl hadn't realized that they had started here. He had thought that the island nation of Drake Riders was where they were because they had arrived from another continent. Of course, it could all be propaganda, but it was official propaganda, and the church was actually very particular with their records so that they didn't upset the blue dragon of knowledge. There were far fewer clerics in the dining hall than there had been the last time that Carl was here, and the room looked almost empty, while the lower-ranked dining hall had only been half filled when he had passed by. That was a testament to how much of their membership had gone to war, as the capital cathedral was one of the bastions of the faith, where most of the residents were researchers, theorists and essential staff to record keeping. The dining hall was silent as the food was brought around, but in a remarkable break from their usual rules and decorum, once it was served, the clerics began to talk and shift between tables. A number of them brought their food over to the table where Carl and Morgana were seated with Monk Chen. The rest of the group had split up at the table behind them, as they wouldn't all fit at one, but even then, Carl noticed that there was shuffling, and both Bob and Doug shifted to a third table full of clerics. "Well, this is new," Carl noted quietly. The clerics who had just sat down nodded in unison. "It's our chance to get news, and we will all be rotated to the front soon, when they release more of the wounded from the hospital. We heard that you were on the Frost Giant front before you were sent to the recovery wing." A dark-haired blue dragon priest replied. "Yeah, the Frost Giant border has calmed down significantly. They suffered a disaster as their actions broke a number of imprisoned dragons free of their confinement. There was a large volcanic eruption as well, thanks to an angry magma dragon. It's just a general mess all along that front, but not nearly as dangerous as it had been, just cold," Carl replied. The blue dragon priest wrote notes and nodded in satisfaction. "That's what we have been hearing from everyone. Do you know where you're going next?" "The Hill Giant border. From what I'm told, they need all the commanders that they can get to keep the incursion under control, and I have been accused on at least one occasion of being enthusiastically competent at that," Carl replied. Morgana chuckled. "Well, that's one way to put it. The Academy is sending all its ascended and higher students to the front lines for a training mission. There will be teachers there to keep up with their coursework, and to help provide a measure of safety for our next generation of elites. Wow, it feels strange saying that when I just graduated and some of them are only a year behind me." The clerics sighed at the news that they weren't the only ones running short on staff. If the Academy was mobilizing en masse, then the rest of society wouldn't be far behind. The elites had been living a pretty good life, and many of them were the sort of rich and famous that most could only dream about. However, when it came down to it, they still had a duty, and that was to keep themselves and everyone around them alive. The cleric across from Carl nodded. "I will be going there as well. Most of the ones here now will be going to the Frost Giant front, as they've already shipped out the high priests, but I got the draw to go to visit the Hill Giants." Carl smiled at him. You'll like it better. The other border has terrible weather, and a little bird tells me that we can celebrate my birthday with a bonfire. Morgana gave Carl a suspicious look. Is that code for Hawk wants to see if the hill giants burn as well as the frost giants? Carl shook his head. They don't. We already tried, and it's better to bury them. But everyone likes a good birthday party, right? Well, if your birthday is next week, we might not even be settled into the lines yet. Morgana replied. How is that? It's only a few hours helicopter flight from here. I know, we were almost to the hill giants portion of the border when we flew back. Carl asked. They have been shooting down our helicopters. Once they learned that trick, it became too dangerous to land near the border, so it's either land in a safe spot and walk most of a day to the mission location, or go in by bus. The bus was the obvious choice, since we can't walk in with an entire line's worth of supplies, so we're doing to have a few days' worth of driving, and possibly more if there are monster attacks or bad weather. That's also why you don't see many wounded elites from the hill giant front at the hospital here. They're recovering at a triage hospital closer to the border, instead of flying them all the way back. The cleric explained. That was better than what Carl's mind had conjured up. When things got really bad, there weren't any wounded to send anywhere. They simply didn't make it back. Do you know what they're doing for deployments with the students? I'm sure with that many of them in one region, they'll be coming up with something to keep them safer than usual. Carl asked the others at his table. Morgana nodded. From what I've been told, they are planning double deployments, 10 where it calls for 5 and so on, along with an extra commander for every enhanced group that leaves the base. That wasn't necessarily better. Larger groups would attract more attention everywhere that they went. But the extra commander was a brilliant move if they could spare them. They must have only left the ascended rank teachers at the academy for the common grade and awakened students that had been left behind, which would be an interesting event on its own, but there still weren't all that many commander rank teachers in the academy. They taught large groups of students, and had their assistants help out with the individual issues. There was far from enough to send one with every 10 students. Or perhaps, they weren't planning to send all that many of them out to begin with. If they were only going to allow 3 or 4 groups out of the camp at a time, then it would be feasible, and the majority of the students would be with whatever army reinforcements or other elites had been sent to their location. Tactically, that made a lot of sense, but to Carl and the others in his group, it sounded horribly dull. If they were going to be stuck in a camp at the border, they might as well be at the academy. They wouldn't really be doing anyone any good, just sitting around all day. Even if there were attacks on the front lines, they had always been minimal, at least on the frost giant front, while the artillery did all the heavy lifting for them. He could keep up a barrier over the group without any real issues, unless they were either using royal rank attacks, or repeated commander rank artillery strikes. It would be better, both for him and for Thor, if it didn't come to simply tanking the artillery, but if they had to, they could, at least for a while. So, when do the buses leave in the morning? It doesn't sound like we're getting a flight, and I'm hoping the answer is early. Carl asked the others at the table. The golden-robed priest sitting next to Morgana nodded. Yeah, right after breakfast. The replacements for the clerics who are being shifted out will be here by then, so it should be a smooth transition, and then a very long drive. The roads have been improved all the way to the border, in anticipation of extra traffic, but the wilderness is always unpredictable. Maybe, if you're lucky, you will get on the train most of the way there, and then a bus for the last 50 kilometers or so to the border. That would be much better. I know I will be flying, but that's because I'm going to the frost giant border. Did you pack warm? You are certainly going to want something thick and fur, not just the cold weather gear that they issue. Trust me, it's terrible, and everyone fighting on the frost giant front does their best to get a replacement for it as soon as they can. Carl explained. I will make a note of it. We have thicker cloaks and robes in the storerooms, but the border is supposed to be starting to return to normal temperatures. Morgana smiled. Starting is the operative word there. Given a few more months, you shouldn't need it. But this week, You'll be thankful for it. After dinner, everyone settled in for an early night, prepared to get as much sleep as they could before the long bus ride ahead. The borders weren't the only dangerous areas, and some of the areas that they had to pass through had recent monster incursions. They were at the common and awakened level, but that didn't really matter if they had damaged the roads, or attacked the buses before the passengers could stop them. The plan was for the buses to keep moving constantly until they arrived, and lunches had been packed for everyone, while dinner would be made on the bus, should they still be moving at that time. Given that the roads were previously soft dirt for much of the last portion toward the border, Carl didn't have high hopes that they would actually get there in one day, but he might get to let Thor out to help pull a bus convoy. A little extra traction was all that they usually needed, and Thor could provide that for them. The helicopters arrived during breakfast to take the clerics that were going to the frost giant border, and to drop off more patients for the rehab facility, as well as elites and clerics who had come off rotation. The buses were waiting and ready to go when Carl and his group loaded themselves in, along with as many of the clerics as they could fit. There were no supply vehicles in this group, only personnel, to get the number down to just 2 buses for the 60 people going, with the hope that it would reduce the risks of them being attacked while a vehicle was immobilized. Breakdowns, flat tires, stuck in the mud, or a dozen other reasons could cause them to be delayed, and every delay increased the danger to their healers. "Are we ready?" The bus driver asked as Carl took a spot at the front of the bus, putting him closest to the door in case there was a threat. Carl and Morgana were the only commanders on the bus, as Bob and Doug were in the second vehicle, so that put him first in line to respond to any incidents. They didn't have the usual security guards in the small convoy today, as they couldn't be spared for escort duty when there were already elites in the bus who could do the job, but Carl didn't really mind, and Bob knew that the beasts would step in to help deal with most issues, as Carl was in the lead vehicle. "Yeah, we're good. The head count is correct, everyone has verified that they didn't forget their gear, and they've all been to the potty before our field trip," Carl replied. The bus full of clerics laughed, but Carl wasn't joking. The last thing that they had been advised was to use the facilities before they left, as the bus had a limited capacity. Not that anyone wanted to use the tiny bus bathroom any more than they wanted to be seated next to it after someone used it. They rolled out of the compound and headed for the main highway out of the capital, using the priority lane normally reserved for emergency vehicles. That got them out of the city in a reasonable time, and for the next few hours, the road was paved as they moved through the core of the Golden Dragon Nation. It was only when you got near the borders that the roads were strategically unimproved so that they didn't make it even easier for an invading army to come straight to the capital. But they hadn't had rain in quite a while, and the roads were solid. Dusty, but solid. Their speeds dropped as the roads got worse in the hills near the border, and by the time it was dark out, they were down to 20 kilometers an hour or less, crawling through the rutted dirt paths toward the distant lights of artillery shelling. That was a better start than any of them had dared to hope for. Carl had expected that it would take at least a day to get this far, and while they had seen monsters, none of them had been brave enough to come near the pair of church buses. "Those awake, please ensure that the sleeping passengers have their harnesses fastened. This next portion will be very rough," the driver announced. Carl looked out the window and saw that the road was deeply rutted in the valley from the last rainfall, and now that it had dried, that clay dirt would be as hard as pavement, with only a few routes that could be safely navigated without getting the bottom of the bus hung up on the ridges. "Slow a little more, and I will send Thor out. His earthquake should be able to level the ground a little, or he can smash down some of the biggest ruts with his tail," Carl offered. "All right. I will let the other bus know that we're stopping while he works." Carl had said the magic words, and Thor was already running past the bus, looking for the best path to smash so that he could let them through. He hadn't had a chance to smash anything in days, and this was tail smashing, not just charging a pillar in his space. The Sero equivalent of a full-body workout. Or perhaps the equivalent of leg day, Carl thought. He wasn't convinced that the Sero was looking for the best route for the bus as much as he was looking for the route that would be the most fun to smash to a smooth surface, but Thor was already at work, and the dust cloud was accompanied by a deep rumble that said he was using earthquake and not just his tail to level the road. The noise woke Morgana from a light sleep, and she looked around in alarm before realizing that they were stopped and Carl was still in the bus. "It's just Thor, fixing the road for us to get through. Nothing to worry about, and we will be back in motion in a minute," Carl whispered, trying to avoid waking the sleeping clerics. As soon as they got to the border, all of them would have their hands full of work, so it was only right that he tried to let them sleep for now. Thor made it to the other end of the valley, where the road was smoother again, but he didn't stop his work, and smashed out the ruts on the way up the hill as well, resurfacing the dirt as well as could be hoped for until the next heavy downpour. "All right, it's clear to go through. Thor says it's bone dry all the way down, so you can take whatever route you like. The right side of the road is fairly soft, though, as it had the worst ruts and he didn't compact it after he leveled it." The noise had scared away even the smaller creatures, and for half an hour after Thor returned to his space, they didn't see a single living thing. Then, they came across a few farms which were still inhabited, with a single red light illuminated to inform the elites and others passing by that they had nothing left to spare. The lights would draw the aid convoys from the clerics to them, and they would help them restock, so the farms had enough for themselves, as well as a bit more to spare for the next group that came along, but at the moment, they were in too much of a hurry to stop. Plus, farmers with animals to feed in the morning would likely not appreciate visitors at 2 in the morning. The flashing lights of the artillery were slowly joined by the sound of rolling thunder as the dawn crept up on them, and Carl began to become concerned for the state of the border. That was an intense bombardment, and it had been going on all night long. If it wasn't enough to repel whatever attack was coming at the lines, then they were in for even more chaos than they had expected once their journey was completed. They only had a few more hours to the border, and even if his group got out and ran, with the casters on the beasts, they would be there in the same amount of time or less. So, there wasn't much they could do but wait, and hope that any changes in the rate of fire were good news. The radio communications from the front line crushed their hopes within seconds. "Incoming giant charge. All hands to the lines, prepare to repel." They were ordering. That meant that not only had they made it past the artillery, they had made it past the first line of defenders, and the camp itself was on defense. "Estimated arrival 10 minutes. The voice announced. Carl looked at the passengers on his bus. "Morgana, can you look after things here with the others? I need to go see a guy about a thing," he asked, casually, knowing only those in the front few rows would have heard the radio broadcast if they were awake. "Seriously?" Morgana asked. "I can make it there in 10 minutes. The bus cannot." Carl replied. "Do you think that one commander will be the difference?" Morgana asked. "For someone it will." Morgana sighed and made a shooing gesture. Carl grabbed his pack, then opened the door and jumped out of the moving bus. From the bus behind him, Ophelia and Bob Mackenzie jumped out as well, with Ophelia already transformed into werbear form before she hit the ground running. Nobody else on either bus was likely to be able to keep up with them, not even Thor, who was quick, but not fast enough for this mad rush down the road. Like the other beasts, he would join them when they reached the battle. As they topped the next hill, Carl gave directions to the team. "Thor, stay in behind our frontline offensive, you're watching our backs until the clerics get to us. Ray will put the golems on our flanks. I can see the giants from here, and we're off to the side of the main line. The bus will come in on our left by about a kilometer. We will hit the side of the hill giant lines and push inward as they crash into the defenders. Make it fast and keep moving. There are enough fighters on both sides that wounding and crippling is as effective as outright killing. Someone will get to them, we just need to lighten the blow on the students." Bob frowned. "Are they hitting the students' portion of the line?" Carl nodded. "From what I can tell, yes. They're aimed right at them, and it looks like they've focused their forces to avoid whoever is covering the sections further away." They were all breathing heavily as they ran past the shocked front lines of the Academy students, who had prepared a pike wall to block the giants while the mages were beginning to rain spells on them. "Remy, let's see how the hill giants like a good blizzard." Carl shouted, so the others would know that it was on their team. Blinding snow filled the air, and Carl turned the group into the end of the hill giant lines as he called the beasts out. The hill giants were stronger than the frost giants, and over half the group in front of him was either a strong ascended or a low commander rank monster. But Carl had been thinking about his past mistakes, and he knew what he needed to do now. 10 points spent of brutality, increases the size and strength of the target beast by 10% per rank, 40% for commander. 20 points spent, shatter, physical strikes cause vibrations through the opponent's body that damage organs and may break bones. 20 points spent, crushing blows, blunt impact skills increase in damage by 10% per rank. Effective on damage caused by shatter. 40% at commander. 1 point remaining. Tier 4 attack skills unlocked. 40% larger, Thor was a true monster among Sero, standing chest high to a hill giant, and the increased size of the spider golems made them look much more intimidating. But more interestingly, brutality had affected Ophelia in werbear form. It seemed to be judging by height, and not total mass, as she had gone from just over 2 meters tall to a solid 3 meters, and her axes looked tiny in her hands for a moment before they adjusted, as bonded weapons naturally matched their wielder. The first strikes of the spider golem's forelegs sent ripples across their targets' bodies, and the pair of ascended rank hill giants spat blood as their rib cage seemed to collapse. That must be the effect of shatter, Carl decided. That was verified when his maul hit his commander rank target, and the giant folded like laundry in the wind, slammed to the ground by the strike. The giants had no time to respond, they were still being attacked from the front, and their momentum was carrying them toward the line as they tried to turn to face the surprise attack. A rain of hill giant spears and magical stones slammed into the refreshing lightning barriers through the snow, while dozens more missed them to dig into the soft soil, creating a tripping hazard for anyone moving across this area. But Carl was already pushing forward with the others at his shoulders, and the spider golems were rampaging through the hill giants, while Ray darted in and out of their formation, targeting giants who tried to get around to come at them from the back. With Thor focusing on defense, and Remy's blizzard and chain lightning slowing their opponents, who were already under assault by the defending mages, they were making quick progress across the back lines of the hill giant assault. For a moment, it looked like an easy clear, and then Carl saw a target much larger. Then the others, the leader of the assault, and most likely a royal rank target. Don't do it. He heard Bob shouting, but Carl was already moving. With the whole herd on his side, this battle would end differently than the last one, he was certain of it. The hill giant waved his hand, and the ground seemed to explode under Carl as he leapt into the air to avoid the attack. He closed his eyes, keeping the dirt out, and giving him a clear vision of the moment that the hill giant turned and fled, leaving a bodyguard squad of commander-rank giants in front of Carl and the others. Bloody coward! Carl muttered as he parried an overhand chop by the closest of the bodyguards. The group's progress had been brought to a halt by the concerted efforts of the hill giants, who were turning around to join the fight, making it obvious that they were preventing the human assassins from going after their retreating leader. From the line, a shrill bugle sounding so much like Thor that for a moment, Carl thought they had a Sero there as well. But it was a brass bugle, and the signal to advance, now that the charge had been halted by the ranged elites. The hill giants turned and ran, disengaging to avoid needless casualties, and Carl stopped his advance when Bob put a hand on his shoulder. "It's over, you did good," the warrior reminded him. That brought both Carl and Ophelia out of their battle fog, and the berserker shrunk down to normal size as she let go of her rage, though she didn't transform back. "Oh, that's neat. She only gets affected when she's raging. She isn't beast enough when she's not," Hawk noted from above them. Ray and Hawk returned to their spaces as the other elites from the academy approached, and Carl let Thor shrink back to normal. He was too big to have his head properly padded at his enhanced size. Tank came up and pulled first Ophelia and then Carl into a hug before gently rubbing the back of Thor's head ridge, which caused the Sero to make a happy hum. "Good to see you. When did your team get here?" the big berserker asked. "Just now. The rest of the team is still on the bus with the clerics. We were the only ones who could run fast enough to make it to the battle on time. Carl smiled, then realized that giant blood was dripping in his mouth from the splatters that had hit his face. Flaming body, burned him clean again as Tank looked around in satisfaction. Well, it was good timing. I can't believe the attack leader took off like that, they're normally as single-minded as a berserker. Carl nodded. I was surprised as well. But if they gave up this easily, they've likely got another attack lined up, and they just wanted to know our strength, as this group is unfamiliar to them. To say that Morgana and the others were unhappy with Carl taking off without half his team was an understatement. It didn't quite violate the terms of their agreement, as the rest of the team was technically on their way to the battle and might have made it if the battle lasted longer, but he was pushing his luck, and he had left without his healers and support. The fact that Carl came back into camp covered in ash and reeking of burnt giants, while his companions were soaked with blood, was not lost on anyone, students or otherwise. The team had gathered at the back near the bus, and the looks that they were giving the trio said more than any words they could come up with. The mixture of annoyance, anger, fear and betrayal let Carl know just how unhappy they were with this chain of events, but Carl knew he would likely do it again if given the option. It had saved lives on the line by distracting from the charge, and it had made the hill giants retreat prematurely. Tessa glared at the trio and then sighed. You know what, I'm not going to say anything. You already know what I was going to say. Now, go shower, you stink. Ophelia giggled, looking quite innocent now that she was out of bear form, even if she was now even more soaked in hill giant blood. Yes, Mom. The showers were fairly empty, as most of the line was still recovering and waiting to make certain that the giants didn't change their minds. Tank was there in the men's shower, and in a much better mood than Tessa. That was quite the showing. Did you take any injuries? I can call over a high priest. He suggested. Carl shook his head. There are 2 healers in the group. 4 of them if you count Remy and Thor, 5 if you count High Priest Doug. I'm not short on healing, even if they're mad that we ran off and left them trundling along in the bus. But no, nothing broke my barriers this time. Well, you'll have an interesting group once you get your reinforcements. Tank chuckled. Reinforcements? Carl asked. Didn't they tell you? I suppose not, since you just charged into combat the moment you arrived. 2 commanders in a 10-person group of Ascended is the minimal size standard. So, you'll get one of the teachers or bureau advisors with you when you leave camp, and a team of Ascended students. Tank explained. Carl sighed. That sounds like it's actually going to be more hassle than it's worth. Will it at least be the same group? Tank laughed. The same group? With the amount of time that your group prefers to be in the field? Highly unlikely. The first time you go out in front of the line, you'll traumatize a group of students, and we will have to find new ones to send with you. Carl gave a dismissive wave of his hand. Normally, it isn't that bad, and when we've got a whole group rolling through, we can handle most things without drama. Tank smirked. I hear that you want to become a treasure hunter, so you should get used to working with random groups of opportunistic elites who are just there for the payday. That's simply how the industry is. But why did you want to do that anyhow? You don't strike me as the sort of elite that is desperate for cash. Carl chuckled. I've already got more money than I know what to do with. More than I would have earned in a lifetime in the mines. Ancient ruins have all the good stuff that my beasts need to grow, and the remnants of the system that will help me gain new class abilities. You see, I realized after our last mission that the ones with the most power get the most say. Only other overlords with influence can tell an overlord what to do. So what happens if I can get my beasts up above that level? I have a skill that can help my beasts evolve once. If I use that when they are overlords, we should be able to move beyond that bottleneck. Tank looked impressed. So, you've got a class cheat skill to break a bottleneck once? I can see how you would want to save that for as long as possible. But do you really think you can make it to Overlord without using it? Carl smiled. Just try to tell Ray that she's not the most deadly creature in the area, and she will soon prove you wrong. I have no doubt that they will find a way to make it that far. Ray and Remy can make at least commander without any outside help, and Hawk has already shown that the class can help them go well beyond their limits. Ray doesn't think that the royal rank bottleneck will be an issue for her, so that means that it will be growing her from a royal rank princess to a monarch rank queen where things get tough. However, I might be able to get another teammate to help with that. Plus, there is Remy. Spirit snakes seem to be unpredictable, but powerful. The stronger one of the beasts gets, the stronger the other beasts get, and I'm dragged along with them. It's a symbiotic system. The berserker nodded. It's messing with your mind, though. I'm not certain if you've noticed, but you're not thinking like you used to. Carl frowned. That naturally changes with experience, I think. Tank shrugged his shoulders, not pushing the point. Now that it was in his head, Carl would notice soon enough that his thinking was being influenced. It was already evident to everyone else, and he walked like a predator stalking prey, with that same sharp look as if everything around him was a potential target. Or a potential snack. The only time that Tank noticed him acting more human was when he was surrounded by his long-term team members. Carl patted Dana on the head as he came out of the showers, and she resisted the urge to punch him, as he was still wearing armor. Lotus poked him on the cheek, drawing Carl's attention. We've got new people to meet. Are you ready now, or should we run away and play in the trees for a bit first? She asked. As tempting as it sounds to go make a tree fort right now, we should meet the people first. There is a chance that the giants will be back tonight, and we don't want to have to arrange things at the last second because we procrastinated. Carl suggested. Tessa whistled, and with a gesture, for young men who all looked like they should be in the senior year, still wearing their academy uniforms with the silver ascended badges, came running over. Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the rest of the group. First we have Dana, a golem mage, Ophelia, a bear totem berserker, Lotus, a nature priestess, and finally Commander Carl, a beast master. Everyone, meet the second half of our mission team. The hairless one is Mick, a sand golem mage who is good with traps. The short black hair is Ollie, a defensive warrior. The blonde is Jimmy, also a defensive warrior, but with a specialty in evasion instead of shields. Then finally we have Seamus, our new bard. Carl looked over Seamus, whose long auburn hair was pulled back in a braid. He had a small guitar slung over his shoulder, either a mandolin or a lute, Carl couldn't tell from this angle, and he looked utterly terrified to be here. How are your combat buffs, Seamus? Carl asked. Good, good. I mean, when I can focus enough to play. Until this week, I was preparing to go on tour with a folk music band. I'm not really a fighter. But I can use the essential bard combat spells well enough. Inspiration, to increase attack speed and luck, courage, in case someone other than myself is terrified of being here, and, mesmerizing chant, to distract the enemy. They have a considerable area of effect, so I'm better on the battle line, where I can just play, inspiration, in the background. I am also superb with a dagger, but I will tell you right now, if you try to make me stab a giant with a dagger, I might wet myself. Carl laughed and patted him on the shoulder. No, I don't think that will be necessary. Just keeping a battle hymn active will be enough. I believe that you all met Tessa first, and she has the favor of the war dragon, so a little, inspiration, type battle chant should be just the thing to get everyone around us motivated. The only other question I have is Mick. You have sand golems, right? Are they upgraded, and is there one or two? Mick shook his head. I have 6 small ones, goblin-sized and easy to disperse. I don't know how much use they will be against the giants, but they will deal ascended rank damage from the knees down. That could be fun. They might actually be as much use when combined with your trap skills to trip, entangle and slow the hill giants as they are for damage. But don't underestimate how much a well-placed slice to the back of the knee can cripple an opponent, and they're small enough to run around between targets. Carl replied. Carl considered the new group's strengths, and wondered who they were going to get as their second commander. Presumably Morgana, as she was his advisor from the bureau and didn't have classes to teach, but in this camp it appeared to be the headmaster running the show, and he didn't know her as anything other than a student. "Why don't we sit and get to know each other before we have to work together in battle?" Carl suggested. Mick, the bald golem mage, laughed. "Well, more like you get to know us. You're a bit of a legend in the mage classrooms after your Hawk spent weeks torturing the awakened rank class." Carl chuckled. "But Hawk isn't my only beast. In fact, he's the first of 4 now. Plus, it's more of the personality of the people than the skills. I can find that in your deployment orders, or at least the basics of your skill set, so what I need to know is how everyone will react. Have Jimmy and Ollie faced the giants before? Will Seamus really wet himself when a spear flies past his head? You know, the little life details that determine how you react." Seamus sighed. "You joke, but the Bard classes normally do morale work in camp when we're assigned to combat duties. It's more like an idol show. Well, sometimes it is an idol show, depending on who they sent. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing in a combat group. It's not part of my training, but the academy says that every ascended class has some sort of utility in battle, and I've got to work on mine. Would it help if we had the nature priestess get you a bit stoned before we have to go to battle?" "Strictly medicinal, of course?" Carl asked. The other boys from his team laughed, and Seamus looked horrified, waving his hand frantically to deny the suggestion. "No, that's a bad idea. It definitely won't help me use my skills, I can say that much for certain. Why don't we start with Mick? My own shortcomings can come later," Seamus suggested. Carl shrugged. "I don't see why not, but I should ask, how much field work have you all done?" Mick shrugged. 7 missions, 5 of which were resource gathering. Jimmy and Ollie are about the same, since they were usually with me. Having 6 small golems is really helpful against common grade wild animals or monsters and for gathering resources, after all. So, 7 weeks, give or take, of which, 2 were monster hunting. Carl asked. Mick shrugged. That sounds about right, but the monster hunting missions went longer than a week each, since we forgot to bring a tracker, and it turned out to be really hard to find them. Even Tessa winced a little at that news. That meant they had done very little actual fighting. Ollie, the darker of the 2 warriors, gave Carl a curious look. How much combat have you seen this year? You're still a first year, right? Carl nodded. I was with this team on the Frost Giant border, as advanced scouts for about a month, and then in the field doing monster influx suppression before that for another month. Then a couple of academy missions to start the year. Really, we've basically been in combat since the war started, as we got trapped behind the Frost Giant lines. Seamus' eyes lit up. Oh, I heard a great song about you the other day. Hawk the Giant Slayer, about how an elite and his bird killed 1,000 giants as revenge for making it cold. Hawk was startled. How did they know? I have no idea. I think that they think it's a joke. The girls were laughing, while Seamus now looked confused. Don't tell me you actually did it. I heard the song from a Bard class student who had just gotten back from the Frost Giant front lines. He's somewhere around here if you want to hear the full song. Seamus suggested. He must have been working the radios, or in the dispatch office. Hawk despises the ice element. Hates it with a passion. And, he's our scout, so he's always up in the air where people can see him. Carl explained. Tessa patted the shocked Bard on his shoulder. Where were you during yesterday's battle? She asked. Right on the flank. I wasn't really in the fight for long, and I was at the back. Seamus shrugged. Ah, that makes sense. I was wondering if you had seen Carl move through to meet with Tank in the middle where the leader of the attack was. He left the rest of us to protect the buses and ran ahead with Ophelia and a commander rank warrior. Seamus just shrugged. He hadn't seen any of that, but Mick looked excited. Bob Mackenzie, he came up with Bob Mackenzie. The mage announced. You know Bob? Carl asked. No, but his sisters are super hot. I've had a crush on them forever, since they first got guard duty in the Capitol in front of my apartment. Lotus giggled. Oh, he's down bad. Tessa smirked at the embarrassed mage. I don't think that down bad even begins to cover it. But if we do well, I bet there will be a chance to meet them in person. After all, their brothers are both here, so they will likely come meet them when we return. Then Lotus walked right up to Mick and stage whispered in his ear, loud enough for everyone else to hear. I would suggest that you don't tell the commander rank warrior that you want to bang his sisters. It won't end well for you. Mick looked horrified at the thought, and Carl took the opportunity to lead them to a seat in the mess hall. So, what do all of you do for fun? Any hobbies, other than creeping on cute security guards? Carl asked. Seamus reached into his pocket and took out a stack of collectible cards. I enjoy playing Pocket Mana. Mick shrugged. I just enjoy reading. Carl turned to Jimmy and Ollie, who were the quieter part of the group. Ollie frowned. I used to play football, but I don't think there is a team at the academy. That was always the thing for me, all day I dreamed of playing football. But elites aren't allowed in the pro teams for obvious reasons. Jimmy reached into his pack and took out a small wooden statue of a duck. It was only about 3/4 done, and still needed details on the back half, but the front was very well done. Remy came out of her space to wrap around Carl's arm and examine the small statue. That is good. I need to get that good to make better totems. She informed Carl with excitement. Remy likes your handiwork and says you are very skilled. She makes totem statues with mud and basic water control, and she's looking forward to making them as detailed as your duck. Carl explained. That is Remy. She is adorable. Jimmy replied, smiling at the venomous spirit snake as if it were a normal pet. Did you have reptiles at home? Lotus asked. And give my mom a heart attack? I don't think so. But we always had wild corn snakes in the yard, taking care of the earth mice. They're not what you would call friendly, but they keep pests under control, and that makes it hard to dislike them. They have an entirely different pattern than Remy does, but somehow she looks friendly. Jimmy explained, running a hand through his tousled blonde hair, which kept falling across his eyes when he didn't have his helmet on. Ollie tipped his chin towards Carl. What do you do for fun when you're not out making bards sing songs about your vengeance against the frost giants? Carl shrugged. Honestly, I don't have many hobbies. I grew up in the lithium mines, so I was always at either school or work. I also didn't really have friends before coming to the academy. I was the runt of the school year, always smaller than everyone else. Ophelia snorted in amusement. Now we all know why he's so violent. The repressed rage of a small man unleashed, even though he's grown now. I seem to recall that you were the one who scared half the hospital staff by roaring at them. Carl reminded her. You made the spider tickle me. She replied, her voice taking on a rather ursine growl. Mick laughed softly at their interaction. I see now. Carl's pastime is actually playing pranks and pushing people's buttons. After a few more minutes, the group broke up, and one of the teachers came over with a note in his hand. You are with the new arrivals from the church, right? Commander Carl and his team? The aging mage asked. That's right. What can we do for you? Carl replied. We have an update for you. The second commander for your team has been selected, and a bunk has been prepared for you in the male dorm tents. He explained. Is it acceptable to set up my own outside the camp? I sleep better that way, and I'll be close enough to hear mission orders. Carl asked. That is fine. If you prefer an individual tent, they are set up behind the line, you can pick a spot and set up. But the commander who is assigned to the second half of your mission team has just arrived, and he seems somewhat perturbed, so perhaps you could help set his mind at ease? Of course. Where might he be? Carl replied. The teacher gestured for Carl to follow him, and they walked through the camp to the bus parking area, where a familiar-looking mage in his mid-twenties was having a smoke. He wore an officer's uniform with a colonel's bird-shaped badge on it, but Carl didn't recall meeting many colonels in his time, other than Valerie. They were one of those ranks who got stuck either in an office or leading a very large group of soldiers, so they would be in a backline command station, not anywhere near Carl. He looked up and gave them a rueful smile, which seemed odd to Carl. He didn't recall this man having anything to be apologetic for. But then, he realized who he was. That was the silent general from the meeting that sent them to take on the royal rank frost giant. If Carl recalled right, the man was a fairly accomplished mage, which would be useful in the team to keep Jimmy and Ollie off primary defensive duties. The teacher introduced them. Commander Carl, this is Colonel Wilkes. Colonel Wilkes, this is Commander Carl and his team. The 4 ascended members you will be partnered with will be here shortly. Your teams will be working together for the next few missions. Carl walked over and shook the man's hand. It seems we have some catching up to do, General. Wilkes nodded and took a drag off his cigarette, the smell startling Carl, who had gotten used to Doug's being distinctly not tobacco. Indeed we do. Is there somewhere private? Just over here behind the bus parking is as good as it gets, I'm afraid. But I'll take the abridged version if it's necessary. Carl suggested. They walked away from the last of the crowd, and Colonel Wilkes took a seat on a crate of food supplies. Where do I start? The obvious, I suppose. I have been relieved of my command and demoted to colonel, then sent to the front lines. The same is true for General Jormunson, the warrior. General Orland is under arrest, but they likely won't demote him, just hold him until the trial. The colonel began. Wait, back up. They arrested General Orland for sending us on a fool's mission? Carl asked. No, General Milton threw a fit about General Orland's disrespect in telling you two to go outside for a duel, and General Orland accidentally killed him. It just happened so fast, Milton drew his blade, and before we knew it, he was dead. I don't think that Orland even realized what he was doing, it was just a reflex. Carl shook his head. What a clusterfuck. Colonel Wilkes used the stub of his last one to light another cigarette. Tell me about it. There was only one high priest left in the camp, and he couldn't cast resurrection. Then, the rest of us spent an entire week in the tender loving care of the Holy Inquisition, who didn't believe that we hadn't conspired to get a ranking elite killed, and now here I am. Well, welcome to the Hill Giant border, I guess. I, personally, don't hold any sort of grudge. It was a mess, but the hospital counselor told me that I need to learn to not take those things personally, as it's bad for my mental well-being. We all recognized that it was a messed up situation, but I already met with Overlord Drake, and he informed me that you didn't know about the other group who had been sent and went missing when you sent us, so that makes the bad intel, and the fact that the location of the Royal Rank Frost Giant was off by over 40 kilometers a bit more understandable. Colonel Wilkes looked startled. The fight wasn't at the cave. Carl shook his head. No, they ambushed us where they hit the other group. They used the bodies as bait and buried an ambush team under the rocks and snow to wait for us to stumble on them. Being frost giants, even thermal vision didn't spot them under the snow. We had already located the cave, using Hawk to scout, but we were going to rest overnight and hit it in the morning. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Mick and the others from the second team, so Carl shook Colonel Wilkes' hand and gestured toward the trees. If you need me, I will be in a spider silk fort just outside camp. But I will see you at breakfast. Understood, Commander. I look forward to working with you. Carl led his group away, so the colonel could get acquainted with his new team. The extra mage would be a good counterpart for the team, but Carl realized that he didn't know what the colonel's specialty was. He had forgotten to ask. Carl led his team out of the camp, getting many strange looks from the guards along the road. They were going the wrong way for a mission, and passed where the tents were set up in a clearing. Tree roots made for lumpy beds, so nobody set up that close to the forest. Then Carl led the team right into the forest, headed for a big tree where Ray could build her fort, but not so far in that they couldn't see the camp. That part was important, so they could see who was coming toward them, and react to any major movements on the line that would signal an attack. That's a good one. Let's use that one. Ray announced as she left her space and skittered up a tree to begin her work. She connected 5 different trees today, going all out with her fort, while everyone on the ground wondered what sort of mansion Ray thought that they needed for their home base here on the hill giant lines. It was enough that even with the silk blended to match the tree coloration, it still brought over teachers, who were wondering what was going on. Carl waved to them, and a few understood, but they were even more curious, as they understood what was happening, but they had never seen it in action before. Commander rank spider silk could stop even skill-enhanced arrows if it was layered, and they had made such a large fort that they had to be planning to spend some time here. The line was unlikely to move, but they had made a fort larger than the 50-person dorm tents for a 5-person team. It's a masterpiece. They're going to love it, and I even decorated a little. Ray announced when she was finished. That got Carl's interest, and he motioned for the team to go up while he spoke with the teachers. It makes Ray happy to get to try out new designs for her forts everywhere that she goes. She says this one is a masterpiece, and it's not interfering with anyone else, so I didn't see any reason to stop her. Carl explained to the group that had come to see what they were doing. Can we enter? Or is it a personal thing to her? One of the warrior instructors asked. That should be fine. She likes it when people praise her hard work. Carl agreed. The teachers went up next, and Carl laughed as he heard the gasps and laughter of them discovering what Ray meant by a masterpiece. He climbed up the ladder, and looked around what appeared to be their new sitting room, as Ray had made a half-dozen hanging chairs to swing in, and found that she had decorated the tree with necklaces of gems and bits of bone stolen from the dead frost giants. It had a very shamanistic vibe to it, and the magical gems glittered in the twilight under the tree branches. That led into a kitchen area, where Lotus was already hard at work building counter space with plant growth, and then open bedrooms with curtains between hammocks, and one more large open room, which Carl assumed was for guests. It's a whole house, built in the trees in what? 5 minutes? One of the teachers asked. With all new beds and swinging chairs. Those are new, we didn't have those last time. Lotus added. Is this how you live on the front lines? The warrior instructor asked. It is now. Carl didn't miss the envious glances that the other students were casting at his fort when he came down with the others for dinner, or the gossip about the features that they had added inside, which sounded much more grand than the actual interior of the silk fort. It was more of a suspended tent than the palace that they made it out to be, but compared to their rooms at the academy, the canvas tents with 50 students packed inside were no luxury hotel. The fort was much less crowded, and they actually had room to spread out when they were getting ready in the morning. The tents were so packed that you had to either take turns, or equip your armor while laying in bed if you had a bonded set. Many of the others didn't have a bonded armor set, as it was prohibitively expensive for the average student, and not well worth the resources that they could have bought instead. Their growth rate was normally the priority for all of the Golden Divine Academy students. Carl was just an exception to the rule, and from what the others could tell, his group was either enjoying the benefits, or they had all gained significant opportunities in the recent past. Do you think that they will be back tomorrow? One of the students asked as Carl and the others were taking a seat at the table next to him with their trays. I guess. They're still close enough that the artillery is firing at them, so they must come back pretty often. The other student at his table replied. Oh, we can ask this teacher. Commander, do you think the hill giants will charge again tomorrow? The boy asked. It took Carl a moment to realize that they were talking about him. His back was turned, and he was in armor, so they hadn't realized he was a student. Carl turned around with a smile. Well, you got the rank right. But I'm no teacher. However, I can say that the chances are they will launch at least a small attack every day, even if it's just to test our lines. The giants are relatively smart. Smart enough to know that if we start to slack off, we will leave vulnerable spots in the defenses that they can use to get to us. So, something like today will happen every day? The boy asked. I take it you got here very recently. This was a smaller attack. It only lasted 10 or 15 minutes, and the enemy retreated with most of their force intact. That's just a probe to see how we're doing with our defenses. I attacked forward into the lines to throw them off balance, so they didn't think that we were too predictable, and that was all it took to make them back off. Carl explained. Tessa wagged a finger at him. It's not nice to lie to people. You attacked into the lines because you thought it would be fun. Maybe a little because it was fun. Carl agreed. The other students sitting around them chuckled, and a few of them discussed what they had seen when Carl and the warriors had charged into the lines. That was drawing even more students into the discussion, those who had been on Carl's side of the line during the attack and had managed to see something through the blizzard attack that Remy had been using to reduce visibility. I tell you, it was like a whole army rolled into the giants, man. They just marched through the attack, cutting down everything like it didn't matter there were commander-ranked giants there. One of them was telling his team. There is half the academy here, how much difference could 3 more make? One of the other students asked. Yeah, that's what I thought, and then suddenly there was a 3-meter-tall werbear and a bunch of giant spiders, and that mall tossing around hill giants like they were dolls. I tell you man, Commander covers a huge range of power compared to Ascended. One of the others insisted. That was actually true. Commander rank went for a much wider range of power than Ascended because the bottleneck wasn't just a number but a qualitative change. Before that, the lines were somewhat vague, but Commander to Royal was a very distinct cutoff, and once you were past the bottleneck, you would make a huge step up in power, leaving a gap between Royal and Commander that wasn't easy to bridge without the assistance of magical devices or some sort of cheat. Carl chuckled. I have class skills that increase size, strength and speed by nearly half, including bonuses that will double skill damage, and add secondary damage of a different type than the main attack. Even compared to other Commander rank elites, I do a lot of damage. Are you like the World Dragon's cousin or something? What sort of unfair advantage is that when you've already got 3 Commander rank monsters with you? Wait, does that apply to all of them as well? One of the other students asked. Carl chuckled. It's primarily for them. The fact I can use it is just a little bonus. Ophelia laughed. He says that, but he shoots arrows with Commander rank chain lightning on them until his arms get tired. One of the kids pointed at Carl. I saw that. In the snow, I saw chain lightning. That was actually Remy, for the most part, but Carl nodded in acceptance that was related to him. One of the teachers gave Carl an intrigued look. With the power that you have amassed, do you have any alternate ideas on how best to keep the hill giants under control? We could make them part of a new art exhibit. Ray suggested helpfully. Carl could only imagine the level of horror that the students would have if they saw what Ray called an art installation. But it would likely dissuade the hill giants from coming anywhere near them. I can think of a few ways, but I'm not certain how viable they would be as a long-term deterrent. We could try to terrorize the hill giants into backing away from the border, but eventually, they would likely come back with even larger numbers and that would be a real mess. We could try thinning their numbers as well, and I saw the numbers from the Frost Giant front, where they were summoning more giant clones to fight. If the hill giants aren't cloning themselves with magic, they might not win a war of attrition. Carl suggested. A war of attrition. Doesn't that imply that we can kill more of them than they do of us? The boy at the table next to Carl asked. That's right. It's not the best option, but if we can eliminate even 50 to 1, we should be able to crush their population to the point that they simply can't attack. The other students looked at him like he had just said the dumbest thing they'd ever heard, and Carl felt the need to defend his idea. We were only on the Frost Giant border for 1 month, and my team killed well over 1,000. Given even 3 months, I don't see why the lot of us couldn't do it. He explained. The teacher sighed. When you put it that way, it sounds so reasonable. But that's simply impossible for most of us. Unless you're going to single-handedly wipe out an entire town, that math doesn't work out for those of us who are at less exaggerated power levels. From the far side of the room, Morgana laughed. You're not going to get to play that much on this front. You've got classes to take, rotations along the line, and even rest days in your future. The witch doctor informed him, but with the intent to encompass his whole group. Rotations on the line. Seriously? Carl asked. Most of the defensive tactics aren't a pike wall, that's just for slowing the charges. You will get used to fighting in a larger group soon enough. Besides, you're with Colonel Wilkes, and he summons fire elementals. I think that him and Hawk might become good friends after a few fights together. Morgana replied with a smirk. Fire elementals. Like magma elementals, but all fire. That sounds neat. Hawk agreed. Alright, we aren't quite feral yet. We can play well with others. Carl reluctantly caved under Morgana's demanding stare. I'll believe that when I see it. Don't forget, I've met your nature priestess. Lotus laughed and waved, knowing that Morgana couldn't see her sitting behind Ophelia. Oh, there she is. Good evening, Lotus. As if speaking of him had summoned the man, Colonel Wilkes walked in with his team, and gave a friendly wave to Carl's team as they loaded their plates and sat down. But no sooner did they get seated than the attack alarm went off, and everyone began to rise from their seats. Where is our spot on the line? Carl asked Morgana as they prepared to head out. Last one on the right flank, where you entered yesterday. Carl nodded, then turned to the other group, who were getting ready to leave. Acceptable response time is 3 minutes. Shovel food in your mouth fast and then jog over. You've got the time, and you'll need the energy. He instructed, then led his team out the door. It was strange to be going to battle without his backpack, which was safely stowed in the fort, along with everyone else's. But that didn't change their arrangement, and the two clerics hopped on Thor, while Ray strapped Dana to her back and Hawk took to the sky. Morgana was running alongside them, doing her best to keep up, and nearly succeeding. She wasn't a warrior class, but those enhancements that she had tattooed onto her body were no joke. They took the end of the line, behind the final few pikes, and waited as the hill giants came into view. Where does the Remy usually stay for the battle? Morgana asked. Either in her space or in my pocket. Would you like to hold her for a while? Carl asked. The two seemed like they could be good friends, with Morgana's puppets and Remy's totems. Morgana held out her hand, and Remy slithered up her arm to loop around her neck and put her face right beside Morgana's so they were looking at the same things. Lotus giggled as the snake nuzzled against the witch doctor's cheek, and Thor's, refreshing lightning, barrier stretched out to encompass her as well. Well, it looks like you're one of us now. The barrier only works on the ones that Thor considers friends. Carl informed her with a smile, while Morgana gave the lightning Sero a shy smile. It seemed to evaporate the aura of professionalism, and made it obvious that Morgana was no older than Lotus or Tessa, who had also graduated from their academy last year. The second team wasn't far behind, though they were running at a mage's speed, so they stayed together, and they were carrying slices of egg-battered toast with them, eating on the way. Chances are, when everyone cleared out of the mess hall, they had been too embarrassed to stay, but if the fight didn't last long, their meals would still be there when they returned. It wasn't like the academy had kept someone back to clean up the mess while they were fighting. Everyone in the camp was an awakened rank or higher elite, including the staff, and many of the awakened rank students had been left behind with the common rank students at the academy for their own safety. What percentage Carl couldn't say, but there weren't many of them here at the border. The camp was almost all ascended or higher. The group under Colonel Wilkes fell in between Carl's group and the rest of the line, looking much more nervous than anyone in the more experienced group. Even from where he was standing at the end of the line, Carl could see most of their hands shaking. Tessa smiled at the students. Seamus, the giants are just over that next hill. Why don't you strum us a little inspirational ditty? Something with a nice rhythm. Okay. I think I know a good one. Do you have a preference? He stammered. Baby snake do-do-da-do-do-do, Remy sang in Carl's mind. It was a species-modified version of the theme song of a popular children's morning radio broadcast, which aired at 7 in the morning, making it the bane of parents everywhere. But how Remy had ever heard it was a mystery. Carl ignored the happy snake and made his own suggestion. Why don't we go for something fun? Do you know any drinking songs? A drinking song, now? Seamus asked. Definitely. See how nervous everyone is. A nice upbeat drinking song to take their minds off the battle is just what they need. Carl agreed. Seamus strummed the intro to a popular pop song, then adjusted his lute and slid a metal tube onto his finger. When he strummed again, the tone was entirely different, and the nearby students began to laugh as he played. They were still laughing as the giants came over the hill and into attack range. All of the nervous hesitation was gone, and when the order was given to raise the pikes, the entire row went up in unison, as if they had actually trained the maneuver. From the hill giant ranks, thousands of rocks, from baseball to boulder size, were magically hurled at the human defenders, crashing into shields as the ever-present artillery fell silent, protected by the mages from the wrath of the giants' earth magic. The larger boulders exploded on impact with the shields, sending shrapnel everywhere, and forcing the mages to work to keep up the barriers over the defense lines. Thankfully, their fort was far enough back that it wouldn't be in danger from the secondary damage. Just hold until the order is given. Carl reminded his beasts. Lotus climbed down from Thor's back, and Dana got down from Ray, preparing to cast her golem spell. Golems forward, break the charge. The radio announced when the hill giants were 30 meters away, and already under attack by the mages. The spider golems only took 3 steps before launching themselves into the air, crossing the gap in a dull green streak of motion. But right beside them were 2 floating balls of fire, the fire elementals summoned by Colonel Wilkes. Carl began to fire his bow, sending chain lightning through the attackers, who stumbled under the onslaught. Haste, terrorize, and brutality all came online, increasing the size, speed, strength and damage done by himself and the golems. That was enough that the chain lightning was actually stunning the ascended hill giants, who died in a spray of blood as the spider golems raced between them. Then the 6 small sand golems created by Mick, the bald mage student in the second group, reached the battle with Dana's stone golems, and the hill giants began to flail about at the ground, trying to hit the annoying things slicing at their legs. The tactic was brutally effective, as it left them vulnerable to the attacks of the other golems, as well as Carl's arrows and the attacks of the mages in their section of the line. Most of the charge was continuing, but their end of the line had completely faltered under the weight of the attacks. Then Mick turned the soft soil to soft sand, and the giants began to sink and stumble, turning the rout into a massacre, where they couldn't even retreat. Reinforcements from the back lines of the assault were on their way in Carl's direction, but they wouldn't last long, as Hawk was bombarding them with fireballs. Mick was panting with exertion as he remade his golems again and tried to keep the sand trap active against the efforts of the hill giants to turn it back to stone, but Colonel Wilkes stopped him. That's what the pikes are for, son. Save your energy for later in the fight. The colonel reminded him. Pikes forward, the radio ordered, sending a wave of warriors forwards into the hill giants with long spears in front of them, so they were out of the reach of the attackers. The mages were getting tired, but the warriors hadn't done anything yet, so it was their turn to take over while the mages slowed and regained their energy. That's our signal. Forwards on me. Carl ordered Ray and Thor. Behind them, he saw Remy create a totem in both of Morgana's hands for the witch doctor to hold up, so they could fire over the crowd. Morgana was laughing, as holding the totems prevented her from using most of her spells, but Remy thought it was a brilliant idea, and she could just make more when they expired, since she was attached to the witch doctor anyhow. Seamus, we need a party song. Carl shouted as he raced forward with the beasts. This time the bard had a bit more confidence, and his song took on the notes of a hard rock guitar as he began to sing along, strengthening the inspiration bonus as he followed the warriors forward. The rhythm of the bow in time with the music was a comfort to Carl as he ran forward, firing arrows twice a second and spreading chain lightning everywhere. Tessa speared a commander-rank giant, tilting his body back, right before Thor gored him and tossed the body back behind the lines. That made a small gap, and Ray recalled her spider golems to join her ahead of Thor, establishing a breach in the lines and leaving the outermost 20 hill giants cut off from their comrades as they were surrounded and eliminated. Again, as they had yesterday, the hill giants created barriers of earth magic as they retreated, and left the human defenders to be tended to by the clerics. The actual losses on the human side were very low, though the number of wounded was straining the abilities of the healers assigned to some of the sections of the line. On Carl's end, it was light, but just beside them, there had been a few hill giants who managed to break the pike line and get into the mages before they were taken out. They were doing their best to take down the shields over the line, as without that, the boulder artillery would devastate the students, but the line had managed to prevent enough of them from getting through to accomplish their goal. It would surely be the topic of their next few lessons, as that was the worst possible outcome for the defenders, but the students near Carl were in high spirits, still buoyed by the lingering effect of inspiration. Good work, Seamus. That's what we need out of our bard. Now, we just need to work on your song selections, so you don't have to pick one at random at the last second. Like the bedroom, the battlefield benefits from a bit of mood music, and if I left it up to the beasts, Remy would be singing Baby Snake. Carl joked. Seamus choked on his laughter, and played the first few notes, which made everyone else laugh as well, as they realized what Carl was referring to. World Dragon, N.O. Not that song. One of the older clerics shouted. Oh, I take it you are up at 7 in the morning more than you would like. Carl called back. The man turned around, and Carl noticed the red robes, which made him laugh. Oh, you're from the orphanages. That makes sense. I bet that any of the orphanage supervisors view the creator of that show as their personal nemesis by now. He added. The Red Dragon priest nodded. Exactly. That song is evil, and it gets stuck in your head. Tessa and Lotus had already run off to help heal, and Doug was with a group of older clerics near a stack of bodies under blood-stained white sheets. Carl was certain that they had at least one healing specialist who could resurrect the fallen instead of reincarnating them, so it took him a few seconds to realize what they were doing. They had 2 clerics who could resurrect, and the other high priests were granting them mana and energy so that they could get to as many casualties as possible before they were exhausted. If it worked out perfectly, everyone would be back on their feet by that time, and if not, they would do the reincarnation ritual and notify the church to watch out for more returned elites. With the number of recent incidents of them returning with skills, it was obvious that they needed to be cautious, as some of them would reincarnate in a daze and think that they were still under attack. If it worked out perfectly, everyone would be back on their feet by that time, and if not, they would do the reincarnation ritual and notify the church to watch out for more returned elites. With the number of recent incidents of them returning with skills, it was obvious that they needed to be cautious, as some of them would reincarnate in a daze and think that they were still under attack. Carl watched the hills in the distance, getting updates from Hawk, who had gone up into the clouds to avoid attracting the attention of flying stones, and waited for news, or the stand-down order that the hill giants had retreated far enough that those not on duty could return to their days. Shit, shit, shit. Angry birds inbound. Hawk screeched, then dive-bombed Carl and vanished into his spot. Carl was confused for a second, then he saw a group of giant winged forms incoming from the clouds. Everyone, heads up. We have incoming. Bring the barriers up. He shouted. The mages who could hear him did just that, and the radio operators spread the order down the line. For a moment, they had no idea what Carl had alerted them about, and they were beginning to relax, prepared to call it a false alarm, when the rocks and fireballs began to rain down on them from above. Carl focused on the incoming giant birds and let loose an arrow, using chain lightning, to lend speed and distance to the attack. The rocks naturally dodged the long-distance projectile, but what they didn't realize was that simply not being hit wasn't enough, and the lightning arced to them anyhow as the arrow passed by. It didn't seem to do much to the enormous feathered monsters. Carl had heard that dragons were the greatest threat among all monsters, but from what he could see, they might not be the largest. Any of those flying monsters could easily grab and carry away a bus, and while they were only commander rank, Hawk was utterly terrified of them. It was most likely an intimidation skill, but that didn't change Hawk's opinion of going back outside before those things were gone. Even Thor instinctively pressed closer to the crowd, recognizing them as a dangerous predator. Even if their magic couldn't easily damage a lightning Sarrow, if they dropped him from 1,000 meters in the air, it would not be pleasant, to say the least. Flying monsters were the most terrifying of threats to most elites, and these ones seemed happy to hold at high altitude, hurling magic at the elites from a distance that most of the mages couldn't reach. Carl considered the options, and then put Blizzard on the next arrow. If he couldn't hit them, he could just use a larger area of effect. With his brutality, enhanced strength, the arrows flew faster than any of the other spells except lightning bolts. It made them more difficult for the rocks to get sufficient distance from, though they were far from being a competitor to the barrage of artillery shells coming from the flak guns. Those were being pulled into action for the first time since Carl had arrived on the border, and the rapid-fire shells were now filling the sky with exploding shrapnel. It wouldn't do much damage to a commander-rank beast, but they had feathers. In theory, if they damaged the wings enough, the beasts would be forced to fly away or crash. The blizzard formed on the way up, making the attacking formation vanish in a cloud of white as the birds shrieked in rage, and Remy laughed in Carl's mid. Serves them right, throwing rocks at people. The snake giggled. The ice crystals of the blizzard were a slashing attack, and the sharpness passive boosted their damage 40% when the skill was used by the commander-rank Carl. It was enough that the flight of birds began to reconsider their approach. But Carl wasn't done firing, and he launched more chain lightning arrows as the blizzard stalled and began to come back to the ground, only to be replaced with another blizzard enhanced arrow. That sent them scattering, and they parted ways so that Carl couldn't hit them all with one spell, but that put them in the range of more mages with long-distance skills, while the dispersed formation spread out the effects of their attacks. The birds were becoming frustrated with their inability to get their attacks through the barriers, as from such an altitude the mages had plenty of time to intercept them and nullify most of the power behind them. Carl also wasn't the only archer with the ability to fire that high, and the flight of rocks was slowly taking enough damage that Carl could see the blood dripping and their feathers becoming tattered. Soon, they would have to retreat, so Carl just focused on spreading blizzard across as much area as he could, keeping them in the damage range. Then a lucky shot hit one in the throat, fired blind through another blizzard, and an enormous bird plummeted from the sky, coated in ice and leaking snow out of its mouth from the tip of the arrow. That enraged the others, and Carl smiled as 4 enormous forms raced down from the sky in his direction. "Hey Ray, how high do you think you can summon those spider golems?" Carl asked. Ray laughed and vanished into her space as the birds plummeted at terminal velocity towards the ground, all headed for Carl. They were almost on him when Ray reappeared 100 meters in the air and summoned her golem straight onto the backs of the diving monsters. Their legs speared deep into the tender flesh of the birds, and Ray laughed as she vanished into her nest, avoiding falling to the ground from that height. Carl was still firing, and when the first bird was 50 meters from him, a spear thrown from somewhere on his left cleanly pierced an eyeball, killing the bird instantly, and leaving only one to finish that attack flight. It was being pummeled by spells and attacks, but the bird was determined as it closed on Carl. "Jump now," Hawk instructed. Carl leapt into the air, twisting to keep the rock in his vision, and the bird passed between him and the other elites. "Neck," Hawk instructed. Ren slammed into the back of the bird's neck, shattering it, and the last rock skidded to a stop, carving a deep furrow in the soft dirt. "Good work, buddy." Carl congratulated him. "I know all the ways not to get eaten, but those things are scary." Hawk replied happily. Carl couldn't fault Hawk for that one. Bird to bird, they were 100 times his size, and they likely had a number of nasty tricks for dealing with other flying predators that they hadn't used against the humans. The bodies of the rocks were littered with damage, plugged with dozens of arrows, but few of the attacks actually made it past the underlayer of their feathers, which Carl found to be as strong as Ray's silk when he tried to pull a few of them free. No wonder everyone is afraid of these things. Look at that, an arrow fired by an ascended archer didn't even cut through the flesh. Between that and attacking from 1,000 meters in the air, most of the world couldn't even fight back. Carl muttered to himself as he examined the corpse that had landed closest to the lines. That was where everyone had gathered to see what a bird with a 50-meter wingspan looked like up close. It was large enough it could prey on hill giants and carry them away in its claws, a true terror of the skies. But it also had magic, both defensive earth magic and offensive fire. While the students examined the closest body, Hawk flew back out and stealthily stole 3 for himself. They had secrets that he wanted. He was powerful, but they were powerful and scary. It was nearly 20 minutes before anyone noticed that the other bodies were missing, and teams were sent out to go look for them, in case they were wounded and escaping. Professor. They're not alive, Carl's monsters looted the bodies. They do that. Lotus shouted out to avoid being sent with a team to look for a giant bird that she already knew they wouldn't find. What do you mean, they looted the bodies? That thing weighs literally tons, how could they even lift it? The professor asked. Don't ask me, it's some magic thing. They just whoosh, vanish, into a separate space. They do it with the giants all the time. She explained. Why would they even want them? The teacher asked, not following her explanation. You know. Snacks, growth resources, decorations. On Morgana's shoulder, Remy nodded happily. She would negotiate with Hawk later, as she wanted some of those feathers for her space, and he had a lot of them now. Maybe she could get some of those colorful ones from the belly with the multicolored stripes. Those ones would make great ornaments. You know, there is just something about you that attracts trouble. Did you see how those things basically ignored an entire offensive line to attack you? One of the other students asked. Morgana laughed and patted the student on the shoulder, before he noticed Remy staring at him from only centimeters away and dropped to the ground in panic. Damn it, woman, that's a poisonous snake. The boy shouted. Remy laughed, which opened her mouth and made her fangs drop, further panicking the student. As I was about to say before you freaked out, it's because Carl gives off the aura of a monster, not a human. They likely thought that he was the leader of the army here, since there is nobody above commander rank, and he's the only one who would feel different to them. Morgana explained. The student looked like he was considering the options much more seriously than Carl would have thought necessary, then he spoke again in a suspicious tone. Are we certain that he isn't actually a monster hiding in human form, like a transformation spell? The terrified boy asked. Carl laughed, and Lotus smirked. No, we had him checked, 100% human. It might have occurred to the doctors at the rehab hospital that he could be a polymorphed spy as well. Carl put a hand over his heart and looked offended. Such little faith in my abilities. If I were truly a monster, how could gentle souls like Ray and Remy stand to be around me? I've been framed, I tell you. The elites who weren't part of his group all froze in place, slowly blinking as they tried to process the fact that he had used the opinion of a venomous Naga spirit snake and a bloodbath spider to vouch for his credentials as a human. But more than that, he called the bloodbath spider a gentle soul. Remy, they could believe. She was actually rather adorable if you weren't terrified of snakes. But Ray? Her favorite pastime was making it rain blood. I think you need better character references. Morgana informed Carl with an exaggerated sigh. Well, I'm not sure anyone would take the word of a war cleric or Lotus on the topic, and Dana went somewhere with Ophelia. Carl shrugged. Lotus frowned. Why does Tessa get her profession mentioned, but I get called out by name? Because the reason nobody takes you seriously is that you're Lotus, not because you're a nature priestess. Your choice of goddess is like a side effect of you being you. Carl explained. Lotus frowned, then smiled happily. You know, that's right. Nature priestesses become nature priestesses because we're already like this. It's a calling right from the start, not something that we learn. You think that the red dragon's favor is something that is learned? Tessa asked as Lotus finished her speech. Lotus started to nod, then frowned. You know, I recall that you traumatized a boy so much that he runs away and cries every time someone mentions your name, and that was before you were confirmed as an acolyte of the Red Dragon. Maybe you have always been like that. Carl laughed at the memory of meeting the man they were referring to. The young cleric had been quite arrogant when Carl was making that book for the Blue Dragon High Priestess, but the mention of Tessa and Lotus had sent him running. The ascended rank warrior who had remained on the ground to stay further from Remy looked around at Carl's group in dismay. What I'm taking from this is that you're all a bit odd. Maybe that's the secret. All of the most powerful elites have strong personalities. Those who don't, seem to get stuck at awakened and then don't really progress. He noted. Are you saying that you have a strong personality? Lotus asked, looking down at him. He nodded. Yes. And an intense fear of snakes. Who could hate me? I'm adorable. Remy asked. Carl smiled, and Morgana looked between him and the snake. She just got offended that someone called her scary, didn't she? I've never seen her try to act cute and offended at the same time. The witch doctor laughed. Is that what she's going for? She just looks offended, like she slithered in something foul. One of the nearby mages joked. Remy tilted her head, wondering what she was doing wrong that they weren't getting the message. See, that is adorable. The other just looks offended. The mage added. Does everyone suddenly speak snake? The snake-phobic warrior asked, backing away as he rose to his feet so that there were two other people between him and Remy. She's really good at it. Out of all the beasts I've ever met, I think only my pet dog and Thor are better at conveying emotion, but Thor only knows happy and playful. Mick joked, with a gesture toward Thor, who was playing kickball with some of the students. Off-duty students may now return to your regular schedule. The radio announcement sent everyone walking toward camp, leaving only about a tenth of their total number along the front lines. All right, Carl is with me, and I think the rest of you already have your assignments. Oh, Mick is with us as well. I'm doing the ancient history lessons today. Morgana informed them. Great, straight from rock dust in combat to super dry history lessons. Mick sighed. Carl patted him on the shoulder. It's not that bad. Morgana finds the interesting parts of history to bring up. Though some of that is certainly because I'm most interested in the parts that might lead to system relics and rare resources for the beasts. Well, that has to be better than Professor Jones' descriptions of his time spent exploring the catacombs under the Capitol. How can you spend 40 years on a career without a notable accomplishment? Mick sighed. Well, at least I don't need to worry about that. I have found a number of cool things already. Carl replied. Morgana gave Carl a sharp look, but he knew most of it couldn't be mentioned. The dungeon in the hills near the frost giant border wasn't classified, though. There was a mission, not long before the war started, where I went to investigate an anomaly, and it turned out to be a combination of Yeti magic and a dungeon instance that had appeared beneath a cavern complex. There was a whole trial challenge series, and a village of dark elves, plus the dungeon instance itself. That's where I found Remy as an egg. Carl explained. If they were already enthralled in the story, they would remember more of the lesson. Let's start there today. Why don't you describe the architecture, and we will try to match it to an era and region. Morgana decided. Carl focused on the interior of the dark elf city, the mushrooms, the glowing fungus, the crystals, and finally the dark black angular buildings. One by one, he described every element of the city as they had encountered it, with the beasts filling in any gaps they thought were important. For example, Thor insisted that it was important they note that the short glowing grass smelled like mint, and Ray noted that the black buildings had been painted with blood in the past, but the stone itself was black, so you couldn't see it. Both of those were good points, and they helped Morgana narrow down the era and region that they had seen replicated in the dungeon, even though the Dark Elves made it fairly obvious who had built the city. When he got to the man standing on the platform, preaching about the dungeon being open for the people of the city, and more specifically his outfit, Morgana knew exactly when and where Carl had been sent to. But she wouldn't tell them right away, and she had the two students search through the books for clues until they got to the section on the cult of the Dark Light Host. They were believed to have been a world-dominating army just over 100,000 years prior, and they were alternately believed by some historians to be the precursors to the World Dragon Church. According to their beliefs, the World Dragon had not been born as a world dragon, and he had actually been an ancient eldritch being, from the species that had helped create many of the worlds that the great pantheons ruled over. They believed that it was only when he decided to devote himself to protecting the world that the world dragon had changed forms, taking on the aspects that were needed to obtain divinity and grant his blessing over the world. That didn't match with what the World Dragon Church taught, but it didn't directly conflict with it either, as there were no teachings about the start of this world in specific among church doctrines, only that the dragon gods often chose or created worlds to watch over. According to the textbook, many of the ancient civilizations believed that the Dark Light Host had come to this world and slowly conquered the entire planet, bringing with them the power of the system and the ancient training grounds, now more commonly known as the magical dungeons. So, it's basically a fairy tale of the origin of the world? Mick asked. More or less. It might be true, but there isn't any solid evidence. The fact that Carl actually saw one of them interacting with the ancient dark elves and opening a dungeon portal for them is the closest thing to proof of their existence that I've ever heard of. Everything else about them is told as a legend, an oral history or religious belief passed down through the ages, and those aren't always historically accurate after 100,000 years. Morgana explained. What is with the grass, though? Thor insists it's important to remind you about the grass. Carl insisted, then took a blade out, as Thor had kept some for himself. Where did you get that? Morgana demanded, eyes wide with shock. From Thor's space. He kept some as we passed by. My skills say it's not a growth resource for any of my beasts, so it's just growing there, looking pretty. Carl explained. It does smell like mint. Mick agreed, as he examined the faintly glowing blade of grass. Do you have any idea what that is worth? Morgana demanded, her voice rising through the octaves. I don't even know what it is. I couldn't find it in any of the books. Carl replied evenly, not sure why she was getting hysterical. It was an awakened rank magical resource, not even a great food source for a commander rank lightning Sero. Morgana put on a pair of latex gloves and gently took the blade of grass from Carl's hands to put it in a sealed jar. She looked so relieved that it was safe that Remy couldn't resist, and picked one from her swamp, which she had planted from the ones in Thor's field, and came out to give Morgana another one. There are more of them. Thank you, Remy, but I can't take your treasure. Morgana informed the snake. Remy just put it in her hands, then smiled and returned to her space. It is literally growing in her swamp. She planted it near her altar because the glow makes for a pretty backlight at night. Carl explained. So this will grow back? Morgana asked. Yeah, fairly quickly, if I recall correctly. It's one of the plants that Thor needs to prune so it doesn't spread out of its allocated space. Carl explained. Well, this should prove that you were really in the Underdark. This is black elf grass. It only grows deep underground, and it is considered to be very nearly extinct. There are dozens of disguise and anti-aging potions that can't be made without it. You've likely never heard of the deep light face creams, but a jar goes for more than the average house, and this is the primary ingredient. Morgana explained. Carl winked at the witch doctor. Aren't you a bit young to be worrying about anti-aging products? Mick chuckled with his hand covering his mouth. Indeed, Morgana still looked her age, and she would be under 19 if she had just graduated. Even among the elites, who were all of the younger generation, she was among the youngest. Morgana smiled. I don't care about face creams. But I am a witch doctor. One of my abilities allows me to make a transformation potion with that grass. I have been looking for it for ages, and now I have not just one but 2 whole blades. My magic can fully transform someone for 1 full moon cycle. Not just their face's appearance, their entire appearance. Mick gave a low whistle of appreciation, and Carl smiled. Just think. Lotus could be not short for an entire moon cycle. Carl noted. Why not just say tall? Mick asked. It's magic, not a miracle. Morgana laughed. It's a commander rank potion. It could have you and Lotus swap appearances for the duration if you both used it. Carl considered that for a moment. She would go insane with jealousy, seeing her own body get to pet all the monsters whenever I wanted. Morgana couldn't help but laugh at the mental image of Carl transformed into Lotus, taunting her by playing with monsters all day long while she was stuck as him with no monsters. That's evil in a whole new way that I hadn't even considered. Only a nature priestess could be tortured that way. The witch doctor replied, shaking her head in dismay. Mick nodded. I don't see the issue, though the guy who freaked out about Remy could be tortured that way, I'm certain. It would be like watching a live-action nightmare. Or the Bimbo Brigade, they're all terrified of spiders. Morgana gave him a concerned look. Sorry, they're a group of girls from the senior class who are extra bitchy to us nerdy sorts. They've all got high-paying corporate careers lined up from their ultra-wealthy families, and I'm a favorite target, since I went bald long before I shaved my head. Mick explained. Carl patted him on the shoulder. I should introduce you to a good friend of mine, Skittles. He specializes in helping people work through internalized issues. If you ask High Priest Doug Mackenzie, he should be able to hook you up with a good referral after all this on the border is finished. Mick smiled. His name is Skittles. Carl shook his head. No, it's just a nickname that the High Priest gave him, but it stuck, and it's better than his actual name. He's also a nature priest, and very relaxed about any sort of issue you want to work through. Very easy to talk to. I will talk to the High Priest later, I know who you mean. He's here as a teacher now, right? Wilderness survival, if I recall. Carl and Morgana both nodded, while the witch doctor worked to keep her thoughts on Doug Mackenzie as a person to herself. Carl seemed to recall that there was something between Mick or his group and Doug's sisters, but he let that thought fade. If it were important, it would come back to him later. Alright, let's get back to the lesson. Now, we have found the basics about the Dark Light host, so what we need to get into are the building styles of that era, where many of the world's dungeons, instances, and magical trials were founded. Morgana diverted them back on topic. After an afternoon of lessons, Carl was ready for a good meal and a full night's sleep. His group wasn't on defense detail today, so they had all night to themselves unless there was an attack that made it past the artillery and the roaming scouts that the army had in front of them. It was a strange feeling not having a battle to go to in the morning, or other immediate obligations. Carl and the other students only had classes in the afternoon, while the clerics helped out all day at the treatment facility or the kitchens, depending on their preference. So, when the sun was already well above the horizon, Carl finally dragged himself out of bed and found a vigilant new group headed to the line, prepared for whatever the hill giants threw at them. They were all well aware that the situation could change in seconds, and the first barrage of an attack was often the most deadly, as the defenders could be caught off guard and the bombardment might make it through their spells. It was standard to relax the defensive barriers when they weren't under attack, so the mages had more mana available when they actually needed it. But that came with the risk that they wouldn't increase them enough to block the first incoming spells when the attack did come. First up was breakfast, then a bit of physical conditioning training with the other students, with everyone making sure that while they did get their necessary workout, they weren't too tired to answer if the call came that an attack was imminent. Mostly it was maintenance weightlifting, stretches, calisthenics, and so on. That kept all the muscles in peak form, without burning so much energy that they would lose combat effectiveness. Then, after lunch, it was back to history and geography lessons with Morgana, but this time accompanied by a dozen other mages, who were also taking the geography class. Are history and geography not a normal warrior class education path? Like, do they just show up in places and add them to their mental knowledge when they arrive? Carl asked as he looked around at all the other students in the group. One of the mages laughed. Actually, you might be onto something. If the warriors need to know something about an area, they learn when they arrive, or it's in the mission briefing. These classes are usually for the ones who have no intentions of going there themselves, or the ones who are the most interested in what they will find there. So, we have a couple of other treasure seekers, mostly after legendary magical items, and you, who is here for what? Monster food? Perhaps signs of a legendary divine beast's nest for your next companion. If you can, I recommend looking for the nest of the rocks that attacked the other day. They're like a transport and aerial attack force combined, and they're seriously powerful. Carl considered that idea. A huge flying transport would actually be quite convenient. However, the rocks were commander rank beasts, just like Ray, and if he was going to use the beast's growth to push everyone to the next level, he would need something that was guaranteed to have a higher potential than that. Remy might, there was no telling what power level her parents were at, as she was created inside a dungeon, and the magic of those places was unpredictable. She might be royal rank, or she might peak right where she was at as ascended. But the fact that she was born ascended rank did suggest that she had a lot of potential, even if she was slower to grow to adulthood than the others. Honestly, Carl was in no hurry to add anyone more to their team. If he made it to royal rank, he would have the ability to add another space, but as long as everyone was growing smoothly, he would take his time and try to find just the right beast and not hurry to find another member. Or perhaps fate would do it for him. Likely in egg form, if past experience was anything to go by. Alright, the first thing we will start with are the known ancient excavations within the Golden Dragon Nation. Those are the safest of the regions to explore, and while they have been more extensively visited, they are also a guide point to your future explorations. Each of them will give you an idea by their location and construction of what the continent looked like at the time that they were built. Some of them were built along rivers that no longer exist, and that gives us an idea of where else we should be searching for similar relics. In the past, most nations built along rivers for the abundant water sources. So, following ancient riverbeds and lakes found at known sites is an essential skill to the study of ancient geography. For example, who is familiar with the ruins of the World Dragon Temple at Witten in the Beastkin lands? Morgana asked, then paused to see if anyone was familiar with the story. Carl had never heard of it, but one of the mages had. I heard that it's still occupied by World Dragon priests, and they say that it has always been. Like forever, as long as there are records, the Witten Temple has been occupied. He answered. Exactly. According to the World Dragon clerics, it is one of the original World Dragon temples, and while it has been destroyed during attacks a number of times, rebuilt and renovated, every map ever produced shows it in the same spot. Morgana explained. She brought out a map book and began to flip through the pages for them, with the book tilted on a stand, so they could all see. The originals of these maps are all thousands of years apart, and as you can see, the oldest don't show Chiptonrith Lake, but a massive desert. But here in the middle, some of them show a much larger inland sea. The students looked confused. But isn't the lake hundreds of meters deep? Like, so deep that no light reaches the bottom of the deepest parts? Morgana nodded. That is correct, but apparently, that was not always the case. What happened has been lost to history, but we do know that at some point during the end of the system era, entire mountain ranges were leveled, while others were formed. That might be the case for the desert. The aftermath of a battle between demigods might have made the crater that became an inland sea, and then eventually leveled out to a massive lake. One of the mages laughed. So, geography is a history lesson as well. Morgana smiled. It's inevitable, really. Even the borders are a history story, and the frost giant border is about to be rewritten after this war. Where it will end up is a mystery, but the new territory claimed by the magma dragon around the erupted volcano will most likely gain its own territorial notation. Now, as you can see, the largest population center is obviously the capital, but there are others along the rivers, especially ones with deep water all the way to Chiptonrith Lake. In better times, that was a major trade route between not only us and the Beastkin nation, but also down the great river through the wilds and to the ocean. Now, most ocean shipping goes overland to the shore, which is both slower and more dangerous, as it puts goods perilously close to the frost giant nation, who has a much larger oceanfront. One of the students pointed at the wilds, the officially unclaimed lands between the Beastkin nation's southern border and the ocean. The wilds borders extended all along the southern end of the Beastkin nation, and the marked west side of Golden Dragon nation's claim as the territory reached south toward the ocean. Why haven't there been efforts to claim the wilds? I mean, we could have more ocean access to ship around the continent, and get supplies. One of the other students asked. There have been. What we managed to claim from the monsters was that narrow strip at the south of the nation. Even that is difficult to hold, and there are constant battles around the border as the monsters try to take back their natural territory. If not for the constant effort, we would be completely landlocked. Morgana explained. Carl didn't know how much of what they used came from other nations, but he did recall that many of the coal mines were in the southern hills. Even if it weren't for the ocean access, that region was still of significant importance to the people. The next morning, there was no attack on their section of the line, but the hill giants tested other sections further west down the border. It was oddly serene, with the artillery in the distance giving a steady thunder, nearly below hearing, setting a rhythm for the day's activities. Physical training, a rotation on the front line, where Carl waited patiently for something to happen, and then classes in the afternoon. The following day was an afternoon rotation on the line, so he had classes in the morning. The third day he was off the line again, so he had the morning free to train and work on his meditation to build the strength of his beasts. By the sixth day without an attack on the line, it was becoming a smooth routine, but Carl was becoming nervous. They hadn't hit the hill giants that hard, so they weren't retreating because of the casualties. No, they were up to something, and their earth magic kept the Golden Dragon army from sending scout planes far enough inland to find out where they were massing troops. Every tiny village had at least one elder who had been taught the trick to anti-aircraft fire, and it didn't take much to shoot down the scout planes. You look twitchy. Tessa noted as they finished dinner in the fort. They hadn't eaten dinner in the mess hall since the first day, only breakfast and lunch, so that they would be able to keep up with the news and orders more easily. The food was mostly canned everything. Even the bread came from cans. The idea was that it would lessen the strain on the clerics, so they could just heal and not worry about dealing with the food supply, but the quality of the long-duration preserved foods wasn't always all that great. Some things were. The preserved eggs cooked as well as any, and the barbecue beans were just as good as they were fresh out of the pot. The canned potatoes were fine, but the green beans were atrocious, and everyone avoided them like the plague unless they had been heavily spiced or drenched in a sauce. In comparison, the dinner that Tessa and Lotus came up with was always fresh, including the meat that Carl donated to the process. Some of the meat sources hadn't been as good as others, but there were still quite a few of the giant pigs, and those were outstanding. Carl had considered sharing one with the line, but Hawk was resistant to the idea, and they had eventually come to a compromise. It was Carl's birthday in 2 more days, and Hawk had agreed to donate a pig to the meal, so the line could throw a proper party. Nobody in the mines could really afford birthday parties that were more extravagant than a cake with friends, so that was their tradition. But with a whole academy full of elites, they could throw a full-on barbecue, and trick the students into eating up one of the rocks, which Hawk found entirely too stringy for his tastes. They tasted vaguely like chicken, and weren't unpleasant, but if you didn't marinate and deep-fry them, their natural state was almost a jerky. That meant Hawk, who liked his food raw, was out of luck. The frying was an essential step to making them edible. So, on the 7th day after their arrival, the day before his birthday, Carl went to talk to the mess hall's leader, the professor from the culinary arts department. "Professor Palm, could you spare me a moment? I would like to make a request and a donation for tomorrow's lunch." Carl greeted the aging chef. She smiled at him, but the look on her face was full of suspicion, and she was ready to tell him to get the hell out of her kitchen at any moment. "Tomorrow is my birthday, and I have saved one of the giant pigs from the frost giants, as well as the body of one of the rocks. I would like to have the rock brined and deep fried, and the pig slaughtered and smoked for a barbecue feast at lunch. I know that we have plenty of beans and salad to go with it, and everyone loves a good barbecue." Carl explained, before she could yell at him for wasting her time. "Put the pig on the table and let's see it. We've got 1,000 mouths to feed here," she insisted. Carl looked at the prep table and shook his head. "It is a giant pig from the frost giant nation. It's larger than Thor, and it certainly won't fit on the table. Then the floor over there. That tarp has been sanitized," she offered. Carl brought out the pig, and the chef gasped in delight, before realizing that they didn't have nearly enough smokers to accomplish the task. They could make some of them easily enough, as they had hundreds of raw metal barrels that were used to transport ammunition and supplies for the artillery units. Or, they could wrap it and pit smoke it. That seemed like it would be the easier option. "I will get the workers on the smoke pit right away. Did you say that you still had one of the bodies of a rock?" "We've gone through the one that was brought back to me after the battle already." Carl nodded. "It's not plucked or anything, but it has been in the equivalent of stasis, so it's still fresh." The cook nodded slowly, lost in meal planning. "I will get the kitchens on the salads after breakfast, and the meat will need to be in the smokers by midnight, but if you cut me off 100 kilos of breast meat from the rock, we should have plenty to cover for a party. The smoked meat will be the main attraction. The students get enough fried chicken equivalents in their daily meals, and that's the only way those birds are edible." Hawk gave a smug squawk as the chef agreed with his opinion, then sliced off a large slab of meat for Carl to pass to the chef. This one fit on the table, though it took most of it, and Professor Palm nodded in satisfaction. "I don't know how your preservation system works, but that looks as fresh as if the beast had just died. However, that giant pig hasn't been cleaned or gutted, so I need to work. Get out of my kitchen and come back tomorrow." Carl had been expecting that. She had wanted to kick him out from the moment that he had entered, and there had to be some satisfaction in doing it now, even if she was going to help him with his request for an academy-wide birthday party. Sure, it seemed excessive, but with the majority of the academy here on station, he couldn't really leave anyone out without looking like a massive jerk, so he had to prevail upon the main kitchens to get his barbecue. It didn't take long for word of the party to spread through the camp. Carl knew that nobody actually cared that it was his birthday. But they did care that there was going to be better than usual food for them. The army wasn't going to send tons of fresh boar meat to them, likely ever. That wasn't the sort of thing that you got on the front lines, where most of the meals were prepackaged and came with instructions for cooking in the standardized company kitchen. The academy could have brought their own gear, but the army already had supplies ready, so they had chosen to use what was available. The only one that Carl hadn't gotten on board with the "let's party for my birthday" plan so far was Morgana, who insisted that having a birthday was no excuse for skipping an entire day of training. They had a good, reliable schedule, and he would get all the attention that he could handle during the lunch break. So, it wouldn't be a full day of slacking, but a morning shift on the line, and then a barbecue, before he had to go back to history lessons. Or perhaps geography, though the lines between the two did seem to get rather blurry when you were discussing how the geography had been changed. Still, Carl settled into his hammock with a relaxed mind, ready to begin the precious few weeks when he could claim not to be the youngest person in the camp. Until her birthday, Dana would have that honor. The next morning, Carl woke to a surprise birthday present from the last person in the world that he thought would give him a gift. The Hill Giants. The attack alarm started to blare just before dawn, alerting all forces to come to the front lines. Carl was on morning shift, so they would have been headed there anyhow, but not for another 2 hours. That must have been why the Hill Giants attacked now, when the pre-dawn twilight made it hard to spot them, and when the night shift would be at their most inattentive, just before they had to look professional as the next shift woke up, and the morning light revealed them to the eyes of supervisors. Carl and his team equipped their armor, and Carl called out the beasts to serve as mounts for the run across the distance between the camp and their assigned position. They made it with plenty of time to spare, as the first arrivals of the attack were on the far flank, going after the artillery battery, and there were no hill giants in range of his position. "Hawk, get some altitude and see what's holding up our side of the party," Carl ordered. Everyone was here, and the golems were summoned, but there were no targets within a kilometer of this end of the position. Hawk soared out over the lines and started to relay enemy positions back to Carl. "We have more giants coming. They've got 3 forces. The one that is fighting, the one coming to reinforce those ones, then the one coming from the far right that should be headed to our side of the line after we send our reinforcements away," he narrated. Carl passed that information along to Morgana, who relayed it to the teachers in charge of strategy. The best that was likely to happen was that a few extra troops would be left at this end of the line, as the reinforcement of the side which was actively under attack would take priority. But every little bit would count, and the third hit was intended to be against the weakest portion of the line, so they could breach the lines of warriors defending the much softer mages and devastate the human defenses. They all understood that their position was important, but watching the other end of the line fighting while they waited for the order to do something, even to adjust the lines and attack the flank, was beyond frustrating to the students on Carl's end. However, they were in for the biggest shock of the day. The hill giants had sent an actual strike force to them, and they were in for a much more serious fight than the other end. Morgana looked over at Carl. 2 royal rank leaders, 50 commanders and a whole company of ascended hill giants. Did you do something personal to them? Carl chuckled, and the rest of his team looked at him like it was a very real possibility. Not that I can think of offhand. But we've got a whole line of elites here, and we still outnumber them. Carl replied. Ollie, the swarthy warrior on Colonel Wilkes' half of the team, gave Carl a concerned look. You do understand that there are 2 royal rank hill giants there, right? What are we going to do against that? When they charge at the back of the line, we're not going to be able to break their earth magic barriers in time, we will be too busy dealing with the commanders. From behind the line, Tank came jogging over with a pair of other warrior class teachers. We will take care of the royal rank hill giants until you've handled the others, the oversized berserker declared. Carl shook his head. I will come with you, and Hawk can help us from above. The others will stay with the line. 2-on-1 is a more evenly balanced fight. Tank shrugged, and prepared to move as the hill giant line charged at them. Shall we, gentlemen? Carl asked, taking out his bow. On Carl's mark, begin the attack. The section leader announced over the radio. Carl buffed himself up and focused on the line. Remember where the leaders are, it's going to become difficult to see them. Carl reminded the team. Chain lightning gave the arrows range, while blizzard added the shredding ice damage and blocked the view of the attacking giants. Carl wasn't aiming at them, though. He was burying the arrows into the dirt in front of them, letting the lightning arc, and the blizzard spread over their section of the battlefield. That meant their mages and archers were firing blind as well, but the wall of snow and ice gave them a rangefinder to their much larger targets, and as the hill giants began to emerge, Carl sent out another wave, moving the barrier forward. That put the front line in range of the majority of the mages, while the hill giants' stone attacks were horribly inaccurate, with a full half of them missing the line entirely. Tank looked into the ranks of hill giants, now that they were close enough to see them through the snow. All right, let's go. First rank forward, pikes up. The zone leader ordered. The pikes rushed forward into the hill giants, and Carl switched to his maul. Everyone, stay here and protect the group. Ray, make sure nothing happens to Tessa and Ophelia on the front row. I'm feeling artsy today. Ray replied, sounding somewhat distracted. Fine, make an art installation in the clearing when you've got time. But don't let anyone smash our team members. Ray's mental smirk let Carl know that he had been hoodwinked, and she only wanted to find a way to get him to agree to it. That didn't slow his advance. Ray would follow instructions and build her art when she had spare time, likely while the hill giants were regrouping for a second charge. He moved in a defensive formation with the other 3 commander-rank warriors, but when Carl and the rest of the response team advanced, the hill giants spread, leaving them a clear path to the leaders. "Oh, this is bad news," Tank muttered as they rushed past the ascended rank hill giants. "I'm not saying this is a trap, but this is a trap," Carl agreed. The other teachers shook their head in dismay, realizing that someone still had to stop these 2 hill giant leaders from attacking the front lines, as their earth magic would devastate the mages if they got any closer. "Ray, send your golems forward to keep a hole open behind us," Carl instructed. The hill giants behind them were mostly ascended, and the commanders in the attack force were spread out to make a pincer and push at the students' weak points when the strongest defenders moved to fight the royal rank giants. Ray was happy to help with that, and she brought Dana and Mick's golems along with Colonel Wilkes' fire elementals forward with her. That made a solid breach in the hill giant lines, and the warriors pushed up into it, keeping Tank's team as the spearhead of the counterattack. That was what the royal rank giants were hoping for. Now they just needed their leaders to defeat these 4, and have their commander-rank teams push through the extended lines, and they would be into the mages. But they quickly realized it would not be that easy. When Tank raged, he grew scales. Then, brutality took effect on him, and he grew from 250 centimeters to 350 centimeters instantly. That still only made him a little under waist high on a hill giant, but the extra strength made him a very scary opponent. Carl heard a musical giggle in his mind, and realized that Morgana had found a new way of working with Remy. She had planted an ankh-topped staff in the ground for Remy to put the totems on, and the spirit snake had wrapped around it, leaving the witch doctor one hand free to cast her spells, which mostly required a gesture to activate. Carl and Tank split up to engage the royal rank giants, with the other teachers falling in beside them. Carl would pair with a double blade-wielding warrior, who dressed like an agility type in light armor, while Tank got the defensive warrior. It was a good combo for the berserker, who didn't really care what was in the path of his axe. Carl aimed his maul at the hill giant's club, forcing the creature to change trajectory to avoid finding out what Carl had enchanted his weapon with. The power rolling off Carl's weapon felt stronger than a commander should be able to manage, and that put the royal rank giant on edge. The hill giants had been informed in advance that this end of the line had the army's leadership team, and that they were commanders, but there wasn't much other information for them to go on. The fact that Carl was aiming to shatter the giant's weapon right from the first strike seemed to make it obvious that he had a weapon-shattering technique, but, shatter, didn't only work on weapons, but on anything that it hit. The vibrations would cause bones to break just as effectively as it caused a wooden club to break. That distraction let the other warrior get behind the target, and score the first strike of the battle, cutting a line down the hill giant's lightly armored back as Carl kept it distracted. The giant turned to swing at the agile warrior, and Carl backed up, switching back to his bow to plug a flaming body, infused arrow into the enormous target. It was like shooting at a house from the middle of the lawn, impossible to miss. The giant stepped forward to keep both targets in sight, and Carl backed up again, drawing the giant behind the lines where it could receive no reinforcements, before he was forced to switch back to his two-handed blade to deflect a flurry of attacks that he wasn't fast enough with the maul to handle. The teacher took advantage of the opening again, slicing the back of a knee, and going for a spot at the armpit where the giant's crude armor exposed a weakness. The giant moved too quickly for that strike to land, and the warrior went rolling as he was clipped by a swing of the club. "Ray, golems, now!" Carl ordered as he aimed a strike for the giant's left knee. His blade and the giant's club met a shower of sparks from flaming body, leaving the two of them deadlocked for a split second before the pair of spider golems landed on the hill giant's shoulders and began to shred his face and back. He reared back and flailed viciously at the attackers, throwing the first one deep into the hill giant lines, but his movement left him vulnerable, and Carl struck upwards, hitting him at the gap between his hanging waist armor and his chest plate. The flaming blade buried in the hill giant to the hilt, and Carl used it as a conduit to cast first, chain lightning, then, blizzard, from the inside. The giant made a gurgling noise for a moment before his movements slowed, and the spider golem deprived him of his head. Then Ray was on the scene, prepared to begin her art exhibition. She had prepared a dozen commander rank hill giant bodies on pikes, which she slammed into the ground, standing them up as grotesque mannequins, before she used her silk to tie the leader up by his arms between two of the commanders, leaving the body spread eagle and standing upright, but headless. "What the hell are you doing?" Carl heard Morgana shouting from behind him, as every hill giant in the area turned to him with rage in their eyes. He just made a "come and get it" gesture, and then charged forward, firing arrows into the closest few commander rank hill giants, who no longer cared about tactics, and only wanted vengeance. The bow was quickly replaced with the maul, shattering a knee, and then crushing a rib cage before the falling hill giant had even reached the ground. Then Carl retreated, forcing the attackers to come at him one at a time through the small gap around Tank and his partner, who were still dealing with their enraged royal rank opponent. It was more intent on getting to Carl than on fighting them, and they were hacking it apart, but it didn't seem to care. Tessa glowed with the red light of the war dragon's favor, and Thor's defensive blessing increased in size, granting everyone near the macabre display the benefits of circle of protection. The lightning Sero charged straight for the second royal rank giant, who never even saw him coming before it was flung from its feet and set upon by two massive front feet and an enraged berserker. But this time, the hill giant lines didn't break and retreat. They were fighting as hard as they could, but without any sense of cohesion or tactics, and as often as not, their strikes were interfering with the fights of those next to them, throwing off timing, deflecting blows and causing arguments in the attacking line. The students' defensive lines closed the gap as Tank and his partner retreated to catch their breath, and the spider golems darted off to cause chaos in the hill giant attack. Well, that's one way to get them worked up. They're not going to forget this. The defensive warrior with Tank noted. I hope not. The point of an object lesson is for them to remember it. They lost 2 royal rank giants today, and we didn't lose a command squad member. The hill giants that survive will spread the word that we're taunting them, and the next waves will hesitate as they attack, allowing us more time to hit them from a distance. 9 out of 10 storytelling. If you can't blind them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. Tessa called from her spot on Thor's back. Hey, who is telling the story here? Me or you? Carl shouted back. Thor laughed and stomped around, motivating the warriors nearby, while Seamus started on a new song for inspiration. He had moved up a little, standing in the enlarged gap between the warriors and the mages, where everyone could see and hear him while he jammed out on his lute. Thor brayed happily, and Tessa let out a very draconic roar while holding her spear high. Carl had continued to fire his arrows now that nothing was getting through to his position in front of Ray's art installation, and even Morgana had come up to join them, though she looked less than impressed with their antics. The clerics along their portion of the line were advancing as well, far enough that they could work together to cast an area heal over the whole spearhead of the line, while Lotus worked to keep her area, refresh, spell active. Dana led a group of mages forwards, putting them in range of more giants with their area attack spells. That thinned the front row of attackers, giving the warriors a moment's rest, while the hill giants further down the line began to panic at the pair of royal rank spider golems who were going berserk among the ascended rank fighters. They weren't even trying to fight the commanders, they were just maiming and crippling as many as possible, then running away to do it again when anything challenged them. Does Ray have anger management issues? Morgana asked as she stared at the impaled hill giants in the middle of the human formation. No, why do you ask? She gave a meaningful look at the display, and Carl began to laugh. That's her latest art exhibition. Pretty, isn't it? Remy looked at the row of corpses for a second, and placed her next round of totems on the second-to-last giant's head on both sides, then nodded with satisfaction. That was much prettier. Visually balanced, and spitting fireballs, for the true interactive experience. Hawk laughed at her idea before dipping into his space as a massive barrage of rocks from the back lines converged on him, and then reappeared to continue hurling fireballs at them from the other side of the formation. "This is a fun game. We should make them mad more often," he suggested. "I think we're going to be in enough trouble for this time. But look on the bright side, all those reinforcements from the other end of the line are coming this way. Well, at least the ones that can still walk. The spider golems have been busy," Carl informed the happy bird. They also weren't dead yet. They were over a kilometer away, by Carl's estimation, and they were still going wild. "You're lost in your conversation with the beasts again. The line is signaling the retreat, the hill giants are disengaging," Dana informed Carl as he finished mentally searching for the spider golems. "Right, sorry." He had still been shooting, but he had noticed the target selections were getting a bit slim. "Ray, move your art installation back indoors. We're done here. Grab the shiny stuff, it's still on the bodies, but it will drop when I take them," she replied. Carl wasn't certain what she meant, but a club and dagger, plus a necklace, dropped to the ground when the royal rank giant disappeared. Carl scooped them up, and the necklace immediately bonded to him, while his sword rejected the other weapons to the point that he almost dropped them. "Tessa, do you mind holding these for me? They're causing a repulsion reaction from my bonded blade." Tessa tossed the weapons into the pouches that were built into the harness Thor was wearing, left over from their last battle and equipped by him when he left his space, so his knight would have a saddle. Then the group retreated to their original positions after Hawk grabbed the last royal rank hill giant into his space for safekeeping. He didn't really want it, they tasted awful, but the warriors had already looted it, so there was no point in letting the giants recover the bodies of their leaders. For half an hour, they waited while the survivors of the hill giant attack retreated, taking their wounded and most of their dead with them. That was something that the frost giants didn't do, and Carl wondered if there were hill giant clerics who could resurrect their fallen. He hadn't seen any sign of them in combat, but they might be somewhere in the back, as anything beyond the front lines was their undisputed territory. Once the whistles blew to inform them that they could retreat from the line to their regular morning duties, the students breathed a sigh of relief, and Carl took a comfortable seat on a nearby rock. His team was still on duty this morning, and the battle had lasted long enough for shift change to have occurred, as the sun was now well above the horizon. Tank sat down on the rock next to him and looked up at the sky. "Good work out there. That ambush with the spider golems was pure poetry." The berserker congratulated him. "I didn't know that you had the chance to see it. It worked just as well as I had hoped. There isn't much on an average battlefield that can stop them." Carl replied with a smile. "That wasn't actually why I stayed back. I know the others think that the way my size increased in combat was one of my skills, but that was you, wasn't it?" Tank asked. Carl nodded. "Yeah, it's the same skill that I use on myself and the beasts. You're bestial enough when you rage that it will affect you as well. It also works on Ophelia, we just didn't see it because she was behind us. The skill is called brutality, an increase of 10% in both size and strength per rank of the user. Do you think that you could teach that to me? I heard that you can make skill books of the skills that you know." Tank asked, becoming more eager by the word. "Sure, if someone brings over paper and ink, that's all I need for that one. Or we can do it after I'm off shift." Tank shook his head with a glance toward the hill giant side of the line. "They're likely coming back. If there is one thing that you are truly talented at, it has to be the art of angering the giants. We've heard from our scouts that the frost giants are still looking for you, and they're not giving up. I don't know how they pieced it together, but they realized that the team who was ambushing their reinforcements was the same one that had killed their royal rank elder." Then Tank sent a brief message over the radio, requesting supplies for inscription, and the two patiently watched the horizon for signs of movement. "I heard that you had the ability to learn more skills after the frost giant incident, have you learned them yet?" Tank asked after a few minutes of silence. "Yeah, brutality was one of them. I also learned skills that add impact damage to all my physical hits. It's a bit like earthquake, but internally," Carl explained. That sounds messy. No wonder they were so wary of that mall. What comes next for your skills? Carl shrugged. I have two options: I can learn some basic defensive skills, or I can learn one that gives my pets a chance to evolve their skills up a tier. Like, fireball to flame storm, or stun to petrify. It's just a chance when you learn it? Tank asked, confused as to the nature of the skill. Carl shook his head. No, it's an increasing chance every time they use the skill. I don't have the ability to get it yet, but the way that my luck goes, it won't be long. If it could advance them a rank, that would be even better. The berserker sighed. I've already learned that skill. Did you ever wonder why two spider golems can move through ascended rank hill giants like knives through warm butter? It's because that is a royal rank skill. Ray is still a commander rank beast, but that one skill increase is enough that hill giants one rank below her aren't even a challenge for the golems. Carl explained. And you didn't think to mention that to anyone? Carl smiled gently and patted the enormous berserker on his massive shoulder. I have come to realize that academy instructors are very different from politicians and bureaucrats. Telling you means I'll receive new courses better suited for my training. Telling them means they'll find a reason to say that I have royal rank combat power and should be reassigned to more dangerous battlefields. And I don't have that level of power yet. The maximum cap is still much lower than an actual royal rank monster, but the energy efficiency is up there. Tank nodded. I get it. It's an overpowered skill, but when Ray is actually a royal rank monster it will be better. You have to be getting pretty close yourself, though. I'm not on the weak side of commander, and you didn't have any trouble keeping up with me. It shouldn't be too much longer. I just need to keep building the strength of my mental spaces, so the beasts will advance. I think that once the Space Force's Remy to advance to commander, we should be very close. Remy got excited about that. She was almost there, she could feel it. The next time that she shed her skin, she would likely advance. She was thinking about all the wonderful things that she might be able to do as a commander rank snake when the runner arrived with the supplies for Carl to start making books. The class skills were simple to transcribe, and brutality didn't need anything but blood, which they had a plentiful supply of. What are you filling the pen with? Tank asked as Carl got to work. Oh, it's royal rank hill giant blood. The book has to be written in blood, and I prefer not to use my own. I have plenty of blood available, thanks to Ray and Hawk, so I am using that. He wrote out the Brutality book, which turned out to be nothing more than an incoherent and rage-filled poem about tearing things apart, and watched in pleasure as the blood-red cover formed over it. There, try that. I don't know if it will work for you, but if it does, I should make more. At least one for Ophelia, and one for the cleric's records. Carl suggested. Tank tried, but could not open the cover to the book. But Carl had an idea. Try it while raging. That's the only time that it worked on you. Tank's eyes went red, and white scales formed on his arms and neck, then the book opened smoothly and vanished in his hands. He surged in size to roughly 4 meters tall, then returned to his normal calm state. Did you say it was called Brutality? He asked. Yeah, that's what was on the cover of the book as well. Carl agreed. The skill I got was a modification of Rage. Bestial Rage was the name. It replaced my old Rage skill. Carl tapped the back of the pen on the extra paper. Give me a second, I want to know if I can teach you another skill that is intended to be used by beasts. Do you know haste already? Tank nodded. I know a haste equivalent. Berserker Rush increases my speed while enraged. Carl refilled the pen with hill giant blood and began to write out Terrorize. Tank with 40% more damage would be awesome. There, rage and try to open that. Carl instructed. Tank followed the directions, but when the book vanished, the result was not what Carl had been expecting. The already enlarged berserker grew even larger, reaching 4.5 meters. Then his whole body became covered in scales, while his hands grew long claws, and his enraged red eyes turned completely black. A roar of victory echoed through the camp, causing dozens of students to draw their weapons in fright before realizing that it came from their lines. With that sort of buff, Tank was now nearly as large as the ascended rank hill giants. Letting him loose in combat would be a game-changer for the humans. Tank stomped around in victory for a moment, then drew his axes and swung at the air, savoring his new ability before transforming back. It's called Berserk Terror, and it's a full transformation ability. He cheered, pulling Carl into a hug and spinning him in circles. I'm glad you like it. Now that we know it really works, I need to make more of those books, and we have at least 1 or 2 more people to try it on today. Tank laughed. I want to see what happens when you do it to a werebear as well. I'm glad we understand each other. Carl quickly worked to make 2 more copies of both books, and then called Ophelia over from where she was chatting with Lotus and Dana about something, while Tessa napped on top of Thor. If anything happened, he would wake her up. What's up? Have you been teaching berserkers to read? That's a noble endeavor, but not really necessary. She joked. Here, first, try to use this. If it doesn't work, try to use it while enraged. Carl explained. Ophelia opened the first book and immediately shifted into bear form as it vanished. She looked confused for a moment, and then picked up the other book, apparently thinking she had dropped it during the transformation. The second one vanished, and her werebear form surged in size, still the same 3 meters that she had been under the effects of brutality before, but now with metallic claws and teeth, and fur that looked more wiry and less fluffy. Like Tank, her eyes had gone completely black, and her roar shook the ground. This one didn't startle the students as much, but Carl could see them backing away. Ophelia looked positively feral, and her eyes landed on Tank, seeing a challenge. Carl was going to try to calm them down, but the other berserker had already transformed, and the fight was on. Tank was a full rank above her, and over a meter taller, but that wasn't going to slow down the enraged werebear. Sparks flew from both sides as metallic claws dragged down scales and wiry fur, confirming Carl's impression that the fur itself was now a form of armor. They looked like they were tearing each other apart, but Carl could see that they were pulling their strikes a little, so they didn't hurt each other. Then Tank managed to swat Ophelia to the ground, and the 2 berserkers transformed back, laughing. That skill is remarkable. The raw power, the intimidation roar, it's got everything. How did you realize that this would work? Ophelia asked. I gave Tank the brutality skill that you get the size buff from. It changed his rage skill, so I gave him another book, and this was the result. Pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. Carl explained. So, you taught Berserk Terror to 2 elites, and you didn't think to tell the clergy? A voice asked from behind Carl. I made you copies. But we had to be sure that they worked first, right? Who knows, these one might have been as particular as the Refreshing Lightning book that I made for the Blue Dragon Priestess. Carl replied as he turned to see one of the camp's high priests waiting for him to finish talking to the berserkers. Don't remind me of that debacle. Those books have been passed around by the clergy more than the average offering plate, looking for someone else who can use them. It's still only the Blue Dragon clerics, and like 3 lightning element dragon kin, who have managed to activate the skill. Carl smiled. That's 3 dragon kin better than the last time that I heard the story, so they're making progress. And who can we expect to be able to use these 2 books? The cleric sighed. Most likely transformation druids, animal element berserkers, and possibly war clerics. The red dragon seems like the sort that might appreciate terrorize and brutality as skills. Carl offered helpfully. Have you tried the books on your own red dragon cleric yet? The high priest asked. Nope. We started with the berserkers, as it seemed like the logical option. They are the ones that need more combat damage. The white-robed cleric was giving Carl a suspicious look as he stared down at the 2 books with their blood-red covers. Well, they are red, at least. But why do I get the feeling that it won't have any bearing on who is actually able to use them? Could your skill actually be to make ultra-selective skill books that only work for the person you first handed them to? He muttered. You know, you might be onto something. I make the skill books because I think that the skill I have might work for someone in particular. So, when they're passed on to someone else, the meaning is lost, and it's all up to compatibility with a skill that they had probably never considered or trained towards. For the Blue Dragon priests, their patron is an evolved form of a divine beast that uses lightning, so it's natural that they would. But a beast's lightning and a shaman or wizard's lightning aren't the same thing, so it's only natural that they wouldn't understand the concept as well. You don't expect just anyone who can use fire to be able to use dragon breath. Carl suggested. The cleric was going to open his mouth and say something about how the idea was ridiculous, as the dragons were the noblest of the divine beasts, but that would bring him right back to Carl's point. That they were beasts, so you couldn't expect others to easily learn their skills. Alright, I will take these to the inscriptionists, so they can add them to the archives and make copies for anyone who wants to try to use them. There are a whole class full of them here on the front line, as the Academy sent everyone with ascended rank or higher combat power, so there should be copies ready by tomorrow. The High Priest announced, satisfied that he had gathered enough answers about what they were doing over here, scaring students with their roaring. That left Carl and the others alone on the line again, staring at empty fields, the earth torn up by the attacks of the hill giants and the recent battles. Tank was right, they were going to come back, especially after taunting them like that with their dead leader strung up for all to see. But it might not be soon. They had failed this attack, so they wouldn't take a hasty approach to the next one. In fact, Carl thought that they might focus on other sections of the line for the next few days, just in case they were weaker than the student portion, which might have seemed like an easy target because of their ages. But as an additional torture to go with the waiting, the wind was blowing from behind them, bringing the smell of roast pig from the camp to the line and making everyone's mouth water with anticipation for what the kitchen was going to turn out for lunch today. With the attack, it almost felt like a victory dinner and not a birthday brunch, but that was an improvement, in a way. Celebrating the day you were born was fun. But celebrating the days you didn't die was much more meaningful. The party was in full swing by the time that the shift change started, and the roast pig had been sliced, pulled, and prepared a half-dozen different ways for the academy students. The ones going to the line had eaten early, and that was the smell that had tortured the students who were coming off the defense shifts. The culinary arts professor waved at Carl as she saw him coming off the line and waved him over. This is considered a tradition in my home village. Take a bite of the beast's heart for good luck, and to gain some of its power. She explained as she handed him a small square of raw meat. Carl smiled. He had a sword that granted him the beast's life force, and a holy stone for luck, but a little more never hurt anyone. Plus, both Hawk and Ray agreed with the practice, while Remy wondered what the attraction was with only eating parts of things. But Remy didn't have taste buds the same way that the others did, so the taste of things was much less important to her than the texture. Carl's team grabbed plates and found a seat with their lunch, while they watched the older students trying to distract the kitchen staff so they could spike the party punch. Unfortunately for them, the academy already knew all the tricks, and they weren't having any luck in their endeavor. Happy birthday, Commander. Good work on the line this morning. I don't think that I've seen an above-rank kill go that smoothly in a long time. One of the clerics congratulated Carl as he walked by to maintain order. Thank you, brother. We've got some very talented warriors here, and the more we work together, the better we can predict each other's actions. Carl agreed. Not that he had worked with that group before, but their actions were fairly predictable because the warrior with him didn't use any skills that Carl hadn't seen before either from other warriors or the spellblades. He walked off, and one of the Berserker class students came over to say hello. Carl didn't recall his name, but he recognized him from the group training Earthquake with Thor. Commander Carl. Good to see you again, and happy birthday. I hear that you've got the inscription class going insane copying books again. Carl chuckled. Have they started trying to teach them to others yet? They will likely only work when you're raging, and partially animal transformed. The berserker sighed. I thought it might be something like that. Professor Tank tried to explain, but you know how he is. Not big on words. That was not Carl's experience with the big berserker at all. Tank actually liked to talk out his ideas, from what Carl had seen. While the party punch was being zealously defended by the kitchen staff, the off-duty teachers had found a loophole. Someone, most likely a nature priest, had been passing them flasks of liquor all morning. The principal stepped up onto a small podium near the outdoor dining area, where most of the off-duty students were gathered to eat and laugh, releasing some stress after the morning attacks. Good afternoon, everyone. I already gave this speech to the morning crew, so I know this will be short. We realize that it is unconventional to have so many students out here on the main line so early into their career, and we would like to thank you all for going above and beyond. The right flank had a massive victory today, eliminating 2 Royal Rankhill giants, while the left and center managed to hold against the main assault without a single permanent casualty. That is our goal here. 0 casualties. So, I would like to remind you all, if you are injured, back away from the fight and let the healers get to you. I know you're all eager to prove that you're an asset to your team, but you will be a longer-term asset to them if you get prompt healing. We've got quite a few clerics here, as the church has recognized the vital significance of the next generation of elites. But to top off today's celebration, I would like to add one more fact for you. Today, we celebrated the advancement of our 9th student on the lines to reach commander rank. That is a new record for the Academy. Never before have we had 9 current students at the commander rank. It is my belief that this is a sign of the favor of the dragon gods, blessing our students with a more complete system after the serum administration. There are a number of other students who are getting close to advancement as well, and it is the official position of the Academy that we should have over a dozen active students at the commander rank before the end of the year. He paused, and Carl smirked at Dana. Do you think he means you? Because I think that you can do it. Commander by the end of the year. Dana laughed. Well, if everyone else is doing it, I might as well. But we should likely have Tessa tested first, because I'm reasonably certain that she advanced today when she received the Red Dragon's blessing. High Priestess Tessa has a nice ring to it. I think that we should let her decide when to tell people, though. When she does announce it, there will be a whole series of events, and they will want her to go back to the capital cathedral for a while to do the High Priestess orientation and paperwork. We've still got lots of time in our contract, so it's better that we just let her pick on her own. Carl suggested. Dana smirked and looked across the table at where the bemused war cleric was sitting. Why don't we let Lotus advance first? Then they will be in such a panic that they won't even register the presence of a new High Priestess of the Red Dragon. You all saw them when Doug advanced, and that was amusing enough. I can only imagine what happens when Lotus becomes a High Priestess. They might just change the rules to not automatically give the title to commanders. She joked. Lotus sighed. You know, I can see them doing that. Some big speech about how the world is progressing and the prevalence of powerful elites is demeaning the title of High Priestess, so they'll move it up to royal rank until I advance again. Tessa laughed. I can see it now, half the high priests would be considered no longer qualified under the new rules, and would have to be grandfathered in just to keep you from being considered a high priestess. Maybe we will have to tame you your own monster so you can just stay as a feral priestess forever. Carl laughed. You know, at one point Ray tried to claim Dana by pulling her into her space to bond her. Tessa might be onto something. If we find just the right partner, we might be able to get Lotus a permanent companion beast. Why did she try to claim Dana? Lotus asked, pouting that it wasn't her. Because Hawk had grabbed Remy's egg, and she thought it wasn't fair that she didn't get to pick someone. Carl replied, attempting to hide his laughter at the memory. I remember that day, she vanished like 4 times, trying to take me with her. Dana laughed, while shaking her head in dismay. Ray almost certainly wanted her more as a trophy or accessory than a partner. I wonder how long it will be before one of them makes it to royal rank. Ophelia asked. They already had skills that were advanced beyond that of a commander, so it was just a matter of energy storage and body growth. It shouldn't be long. I think by the end of the year, we should have at least 2 royal rank beasts. Then the burden on me will be to increase their living spaces enough to advance the others. Carl sighed. They had been ignoring the end of the principal's motivational speech, and hadn't noticed when the teachers had stopped to listen to their conversation. So, you think that Commander Carl really can reach royal rank by the end of freshman year? One of the combat instructors asked. The ladies all nodded, while Carl shrugged. Honestly, it's a bit of a toss-up when they will advance. But now that Ray has found royal rank targets to optimize herself against, I think that it shouldn't be long. The thought of a royal rank bloodbath spider was honestly terrifying for most of the people in the camp, even most of the nature priests who still had a healthy respect for their own lives. There were just some things in life that you didn't want to mess with, and 200-kilo spiders were among of those things. The beasts were mostly happily resting in their spaces while everyone enjoyed their lunch, but Remy was still hanging out with Morgana, watching the world from the witch doctor's shoulder, with her tail wrapped around Morgana's neck for security. She had been around the advisor long enough now that Remy had decided that it was safe to take food from her, and Morgana was patrolling around the camp, free to pass Remy morsels of anything that caught her interest. Remy seems to have found her calling. The venomous snake really completes the creepy witch doctor look. One of the other students chuckled as the pair passed by. Morgana smiled at him. You have a large cut on your hand there, would you like to have it healed? Remy is working on her direct injected, healing splash, skill. The boy frantically waved his bandaged hand. No, that's fine, thank you. It will be fine in a day or two. Remy tried her pleading look, but the warrior's mistrust ran too deep, and there was no way that he was letting the snake bite him as a training exercise for a supposed healing ability. Besides, who had ever heard of a snake that healed with a bite? Once the food was done, the bards began to play some lighter dance music, taking the weariness from the students who had just come from the line. Care to dance? Carl asked Dana with a wink. I'd rather sleep, but a dance still sounds good. She agreed, looking tired. Carl hadn't really been watching the back of the battle, but the mages would have been busy trying to keep the barriers up against the constant barrage of rocks and spears the hill giants used in place of artillery. The students were already filing out into the open area to dance as the bards played, and Lotus was dragging Ophelia by the hand while Tessa gave a glare at a hopeful young man that Carl suspected had him frozen in terror. He would have to ask her to dance later to see if it was personal or if she just didn't dance. Carl and Dana danced and spun through the first song, as the energy seemed to slowly return to her from the refreshing magic of the bard's songs. The same was true all over the improvised dance floor, and even a few of the teachers had come out to join them. The afternoon classes were on hold, as everyone relaxed a little and forgot for a moment that they were still supposed to be in training and not fighting a border dispute with the hill giants. Dana bowed out of the dancing after one song, but she traded spots with Ophelia, while an unwilling Tessa was dragged into the action by Lotus. Nobody else knew the improvised dance steps that the nature priestess had made up during their time at the seminary academy, while neither Carl nor Ophelia actually knew how to dance. That didn't really matter, as nobody else did either, and knowing what you were doing was never an essential part of having fun. So, they danced until they were tired, and then the instructors began to slowly pick students from the crowd to drag back to their afternoon studies. That greatly thinned the crowd and calmed down some of the party atmosphere, which was threatening to ruin the schedules of those who were off duty for the afternoon. The teachers didn't mind them unwinding, but if they got so into partying that they forgot to go to sleep on time, they would be tired and sluggish for their next shift on the line. These were still students, and couldn't really be counted on to be responsible with their time management when unsupervised. That was why the teachers were here with them, instead of just deploying all the elites from the academy wherever they were needed. More soldiers were coming over from the artillery division further down the line, called to enjoy the celebration once they were off duty, and the party was going to run late into the evening. The boar had yielded far more than any of the teachers of the cooking staff had anticipated, but they couldn't keep it hot for multiple days without ruining the quality. It was a pleasant change for Carl, having such a high percentage of happy people around. The battle lines were always fairly grim, but the impromptu party had raised everyone's spirits in a way that he hadn't anticipated when he had first thought to try to get a fancy birthday barbecue. This turned out rather well, didn't it? He asked Lotus, his dance partner at the time, when the first of the artillery soldiers finished eating and joined the dance floor. It really did. The hill giants are finally learning what it is like to lose battles, and the troops who have been here since the start of the war are happy to see it. But you should grab a couple of plates to go and sneak back to the tree fort before Morgana changes her mind and decides that you should have lessons this afternoon after all. She informed him with a wink. Carl headed off to the fort with the food, and found Dana waiting there for him with a nest made from extra blankets in the empty extra room. It took you long enough. Come lay down and have a rest. She greeted him, gesturing to the pile of blankets next to her. That was where the others found them late that night. Curled up in the blanket pile in the spare room, Dana wrapped in Carl's arms, with a magic theory text on one side of them and empty plates on the other. Should we wake them up so they can sleep in a proper bed? Tessa whispered as she saw the two curled up on the blankets. Lotus shrugged. Or we could make a puppy pile, and just all sleep in one spot. Thor thought that was the winning idea, but Ray hadn't made the floor of the fort to support a full-grown lightning sarrow, as his weight would break the trees that it was attached to. Let the lovebirds sleep. I'm sure they won't get up to too much trouble, they usually share a hammock anyhow. Ophelia reminded them, referring to the frost giant border where everyone shared for warmth. Lotus nodded. True, and I stocked his toiletries bag with safety precautions anyhow. Let's sleep, the witch doctor and Remy will be here first thing in the morning to wake Carl for classes. Tessa shook her head at the little nature cleric. Of course, she would have done something like giving Carl condoms before they left the cathedral. Of course, Tessa didn't know that Lotus had stocked Carl's bag long before this mission, but that didn't change the fact that the war cleric was fairly certain things between the beast master and the mage were still on the wholesome level, even while sharing a bed. Carl woke up early the next morning, thanks to his early bedtime and yesterday's activities burning off some excess energy. Dana was a warm ball in his arms, and the blankets on the smooth, slightly stretchy flooring of the fort were warm and comfortable, so he simply lay there a while, enjoying the downtime before he would inevitably be forced to get up and face the day. His shift on the line was in the afternoon today, so he had morning exercise and a class with Morgana, who he noted still had Remy with her. Or, at the very least, the spirit snake had not returned to her space last night. He could feel her approaching just as the sun came up, and then the spirit snake was back in her space and ready for a long nap. She had explored many places in the camp that she had never been to before yesterday, and she had met all sorts of people, and tried over a dozen different snacks that Morgana had prepared for her. It was a good day, but she was still exhausted as she came home at the crack of dawn. Carl thought about asking her what she had been up to all night, but Remy was already asleep on her altar, curled up in a protective ball around her lucky statue, with her head on the voodoo doll that Morgana had gifted her. Carl carefully got out of bed, flipping the extra blankets over Dana so she didn't get cold, and then equipped his armor as he sensed someone approaching the fort on the ground. It's just the Morgana. Ray informed him. Thanks. I'll go see her. Carl climbed down the ladder to find Morgana waiting patiently on the ground. All right, let's get going. I'm glad that Remy understood my message. She began. Wait, Remy likely understood, but she forgot and went to sleep as soon as she was home in her space. I have no idea what you've got planned this morning. Carl informed his advisor. The extra fun stuff that everyone avoids like the plague. The command group wants you, Tank and the other pair to fill out a report on the battle yesterday morning. It's standard procedure for larger attacks, and nobody else could form a fully coherent report on what happened except you four. She explained. And we're doing this at the break of dawn, why? Carl asked. So that it is done and sent off before the command group starts to whine about being kept in the dark. They wanted it yesterday, but everyone was either drunk or missing, and you were having some quality time, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Morgana replied with a sly smile. They walked toward the camp, passing by the empty training grounds and the mess hall, where breakfast was still being prepared. The report shouldn't take long to fill out, and then you can get back to your usual morning activities. The academy says that 3 days a week of classes a week are enough while we're on the line. They think that the extra classes will burn out the students when they're needed for combat, so the actual academy training will have to wait. She sighed as they reached one of the lesson tents. Carl chuckled. That has to be hard on the teachers. Or are you going to split up the students between classes so you still have duties every day? I mean, you can fill space on the lines, since you're all commanders, but it's probably better to keep you in reserve. Morgana shook her head. That's about what it's going to come to. They're worried that now that we've proven we can kill royal rank hill giants, they will start sending them all the time, and that will leave us short on commanders to deal with the actual attack. So, we're too good at our jobs, and they're worried that being too good at our jobs will get us a promotion in target priority? I suppose that is valid. There must have been other royal rank kills along the line, though. Carl noted. Of course. But I seem to recall someone making a spectacle of themselves yesterday. Carl shrugged. As I said before, Ray is an artist. You understand that isn't going to fly in an official report, right? You can't just tell them that you let your pet monster go all Vlad the Impaler on the battlefield in the name of art. Carl considered that for a moment. No, actually, I think that I can, and I will. If I inform them that it was a psychological warfare tactic designed to intimidate the hill giants and reduce their combat effectiveness, they might even believe that it was a good idea. I mean, it did work. We scored an overwhelming victory against the hill giant attack force, and when the forms are all filled out, that is the only part that is really going to matter to them. Morgana sighed, then began to smile. Fine, do it your way. I want to see what happens when they read that report. So did Carl. In fact, he would pay good money to be in the room when that bunch of aging politicians read the report and found out that he was stringing up hill giants to terrorize their companions. The giants had been known to do the same thing, leaving human heads in trees, or severed limbs and other signs that trespassers were not welcome. It was generally accepted as a barbaric practice, but nobody would say that the hill giants might misunderstand the meaning. They sat at an empty table, and Carl began to work on his report, while mostly ignoring the strange looks that he was getting from the other students in the room. They all looked like mages, but none of them were speaking as they worked, so Carl wrote his report in silence and didn't disturb them. Morgana was right, it didn't take long, and when Carl was satisfied that it was an accurate reflection of what actually happened in the battle, he passed it to her to read. All right, that is fine. That as well. You actually write incident reports quite well. Did you do a lot of these in the mines? She asked. Yeah. I often got nominated to fill out everyone on the day shift's reports because I was good at using the words that the shift manager wanted to see, and I didn't know him, so I wasn't tempted to tell him off in the report. Carl agreed. So, your co-workers just turned and made up safety reports? Morgana asked, appalled. Should we have just told them that the shaft went in the wrong direction, or a hammer was dropped and broke a worker's foot because half the shift was staggering drunk? That wouldn't end well. So, yeah, we made up something nice and came up with a solution that didn't actually involve changing anything. I learned how from my dad. Carl replied. From behind them, there was a deep chuckle, and Carl turned to see two elderly generals standing at the door of the tent. Now I'm even more interested to see what is in that report, commanders. I am General Stonewall, and this is General Jackson, of the War Department's Central Operations Group. The older man introduced himself, before tucking his cover into a pocket. To what do we owe the honor, generals? Carl asked. General Stonewall shook his hand with a firm grip and then nodded to Morgana. We are actually on a regularly scheduled line inspection, we just have good timing, it seems, as your segment is all that anyone can talk about today. Carl nodded. 2 royal rank kills in one battle with 0 permanent casualties, from what I heard. The soldiers who faced the main assault have a good reason to be proud of themselves. General Stonewall nodded in agreement, and looked at the report on the table. And where were you during this incident? I went with the strike team to deal with the royal rank threat. Myself, a berserker and 2 warriors, all at the commander rank. The line extended forward at our backs to form a solid breach and isolate the far flank of the hill giant assault. All quite textbook, if I do say so myself. Carl explained. Morgana handed the report over to General Jackson, who thumbed through it, paused, and then started over, reading it in much more detail. It's a shame that we didn't have video footage of the whole incident. This one sounds like it was quite the event. Especially this bit about creating a display of corpses to taunt the hill giants, and the way that both teams managed to duel their opponents successfully. That is an uncommon skill among the active elites. The royal rank is a significant advantage over a commander. General Jackson noted as he read, his face never losing its stern expression. Carl nodded. Working in large groups does have its advantages, especially in stacked buff abilities. The 2 generals gave each other a silent look, and then sat down at the table with Carl and Morgana, making it clear that they were going to be here for a while. What about tactics? It has become painfully obvious to some of us that the way that the elites fight the giants, and the way that the church's armies fight the giants, is not the same. Too many of us had gotten comfortable in our thinking long before the mass injections, and now that there is a new way of fighting, we're not adapting fast enough. General Jackson announced as the cook brought them coffee. Morgana turned to Carl, as he had the most high-level combat experience in the room at the moment. Carl nodded. Basically, you want 3 things. You want someone with the defensive skills and damage reduction abilities to keep the target occupied. Then you want someone who can slow them or weaken them, and finally, you want burst damage, a skill that can deal a massive amount of damage at once to swing the battle even if it doesn't outright kill the target. If you try to grind them down, you're going to take casualties. So, you need the first 2 to be strong enough that the third one can set up for the kill. In the last battle, we split into pairs, and I started out grabbing the target's attention, while the other commander went for the giant's more vulnerable back, hampering the giant's movement. Then we drew it back away from its reinforcements, and traded roles, so I could take out one of its knees while he had the giant's attention. Finally, I called in the spider-shaped golems to attack its back and face, so I could land the killing blow. The burst damage to end the fight quickly. General Stonewall sighed. It sounds so easy when you put it that way, but how do we even plan that? We have the skill sets of the various elites, but being able to tell how they'll work together is too unpredictable. For example, look at this one. He put a folder on the table, and Carl looked it over. 26-year-old commander rank warrior, with the usual cleave, shield slam, guard and slash skills. He also knew Holy Blade, which gave Carl the idea that he might be part of the church guard. Looks like a bog-standard warrior, except for that last skill. I take it that he's a commander of the church guard? Carl asked. General Stonewall shook his head. He's the assistant attorney general, and he's managed to find loopholes to avoid combat deployment since he left the academy 8 years ago. He's never swung a blade in anger in his life, and he's currently being detained as a deserter. Carl frowned. Well, I have to say, I didn't see that answer coming, and you've got a damned fine point. If all you have to go on is their rank and skills, it's nearly impossible to effectively plan a combat deployment. For example, Morgana and I are both commanders, but when we go into combat, we would want very different people with us, and a list of skills isn't going to tell us who that is. There's too much that goes into building a solid team to build it from a list of dossiers in an office somewhere in the capital. Both generals nodded. Team building works best on this sort of scale, where we have hundreds of elites in one spot, and they can pick their teams on their own. But that's never going to fly for most assignments. Carl frowned. But why couldn't it? I mean, there are some like that lawyer, the ones who are just slackers or cowards, but letting the elite submit team compositions that they've worked with in the past that they know work shouldn't be that much harder to work with. Then, if you do have to requisition their services, you can do it in a way that they agree should be feasible. General Jackson sighed and tapped the Assistant Attorney General's file. He suggested that as well, but the team that he recommended always had him with 4 royal rank elites to take on ascended rank challenges, with the excuse that he was too valuable to the nation to be lost in combat. Carl and Morgana both laughed, before Carl answered the general. Funny how money makes people think that they're more important to society, isn't it? If he got laid off from his job, he would just be some guy with a law degree, but the money he has saved would still make him believe that he was important. Morgana smirked at him. You know, you've likely got more money than he does. The rewards for higher-ranked combat kills are quite significant, and the pay for government employees isn't all that great. It's the political power that they enjoy the most. General Jackson laughed along with them. He's actually quite wealthy, or at least his family is. His father owns and operates 3 coal mines in the South. It was his father's influence that got him the job, and it's his father's influence that kept him out of prison for dodging his duties. There are a number like that who we would prefer to delete from the official rolls, demoting them from elite status and simply marking them as dangers to society, but there are too many in the government who are afraid they would be on that list. So, you're on a tour of the front lines, looking for real answers that might help increase military efficiency? Carl asked. Both generals nodded. Yes, that is our job. In theory, it is the duty of every member of the command staff, but a lot of them seem to have forgotten that. The presence of the elites has shaken everything up, and thousands of years of practice became largely irrelevant once fighters who could solo dangerous monsters like the hill giants became so common. Carl chuckled. For me, it has been most of my life, but you're both what, 50? It's quite recent for you. General Stonewall smiled indulgently at him. I am 64 years old. I was over 50 when the first class graduated, and I was in my mid-50s when the injections became a nationwide practice. I doubt your generation quite understands how controversial that measure was. It was controversial to give everyone the chance to become elites. Like some sort of class warfare thing? Carl asked. General Stonewall shook his head. 1 in 100 dies from the injection. Now, most of them can be revived by the clerics, but a good portion of their souls detach from the body, and resurrection doesn't work on them. Do you know how many parents we have to send letters to every year, telling them that their child was the unlucky one who passed during the attempt to become an elite? Quick math said, a lot. He just hadn't noticed because the school in his hometown only had a few dozen students per year, and they hadn't personally lost anyone. I guess you have a point. Plenty of elites meet a tragic end, but they at least got a chance. Carl agreed reluctantly. Are you one of those that believes it's the divine will of the world dragon that not everyone survives the injections? The aging general asked. Morgana looked a bit nervous, but Carl just chuckled. I'm not the sort to get all philosophical, General. I will leave matters of theology and divine favor for the clergy to interpret. For all I know, it could just be a manufacturing error on our side. There are people who die to a peanut butter sandwich, so whatever we made the injection out of might well be toxic to some of the recipients. He explained. The general was a bit startled at that, and was about to retort before he thought about it. You know, you might be right. I remember many years ago, there was a child in my class who got incredibly sick after taking a healing potion. The potion was fine, but his body reacted to it like poison. Morgana sighed. Do none of you know what an allergic reaction is? Like with cats or pollen? I don't think that applies to medicine. General Stonewall replied. You can be allergic to nearly anything. Even medicine. Trust me, I'm a witch doctor. She added. Well, I won't argue with an expert. The general shrugged, while Carl did his best not to laugh. As she had said the day they met, she was a witch doctor, not a witch and a doctor. Now, while we have you both here, and with 2 such unusual classes, we have a few more questions we hope to get answers to during our routine inspection. General Jackson informed them with a smile that said he realized the knowledge gap was because she was more educated than any of the others, not her class marking. The generals had made an actual list, a few dozen questions that they wanted answers to, as well as a sheet of inventory that they had already checked for before they entered the mess hall. Carl could see that they had already checked the munitions reserves, the supply tents, spare weapons and sleeping gear, as well as dozens of other items, right down to the maintenance of the walkways between the dorm tents. Carl hadn't realized that there were even regulations on most of these things, but from what he could see in their documents, there wasn't anything in the camp that the army didn't have a regulation or checklist for. First, are either of you in the non-standard sleeping areas outside of the main camp? General Stonewall asked. I am. Carl confirmed. Have you had any flooding or excessive mud issues with your sleeping area? The general asked. Oh, that area. No, I'm in an elevated sleeping situation in the stand of trees just beyond those. If you look out the door and pay close attention, you can see the walls of my sleeping unit about 5 meters off the ground. Carl explained. You sleep in the trees. Is that an innate fondness of your class? I have heard that many elites have particular tendencies due to their advancements. Carl shook his head. Yes, it's because of my class, but not a mental quirk. One of my bonded beasts is a bloodbath spider, and she excels in creating large-scale webs, including silk sheets that can be used to create sleeping quarters. That is where my group is staying now. It is better to be together when an alarm is sounded at night, so we don't have to look for stragglers. The webs are commander-rank monster silk, and they serve as a primary defensive device as well, so there is no loss of safety in our arrangement. I take it that this has been approved by prior regional supervisors? The general asked. Regional supervisors, battalion commanders, and even high clergy. Carl agreed. That's good enough for me. Now, as a commander-rank elite, what are both of your opinions on the effectiveness of the continued artillery presence on the border? Carl shrugged. It's loud, but it helps keep the hill giants far enough off that we have time to form up when an attack starts. Without that constant harassment, they would definitely form up closer to our lines. Morgana nodded. Here, their primary purpose is deterrent, as the direct blasts are less likely to cause significant casualties against these targets than they are against awakened rank or common monsters. I know that isn't the answer that most of the military wants to hear, but with regular munitions, you can't really expect them to do much to a commander-rank giant. So, your consensus is that it would be better to keep them active on the line than to remove them and redeploy them against softer targets? General Stonewall asked. They both shrugged. Where they're needed most is above our pay grade. But we can say with some certainty that they're not useless here. General Stonewall chuckled. Excellent answer. Alright, next is about supplies. Are there any particular shortages that you have noticed? Morgana looked at the buffet that the cooks were setting up. Well, I wouldn't call it a shortage, but if it's possible to get at least some raw ingredients here to make fresh food, it would be appreciated by the troops. Too much canned, shelf-stable everything is hard on morale. Even the bread is canned, and that can be made from shelf-stable ingredients here in the camp. We had a barbecue the other day, and you would think that the soldiers had never seen food before. She informed the generals. The general laughed. That's the story of soldiers everywhere. The food always sucks, and the opportunity for fresh meat and vegetables is far too rare. But how did you manage a barbecue? Carl raised his hand. That would be me. One of the secondary abilities of my class is to store food for my beasts in a separate space. Sometimes there is a bit of extra that is suitable for human consumption, so I will pull it out and share it with the others. This time it was one of the giant pigs that I grabbed for Hawk from the Frost Giant Nation. The general looked confused for a second. Just how big is this pet in question? The pig was claimed by the Dragon Hawk, so about 10 kilos, give or take. I've never actually weighed him. But about normal sized for a dragon hawk, large for a normal bird. Carl replied with a shrug. And he claimed an entire giant pig? An awakened beast that weighs over 2 tons? The general asked. More than one actually, but that's a whole other story. He's very protective of things that he believes are his food. Morgana laughed, and the general smiled. You make it sound as if they're your children. They are in a way. We share a mental link, so I know everything that they're thinking, and they seem to be smarter than other magical beasts of their type. They don't have any problems understanding humans, and they can form more creative answers than half of the people I meet, though the answers can be a bit predictable. Carl explained. Predictable? Carl nodded. Hawk will be hungry, and he hates all things cold or water magic. Ray has a very tortured artist dark vibe going on, and Thor just wants to meet new people, while Remy is somewhat selective, with a bias towards people who are more attuned to the elements. The generals both looked down at their notes. I don't have anything about this Remy before you arrived here. Are they very newly bonded? Carl shook his head. No, she's just a bit shy, and she's a spirit snake, a cold-blooded monster, so she's not a big fan of anything cold. Now that we're on the hill giant border, she has been coming out more. General Jackson flipped the pages of their investigative report. Wonderful, we can start there. Do you believe the weather here is causing major issues with the war effort? Carl chuckled. You really do have a question for everything, don't you? No, the weather here has been cooperative since I arrived. This portion of the battle is not suffering from the weather, and certainly not in the way that the frost giant border is. General Stonewall nodded. The mountain giant border has been receiving torrential rainfall lately for no apparent reason. We suspect that it is magical, but it is causing major issues with the efforts to move through the mountains to find their hiding spots. The mountain giants are in hiding? Morgana asked. We could only wish. No, we've been having issues trying to track them as they retreat between engagements. Without that information, it is exceptionally difficult to guess what part of that treacherous terrain will be the target of the next major offensive. But we should focus on this portion of the hill giant border first. We are hoping to make changes in the ways that the elites are deployed, but we don't fully understand their battle tactics yet. I believe that there was some footage taken lately, but most of it was taken by the infantry, and the scenes of the elites in combat are somewhat distant. So, we are forced to ask directly instead of reviewing solid data. Morgana laughed, while Carl sipped coffee to hide his smile. What's so amusing about that? The general asked. Morgana sighed. Have you ever seen a unit of elites fighting up close? Not all skills originate at a caster, and many of the movements require enhanced eyesight to properly track. The combat techniques are completely individualized, even if they're the same on paper. In short, I'm not sure that watching will do you much good. And we're right back at where we started, with the fact that elites on paper and elites in the field have nothing in common, as with the Assistant Attorney General. General Stonewall grumbled. But we can still tell you all about the camp. Carl offered helpfully. All right, let's start with that. I see that the artillery battalion is all off to one side of the line. Why is that? In the technical manual, it prescribes that they should be spread down the entire line to increase the effective carpeted area of the bombardment. Carl had no idea who had chosen that deployment or why, but fortunately for him, they weren't alone in the room. One of the warrior class professors sat down with them. Generals, I am Commander Smith, I teach blunt weapons for the warrior class elites, but I am the one who ordered that deployment for the artillery. You see, we defend them with skills, but if we spread them out, we can't have one elite cover more than one piece of equipment. It is more resource effective to have a small number of powerful elites defend the artillery than to spread them out and constantly defend 50 different points along the line. So, it is a manpower issue. Would sending more elites help? General Jackson asked. Smith shook his head. No, you're missing the point. The reduced bombardment range is inconsequential to their actual function. They can still provide suppressive fire when clustered. The primary original reason for spreading them was to reduce losses to enemy artillery. But we have elites for that now, and they can erect magical barriers to stop incoming artillery, so we don't need to spread them anymore. In fact, if we were to spread them, we would have to stop defending them for practical reasons, and they would become sacrificial targets in nearly every battle. Ah, I see now. So the tactics have already been updated, and command simply didn't understand the reason. Please continue. The longer they sat at the table with the generals, the more people they gathered, mostly professors, but some of the commander-rank elites from the army unit who came to scope the kitchen for leftover barbecue, and a few high priests, who were pretending they hadn't come for the exact same reason. That took a lot of the weight off Carl and Morgana, who now rarely had to answer questions for the generals, but they were at the table with them, and there was no polite way to excuse themselves for the next 3 hours as they finished their question session. Then the generals finally excused themselves to go to the line and check the veracity of the answers they had gotten, and Morgana could finally begin her lessons. But by then it was almost time for Carl to go on duty at the line, and it was time for lunch. So, she wasn't happy to have lost a large portion of her already reduced teaching time to the questions of the generals, but the other students who hadn't had to study today didn't mind in the least. Carl headed to the line for his afternoon shift, and spent most of the first 2 hours trying to decide if Tessa had actually advanced to commander rank. It felt like she had, but the beasts were split on it. She felt more dragon, and that was messing with Hawk's ability to tell how powerful she was, while Remy thought she just smelled fantastic, so it was down to Thor and Ray's opinions that she had advanced to commander rank. It was certain that something had changed after that last surge of divine energy, though. There wasn't much else to do along the line that day. The hill giants had pulled back to the point that the artillery was only sporadically firing, and the weather was mild, so everyone just sat around watching the horizon for signs that something was about to happen. That was the opposite of what was going on along most of the line, where the hill giants had renewed their push and even sent extra troops forward to see if they could cause a breach and push the elites back, forcing them to regroup further into the formerly human-held territories. They weren't normally as aggressive as the frost giants had been with their cloning program in place, but the hill giants had the power advantage, with so many of the powerful elites dealing with the mountain giants. The mountain giants had a comparatively minuscule population, and a much smaller territory, but their absolute power made sure that none of their neighbors would dare to mess with them. It was a strange situation for Carl and his team, who had gotten so used to being behind enemy lines in the frost giant nation, with constant targets to attack, that they didn't really know what to do with themselves in a situation where the order was to hurry up and wait. But it was a bit like a vacation, just leaning back against Thor, who was napping in the sun. Dana was leaning up against his side while Lotus had turned Thor's head into a sun lounger, resting against his crest and between his horns, while Tessa lay on Thor's back, watching the horizon. "You look mighty relaxed for a combat deployment," one of the other students noted. "We can still see the horizon. But you are right, this is much better than standing around doing nothing. In fact, if I don't go too deeply into meditation, I can even work on my mental focus while we wait for the hill giants to decide what they're doing." Carl agreed. "As long as you're not actually slacking when the attack comes. We've all got bets on how many giants they're going to send at you after you taunted them yesterday." The warrior laughed. Lotus looked over from her resting spot. "The average from the battle report says that in 2 days, 4 royal rank giants will be sent to test us again. That's how the hill giants usually operate, they double their force if an attack fails. But we've been getting smaller attacks than most other portions of the line, so perhaps they will leave us for a while longer." "That doesn't sound like a solid answer, priestess." The warrior joked. Tessa looked down from Thor's back and laughed. "She's a nature priestess, if she makes a prediction, it will likely come true, simply so that she's not made into a liar. Do you want her to give a solid answer?" The warrior shook his head. "I forgot to factor in divine favor. What do we have to kill to get an entire week off?" "All of them and a couple of humans who are a bit taller than average for good luck should do it," Ray suggested. Carl laughed quietly, and the priestesses turned to him for answers. "Ray says all of them," he explained. "For 1 week off?" the warrior asked. Yeah, I think that she's underestimated the efficiency of the clergy. They'll have us filling out reports in no more than 3 days if we actually manage it. No way will we get an entire week off. Carl replied. Lotus glared down at him. You know, you still owe us for getting stuck with all the paperwork at the cathedral while your arm was healing. That was not my fault. They could have gotten me to write it in the hospital, as my pen arm was still working. Tessa laughed. Did you forget that you had a venomous snake in your sling? Half the staff were afraid to come into your room in case Remy bit them. Dana smiled as Remy slithered out of her space to see who was talking about her. She could tell what was going on around them just fine from inside, but with her own eyes out here in the sunshine was better somehow. She climbed up Carl and across Thor's rough scales to wrap around his horn, where Lotus could pet her head. Hawk was slowly soaring above them, and Ray was happier in the darkness of her space than out in the direct sunlight, so that was how they remained until dinner, when the shift changed again and the first night shift took over from them. Dana sighed as Carl helped her to her feet. You know, that was actually more productive than expected. I got a lot of meditation done. Carl nodded. Yeah, it has been a good day for energy building. We don't get enough time to properly meditate and build mental strength these days, and that's most of what is holding back the beast's progression. Just a bit more and we can get little Miss Remy up to commander rank and balance the team. She's the newest member, so she's had the most work to do to catch up to the others. But she's got good potential, I think she can catch all the way up. Remy nodded happily from her spot around Thor's horn before sliding down to vanish into Lotus robes and appear again from a hip pocket. Remy, what are you doing? Carl asked out loud. It's warm here, and I didn't want to get all dirty going over to you. You know, you could have stayed on Thor's horn. He's going to nap in his pool soon. He always does after a shift. It wasn't like Lotus minded. She hadn't noticed that there was a hole in her pocket, but it was a pleasant surprise now that she realized it let Remy escape her robes and find a spot to hang out. But the spirit snake didn't stay there long. She had forgotten one vital fact. Lotus was very short. From her waist, Remy couldn't see anything but everyone else's legs. So, she moved back up the robe to drape herself over Lotus' shoulders, with her head on top of the nature priestess. Better. Still not as good of a view as Morgana, but nature priestesses are kind of warm in a different way than witch doctors. Carl wasn't sure what that meant. They were both the same temperature, so it had to be something to do with their magic. Well, I'm glad you found a good spot. Carl teased the fickle snake. She didn't enjoy riding on Carl, as the view was the same as being in her space, which was pointless in her mind. She could already find out what he was seeing, so it was much better to see what other people were looking at. The next day was an off day from the line, and an off day from classes as well, which left everyone a bit confused as to what they should be doing. Both Tessa and Lotus were assigned to Carl's team and not to the healer's corps like the other clerics were, so they didn't have duties, and that was a new feeling for them all. It was a bit like being back in the hospital, sitting around and waiting for something to happen, with nothing actually happening to keep you entertained. Very dull for someone used to being constantly active. Instead, they all spent most of the morning in meditation, while Carl worked to push the energy level and the focuses back to peak, so he could spread another layer over the spaces. The progress was going much more smoothly than it had the first few times that he had done this, and the extra practice was likely going to save him days per cycle once he had it fully mastered. Every little bit was an improvement on his growth speed, and Carl was feeling optimistic that this time might be the one that was going to yield actual results for him. He managed to finish the layer just after lunch, and stabilize the new focuses before dinner. The first sign that things were going right was Remy's change of habits. She made herself a cleansing scrub out of coarse sand and bits of the crystalline plants from her space, then soaked in a bath of monster blood, which was normal for Ray, but out of character for the cleanliness-obsessed snake. The blood softened her outer skin, and a few minutes of rolling around in the cleansing scrub had it all peeled off and her new skin nice and shiny. Then, she began to expand, the same way that Hawk had when he ate all the magical resources as a juvenile. Remy had been living on that level of resources so far, as everything that the others had collected was a valuable resource in its own right. But until now, there had been no large changes, and she had just slowly progressed from a tiny snake to a small snake. Energy was surging around Remy, and Carl noticed a sudden imbalance in the space as the other beasts began to push more energy into her portion of the mental construct, flooding the excited spirit snake, and allowing her body to continue to grow as she eyed a morsel that she had been saving. Someone had given her the heart of the royal rank frost giant, and while the organ resembled a blue crystal, it seemed to be flexible enough that Remy could squish it into a tube with her coils so that she could eat it whole. It would have been easier to cut it into chunks for her, but it seemed important to her that it was intact, and her body began to swell as the lump moved down her throat and began to rapidly deflate, being digested in a matter of minutes. Remy still looked like Remy, but her power level was certainly at the commander rank now, and she had grown so much that Carl wasn't certain anyone else would recognize her immediately. She certainly wasn't going to fit in Lotus' pocket anymore, and Carl wasn't certain the dainty nature cleric would even be able to carry her anymore. Remy might only weigh 20 kilos, but she was 3 meters of solid muscle now, and as thick as a baseball bat. Carl got the feeling that she was still far from fully grown, and that she would keep increasing in size, but she didn't show any signs of evolving into a naga, and remained as the same blue and gold spirit snake that she had always been. But some things had changed. For example, she was now playing with ice balls in the air above her head, blowing them around with controlled gusts from Blizzard, while the crystal trees in her swamp glowed with power. It became obvious that she was working on something when she brought out her totems to cast fireballs over the surface of the swamp, keeping the water warm. At first, Carl thought that she was trying to create a new skill by combining fireball with Blizzard, but what she was actually working on was much different. The totems expired, and Remy made a new set, this time 3 instead of the 2 that she could create before, and with 2 lamia back to back, looking around and firing in different directions. That was an impressive increase in the effectiveness of her totems, but it was a side effect of reaching the commander rank and not the actual goal of her experiment. It was the fog at the boundary that she was trying to create, the melted snow and ice from the blizzard, infused with all of the water magic, but none of the cold. Then, she began to cast chain lightning into the fog. It wasn't doing anything much at the start, or even for the next few hours before Carl began to get ready for bed. But when she did finally make it work in her space, Remy had proudly created a brand new skill for herself. Thunderstorm would dump magical rain that ate through everything that it landed on, using water magic to penetrate and tear it apart, while random lightning bolts descended from the cloud. Hawk was not impressed. Why more water? He demanded, certain that she had been planning to make a proper firestorm out of her blizzard. Water makes the lightning happy. Look how well it spreads over the wet things. Remy replied, wishing that there was somewhere that she could test this properly. But nothing had attacked them in the past few days, and it would just seem silly to be creating a storm cloud in the middle of nowhere. So, she contented herself with making it rain in her space for a while. All night, in fact, while she practiced changing the temperature of the water, so it could be an ice bath or a comfortable shower. The next morning was very similar, other than the fact that they had a shift on the line. They were still meditating and working on stabilizing their power, only now, they did it in a nice grassy spot, where everyone could lean against Thor. Technically, they were still in position, as the Sero and the clerics were in the middle of their formation, so nobody gave them any trouble about it while Hawk was circling in the sky to see where all the hill giants had gone. Carl had ordered him not to lose sight of their group, so he couldn't go too far, and there were no hill giants anywhere in his visual range, other than the ones that were attacking dozens of kilometers down the line. He could go help, but they wouldn't know who he was, and the academy wouldn't let Carl move 30 kilometers or more just to join another military unit's fight. So, he had to content himself with sightseeing, and stealing the occasional rodent as a snack when he saw them on the move. Remy finally got to try out her new spell that evening. Minus the lightning. It was an exceptionally hot day, and a few of the water mages had set up a sprinkler for the off-duty students and teachers to cool off. That seemed like an invitation to her, so Remy exited her space, startling Morgana with her size as she landed on the witch doctor's shoulders. "You've gotten big. Is this a commander rank Remy that I am seeing?" the witch doctor asked. Remy nodded happily, and then cast her new, thunderstorm, spell, with the lightning suppressed, to create a rain cloud 50 meters in the air, which dumped rain over the small area where everyone was playing in the sprinkler. The students laughed as the event turned into a full-fledged shower, and one of the earth mages quickly turned the area into a stone pool with a sand bottom, approximating a beach. With the way that it was raining in Remy's spell, even suppressed as it was so it didn't hurt anyone, the pool would quickly fill, and then they would have somewhere to relax out of the heat. Morgana was just about to join them, not afraid of getting wet, when a high-pitched, girlish scream nearly shattered her eardrums. "Snake!" the boy shouted. "Hey, it's the afraid of snakes guy. I think he peed," Remy informed Carl, too amused to be disgusted by the display of terror. "Don't scare him too badly, they still need him to work." Morgana stroked Remy under her chin as the snake extended forward to get a better look at the boy, who was again cowering in terror. He froze in panic, and then Remy darted forward to bump her head against his nose, before retreating to Morgana's embrace. "I tried giving him a friendly boop, but I don't think it worked." For a moment, there was chaos as everyone worried that one of the students had been attacked by the spirit snake, but those who were close enough had seen Remy carefully boop him on the nose and knew that he wasn't actually injured, just panicked and hyperventilating. False alarm, everyone, the snake just headbutted him and made him panic. One of the students called out as the elites began to run over to see what the danger was. One of the other teachers stared at Remy for a moment, as the snake stared back at her. "Is that Remy? I recall that she was much smaller than that. Or is she under the effects of a skill?" the mage finally asked. "She advanced to commander rank, and wanted me to show her around for the afternoon, apparently. At least, that's the impression that I got when she appeared on my shoulders," Morgana explained. "I know that you're Carl's advisor, but you don't have to carry his pets around for him," one of the teachers joked. Remy circled Morgana so she could see who was talking more clearly, and the teacher laughed. "It's like she's judging me for questioning her choices. I can see why she doesn't want to travel in the dirt, but still, isn't she getting a bit large to be carried around on your shoulders?" he asked. The student beside him laughed. "That look is definitely offended. I think she took that as you calling her fat." The students laughed as they realized that was really what Remy was going for, and that the snake had no idea how much more she weighed now than she did when she was a third that length. "Well, we should thank her for the rain, at the very least. It's been so hot here that I'm beginning to wonder what's wrong with the weather," one of the students added. That was a good point, Remy thought. She knew that it was supposed to be close to winter now, or perhaps in the middle of the winter. She didn't actually know how long seasons lasted. Plus, they were in the hills, and the weather should be cooler here than it was in most places. It was much better than the Frost Giant Nation, but they weren't that far from their borders, so it shouldn't be this warm, she thought. The problem was that she had no way to express that without going through Carl. She was beginning to enjoy learning new spells, but learning to communicate with random humans still seemed like a lot of work for very little result. There should be a Morgana-specific way, she thought. She only really wanted to talk to people in the group, pretty much ever, and only wanted to talk to Morgana right now, so why did she have to learn a whole written language? She had learned to read the letters, and she had seen Carl making them before, but she didn't have arms, and while her innate water control was good enough to hold a spear, it was not going to make legible letters. Plus, she only knew the runes for so many words. Certainly, not enough to properly express herself. What Remy didn't realize was that the only books she had been reading were spell books and other arcane tomes related to skills and history, so none of them were written in the much easier modern common language. Their relaxing evening was shattered by the sudden thumping of the artillery, which had been silent all day with no targets in range. Then, the attack alarm blared, and Morgana turned to the line, prepared to bring Remy back to Carl so they wouldn't be short-handed for the battle. Not that they would be far apart, as Morgana was stationed with him for battles, but Carl could give his beasts orders to work together, so she assumed he would want them all back. Remy was getting excited about the battle, as she would get to try out her new skill and her commander rank attack powers for the first time. Everyone had been excited when she made it rain for the pool, so they would definitely be excited when she made a full thunderstorm for the battle. But she couldn't see the giants. Not even with her head extended up above Morgana's. I don't know where they are either, but they should be coming. Morgana assured her, mistaking her excitement to show off for eager anticipation of the battle itself. Morgana also had no way to know that the wave of disappointment that followed was because Hawk had reported that the hill giants weren't coming to this end of the line, but moving past them to attack the artillery and the group beyond the students. They had gotten close enough to make it look like an attack, but they hadn't slowed their movement, and they were already past this flank. She's sad that she won't get to show you how cool her new thunderstorm ability can be. The giants were only passing by this end of the line, and they're going for the artillery and the far flank. Carl explained as Morgana comforted the dejected spirit snake. That's the worst kind of disappointment. She was so excited to show me the skill, and now there is nothing to cast it on. Morgana agreed. But they didn't stop their advance to attack the artillery either, they circled around, searching for something. They didn't get closer than artillery range, and didn't come into sight of the line, so if it wasn't for Hawk scouting, Carl would have thought that this was a false alarm, as many of the others did. It didn't take long before the other students remembered that Carl had a scout in the sky, who should be watching the action while dodging artillery shells. How long until they arrive? One of the warriors asked. That's a fine question. They passed across the line, as if they were coming for an attack, then they doubled back, looking for something. I have no idea what they're up to now. Carl explained. Do you think that they can sense something that we can't? The warrior on Carl's left asked. Most likely. But normally, my beasts would sense it as well, and they haven't noticed anything out of the usual in the area. If there was some hidden treasure, we should have picked up some trace of it by now. Treasure? Hawk asked as he soared above the giants. He didn't sense any treasure, though. He was pretty good at it, but there wasn't anything to find. The hill giants didn't even leave their dead behind, so there were no loot-filled corpses either. The hill giants appeared to making a crude grid pattern as they moved back and forth across the territory at the edge of the artillery bombardment. They were definitely searching, but neither Carl nor Hawk could determine for what, and nobody else had any clue, even after he tried to explain. Then, the guns fell silent as the hill giants retreated out of range. Hawk, scout a little longer and see if there was anything hiding underground while they were here. Maybe it's a hidden ruin, like the dwarven village. If it's like that, there won't be any mice. Hawk reminded him. Carl's smile let everyone know he was talking to Hawk as he replied. Not everyone is as good at pest control as the dwarves. There might be mice. The search proved fruitless both for Hawk and the hill giants, as they returned every day for the next week, stopping before they could get in range of the artillery, and searching different sections of the line every day. One day, while sitting on the line, watching the empty horizon, Tessa looked down at Carl from her spot on Thor's back. Do you think that it's actually possible to interrogate a hill giant? I really want to know what in the world they've been looking for this past week. There has hardly even been an attack, they're so busy looking for whatever they're looking for. She asked. The teacher closest to them burst into laughter. Well, they are capable of speaking human common, but the odds of getting them to talk are pretty low. Hill giants don't feel pain the same way a human does, so you can't really torture them for information, even if you have a way to restrain them. Carl sighed. Well, that is unfortunate. I really do want to know what is driving them to search this whole area like that. But if they're doing it just to troll us and drive us insane, I'm not certain that I could take the truth. Tessa chuckled. I don't think that hill giants would do that, but I can definitely see you doing it just to mess with them. She had a point. They could all see Carl doing it if he got bored, and the nature priests would help him. It was 2 more days of waiting before they would find out what the hill giants had actually been up to. Carl was sitting in a history lesson with Morgana when the attack alarm blared, along with a secondary tone that indicated this was an urgent incoming attack. If they had failed to detect it at the usual distance, that would be extremely odd, given that they hadn't been distracted by anything, so that more likely meant that they were already charging, and would be here sooner than anticipated. Carl switched from his more comfortable uniform suit to his armor as he rose from his chair, and the mages in the class began to scatter to their various assigned locations. Carl let Hawk loose as soon as they were out of the classroom, and immediately, excited chatter filled his mind. It's a buffet. A mobile buffet coming our way. There are huge mice, and angry Thors and meat with horns, and even pigs. Angry Thor. There are lightning Saro in the stampede? Carl asked. No, scaly, but on 2 legs and angry, they keep attacking things that get near them. When Carl arrived at his spot on the flank, the true terror of the advance became clear. The hill giants pretending to search the area yesterday had dropped bait bags all over the place, and the monsters were racing from one to another, trying to get to them. But once they were close enough, they would smell the humans, and that would be the final bait bag of the lure that had caused the monsters to stampede. How they had managed to wrangle so many into one place was a mystery, but it most likely involved a lot of work, given how few giants they had seen recently. There were thousands of monsters, perhaps tens of thousands. As far as Hawk could see, there were monsters on the horizon, charging toward the human lines. It wouldn't just be the academy portion that was hit today, but everyone within 50 kilometers of them. Compared to this influx, every one of the previous attacks looked like child's play. But worse than that, once they were done with the monsters and exhausted, they were very likely to see a full offensive from the hill giants. Got it. I will be on Morgana. She brings snacks to battle. The artillery corps was firing furiously, taking out many of the weaker monsters and inadvertently creating more bait to draw the monsters forward. But Hawk had more bad news for them. There was an enormous swarm of flying monsters at the back of the ground-based influx, picking off the weaker ones. They were enraged as well, and acting much more aggressively than Hawk thought should be natural. Morgana, tell them to make sure they save ammunition for the anti-aircraft guns. There is a massive swarm of flying monsters at the back of the stampede. Carl whispered as they took their positions. All of the teachers had radios with them, and served as the unit leaders, as they were stationed within earshot of each other along the line for an attack like this. She nodded silently before sending her message, and Carl considered what sort of tactic might be effective against this sort of enemy. Remy, time to try your new skills. Can you cast it all the way back where the monsters are? Carl asked. Remy exited her space and crawled up Tessa, who had the best view from the back of Thor. Maybe. I'll make it big and far. The storm cloud began to grow, and the first few bolts of lightning hit the ground as the rain fell on the leading edge of the monsters. Perfect, we want them all to have to run through it, so if you can keep it there the whole fight, as wide as you can, that is all you need to do. Carl instructed. Got it. I will be on Morgana. She brings snacks to battle. Hawk was definitely a bad influence on the no longer small snake. But she would soon realize that tiny pocket snacks were not enough to sate the hunger of a grown spirit snake, and the appeal would likely be lost. But Morgana was prepared for Remy's arrival, and she had her staff already planted in the dirt, ready for Remy to crawl up so she could get an even better view, and not put all her weight on the witch doctor for the battle. The monsters were getting close now, past the point where the giants had placed bait, and they had noticed the massive number of humans who could sate their magically stimulated appetites. They were ravenous from the bait bags, and enraged. The perfect combination for overcoming their common sense and getting them to charge at the elites. Pikes up. Brace for impact. The section commander ordered. The warriors brought up their pikes, and Thor brought up his barrier over his team, including Morgana and the group under Colonel Wilkes, who were his team by default, as they were right next to him, and attached to the same unit. The larger beasts were closer, as the smaller carnivores had chosen to stay behind the hyper-aggressive giant lizards and beasts, who naturally treated them as food. Tessa activated the holy blessing on the pikes, in time with the other battle clerics along the line. The metal heads glowed with golden light, prepared to cut through the thick hides of the attackers, but the monsters didn't care. Ranged attackers, begin. Carl raised his bow and fired, chain lightning, into the front ranks. The lightning arced between the attackers, and dozens of the smaller beasts went up in flames as the commander rank ability hit their awakened rank bodies. The hill giants didn't care what they sent this way, they just herded everything, so there were many strong beasts, but also a horde of weaker ones that would slowly wear down the more powerful defenders once they reached the human lines. The first wave of attackers fell easily to the combined attacks of the defenders, and most of the weaker beasts were already severely injured from Remy's thunderstorm. The damage from the rain wasn't extreme, but it was a commander rank skill, and against awakened rank monsters, even half a minute of exposure was enough to nearly cripple them. Then, they had to pass through the area attacks of the other mages, many of whom had the same idea that Remy did, and spread their attacks over the largest possible area so that they injured everything before it made it to the line. The air in the distance crackled with lightning, fire swirled along the ground, and razor-sharp gusts of compressed winds tore through fur and scales. Thor bugled his challenge to the closest of the giant lizards, who raised his head to chomp down on the Cerro's back. But that was where Tessa was sitting, and as Thor charged forward, she brought up her spear and stabbed upward through the roof of the beast's mouth to impale its brain and send holy light bursting out of its skull. The enormous predator fell, and Thor crushed the ribs of another with his armored tail while Tessa lashed out with her spear, and the pike line pushed the other attackers away from them. Carl continued to fire, switching to flaming body, for more effect on the commander rank beasts, who were starting to pile up against the spears, running over the bodies of the fallen first ranks. The mages put up solid barriers, halting the advance of the monsters for a split second before the warriors charged through again. The goal was to keep moving forward so that the bodies didn't stack up and give the monsters the chance to jump the defenders. Retreating would do the same thing, but that would eventually lead them back to camp, so it wasn't really an option in a battle this large. Carl remained a few steps behind the pike wall as they moved forward, pushing the beasts back so that he could continue to fire arrows toward the thicker clusters of strong beasts. Unlike the hill giants, most of these beasts didn't have any defensive magic, so the ongoing attack spells were devastating to them, especially in their enraged and starved state, where they were stopping inside the attack zone to feast on the bodies of the fallen. But Carl knew this fortunate state wouldn't last forever. The mages were burning a lot of mana to keep the area spells up, and once they started to get tired, things would become much more difficult. Remy left her place with Morgana when the witch doctor didn't understand that the refreshing spells were moving forward with the offense team. It didn't take the mages long to understand that the warriors had gotten priority for the stamina spells from the clerics, as they were the ones in immediate danger if someone faltered due to exhaustion. That led to the whole line pushing forward, holding their positions, while Remy slithered along at Carl's side, doing nothing but keeping her thunderstorm active. Only when the monster density began to increase again did she start creating her totems on top of Morgana's staff. They were now designed to look like two lamia back to back, instead of just one, and the firing rate had doubled, while the totems themselves were lasting closer to 2 minutes than their original 90 seconds. The poison was slower acting, but the fireballs had an immediate effect on everything that they hit, and their flank of the line was holding strong, even as the others were calling up reinforcements from the army. They weren't elites, but there were more than enough clerics here to give them blessings and send them into combat to reinforce the students, the same as they would do on any other battlefield. The academy had been trying to avoid it, but the pure weight of numbers was dragging down some sections of the line that didn't have as much area attack ability. The strongest monsters are falling. Front line, hold position and let them come to us. The section commander ordered, giving the students a bit of a chance to catch their breath between fights. Not that they were going to get completely out of combat, as the mages' reduction in mana meant that they had to cut the power of their spells back to the mana level that they could sustain in a longer time period, and that was bringing monsters to the front with less damage than at the start of the battle. The pikes were beginning to falter, and the warriors in the front were being forced to change to shorter ranged weapons, while the second rank used their pikes to keep the largest of the monsters from crushing them as they fought. That was Ray's cue to switch tactics. Now, instead of sending the spider golems after the most dangerous targets while she spat silk to trap ones that looked like they would make good snacks, she had the spider golems switch to the mass clearance tactics that they had used in the last battle with the hill giants, just murdering as many small monsters as possible. The "kill everything that moves" tactic was working well for the spider golems, and the line was actually able to push back the monsters in a few spots, but there was much worse incoming. The smarter monsters hadn't been completely consumed by rage due to the spell that the hill giants had put on the area using the bait, and they had remained behind the area attack spells for as long as they could resist. But now they were coming forward, charging through the weakened mage spells, intent on tearing the humans apart and sating the magical hunger that was consuming their thoughts. They had resisted as long as they could, but now, their reasoning had been overcome, and they were rampaging the same as the others. There was a large group of massive feline predators, and for a moment Carl struggled to recall their names from the study books. Great golden lions, that was the name of the species, he realized. Then he realized that there was a much larger problem. Unlike the other monsters in the horde so far, this was a proper magical beast, and it had abilities beyond strengthening and melee attacks. The great golden lion could breathe fire, and if that pack made it to the front lines, things were going to get brutal for the defenders. The mage's barriers wouldn't hold up for long, and the holy light blessing that the clerics cast on the warriors wouldn't take many hits from the fiery breath. Morgana, those things breathe fire. I need to move forward to keep them away from the line. Carl shouted back to the witch doctor. Take your 10-person team if you can even get ahead of the lines. We will do what we can to protect your back. Morgana replied. Colonel Wilkes' group wouldn't be too impressed by that answer, but the extra bodies would help, and when Thor charged, the monsters would spread to avoid being rammed. It was instinctive, and their enraged minds didn't understand battle tactics. Just follow the Cerro. Everything else will back away from our fight when the flames start to fly. But those lions breathe fire, and they will tear apart the warriors who don't have Thor's barrier on them. Carl explained as he prepared to push the group forward. Seamus still looked terrified, but Tessa pulled him up on the back of Thor, and the bard took out a small pan flute, which he could play with one hand while he held a shield in the other. That was far better than he had been during the first battle he had seen on this front, and Carl was impressed with his bravery. It took a lot of courage to face that level of fear, and to not only go forward of the line, but to do it on a Cerro with a war cleric. Of course, he might not have realized what he had volunteered for yet, so it could be excused if he panicked later, but Carl had a good feeling about him. Thor smashed the ground with his tail, sending an earthquake forward into the monsters, then charged behind it with Ray's golems protecting his flanks. They didn't have far to go, not far enough that he would lose the slower-moving members of the squad, but the monsters parted around them when they saw that the Cerro had a target in mind. Carl took up the back of the formation, preventing anything from coming up behind them as Thor parted the monsters in front of them. And the monsters didn't take long to close ranks behind them, but it was the weaker and more opportunistic ones that came first. You go forward, we will hold the back. Colonel Wilkes instructed as he summoned his fire elementals to support Jimmy and Ollie at the back of the team. Dana and Ray's golems were split between the sides of Thor, so as long as the group stayed close, they only had to cover a small area with actual warriors, leaving Carl and Thor free to fight the great golden lions in front. The 5 beasts roared in unison, and a blast of flame washed over the group, causing everyone to glow in an odd combination of blue and gold as the barriers created by Tessa and Thor worked together to prevent the damage from reaching the elites. Give me a boost, big buddy. Carl instructed as he ran onto Thor's tail with his maul in his hand. Thor flipped his tail up, sending Carl flying over the heads of Tessa and Seamus. The startled golden lions looked up in shock and sent a gout of flames toward Carl as he descended. The flames washed over, flame body, with no noticeable damage, then the maul hit home, crushing a lion's skull and sending chain lightning out through the group. Tessa's spear flicked out above Carl's head, slashing the throat of another golden lion before it could recover. Hot golden blood flowed from the wound, setting the grass on fire as Carl switched to the two-handed blade for easier close-quarters combat. The flaming breath came for him again as Carl sidestepped, making use of his enhanced speed to pull the attack away from the rest of the group. That spread it over the monsters on Thor's right flank, and the stench of burning fur filled the air. The golden lions didn't care, the other monsters were nothing but competition for food, and they had dared to try to eat the ones who had insulted the lions by fighting back. Claws raked down Carl's barrier as he parried another set with his blade and moved another step away from Thor. That was the perfect position, and while Carl was burning a lot of energy to keep his barrier up, he now had the closest of the golden lions facing away from the lightning Sarrow. Two massive horns tossed the beast in the air, where it was helplessly impaled by Tessa's spear before being torn apart by multiple magic missiles and fire bolts. That left only two more golden lions, and a frightened horde of monsters, who were now giving them as much space as possible, as Carl rolled to Thor's left flank and evaded another gout of fire breath, which burned even more of the unfortunate horde. They were forced too close to the battle by the press of bodies, and they were suffering as badly from the lions as they were from the humans. The great golden lions were forced to their hind legs as Ophelia joined Carl with a furious roar. They were still larger than the raging were-bear, but not by enough that they could discount her raw strength. Unfortunately for them, that opened their vulnerable bellies while they swatted away the berserkers' axes, and another one fell, gutted by Tessa's spear. That left only one, surrounded by Carl and Ophelia, fighting desperately for its life. Carl got a solid hit on one shoulder as the lion twisted out of the way, and its leg suffered a grievous wound from the axe, but then it was gone, leaping off into the crowd of monsters on three legs, and putting a half-dozen bodies between it and the humans as it retreated. The monsters were just letting it run, but they were closing on Carl and the others now that the threat of flame breath was gone. Back up to the line, fighting retreat. Carl shouted to be heard over the din of the battle. They had done their jobs, and the flame-breathing commanders were out of commission, leaving only targets that the line could reasonably be expected to deal with. Thor and Carl both needed a breather, as they had expended a lot of energy to keep refreshing lightning active, but the golems and fire elementals were happy to cover for them as they backed away. Carl swept the surrounding area with rend, creating a wide path for their retreat. That got them back to the line in under 10 seconds, and gave the line a moment to regroup after they had passed by. Good work. Morgana congratulated them as they stopped between the warriors and the mages. Carl just nodded in reply as he focused on recovering energy, and Remy crawled up the witch doctor to get to her favorite viewpoint on Morgana's staff and set up new totems. Will the other lion be back? Morgana asked, while holding the radio microphone in her hand, ready to inform Battlefield Command of the outcome. Not anytime soon. It has a broken leg and a mangled shoulder. I don't know how fast they heal, but it shouldn't be back today at the very least. Carl replied. Morgana sent their report, and the group spread back to their positions, returning to their duties against the rapidly diminishing wave of monsters. All that was left was the very worst of it. The wave of flying monsters that had followed the others to the battle. Fortunately, they had a plan. First, the thunderstorm, to soak and electrocute the incoming birds. Then, blizzard, to freeze the water. And finally, they would have Thor hurl Mick's tiny sand golems at them with his tail. That last bit was an impromptu addition by Thor himself. The other portions of the line would have to fend for themselves, but as long as refreshing lightning was active, Remy was sure she could keep the area spells active long enough to make a difference. The thunderstorm would be spread over the largest possible area, as it needed time to reach maximum effect, and then the blizzard would be a narrow final line. There were a few other area spells in their section, including Colonel Wilkes' Flame Storm spell, but its casting range wasn't nearly as far as Remy's. Why he couldn't cast it as far away as she could use her area spells was a mystery, but the Flame Storm spell naturally wanted to be centered on the caster, and just moving it out into the monsters was an effort, while Remy only had to be able to clearly see and visualize her target. That was true for many of the mage's area spells. They were primarily defensive, and while they could create a gap large enough for their unit, the area spells were usually centered on them, not hurled hundreds of meters away. With the obvious exception of explosions, which had been a constant counterpart to the day's battle. The flock was chasing the last of the beasts forward, herding them into the academy lines, right until they hit the rain, and found that it was seeping into their skin and tearing their feathers out. That was enough to make most of them turn around and give up on the battle, overcome by the pain and shaken free of the effects of the rage that they had been under. But the beasts on the ground were closer to the bait packs all the way in, and the effect was much stronger. They weren't turning back, they were intent on eliminating the humans, and even more now that they were wounded. That works better than I thought it would. The damage is alright, but the deterrent effect is totally worth it. Remy noted as she watched the first of the rain-soaked monsters reach the blizzard, and get flash frozen. They were monsters, and they could break the magical ice easily enough, but it was sharp, and it cut into their flesh, making them bleed and slowing their movement. Then they were into the spells of the other mages, and being cut down so fast that the warrior lines were only doing cleanup on the last few who struggled through in a desperate attempt to get some form of vengeance. But their incredibly effective defense only extended so far, and the sections of the line further down toward the artillery were still having issues, and even with the reinforcements from the regular army, they were in for a hard fight. The problem was, that if they changed anything here, they would only move the problem back in their direction. The first group, the ones who had been ending their shift when the attack started, were rotated off the line to get some sleep, as the battle wasn't showing any signs of ending in the next few hours, but Carl's side of the line was at the point where you could call it under control. That let them all rest a little, as they were mostly using the largest scale attacks they could at greatly reduced power to deal with the stragglers of the monster attack on their flank. Remy had cut back the power on her spells to the point that the monsters were actually making it through, but only the ascended rank ones. That was low enough draw that she wouldn't burn herself out before it was time to nap, as long as she still had Thor and Lotus's help with their refreshing skills. Having such a large area spell is a blessing in battle. I think that thunderstorm is even larger than the blizzard she was using before. One of the warriors noted as he stepped back from the line, letting the second rank rotate forward. She's a commander now, instead of ascended. So, the blizzard will have expanded as well, but her abilities definitely lean toward the dispersed damage effects over exceptionally large areas. I see that there is a shaman further down the line using nearly the same spell, but we could have used several more of them. Carl replied. Are there so few shamans? One of the mages behind Carl asked. Morgana nodded and turned to the student. There are right now. There are only 5 at the academy, including the instructor. There are many more from previous years, but the last few haven't had many shamans among them. One of the mages chuckled. 80% of the student body is either a cleave-base warrior, or a wand-marked wizard. It's like we got all the repeat draws the last few years. Mick, the bald golem mage, laughed. It's like gambling. You get a streak of nothing and then something big. Our year burned up all its luck with Carl and Dana. Mostly Carl. No offense to Dana, but she did start as a basic mage with exceptional talent. He got the broken overpowered super mark. Carl laughed as he sent a wave of rend through the wounded monsters. It's not that the mark is overpowered. It's the beasts. If I didn't have such a cool group of teammates, the mark would be nearly worthless. Carl informed him, making Thor stomp happily. Remy jabbed her head repeatedly toward the blizzard until one of the mages reached out to stroke her scales. You are doing a wonderful job, Remy. Every bit as impressive as Thor's shield, hawk scouting and raise golems, wherever they went. Carl laughed and gestured into the distance with his next, rend, attack. They're over that way, hunting for things that are stronger than a wounded ascended rank pig. The camp will be eating good for a while after this battle, and I'll be sure to pull a few extra beasts into my storage space so we can do another roast in case we run out of fresh goodness before the next event. He added. What's the next event? The mage petting Remy asked. Dana and Lotus both have birthdays coming up in the next couple of weeks, only a few days apart, so we were going to celebrate them together with another barbecue. It looks like we might not have to do much begging, though. There are hundreds of dead pigs out there. Carl noted. Are those safe to eat? Jimmy asked as he stood in the front row with a pike in his hands. The ones in the thunderstorm are. That's just lightning and water magic. They'll be fresh and clean when we go to gut them, even if they are a bit charred. I'm sure we can save at least a truckload of meat from our section of the battle. Morgana considered Carl's words. You have a good point. I will see if they have an insulated trailer nearby. If we can get them butchered and on ice, perhaps frozen with ice magic, we can have fresh meat instead of canned for months. The meal rations included canned pork. Or as the elites called it, stuff posing as meat, but it was mediocre at best. Fried and slathered with mustard it wasn't too bad, and a number of the students liked to eat it with eggs, or drowned in a cream gravy. But Morgana was not a fan. One after another, the mages took turns petting and encouraging Remy, as it was her wide area spells that were making life so easy along this section. The range that she had with her magic was ridiculous compared to what most of the students could manage, and as a result, they were mostly just standing around, waiting for something to make it through the blizzard so they could finish it off. But that was becoming increasingly rare, and the flying beasts had never come near their portion of the line, though they could surely have just flown over the spell effects. The thunderstorm clouds were only a few hundred meters in the air, and Hawk was flying over them constantly, looking for targets stupid or brave enough to challenge his air superiority. The birds had mostly fled as soon as the thunderstorm went up, and the only powerful flying things were all the way down at the anti-aircraft guns, 10 kilometers from their location. But there were some griffins among them, and Hawk thought that might make a good companion, as it could fly, use wind magic, and walk on 4 legs. It was a versatile sort of monster. And it didn't use water magic. That was why Hawk wasn't dive-bombing the overgrown mice right now. The water magic wouldn't attack him, but he would get soaked with every pass, and that was simply unacceptable. They were about to rotate a second group off the line when the signal was given that the monsters had been defeated, and a temporary stand-down order was in place. That meant that while they were relieved of the official need to fight, everyone should remain nearby and prepared to fight, even if they weren't on shift. So, Carl moved his group back, as they were in the third group, which would go on shift in half an hour, and lay down against Thor for a quick nap. There were still a few monsters coming their way, and Remy still had her, Thunderstorm, up at further reduced capacity, but what made it past the storm was nothing that a small group of warriors and mages couldn't handle. The rest of the line was slowly managing to chase off the flying creatures, but Carl could sense the envious eyes cast in their direction. The storm and Hawk were enough to chase off all of the flying monsters at their end of the line, so the right flank was just resting while everyone else finished the fight. Carl's team took over their shift right on schedule, but there wasn't anything to do with Hawk already clearing out the monsters from above once they left the storm. The smart ones had already died or run away, so now it was mostly just the slower-moving rodents and scavengers who didn't have the brain power to realize that it was the water causing them damage. So many dumb mice. They just keep running back into the rain. Hawk complained, unwilling to chase them into the storm. You have a fire barrier, you won't really get wet. Thor reminded him. Not the point. Despite his complaints, Carl could tell that the Hawk was actually having fun, circling around the edge of the storm and chasing the rodents back into their deaths. Once the storm ended, they would all be freshly washed and ready for him to collect, so it was better that they stopped in the rain than running out through the mud. After another hour, even that had stopped. There was nothing coming out of the storm anymore, and only a few stragglers were still being found by the rest of the defensive line. That was when Carl fully expected the hill giants to attack, and thanked his luck that he was on shift for it. Remy dropped the storm so that Hawk could clean up the beasts that he wanted, and the academy started to send teams forward to gather beasts to be butchered for the kitchens. Do they have a trailer for the meat? Carl asked Morgana as he watched the recovery teams work. They will in an hour. It's on its way here now. Well, more than one. They're assigning teams everywhere that got hit with beasts today to gather meat to help reduce the load on the supply convoys. The less that they have to send to us, the better. We have also taken low casualties lately, so the clerics have been going all out with the rice and beans, which cuts down on the requirement for shelf-stable rations even further. I know it's a bit dull for most of the elites, but it's free and plentiful, so the supply staff loves it. Carl chuckled at Morgana's description. It's actually better than a lot of the things that they serve in the cafeteria. I've grown quite fond of the rice and beans base for dinners with the nature priest-grown fruits and vegetables plus monster meat. We eat better in the field than we do in camp. Morgana sighed. Well, hopefully this conflict will be sorted sooner than expected. The frost giants are already in bad shape, and with one border only needing minimal forces, the army has managed to transfer more to the other lines. Carl shrugged. It doesn't look like the hill giants are going to give up so soon. But you never know what they are actually thinking. It could all be over tomorrow, but it could run until one side completely collapses. I don't pretend to understand what the giants were thinking with this invasion. The witch doctor nodded. There has to be some reason for the giants to start working together. They hate each other, but they're all forming a coordinated offensive against us, when they don't even want the territory. So, it has to be about something else, and nobody really knows what. But should we really be worrying about that right now? Why not? It's not like I've got anything else to do. Unless they're going to let me take a team to go scout behind the lines, all we can do is gossip and speculate while we sit here. Carl reminded her. Dana laughed and poked him in the side. You're as bad as an old woman, looking for gossip. Inquiring minds need to know. Tessa looked over at them from on top of Thor's head. Yeah, if we don't get to do fun stuff, at least give us something to think about. Like, do you think that unique scent that hill giants have is natural, or is it some sort of soap? They kind of smell like dirt and plants, not sweaty like ogres or goblins, so I've been wondering. That was an excellent question. Everyone quietly pondered it for a while, and even Hawk began to wonder. None of them had never found signs of soap in their belongings, but they all smelled the same, so it was possible that it could go either way. Hawk had a small mountain of corpses in his space now, and then a large mountain built off to one side. What's with the segregated piles? Carl asked as he inspected the rapidly filling space. This is the really good stuff I want to keep, and that is the good enough to eat stuff that I'm willing to part with. We can put it in the Morgana's trailer once it arrives. Carl laughed at how Hawk still didn't get the concept of names. He treated everyone as a separate species. So it was the Dana Mage, the Morgana, and so on. Ray got names a bit better, but it was hit or miss who she considered worthy of a name. What's the good word? Dana asked once Carl was paying full attention to his surroundings again. Hawk has separated the piles into things he likes to eat, and things he thinks that humans will like to eat. So, he's got a massive pile of beasts in stasis, waiting for the personnel to be available to butcher them after the trailer arrives. But looking at it, we might need more trailers. There is a mountain of beasts in there, and that's just the good-tasting ones. Carl explained. Dana laughed. That sounds like Hawk. Let me guess, there are no pigs in the pile for the humans. Carl looked at the pile and found a few of them that had been scorched and damaged in the mountain of donations. I wouldn't say that there are none, but none of the ones that died cleanly are in that pile. He's got years' worth of food in the other pile though, so once we start running low, I will have him start sorting it out. He's not going to need most of that once he makes it to royal rank, so he will be able to part with the vast majority. Carl explained. Morgana gave Carl a curious look. Sometimes I wonder just what all you have hidden in those spaces. You've pulled out all sorts of natural resources so far, and some truly rare ones as well. So what all can go in those spaces? Carl shrugged. Anything the beasts see as a resource. So food, shiny objects, broken magical weapons but not intact ones. However, they can take gems, plants, and those sorts of things. So, the stones and feathers in your fort are all things that someone thought would be useful? Morgana asked. They were on bodies that Ray collected. She likes using them as decorations, but she will take them with her when we leave. The silk is free, her treasures are not. Carl explained. Morgana nodded. And some of those stones are actually valuable magical resources. They're just not useful to any of your beasts. If we could convince her to part with a few of them, we might actually be able to make some new resources for specific warriors. Ray gave Morgana a curious look that would have made most people recoil in fright, but Morgana just smiled. If you have a few more of those glowing orange stones with the yellow streaks in them, and the perpetually cold bones that aren't giant bones, we could use both of them to make fire and ice potions for the church guards and regular soldiers. It makes them more attuned to holy magic, but for some reason, it doesn't work on the clerics who can actually use holy magic. The witch doctor explained. Ask her how much she needs. They're kind of bright, so I buried them in a hole. Ray replied. She is wondering how many you need. She has a few tucked away. Morgana considered that for a few seconds, counting on her fingers as she looked out at the infantry units as far as the eye could see. To cover all of the soldiers here for the next 3 months, before the potion wears off, we would need at least 20 of the stones and a kilo of ice element monster bones that aren't frost giants. She decided. Ray pulled the cover off her pit full of glowing rocks and began to sort out the ones that Morgana wanted. They were incredibly common in frost giant jewelry, and every commander rank warrior usually had at least 10 of them woven into their accessories. So, she had quite the pit full of them, but she still carefully counted 20 of them before weighing the bones. Carl wasn't certain how accurate her guess of the weight was, but when she was ready, she retreated from her space to rest by Thor and left Carl to pass the loot over. This should do it. This is what Ray found for you. Carl explained. She had moved a large wooden shield over the pit again, and covered it with stones that didn't shine, so the glow didn't mess with the ambience of her space, which was nearly dark, with a few glowing blue stones strung up high to imitate stars in the sky. Morgana took the large pile of materials from Carl into a spare bag, and happily patted Ray on her leg, being careful to touch only the side, and not risk her fingers on the sharp edges. Thank you, Ray. It will take me all night to make enough potions, but the whole army will benefit from this. That was all the thanks that Ray needed. Someone needed her shiny loot, and that meant that they all owed her a favor. The witch doctor ran off from the lines and sent another teacher over to fill her space, leaving the newly arrived staff member thoroughly confused. There is a latrine right over there, where is she going? He asked as he took Morgana's spot next to Carl's group. We got her some loot to make holy magic attunement potions for the army. It should last them for 90 days, so she's in a hurry to get it made and distributed. Carl explained. You found the orange sunstones? That is excellent news. I will gladly take the extra shifts if she can get those potions made. I didn't even know that we had someone here who knew how to make the potions. They're a pretty obscure recipe, and the materials only come from the Frost Giant Nation. Ah, you all were stationed there, weren't you? He realized. Carl nodded. Not those 4, but the other 6 of us in this team were. The teacher pulled a spear from his inventory and stabbed the blunt end into the dirt so he could lean against it. Well, there are always advantages to having veterans on the line with the students. I know most of you are still students, but the difference in experience has been far too obvious since we got here. If I had to say, sending students out more would actually be better for their development. The gains that everyone has made since they got here have been incredible. It feels like we're about to have another commander in our ranks as well. Possibly 2. He was looking at Dana and Ophelia, who were both a bit nervous at his gaze. The status difference for commander rank would be huge, but they didn't think that they were there yet. They weren't close to Carl's power, or even any of his beasts, except maybe Remy. But none of them had really considered the fact that Remy had advanced to commander already, and they were still at least equal to her in maximum power. Most of the issue was just that Thor and Ray were throwing off the perception of what a commander-rank beast meant. Thor's refreshing lightning was such a versatile skill that it made him seem much more powerful than he was, and Ray had her royal rank golems which just tore through everything that they touched. "They're coming," Hawk informed Carl after another half-hour of patiently waiting for something to happen. "We've got incoming. Hawk is in the air, scouting. He says there are more threats coming. I will get more details in a second," Carl relayed. "About 5 big teams coming our way, then about the same for everyone else. Maybe 100 big teams," Hawk guessed. A big team was 10, so there were about 1,000 hill giants coming for them. "Hawk says we've got 100 coming to our section, and there are about 1,000 in total that he can see," Carl relayed. The teacher grabbed his radio and passed the message to the other units, which didn't immediately get an attack alarm sounded, as they were already on standby, but the artillery started only a minute later, when they got positive confirmation on the giants' positions. That was enough to inform everyone that their day wasn't over, but Carl didn't get up from his resting spot, nor did Dana, who was leaned against his side, trying not to fall asleep as she meditated to regain her mana. The hill giants were already charging, despite being over 10 kilometers away. It wouldn't take them long to get to the human lines, but the attack alarm was still waiting for them to get in sight so that the students could get a bit more rest before they were scrambled into position. It was only after the giants were in sight and everyone was getting to their feet that the troops were sent back to the line, preparing to engage the rapidly incoming enemy lines. That barely gave them time to get half the mages in position before the hill giants' bombardment began. But once they were in range, the hill giants didn't keep advancing. They stopped and used earth magic to create barriers in front of their lines so they could bombard the lines and remain out of sight to the direct attacks from the students. Golems were charging across no man's land now, while being bombarded by boulders and sharp spikes of stone. But as fast as they were falling, they were being reformed, to charge from the caster's maximum range again. "Carl, can you have Thor hurl my sand golems again? That worked really well, and they have short legs," Mick asked. "Happily." "Ray, can you make a catapult basket for Thor's tail?" Carl requested out loud. She made a quick mesh net, and the first golem got inside, while curled into a ball. Thor hurled the small golem, which impacted with a boulder in the sky, sending both the stone and the remains of the golem to the ground. "Next. Fire." Carl cheered as another golem loaded itself. This one flew right over the hill giant lines, but it could attack from behind, and Mick gave him a thumbs up, signaling that the golem had survived its landing. One after another, they were hurled, with most of them dying in the process. In fact, it took so long to get them there alive that Ray had sent a second set of spider golems, with Dana's stone golems on their backs, to the line before Mick finally had all 6 alive on the line. "Well, I can't say that it's more time effective, as they can dodge the artillery if they're on foot, but it sure is more fun," Carl noted as Thor finished his work. "You never know until you try, right?" Mick laughed. Even though they had made it to the line after much effort, they didn't last long, and Mick sent the next group running across the battlefield with the other golems and the fire elementals from Colonel Wilkes. If the giants weren't going to advance, this was going to be a very annoying fight. After half an hour of the stalemate, with the mages and hill giants exchanging ranged attacks, it was becoming clear that this battle was not going to end any time soon, and all that the hill giants needed was one section with mages who were less capable at ranged attacks to make a breach. "Professor, should we go cause a bit of chaos on the flank? It will get them moving before our mages get exhausted," Carl suggested. "I seem to recall that you have done that here once before. How did that work out for you?" the professor asked. "Well enough. The target ran away before we made it to him, but we managed to clear out the majority of the commander-rank threats on this flank, and it effectively ended the battle for the day." Carl replied with a shrug. "I will run it by the battle leaders and see what they think. If your team really can break the stalemate, or even get them motivated to move, it should be worth it." The warrior class professor agreed. It only took a few seconds before the answer came back to them. 10-person volunteer strike forces are approved to charge the lines in 10 minutes. Last rites should be prepared before departure. Carl looked at the teacher in shock. It sounds like they're not as optimistic about this mission as I am. Carl paused a second before raising his voice. But with that in mind, I will need 9 volunteers to go with me. Teams don't matter, but command says the odds are you're not coming back. It only took a second before Carl's whole team was standing beside him, followed by Morgana, Colonel Wilkes and Tank. But then the influx stopped. Everyone heard the radio message. This was likely to be the end of the line for the volunteers who went to break the balance and stop the hill giants from exhausting their mages before launching an assault. Carl was about to say something when 2 more men came jogging into the camp. Good, we made it on time. We didn't think that Carl would wait the whole 10 minutes before leaving with a team. Doug Mackenzie's smile was contagious, though Bob's look was grim as he ran beside his brother. Well, that makes 10. Time to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's show the hill giants how it's done. Carl announced. The slower-moving team members loaded themselves on Thor, Ray, and the spider golems, while the others moved to the front of the line. The section commander called after them. But it hasn't been 10 minutes. Doug gave him a thumbs up. Clearly. Tell the others to wait an extra 2, just to throw off the hill giants. Nobody expects a 12-minute timer. The teacher didn't know what to say as the group charged at the hill giants. He just motioned for the mages to keep a barrier over them for as long as they could, to save the group a bit of energy on the way in. Are we really going to lose a high cleric and so many commanders just like that? One of the students asked. Though the others weren't as well known, Tank was a beloved figure at the school, despite his insistence that he was only a part-time teacher. Mick gave his classmates a sad smile. Don't underestimate them. They're all bats-hit crazy, but every person in that group is a monster in combat. Just watch what happens when they get close, it's going to be an enlightening experience for us all. The other students looked at him like he was crazy. The last thing they wanted was to watch what happened when that group reached the hill giants' defensive fortification. As they ran, Carl moved to the front and took out his maul. Thor would be right behind him, so as long as the maul shattered the stone, they were good to go. When he was 2 steps from the wall, the spider golems vanished, leaving their riders in the dirt, while Lotus and Dana hopped down from Thor's back. Carl's hammer smashed into the wall, and the stone exploded as the effects of shatter sent a shockwave through the construct, breaking a 5-meter section of the barrier into small pieces. Then the resummoned spider golems were flying over his head at the hill giants, while Carl aimed at the knees, intending to cripple the nearest targets to establish a beachhead. But the majority of the giants in the area were ascended, and the golems were tearing them apart even before Thor and Tessa made it through the wall with a shockwave of earthquake that split around Carl and knocked a dozen giants from their feet. Ophelia and Bob went right, with Morgana and Remy behind them. A massive thunderstorm was forming over the area, punctuated by streaks of lightning and fireballs as Hawk attacked, surrounded in his often neglected wind barrier, to keep his feathers dry. Remy was placing totems on the wall to attack the giants from above, and spitting chain lightning into the crowd as she slithered along beside the witch doctor, who was surrounded in a dark cloud of magic that sent beams into the hill giants which seemed to corrupt and rot their flesh. Dana advanced away from the wall with Thor, flanked by her golems and aiming for the faces with her magic missiles, to distract them, while the war cleric and the lightning Sero stabbed and crushed. A stacked, flaming body attack sent a commander rank hill giant flying as Carl moved to the left, blocking the reinforcements while his team dealt with the right side of the line. He switched to his bow as he advanced, shooting point-blank into the hill giants and impaling them with flame-coated arrows that made their bodies ripple as if they had been hit with the maul and not a small arrowhead. Shatter didn't care how large the physical impact was, only that it happened, and the effect on ascended rank giants was devastating. Carl heard the whistle behind him that said they had cleared the last few giants at this end of the line, and he began to push faster, using the erratic movements of Ray and the spider golems to his advantage, taking out giants who turned away from him to defend themselves. The fire elementals raced past him, engulfing their targets and burning them to ash in seconds, even with the earth shields that the hill giants tried to establish. They were a surprisingly brutal attack force, and nearly impossible to defend against, as they had no real physical form. Ophelia and Tank were raging alongside Thor, who didn't seem to attract their ire the way that human teammates often did in battle, but Bob had come over to join Carl as they began the sweep. Dana retreated from the insanity that was two berserkers and a rampaging Thor, bringing her golems to flank Bob and protect the clerics from attacks. But Lotus and Doug weren't slacking either. Spiked vines shot up from the ground, tripping and entangling the giants, as Carl shot them full of arrows and Bob hacked them apart. The strike force was moving at a walking pace through the hill giants for now, but more of the defenders were turning their way, realizing that the first group hadn't stopped the attack. That was the primary goal of the Academy's attack, to cause the hill giants to stop their attack and change tactics. But so far, the team was only attracting attention from those near them behind the wall, and none of the giants was charging at the rest of the defenders where the students could more easily hack them apart. There were 30 kilometers of line in total under the purview of the Academy if you included the artillery section. There was no way that Carl's team alone could shake up that much distance, but in a few more minutes, the other teams would charge as well, and that might be enough to get the giants moving. But in the immediate area, they had more than done their job. There was a huge breach in the wall, the end of the hill giant defense was obliterated, and the elites were rapidly making their way across the line. At this rate, they might actually make it to the next team's location before they even attacked. But Carl knew that was wishful thinking. There was no way that this force would be made up so heavily of ascended rank giants. Not when they routinely reached commander by the time they were in their prime. As Carl's team advanced, the hill giants retreated, creating a proper defensive formation behind their barrier wall. It wasn't going to matter for long, as the spider golems were headed for the side of the group furthest from the wall, with Thor between them and the warriors. The chances that something was going to get past that moving steamroller were slim to none, especially with earthquake and thorn vines pulling giants to the ground every second. The vines were spreading faster than Carl was walking, making it nearly impossible for the hill giants to move freely, and leaving them vulnerable to the attacks of the golems and Carl's arrows. The radio on Morgana's coat was silent as they fought, with the leadership not wanting to miss a call for support due to unnecessary chatter. The witch doctor was really coming into her element as she advanced, and after she had Remy fill a bottle with venom, her curse turned from simply being necrotic to being venomous, leaving the affected giants in convulsions or screaming in agony. Carl reminded himself not to get into any serious fights with that woman. Her magic was insidious, and if it made it past your barriers, even carried on the air, you were done for. Over and over, the hill giants brought up stone barriers to slow the humans, but they were just as quickly shattered to gravel by the golems, while Dana and Colonel Wilkes worked together to keep an umbrella barrier up over the group to deflect thrown stones. Even if the refreshing lightning barrier held, it would be a mess if someone was knocked to the ground and off their rhythm. A horn sounded in the distance, and Carl sensed the shift in the giants as they began to attack the advancing teams instead of focusing on moving toward his group. Doug's voice echoed through the group, amplified by his magic. "Push faster. Double time, and we will break the defense in front of the next group," he announced. His attunement to nature made it easier for him to tell where living things were, and nobody questioned his judgment as they focused on making progress and not just steadily pressuring the hill giants. "Attack the wall on your left. Shatter it with the maul," Doug called half a minute later. Carl followed the instruction, and found that there was a group 20 meters away, running toward him. "Good to see you all. Take your positions," Carl called to the closest warrior. This team had no mages in it, only one druid that was in owlbear form to run faster. Carl suspected that would be the case for many groups. The mages couldn't keep up with the pace, so they wouldn't have volunteered to come along and drag the group down. The owlbear surged in size as he approached Carl, and brutality was extended to encompass his group. Unfortunately, none of them were animal-type berserkers, so it was only the druid that was enhanced, but 9 more warriors, all close combat sorts with heavy armor and shields, made the progress even faster. The groups are staggered. If we can make the next spot in 2 minutes, we will be able to pick them up as well. One of the warriors shouted as he moved past the golems to join the fight. Got it. We will keep up the pace as much as we can. Bob called back, as Carl was focused on his archery. They were just passing the new gap in the wall when Carl heard more shouting from the human side of the lines, and Hawk relayed him an update. It looks like there are spellblades here. These ones are wearing red. I wonder if that means they're all Tessa. He asked. I think it's just like the colors of our uniforms, not like the clerics. Carl replied as he kept up his attack speed. More mages would be a wonderful addition to their group, but he had no idea when the Academy force had gotten spellblades as reinforcements. Carl's team wasn't that far along the line now, barely up to even with the main camp, so they weren't coming from some remote location. The mages moved swiftly with their magic, and fell in behind the group, reinforcing the weakening barriers over the team before sending a few of their members forward to use ranged sword attacks from the second line, where Carl was firing his arrows. No words were spoken, just an increase in the volume of attacks and the pace of the fight, with each hill giant only lasting for a few strikes before the massed attacks cut them down. With 30 of them in the team, they were no longer struggling, even when the hill giants started to try to encircle the group. The spellblades moved to intercept them, creating a defensive semicircle, with the wall on one side, while the vines surrounded the group and progress momentarily ground to a halt. The giants were falling in record numbers, but they still hadn't found the leadership group, so Carl began to check faces as he fought. Hopefully, these weren't groups of clones, sent to cause chaos before they died. Carl could sense the worry from their lines as the group halted, and then the relief as they began to push forward again. The vampiric blade waiting in the mental space where bonded gear went while not in use was thrumming with energy, so Carl took it out and slung it across his back with a loop of leather on his armor. It wasn't properly secure, and it would swing about as he ran, but the energy began to flow from the blade to him, flooding his space with power as the blade shone with power. Finally, he couldn't ignore the pull anymore, and Carl put away the bow, taking the blade in his hands to charge into the hill giants. The blade looked like it was better quality than Carl remembered, and the flood of power that it was absorbing was causing Carl's body to sing with refreshing power. Water vortexes swirled through the giants as Lotus activated the enchantment on her staff, and Carl laughed as water ran down his face from Remy's thunderstorm. The whole area was turning into a swamp, complete with thorn vines, and the giants were starting to sink in the mud as the earth softened. It had been churned by weeks of battle and artillery fire. There was no unturned dirt here, and the constant downpour was turning it all to a thick and sticky soup. Even the humans were having a hard time moving through it, while the giants were barely mobile as they sunk to their shins. Then, it was suddenly easy to walk again as one of the spellblades cast a movement spell on the team, allowing them to step lightly on the soft ground. More shouting was coming from the line, and it sounded like it was a little behind them. Hawk, where is the next team coming from? Carl asked. Behind us a little. But they have a huge guy with a smashing tool as well. That was good enough for Carl. There were no giants behind them, so the team could make a breach and storm in to join the group at their own pace. The wall shook and rumbled as the warriors hammered it repeatedly, then it slowly crumbled, letting them through, but already 30 meters behind the advancing force, and late enough that the mages running behind them had caught up. Carl knew they were frustrated, and he decided to hammer a hole for the next group, no matter how much Hawk thought that they should be able to deal with it themselves. 5 layers of royal rank flaming body was far more damage than most ascended or commander rank warriors could do, even without the buffs or shatter. The next few kilometers of the hill giant lines were already in motion now, rearranging themselves and creating rows of defensive fortifications behind the main barrier wall between them and the human lines. It would slow the advance of Carl's team, but if they weren't going to send large numbers of reinforcements to the front, that was all it would do. Slow them and not stop them. The primary objective of the assault, to stop the hill giants from throwing boulders from their protected position, had been largely achieved. Now, they just needed to keep them from going back to it the moment that the human team retreated. A few minutes' worth of delay wasn't going to change the pressure of the advance, and the rest of the suicidal charge plan had been altered to join the main force already pushing through the hill giant lines. With the holes in the wall, they could retreat and return to the main force any time that they wanted, leaving a large portion of the hill giant defenses empty, or allowing a change of shifts, with new fighters coming in to replace them. The charge into the hill giant lines had gathered enough momentum now that they were easily clearing the defenders, but the more that they eliminated, the more uneasy the attackers felt. They had to be missing something. The hill giants weren't this stupid, they should have retreated when they realized that their tactic wasn't working. But it was only when a stone barrier in front of them collapsed that Carl and the others on the attacking team realized that the hill giants had brought a secret weapon. Traitors. 10 human men, all at the low side of royal rank, and looking unstable, with insane eyes glaring back at the elites above the distinctive tabards that Carl recognized as the uniforms of church guards, minus the white robes, which had been replaced by black ones. They must have been given a resource to boost their power, perhaps temporarily. Their leader pointed a blade at Carl. The Titan gods demand his head. Bring it to me. Carl spun his blade to a defensive position, ready for the incoming attack, but from behind him, the spell blades were even faster. The 10 of them soared over his head, aiming for the traitors, and the fight was on. The spell blades were unflinching in their attack, but they were outmatched, and as Carl sent the first, chain lightning, into the attackers, the Titan god followers quickly split apart, so each of them could hold off 2 of the commander-rank spell blades, leaving 5 to deal with Carl while the rest of the elite group fought the hill giants. But Carl wasn't alone either, and Ray sent her spider golems to his sides while the traitors carefully advanced, making preparations to deal with the added threat. Too weak. Carl laughed as the closest of the warriors' blade shattered as it failed its attempt to absorb chain lightning. He dropped the shattered blade and pulled another from reserve, while 2 more moved to engage Carl and 2 moved to block the spider golems. For quick strikes from the traitors shattered, refreshing lightning, but not flaming body, and the attackers' smiles turned to glee while they parried Carl's furious counterattack. The man in the back took a moment to gloat before rejoining the fight. Any last words? He sneered, wiping his soaked hair from his face as the thunderstorm continued to rage overhead. Blood for the spider god. A streak of distorted air flashed by Carl as Ray moved to attack. Blood flew as her foreleg pierced the chest of her target, and the gloating man's eyes turned wide in shock as the blood spray made the outline of Ray visible again. Skill upgraded, perfect adaptation, grants the user the ability to mimic their surroundings so perfectly that they become invisible to those with lesser senses. Royal rank progression of camouflage. Ray had evolved another skill to royal rank, but it couldn't deal with the blood spray on her, so she darted back into the swarm of hill giants while the man gasped and tried to staunch the blood flow, unaware that he had been hit with lacerate, or that the wound extended out his back. The 2 traitors fighting Carl renewed their attacks, hacking away at his defenses faster than Carl could parry their blows and leaving him no chance to make an attack of his own. For most of a minute, it seemed that there was nothing that Carl could do to gain the upper hand without having the spider golems cover for him, but they weren't finished with their own targets yet. The melee was turning into a drawn-out and losing battle as his barriers were repeatedly diminished, then refreshed, even with the effects of Circle of Protection active. Individually, the traitors weren't much stronger than Carl was, but they had years of experience fighting together, and when Carl moved to defend against one, the other always seemed to get a hit in. Carl was forced back on the defensive, and, refreshing lightning, was taken down by a glancing blow to his face just after he got it reactivated for the 5th time. But the 2 traitors fighting the spider golems weren't faring as well. They were no faster than the spiders, and they didn't have 8 sharp limbs, 4 of which the spiders typically used to attack their targets while balancing on their hind half. Then Ray flashed across the battlefield again, and another traitor fell with a pair of forelimbs through his back, before being hurled across the battlefield. The spell blades weren't as outright powerful as their targets, but they were all exceptional fighters in their own right, and considered a battle against an average target above their own rank to be the minimum standard for their members. At the moment, they weren't winning, but as Ray aimed at another target with his back to her, it was clear to Carl that wouldn't be the case for long. This was Ray's perfect battlefield, and assassination was in her very nature. Carl rolled backward to avoid the next attack, as his defenses were failing and refreshing lightning wasn't back up yet. The blades whistled through the air where he had been standing, then two huge feet stomped down between Carl and the traitors as Thor intervened with an earthquake that threw the attackers to the ground, while Tessa sent out a wave of golden light that empowered everyone on their side. Then the Cerro retreated to charge the hill giants who were trying to take advantage of the situation to get at the mages while Thor was out of position, and Carl hurled a chain lightning through the rain as he got back to his feet. One traitor backed away, using guard to absorb the blow, while the other moved to attack, raising his blade over his head. Then tragedy befell the aggressive traitor, and he lost his footing in the mud, sliding past Carl toward the mages as his strike was parried. Remy didn't hesitate, and her fangs sunk deep into the man's throat before she retreated to safety behind Ophelia, who simply kicked the man back away from the group, sending him flying out into the melee. The remaining traitors began to glow with a purple light, doubling in height as they fought, but becoming thinner by the second, wasting away as they burned their life force to achieve their goals. 4 of the spell blades fell in the first seconds after the change, while the others regrouped into a defensive circle to reinforce each other's magic and wait out the remaining life of the traitors. Traitors who were never truly interested in them. As one, they all turned to Carl, who braced for the worst, before a strike to the back sent him flying. Not just tumbling across the ground, flying through the air and over the hill giant defenders, out of combat. The berserk traitors turned to chase after him, and Carl felt Thor's immense pleasure that his catapult trick worked. It might not have been the answer Carl was looking for, but the distraction cost the traitors 3 more of their members as Ray and her spider golems took advantage, leaving the last few traitors outnumbered and outmatched. Strategically, it was brilliant, and the last of the Titan god followers died with a bellow of rage. However, that left Carl on the wrong side of the battle, 50 meters from his team, with an army of hill giants between him and the others. He was getting that odd feeling that someone was laughing at him again, back in the back of his mind, but he couldn't quite put his finger on where it was coming from. Not from one of his beasts, that was for certain. They were laughing at his situation, but it wasn't the same feeling. Their laughter was more due to a sense of amusement that he made such a good projectile. Carl looked at his options, deciding what the best way to get back to the group would be. They had lost a total of 6 commanders during the last fight. 4 to the royal rank traitors, and 2 to the hill giants, but Carl couldn't tell which 2 from Hawk's updated headcount. But there were more mages and healers incoming from the main line, now that the progression had stalled, and hopefully, they would get someone who could resurrect. The teachers had to have sent messages back by now, letting the others know the situation. Carl was about to move back into combat when he looked down at his gear, and noticed that his armor was absolutely shredded, cut in over a dozen different spots and soaked with his own blood from shallow wounds that had already healed under the effects of refreshing lightning, as well as Lotus and Doug's area healing abilities. If he was lucky, those with magical repair abilities might salvage that mess, but he might have to replace his gear after today. The demise of the traitors marked the end of the hill giant force's plans, and they began to back away from the attacking force, disengaging from combat before those further down the line began to retreat out of artillery range. That was good enough to call it a win for Carl, so he just waited for the hill giants to run away as he did his best to absorb the massive influx of life force that his blade was giving him. It merged smoothly with the power cores in the spaces, and they were quickly coming to a peak again, but there was more power coming in, so he was going to have to spread it through the spaces soon, and start reforming the cores once more to continue the process. They had to be getting close to peak commander now, with Ray advancing her species traits to royal rank, but Carl couldn't feel the bottleneck that he knew was coming when he reached the peak and had to learn how to adjust his power to royal rank. Once the hill giants were a safe distance away, Carl made his way back to the group and took out his maul to open a new hole in the wall. They would have to do something about that eventually, as the next group of hill giants to arrive would also take shelter behind it. That wasn't Carl's problem. The academy had earth mages as well, and they could disassemble the wall with ease once nothing was protecting it and the magic barriers had faded. With the battle over, Tessa and Thor began the work of looting the good bits, as did many of the others who were in suitable shape for some scavenging. Loot was loot, and the group was loading Thor's bags with anything magical. By the time that Carl made it to the line, most of the fallen had been brought back to life, and only one body bag was being carried away on a stretcher. It wasn't one of the team members that Carl knew, which was a small blessing, but a lot of the attack team were looking even worse than he was. They slowly made their way back to the line, moving at the speed of an exhausted mage. It was the only pace where nobody was left behind, as many of them were supporting each other while the healing spells worked their magic. Healing magic closed wounds quickly, healed muscles and bones more slowly, but the aches and pains usually lingered. If they really wanted, the clerics could heal a body full of broken bones in a second, but the mana requirement was extreme, and as Carl understood it, the healed body often suffered from lingering trauma and phantom pains that were more severe than if it were healed more slowly. So, it was sometimes necessary to save a life, but they did their best to avoid it. As they approached the academy defensive line, all of the students and the reserve soldiers who had been called up stood to salute the returning elites. Nobody had expected that fight to go even remotely well, but still, they had volunteered. The headmaster himself came up to welcome them back and check everyone for damage, to assure himself that they were fit to continue their duties. "Welcome back, everyone. You have the rest of the day off, so go get something to eat and some rest to let those freshly healed wounds settle." He greeted them. "Thank you, headmaster. We could use both. Plus an armorer with magical repair skills. I'm told that my gear can be fixed, even in this bad of shape." Carl replied. "Well, that bad of shape might be more than most can hope to fix, but we will get someone on it right away. All of you are in need of repairs, and bondable equipment is in short supply these days." As they were talking, Generals Stonewall and Jackson came jogging over, looking positively overjoyed at the outcome. "Commanders, ascended elites, wonderful work out there. You have defied every expectation that we had for your abilities." General Jackson announced the moment he arrived. "General Jackson, it's good to see you again. The elites really did work wonders today, especially the healers. But we should get some food in us before we start answering your questions. I know that you must have a lot of them for us." Carl offered. The generals paused as they took in the battered state of the elites and nodded silently. "Please, forgive our enthusiasm. We are having a proper meal prepared now that the trailers have arrived, and the butchering is well underway." Carl nodded. "I had my beasts gather a huge amount of meat for the stockpile as well, multiple trailers worth, and all from the beasts that are considered fairly tasty." He didn't stop walking, and just continued on to the mess hall, where they had a number of large pressure cookers making stew for dinner, and a new addition to the mess hall, dozens of baking sheets and the newly created smokers cooking what appeared to be fresh dinner rolls, so they didn't have to eat the strange canned bread or hardtack. The armorers were waiting there for the strike team as well. They were not usually considered combatants, and were mostly awakened rank soldiers who had gained crafting-based classes, with a few clerics who had repair skills mixed in. "If everyone can change out of their armor and pass it over, we will have one of the armorers look it over. We will salvage as much as we can, but we will pass it all back to you when we're finished, even if we can't repair it back to perfect before tomorrow. We have plenty of supplies, but it looks like a lot of your gear is completely demolished." One of the men with a staff sergeant's chevrons on his arm announced. It didn't take long for them to change, and the supply staff had sent as many armorers as there were team members. It might be the majority of their team, given how much gear was destroyed compared to an average day, but it shouldn't be all of them. As much as they needed the gear fixed, they didn't want to leave the others without a single repairman. Lotus and Tessa stepped forward, and Tessa addressed the armorers. "We will take care of our team's gear if you provide the materials. We have the skill to fix everything that they have been using. Of course, just let us know what you need. The whole armory is available to our commander rank members and high priestesses." The sergeant informed them. Tessa gave Carl a wink that said she would be taking advantage of that to fix absolutely everything to the best standard that she could, and Carl was eager to see it in action. It was a blessing of the war goddess, but she hadn't needed to use it since they met, as their armor had only gotten a little battered in that time, and it was mostly the cloth or leather items that needed mending. Those were Loda's specialty as a nature priestess, though Carl suspected that Doug could do it better now that he had advanced. The staff brought out bowls of stew for the early dinner, along with a load of the fresh buns, which were much denser than they looked, more like a scone or breakfast biscuit. It made sense, they were line cooks, not a bakery, and they needed to make thousands of them per meal, so there was no time to let a nice fluffy bun rise. But the stew was just fresh meat, plus potatoes, onions and carrots. All of which tasted right when they were prepared for storage. It was simple, but nutritious and filling, and everyone prepared to head back to their bunks well-fed and ready for sleep. Of course, that wouldn't be happening quite so soon for any of Carl's team. Morgana was still limping from a leg injury, Lotus and Tessa were going to repair the gear, while Ophelia was too wound up from her berserker rage and Dana needed to meditate. One of the mage class teachers spoke up as the elites began to rise from their tables. Before you go, we have the books prepared for anyone who can use them. Terrorize and Brutality. We're told they work best for those with animal aspects, so the clerics are all trying them, with variable results. The druid who had been an owlbear for most of the battle looked stoked at the news, as he could go fully animalistic, but most of the others dismissed the comment as unlikely to help them. You might need to be in animal form, even if it's just a bit of scale or an eye transformation, to get the books to work. They were designed for beasts and are only cross-compatible with humans. Carl added, so nobody would miss out. Tessa held out her hand for the books and quickly flipped the first one open. Her eyes shone red as they transformed to the slotted eyes of a dragon, and an oppressive feeling filled the air. That would be, Terrorize, working for her, but no matter how she tried, the Brutality book would not open for her. The next to try was Lotus, who had high hopes as a nature priestess who really loved animals. But no matter what she tried, including putting Remy on her shoulders, she couldn't get either book to open for her. The same went for Doug, who was unable to get either of the spells to work. But the moment that the druid touched them in owlbear form, he instantly enlarged and keened a proud cry that was eerily similar to Hawk. He says, "Fuck yes, it worked." Hawk relayed. "Tell him congratulations." Carl instructed, and Hawk screeched a reply that startled the druid. He pointed at Hawk in shock, and then the two had a brief conversation of shrieks that would have annoyed anyone with ears if it weren't so funny to see. Now that we have established that owlbears really do speak the same language as dragonhawks, let's move on. The inscriptionist announced with a pained look. All around the room they tried, even having the berserkers rage to try to get the skill, but only those with an animalistic transformation managed to get the berserk terror transformation that Ophelia, Tank and the druid had accomplished. Well, at least it isn't as bad as the other one. We are going to pass these out all down the lines today, and hopefully, we can get another dozen or so berserkers and druids educated. Carl chuckled at his optimism, but Doug thought it might be possible. You should also look for the clerics who have transformations, especially the white robes and the nature priests. Many of them have an animal-based sensory spell that will partially transform them, but neither of us here have learned that sort of blessing. General Stonewall looked at Wolf before he could turn to leave, and raised an eyebrow in a curious expression. What was your plan if there had been royal rank attackers hidden among the hill giants? He asked. Have you ever stepped on a ketchup packet? Carl replied. It would go something like that. The berserkers laughed as Carl turned to leave, but he could swear he actually felt Morgana rolling her eyes at him. He walked out to get the clerics to fix his gear in the fort, but as Carl left the mess hall, he heard the general ask the real question. But for which side? The fort was quiet as everyone sorted out their armor after putting it into storage to remove the filth and then taking it back out, but not equipped. Do you think that Ray really did advance? She vanished in the middle of the fight, and we could hardly see her. It was like she became a screen projecting the surrounding scenery, and she just vanished until you touched her. Lotus asked as she started to mend the leather on Dana's armor. Carl shook his head. Not yet, but very soon. She's already advanced at least one of her innate skills, so it won't be far. I think she just needs a bit of time to finish adapting, and she will be there. What about the others? Lotus asked. Well, Hawk and Thor are both close, but I'm not certain how easy their potential is going to make the process. Remy still needs some time to grow. Royal rank is likely going to be an evolutionary bottleneck for her, so she might get stuck for a moment. Carl shrugged as he lay the last of his armor flat to assess the damage. It looked even worse now, laid out on the floor, than it had when he was wearing it. Tessa sighed as she looked at the torn chain links and steel plates torn into pieces. You really did a number on this suit, didn't you? How did you manage to get through a battle without any major injuries when your entire armor set is Swiss cheese? She asked as she started to work. I've been thinking about that, and I've realized that it's an issue with my technique. You see, Flaming Body prefers to keep tight to my skin, except where it's extended over my weapon. But that means that it's under my armor and only, Refreshing Lightning, is over the top. So Thor's barrier takes the first round of damage, the armor takes the second, and the Flaming Body barrier is the third. So I didn't take too many serious wounds, but the armor took a beating. It's just how the spell wants to work, so I didn't think much of it, as I normally use it more for offense than defense. Carl explained. How does your weapon look? Tessa asked. Carl took it out, and noticed that the broad blade looked much better polished and with fewer imperfections than he remembered it. The blade's inscription said it was intended to absorb the life force of defeated opponents to grow the power of its wielder, to make them a champion of their people, but it appeared that the blade itself grew with them, so they didn't discard it along the way. Not that it would let Carl easily discard it, with the way that it kept rejecting every other bladed weapon he touched. It looks pristine to me. The weapon is a bit special, so I don't think that I need to worry much about pitting in the edge or cracks. Carl noted. Tessa gave it a cursory look, then nodded and gave it back. Yeah, it looks like it survived the battle much better than your armor did. This will take a bit, and there is a leather backing, so I will have to pass it to Lotus once she's finished. Well, I had Thor drop a load of gear at the base of the trees, so if mine is too messed up I can try to bond something from the hill giants. The gauntlets have a particularly good strength enchantment, though, if we can fix those. Carl offered. Right, there is loot and spare parts below the tree. Go look for a chest plate that will bond to you, and I should be able to get the rest done in the next hour or two. Nobody else's gear is this mangled, and I barely even took damage, so mine is all still serviceable. I will fix it last, so we have everyone operational at the very least. Tessa replied. Carl climbed down the ladder to check the piles that Thor had placed at the bottom of the trees. They would have someone come clean them up later, but for now there was a lot to pick through. The hill giants also wore better equipment than the frost giants did, as they used earth magic, and could easily make their own metal plate armor. Not much of it was actually enchanted, but the pieces that were enchanted tended to be fairly good quality, even if most of them were so large that it was a pain for even Thor to bring them back here. Carl looked through the pile, looking for chest plates. There were only a few to choose from, as the ones worn by the hill giants were too large to be easily brought back. But there was a decent one without any visible damage that Carl matched with its backplate and tried. Unfortunately, it didn't bond with him. So, Carl kept digging through the pile until he found a human-sized one that was made of light blue metal chain with a shining steel or silver chest plate over it. Carl knew this one, it had a single hole over the heart both front and back. That made it the first one that Ray had ambushed after her skill advanced, the guy who had died while trash-talking. It wasn't undamaged, but it was in better shape than what he had been wearing, and the materials looked both powerful and exotic. There was no actual restriction on having spare armor, as far as Carl knew, so he tried to bond it, and the armor easily slid into place under his shirt and jacket. It was lightweight, comfortable, and once the holes were fixed, it should be good protection that could be somewhat stealthily worn at all times, not like the heavy leather and plate combo he had before. That might also mean that it wasn't actually great armor, but it was bonded now, and he could get Tessa to fix it quickly while the mangled pieces waited. "What you up to down there?" Bob Mackenzie called from somewhere in the distance. "Sorting through armor pieces for something that won't make Tessa cry when she sees the condition." Carl called back, then heard the cleric laugh from above him. Bob came over and looked at the loot pile. "Mind if I look as well?" "My gear was pretty beat by the end of the fight, and we loaded a literal ton of stuff into Thor's bags." "Have at. I've got a new chest plate the bonded. It's this, and only a little damaged." Carl explained as he took it off to show the warrior. Bob whistled. "Now that's pretty. It looks like a commander rank piece, but the clerics will be able to tell you better if it's any good. Throw it up here, and I'll tell you." Tessa called as she extended her hand out the entrance. Carl tossed it up to her and heard the cleric curse. "This has to be Ray's work. Or is that your sword that went through and through? It had to suck to be whoever was wearing this last. But it's an easy fix with the proper application of repair magic. It's commander rank, and it's actually very sturdy armor, despite being designed to be worn under cleric robes without adding visible bulk," she announced. So, it was a church-created piece that the traders had taken with them. Carl saw similar blue metal in the pile. "Oh, there are the matching pants here as well. Check these out." He equipped them to ensure they would bond with him, then removed them and tossed them up to Tessa. "Yeah, this is the matching half of the set. Help Bob find what he wants, and if you see more of those pieces, save them. They're good for the other clerics and mages." Tessa replied happily. The pants weren't damaged at all, so she could fix the chest and put Carl's original set of armor on the back burner, to be done when she had the others' combat ready again. She was quite familiar with the pattern of the clergy-produced armor set, though the quality was higher than she was used to having access to. Commander rank armor was normally reserved for high priests, and they had their own armorers at the cathedral, so she hadn't had the opportunity to test her skills on their equipment. She could likely take a set for herself to be less conspicuous than the chain and plate set that she wore now, which layered around her robes, to leave shining golden plates on the outside, and dull metal chain under her robes, making her look only partially armored. Bob stopped as he reached the pile, and immediately picked up the plate set that Carl had set aside as incompatible with him. It vanished as soon as he picked it up, and a freshly polished steel plate, complete with arm guards, which hadn't been part of the original set, appeared on the warrior. "Now pants. I need to find some new pants. One leg is totally mangled on mine, and the repair team won't have that ready for days. They say that we can take a few shifts off if our gear is still too damaged, but I would rather be back in battle," he explained. "Here are some undamaged ones, but they're smaller, so they're likely ascended, possibly even awakened," Carl explained. Bob looked the gear over and shrugged. "Ascended is good enough until I get my own armor back. Having a spare set will be a huge improvement, even if it's not as good as my primary gear." Tessa stuck her head out to see what they were talking about. "No, that's commander rank as well, but made for a younger ascended, or awakened giant. Likely some young master of the clan," she announced. Bob put it on, and the armor completed his look, making him look like a proper knight, covered in shiny steel armor. "Did you break anything else?" Carl asked as they both began to sort through the pile for the cleric pieces that Tessa wanted. It appeared that the scavengers had managed to save most of the trader's armor, minus the set from one that had been yeeted off into the distance somewhere or completely mangled. Bob was not answering, but he was still digging after Carl was sure that they had all the reparable pieces of gear from the traders that they were going to find. He was intent on something, so Carl just waited patiently as he hunted. Then he came up with a helmet that had a beaked front, like the plague doctors wore to keep the smell from reaching them as they worked, but made of polished steel, with 2 black horns on the sides. He equipped it on his head, and Carl couldn't help but laugh. "That hat is glorious. Absolutely ridiculous, but glorious. He joked. Right? I saw it going into the bag and knew that I had to try to get it when none of the teachers were watching. You know that they would all want it for themselves once they saw its glory. Their conversation drew curious looks from above, and Morgana laughed as she saw Bob all dressed for work. What in the world were you thinking? That hat is ridiculous. She laughed. Come down here and help me find a matching shield. I've got a black tabard and cloak to go with the look. Bob demanded. Morgana rolled her eyes and pointed to the far side of the pile. There is a black oak one over there. Try that first. It was round, with a metal central dome and banding. Simple, but effective enough, and hopefully a reasonable size once it was equipped. It had better shrink when equipped because right now, it could double as a dinner table. Bob slid his arm through the straps to slide the pile of armor off the huge wooden platform, while Carl wondered what possessed Thor to bring that back with them. Unless he was using it as a platform to hold more bags of loot. The final look of the replacement armor set was simple, and once Bob equipped his tabard over the top, it was a good blend of steel and black. Other than the helmet, he looked like a proper knight, and the shield was large enough to keep using in his role as a defensive warrior. Carl climbed back up into the fort, followed by Bob, and found Doug already relaxing next to Lotus as he wove spells over Dana's robes. The mage was looking at the armor that had been recovered from the traders with great interest. You know, this looks like it would be easy to move in, and wouldn't interfere with my casting. Do you suppose that I could start wearing normal clothes for a change, instead of enchanted mage robes, if I had something like this for defense? She asked. Doug shrugged. I don't see why not. What did you have in mind? I would appreciate it if I could just wear pants and a hoodie like a normal human being. Mage robes feel far too much like a dress, and I'm worried that I'm becoming too used to the skirts. Dana replied. Why is that bad? I kind of like the breeze. Doug asked. I'm not a nature priestess. I am actually fond of wearing pants. Doug shrugged. That's a bit weird, but I can make you a normal outfit to go over your armor if you like. Pants and a hoodie. Lotus bonked him on the head with the side of her fist. I will do it. I have seen your fashion sense, and it's better that I pick out her outfit. We both used the same spell to weave cloth anyhow. They bickered as they finished repairing the armor, and then Dana changed out of her robes to reveal that she had claimed one of the trader's armor sets for herself. Lotus booed her as she removed her spare robes, and Dana poked the cleric in the forehead. I'm changing into my armor so you can make normal clothes to go over it, not giving everyone a strip show. Lotus shrugged. She was already bored, sitting here repairing armor for over an hour, and she needed entertainment. Dana had changed from the fur boots of the Frost Giant campaign back to the black combat boots that the Academy issued students for missions, so Lotus was about to make a matching black hoodie for the mage, but Ray was faster. Dana was rapidly engulfed in a cocoon of silk as the bloodbath spider wove her magic from the exterior wall of the fort, aiming through the door. What is Ray doing? Lotus whispered to Carl as the mage vanished. Decorating her Dana, I guess. Doug tried and failed to stop his laughter, while Lotus rolled her eyes. Aren't you supposed to be a good father, raising them with values and morals? Ophelia asked. Doug tried and failed to stop his laughter, while Lotus rolled her eyes. Aren't you supposed to be a good father, raising them with values and morals? Ophelia asked. Carl shook his head. I don't think that's how it works. They already have morals and values, I just teach them the human rules. Have you taught them about bodily autonomy and the value of consent? Lotus asked. I mean, they're a bit young for that. Now it was Carl's turn to get thumped on the head. Not like that. You're supposed to teach them to ask before doing things like wrapping people in a ball of web. Ray gave Lotus a look that said she definitely didn't understand. That's not how gifts work. I know that, and you know that, but I don't think Lotus understands that this is a gift yet. Ray says it's a gift. You don't ask before giving gifts, you just give them. Carl explained. A gift? Alright, I suppose that makes sense. Lotus relented. She was actually excited to see what the mage was going to come out looking like, given Ray's unique personality. For all that anyone knew, Dana might come out looking like something out of a vampire romance novel. Officially, those were vampire species propaganda, but they still managed to get a rather large following among the dark fantasy readers and goth girls. After most of a minute of manipulating her webs, Ray gave the cocoon a slice with her foreleg, revealing Dana in all her newfound glory. She was wearing cargo pants and a hoodie as promised, both in jet black, but the hoodie was short, showing the chain mail around her midriff, while the pants were loose, with plenty of pockets. Both were made of commander-rank spider silk, woven thick, and in the case of the hoodies, loosely, to give it a soft surface, similar to fleece. Dana turned to inspect herself, and Carl noticed that there was a huge picture of Ray on the back of her hoodie in white thread. I have pockets. Dana noted with pleasure, before stepping to the door to give Ray a hug. Is that not normal? Carl whispered to Doug. Women's clothing never has pockets for some reason. It's one of the reasons that priestesses like wearing their robes so much, there are proper pockets. The high priest whispered back. Dana pulled her mass of curly hair up out of the hoodie and pushed the hood back. Ah, that's better, it's too warm to have the hood up. But this outfit is wonderful. Oh, it even has a front zipper, sort of. It wasn't actually a zipper, but a laced front tie because Ray didn't know how to make a zipper. But it did let her untie the hoodie a little for ventilation when she wasn't in combat. Dana focused, and the outfit vanished, replaced by her school uniform, then returned. That is incredible, it's even bonded, so I can just change clothes. Thank you, Ray. This is a wonderful gift. Dana removed her armor and leaned back against the soft wall of the fort, completely satisfied with her new look. You know, before I came to the academy, this was much more fancy than anything I got to wear. My dad had a hard time holding a job, and Mom was home with the kids, so we never had new anything, and we always ended up with those horrid coveralls that the clergy pass out to impoverished kids. She reminisced. I knew you lived in a small town, but I didn't know it was that bad. Carl noted. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't, but Dad was always cheap, so he always went to the church for clothing donations. They were used to seeing us at every handout from the times he wasn't working, so nobody asked questions. You know, I never expected to be the one to be compatible with the serum. My older sister was always the one who was good at everything, the gifted child who could do no wrong. At least, she was until she ran off with her boyfriend a little over a year ago. She laughed. Ophelia smiled at some memory and nodded in agreement. You know, I always used to be so certain that I would become a powerful mage. I could see it, my whole future as an idol, singing and showing off my magic. Imagine my shock when I was actually an elite, but I became a berserker. Dana laughed. Honestly, your dream is my nightmare. I hate being in the spotlight, or having people staring at me. But the moment that I got to the academy, they decided that I had that girl next door look, and a voice that they wanted for the next round of idols, so I got shunted off into the idol training courses despite my protests. Ophelia frowned for a second. You know, we don't have many female bards at the academy. Just Seamus and a bunch of horny bards, who want to use their music to pick up girls. The group sat and joked for most of the afternoon as the three clerics finished repairing everyone's armor, including the mangled remains of Carl's original suit. It had better buffs on it than the new gear did, but it didn't have the advantage of comfort or being able to be worn under normal clothing. Eventually, the clerics moved from fixing gear to cooking dinner. This was their horribly overworked day, and Carl hoped that they could at least get a day off afterwards. It was the great downfall of being indispensable. Everyone needed you for something, and on days like today, someone needed you for everything. But on the bright side, nobody came to bother them as they ate and relaxed after dinner, until it started to get dark, and Morgana sighed while looking out the door. If you would like to stay the night, we can hang extra hammocks for you. We have plenty, so you can stay here the night. Carl offered. They also had extra blankets from their time on the frost giant front, so they weren't short on sleeping gear. Doug nodded happily and Bob shrugged. We might as well, since we're already here. I can make a cute fuzzy blanket for our resident princess if she needs. Doug teased. Morgana's hand glowed with black magic, and the nature cleric just laughed harder. All right, we need to hear this story. What is it between you three? Carl insisted. Bob patted Doug on the shoulder, and gestured to Morgana. She can tell the story, and we will fill in the gaps. Morgana sighed. I can see that letting them tell it would be a mistake. It was my second mission, after a single-day resource-gathering trip. I got paired with these 3 idiots and 2 horny morons from my magic combat class. I grew up in government employee housing in the capital. I had never been in the wilderness before. I just loved plants and potions. But from the first hour, they were making fun of me. Doug cut in as she paused. You should have seen her. She was smaller than Lotus, and she kept getting lost as she went to look at flowers. Morgana glared at him, and Doug made a zipping motion over his lips to let her continue. We were out for 3 days, and all 4 of them teased me relentlessly. I didn't know how cold it was going to get in the forest, so I had packed my lucky blanket from my room, a black fuzzy blanket. That's what Doug was referring to. He called me princess for the entire trip. She paused, likely intending to finish it there, but Doug wasn't done. Tell them about the next time as well. Why do they need to know that? She replied suspiciously. Because if you don't tell them, I'm going to. Morgana sighed. Fine. The second time we went out, we deployed by train, and the train was attacked. It wasn't major, but I lost my pack. In fact, all of the students did. We had put our packs in the baggage car while we went for lunch. Hey, I see that judging look. We didn't know any better, and nobody warned us. Well, the baggage car took a direct hit from a griffin, and all of our gear was lost. So, the only ones who had any gear were Bob and Doug, while the rest of us had nothing. My class basically relies on potions, especially in the early stages. I didn't have a single attack spell that didn't require a reagent of some sort, and now I didn't have a tent or a ride home to the academy. It sucked, and I didn't want to be there. But we had to walk back to the academy, as the tracks were damaged, and we were under 100 kilometers away. But that part was alright. We even managed to find some of the resources we came for on our way back the first day. At dark, Doug made 2 tents with his magic. We drew lots to see who had watch, and I got first shift. At that point I didn't have any of these tattoos. It was the catalyst that made me decide to do something permanent to improve my abilities as an elite. I was exhausted by the time the shift ended, and we had been instructed to keep the fire low, but burning, so it didn't go out before morning. At the time I wore thick glasses, and I couldn't see much of anything in the dark, but the ones on watch were all sleeping by the fire, so I woke my replacement for his shift and then went to the girls' tent to sleep. Dana facepalmed, and Ophelia laughed, knowing exactly where this was going. That's right. She got the wrong tent, and because she was exhausted, she just climbed into the bed closest to the door and went to sleep. Doug interjected. Which one of you? Dana asked while Lotus turned away from the conversation. It couldn't hide the shaking shoulders or faint sound of her stifled laughter, though. Me, of course. I always sleep next to the door, in case there is an attack and someone needs healing. But more importantly, did you know that our princess prefers to sleep naked? Doug replied. Morgana did actually attack him this time, a bolt of black magic that Doug caught with a handkerchief that turned to ash instantly. Then she slapped Bob in the face when he tried to wake her up in the morning, and buried herself under my hassock for warmth. Doug continued with tears rolling down his face. Morgana gave a defeated sigh. And now everyone knows the shameful reason I can't stand these 2 lecherous brothers. And the reason she never wanted to leave her balcony room, Carl suspected. The boys in the group would not have quickly forgotten that story, and given their usual assumptions, it was likely to have given her a rather unfortunate reputation among her classmates. That is, unfortunate. Ophelia stammered. And that was before she cursed me with misfortune. Doug agreed. Every day for a month. Until he came to the academy to apologize to her in person, and the teachers made her stop. Bob added. Morgana glared at Carl. You are suspiciously silent. There is nothing I can say at this moment that will not make the situation worse. Oh. If you had to say something, what would it be? She asked, and all the women turned to Carl to see what he could come up with to calm the angry witch doctor. Well, Doug is kind of hairy, so at least you were warm, right? Now, Morgana's ebony skin didn't really allow her to blush, but if Carl had to guess, she would be red from ear to ear if she were as pale as Dana. Doug puffed up his chest. The only one here who can beat me in the chest hair department is Ophelia, and she has to transform to do it. Morgana snapped her attention to him. You're not supposed to be proud of that, you idiot. Tessa quickly changed the topic away from Doug's prodigious copse of chest hair, and motioned for Ray to make more hammocks in the empty room. Everyone was gathered in the living room, with everyone but the clerics and Carl sitting in the swinging chairs, so there was no need to move as Ray got to work, making the expanded sleeping arrangements. Carl couldn't help but notice that there were black fuzzy blankets on all three hammocks, but he didn't say anything as they all prepared for bed. The fort had a night light, but it was better not to stay up too much past dark, in case there was an attack first thing in the morning. Tessa gestured to the back, where the shower bag was set up in its own curtained room. Men can shower first. Carl, who is on watch tonight? Carl gestured upwards. Hawk is in a nest in the tree, pondering the mysteries of the universe. He's trying to understand something about the advancement to royal rank, and thought it was better to be outdoors. All right, say goodnight to everyone for me. Thor made a happy noise in his spot, knowing that she was talking about him, and then settled back into his pond to sleep. Carl meditated in his hammock for most of the evening, taking in all the new knowledge about his companions, as well as the newfound understanding that half of the conflict between the Mackenzie brothers and Morgana was actually just embarrassment. It might have been sexual tension, but Carl was fairly certain that should have faded by now. It had been 2 years, after all. First thing the next morning, they were all headed for the mess hall for breakfast, and Carl noticed that Morgana was sneaking looks at Doug, who had the laces at the neck of his robes a bit looser than usual to show off just a bit of chest. If this was flirting, perhaps Carl was doing it all wrong. Or maybe they were somehow worse at it than he was. The students in the mess hall all looked exhausted, though Carl didn't recall most of them having gone to the line yesterday. Long night? He asked a boy at the next table as he sat down. The boy nodded grimly. Yeah, nobody slept well until the walls were all disenchanted and torn down. There was some talk of making our own, but the hill giants have better earth magic than we do, so there was a chance they would turn it against us if we used their specialty as our fortifications. The boy beside him chuckled. I guess your group didn't have that issue. You all looked half dead when you returned past the lines. Did you manage to get all your gear repaired? Carl shook his head. Most of it is fixed, and at least the group of us here managed to find spares among the loot we grabbed from the giants, but our primary gear still needs some work. From the next table over, an equally exhausted-looking young man nodded. We've got about 8 hours worth of work before we will have everyone's armor back to them after the battle yesterday. I'm just hoping that we won't have another attack today because the repair teams can't take that again. There were only 36 of you, and there was so much work, and at a priority rush, plus what they turned over was mostly commander rank gear, which is so much harder to repair than the awakened stuff that most of the army has. I take it that the repair difficulty is based on how powerful the one doing the repair is? Carl asked. The tech nodded. Yeah, repairing above your rank takes about 3 times as long for every rank. It's still possible, but you need to put a huge amount of work into it for the magical repairs to take, and there is a chance the ability will only be partially successful. If it's really bad, We send it to the forges first, and have them do most of the patches before we start with the abilities to blend it and fix the enchantments. That's the downfall to getting good gear in advance. Even if you've got it, you usually need someone to repair it for you, and if you're paying the shops, that gets expensive. At least here on the lines, it's free. Everyone who filed in for breakfast after that looked similarly bedraggled, and it was obvious that his team were the only ones who didn't take the warning about the dangers of the attacking force all that seriously. Now, part of that was Hawk scouting telling him what was actually there, but Carl could see that in the eyes of the other elites, there was a somewhat concerning level of confidence behind his actions, and Carl was reminded of Tank telling him that his thinking was being influenced. Don't worry about it too much. Look at all the ones who weren't brave enough to go, even when we won so easily. It's not a loss to forget to be stupid and cowardly. Ray reminded him helpfully. She made an excellent point. It was no loss to get rid of aspects of his personality that didn't serve any purpose. Today was supposed to be Carl's team's off day anyhow, as they had the afternoon shift the day before, so they all ate slowly and chatted with the teams who were coming through to eat. There were no signs of the hill giants coming back yet, but that wasn't too surprising given their recent patterns. An hour after breakfast ended, they were still sitting around the camp, using an empty teaching tent as a meeting room. That was when the 10 red-robed spellblades came in, clearly looking for them. Ah, good. We were hoping to see you all before we left. Thank you for the assistance in dealing with the traitor forces. I'm sure you all know already, that this issue is confidential and shouldn't make it into your official reports. At the very least, not the nature of the Titan clerics that were defeated. If the public thinks that they were hill giants, that is fine. The leader of the group informed them. Carl nodded. I suspected that might be the case. None of us have started our reports yet, so there won't be any issues when we do turn them in. Don't worry too much about the reports. Keep them simple and the Defense Department will take care of the rest. The leader of the Spellblades shrugged. That made sense. All these reports were most likely going to vanish anyhow, in case someone let slip a detail that insinuated that someone from the church had changed patrons and gone over to the hill giants to hunt their own people. We might as well write those now. Did you all still need to write? There is paper on the shelf. Morgana offered. The Spellblade shrugged. We might as well. We talked to the others about the situation already, and they've all turned in their reports on the mission. They used clerics of the Titan gods as the code for the special team we encountered. That should be clear enough for everyone to understand. Simple, safe and efficient. There were plenty of Titan god clerics among the giants. Oddly, they didn't seem to specialize in healing, but in physical power enhancement and regeneration, as Carl understood it. But the giants regenerated more like beasts than humans, so enhancing their natural abilities might be more effective. There was far too much that he didn't actually understand about the giants, even if he was getting pretty good at killing them. Once the reports were finished, the Spellblade clan gathered them and put them into a folder to turn over to the regional command group. Alright, that is done. What time do you have to be on the line? The head of the Spellblades asked. We're on our day off today. We just decided to come relax around the others, so we didn't have as far to go if there was an alarm. Our sleeping spot is outside the main camp by a few dozen meters. Carl explained. The Spellblade nodded, and Carl heard his armor shift under his robes. Did you have any connection to the Divine Beast Nation? I wouldn't be shocked if they had taken some interest in an elite with your particular skills. He asked. Carl shook his head. I've never been out that way. 2 of my beasts came from down south in the wilds, though. Now that is interesting. What made you choose to go south for beasts, instead of trying to appeal to the Divine Beast Nation for fast power? They might have been able to get you a cub of a powerful divine beast. Carl shook his head. Bonding a beast above my rank won't work well. If I had gone there at the start, and gotten a beast like Remy, who was born ascended when I was common grade, it might have killed us both. 1 rank ahead of my own growth should be fine at this point, but 2 or 3 ranks would be suicide. If I went there now, and they were to present a beast that is born royal or monarch rank, I might be alright for a bit, but I don't know if I could adapt fast enough for their growth rate. But more importantly, I would owe the divine beasts a favor. The Bureau of Elite Development took me south, and I believe that we've mostly squared up on debts these days. The Spellblade almost choked when Carl finished speaking. A beast born at the royal rank? If that's your goal, you must be expecting your class to carry you to the peak of Overlord along with them. But even most of the great dragons aren't born above commander rank, they grow into their power over an extended time. The mage laughed. Carl shrugged. A man can dream. But if you don't mind, I have a question for you as well. When did you get here? I don't recall there being any Spellblades in the academy camp during the days before the battle. The red-robed leader chuckled. And officially, we weren't here at all. We arrived during the fight, after military intelligence gave us the location of our targets. We didn't know that they had been forcibly advanced, though. That was an unpleasant surprise. But all is well that ends well. They were eliminated, and by tomorrow we will be off on another mission. So, military intelligence knew that they were here? Morgana asked quietly. For nearly 2 hours. They were sighted by a spy drone at high altitude. If they had been a bit more discreet, we would have only suspected, but they didn't even bother to take off the church's defensive warded tabards, so the drone spotted them right away. Bunch of idiots. Carl looked down at the stack of papers. Wait, shouldn't we edit those? Because if that was 10 Royal Rank Hill Giant clerics, they would probably still be beating our faces for sport. 10 forcibly advanced humans doesn't really measure up to the same number of well-trained hill giants. The Spellblade shook his head. No, it's important that the number be correct because they are looking for it for verification of mission completion. That's how they will know that we actually eliminated them all. And I do hope that was all of them, because if they had time to stabilize and learn some of the special combat techniques of the Titan gods, they would have been much more difficult to fight. The Spellblades headed out to do whatever they needed for the afternoon, perhaps to be relocated to another hot spot, and Carl's team retreated to the tent, still up 3 more members, as Morgana and the Mackenzie brothers followed them. What is the plan for the afternoon? Meditation and spell study? Morgana asked, as it was a day off from training. Carl nodded. That's the plan for me. I think that with a bit more work, I can let Ray advance to royal rank. Once she makes it, it will only be a matter of time until the rest of us do. Ray was certain that she was already very close to breaking through, and she just needed a bit more time. The extra energy from the fight was enough for her to complete her change, it was just a matter of time now. Is there something that you're still working on before you advance? Carl asked, wondering if there was something that he could do to help. Nope. I've got the skills, I know what to do, now I'm just waiting for my body to adapt. What I really need is a better catchphrase. Why do you need a catchphrase at all? You can't just kill people without a catchphrase. Otherwise, how would anyone know how great you are? The stab holes from your legs are already pretty distinctive. Even Tessa knew right away that it was you the moment that she saw one of your wounds on an armor plate. If you want to leave a calling card, I would say that you already do, and anyone who knows you would know that those were your kills. But even if they don't know that it is you, they would recognize your kills if they saw them again. Ray considered that fact. Her legs weren't really shaped like any sword she had ever seen. So the puncture wounds were pretty distinctive, even if the tearing wounds were just gruesome and indistinguishable. That was the secret, Ray decided. She was having too much fun tearing them apart, and she wasn't leaving a distinctive stab mark, so people knew it was her kill. But if she went back after the battle and stabbed them all, it would feel like cheating. That was it, she could just step on the bodies as she passed by, and give them one distinct puncture wound so that someone could keep count of the kills for her when they cleaned the battlefield later. That was brilliant, and she wondered why she didn't think of it earlier. It didn't need to be a damaging wound, just something visible so that it would be recognized after the battle. That final mental distraction seemed to be the last thing holding her back, and Carl felt Ray's power beginning to progress once her mind was at ease. Perhaps a sense of self, knowing who you were, and what your place in the world was, might be essential to the breaking of the royal rank bottleneck. That would explain why it was easier for beasts. They knew their place in the world, they didn't have self-doubt about their own reality, their abilities, or their future. They simply were, and that was enough for them. Hawk laughed at Carl's moment of introspection. You're overthinking it. Ray just wants people to know that she's the greatest without actually having to interact with strangers in the daylight. Even Ray couldn't argue with that logic, but Carl suspected that they could both be right. After all, Ray didn't doubt her place in the world, only if anyone had noticed how glorious it was. Which led to thoughts on ways to ensure they appreciated her glorious carnage. Ray's real concern was not how to make sure that everyone knew which kills were hers, that was already fairly obvious to everyone. What was really weighing on her mind was the fact that she was about to become royal rank, and she didn't feel impressive enough. She was a goddess of the night, a divine blessing come to reap the tasty and unwary. But soon she would be a legitimate princess, and her only real skills were stabbing, and making things that stabbed for her. How could a princess of the bloodbath spider species only be good for assassination? Wasn't that just too sad? If she couldn't even do something cool, wouldn't she be no better than a giant? She had stabbed thousands of giants to death, but Ray suspected that the humans didn't fully appreciate how much of a difference existed between an elegant being such as her and some stupid giant. She was so lost in despair that her abilities weren't visually impressive that she almost missed the fact that she already had the answer. She had been watching the humans all her life, and there was no way that she couldn't learn the basics of their skills. No human could be as smart as her. Not even her Carl was immune to her trickery. What she needed to do was focus on the learning skill and a person with a cool ability. There were countless cool abilities, and really flashy ones. Remy had gotten an overdose of luck on that front, and all her abilities were flashy. But none of them were really appealing to Ray. She wanted something that people would associate with her. Then she recalled a skill she kept seeing the commander rank rogues using. They just vanished into a shadow and appeared somewhere else to attack. It didn't seem to go far, but she could totally learn that. Shadows were her element. So, Ray sneaked out to observe the rogues practicing, reveling in the fact that half the camp didn't even see her passing by them. Of course, a huge spider sitting at the edge of the training area in the middle of the afternoon wasn't exactly stealthy, even if she blended with her surroundings exceptionally well. So, the most powerful rogues knew that she was watching them, and wondered what she was doing. Then, when the sun shifted and moved her into the shadows, the bloodbath spider vanished, only to appear behind one of the professors and rub a mandible against the back of his neck before making a quarter turn and vanishing again. Did we just accidentally teach a bloodbath spider to shadow step? One of the students asked as the teacher stood frozen in horror. We totally did. Holy shit, that is terrifying. I'm glad we're not Professor Fingers right now. Another rogue agreed. She was terrifying enough before. Did you know that she can see in absolute darkness, track you by noise, and she has built-in thermal imaging? It's basically impossible to hide from her. Now, she can shadow step, so she can just appear anywhere and attack. That's just disgustingly unfair. One of the boys that Ray had embarrassed in class ranted. Ray, who was hiding in a tree nearby, waiting to see how long it took someone to find her, preened at the praise for her skills. That was what she wanted to hear. Her new skill was called disgustingly unfair. That was perfect. With that settled, she returned to her space for the evening, and worked on adapting her shell so she could be a proper royal rank bloodbath spider. She had been neglecting her skincare routine, but tonight, she had brought out all the good stuff. She had a scrubber made from moss in Thor's space, and a bath full of royal rank blood, both human and giant. She had ground up a number of stones that seemed like they were beneficial to her to mix into her scrubber, and she was ready for a long night in for self-care. Thor approved to this method of advancement. His pool was comfortable and soaked him with holy energy constantly. He would make it to royal rank eventually, he was certain. For now, he was more focused on his endurance. The more recent fights had been exhausting, trying to shield a whole bunch of people at one time, while fighting and working on his own defense, with Circle of Protection active. Normally, a lightning Sero pack would all have their own barriers, so he wouldn't need to extend them over everyone. But Karl was the only one who could do it, and he couldn't extend it the way that Thor could. So, he had to work on his stamina if he was going to keep up his position in this growing pack. From what Thor instinctively knew, the stronger a leader, the larger the pack. So, when Ray reached royal rank, and the rest of them began to advance, the humans would bring more people for their pack. When the herd was small and without a powerful leader, they needed as many bodies as they could get. Then as they grew up, they would start a small pack that they could protect. But as they started to get more powerful, they would attract more young members who needed safety to form a powerful herd. That's the point in the cycle of pack growth that they were at now. Once they reached royal rank, everyone would know that Karl's pack could protect them, so they would flock to him. It was inevitable in Thor's mind, and he just needed to make sure that he could protect them all, since he was the pack's defender. That made Thor wonder if he was second in command. In a Sero pack, the Guardian was the strongest warrior other than the pack leader, and he defended the weak while the leader and the rest of the strong fighters chased off the threats. Some herd animals would just run and save as many as they could, while the predators picked off the weak and the young. But the lightning Sero didn't operate like that. For one, they could heal broken bones in a day or two, they weren't a crippling injury like they were to many animals. Secondly, they had powerful horns and tails. If they defended in a group, they could save more of their own than if they ran. If there was a lightning Sero who got too old and too injured to heal, and they were dragging the pack down, they would lead the charge during the next attack. That way, they could help the pack one last time, and the predator would get what it came for and leave the others. Only an insane predator continued the fight once it had its food. He didn't think that humans operated like that. He had already met a number of useless human pack members and troublemakers that should have been left for a predator by their packs. Hawk considered putting in an opinion on the topic, but it was better to just watch Ray and take notes in case she came up with something that would help him. It wouldn't be long before he was going to be advancing as well, so he needed to prepare in advance. All evening, Ray soaked in her bath, periodically scrubbing herself against the walls of the tub that she had lined with ground gems and moss. She was polishing off the outer layer of her chitin and sharpening her legs. That was general maintenance for a bloodbath spider, and she had been neglecting it for some time, but now that she was about to advance, she had to look her very best. She couldn't have flaws and imperfections marring her beauty when she made her first appearance as a royal rank beast. She was pulling in the blood from the pool and holding it in her mouth to let the nutrients soak through the membranes of her cheeks, pulling the energy and essence from it, then spitting the drained blood to the side of her pool so she didn't have to swallow it and feel all bloated from overeating. The absorbed blood infusion was slowly transforming the energy in her body, following the instincts of a bloodbath spider, and while Karl was sleeping, she was making great progress. Her size wasn't changing, she was already full-grown, but the density of her chitin had skyrocketed, and the energy of her body was taking on aspects of the primarily hill giant blood she had used. There wasn't much of a choice, for royal rank, she only had blood from one frost giant and a bunch of humans other than what she had gotten from the hill giants. The humans didn't hold much, and the frost giant blood was cold and blue. That did not sound like a pleasant bath at all, so she had skipped it. However, a bloodbath spider held significantly less blood than a hill giant did, so she had plenty left over even after her bath was done, and she had polished herself clean again, ready to present her advancement to the others. Karl's mental spaces were shifting their power as he slept, spreading the focused energy from all the spaces into Ray's on their own to adapt to the standard that her body now demanded. Nobody minded, Karl could fix it in the morning, and it was giving them all ideas on how their own advancement was supposed to go. Hawk was pretty certain that Ray had the right idea. Even if you feel the pull to advance, as he was beginning to, you needed to find a cool new skill to learn. Advancement made it much easier to learn a new ability, and he didn't want to leave it to chance. He wanted the demoted commander's flame golem things, but as birds. That shouldn't be hard. He already knew how to make fireballs of many kinds, and Ray could make golems, which he had been watching constantly. If he combined them, he should be able to have firebirds. But actually making golems out of the flames was proving elusive. He should understand it, he had seen it so many times. But no matter what he was trying, they just weren't sticking around as birds. He could make very effective self-targeting bombs, but not proper golems. So, Hawk changed his tactic. If his fiery creations didn't want to stick around, he just needed to make them more effective while they were present. Instead of flying around the elites looking for ideas, he headed to the artillery lines, looking for clues on how more effective explosions should work. That was all the artillery did, it flew over and blew up. That was what he wanted out of his dive bombers, so Hawk spent most of the night watching them work. It proved mostly useless, as the artillery projectiles weren't as impressive as his fire, but he did get some insights into the ways that the dive bombers should explode for maximum effect. The sense that something was wrong within his mind as Ray's space tried to pull more than the other spaces had to spare woke Carl up before dawn. With few other options, he began to meditate, focusing on the flame in the void of his mind to pull as much energy into his body as he could, feeding it all to Ray. While he drew energy from outside, the vampiric blade was donating some of its stored energy, though most of it had already been used to bolster the spaces during the past few days. The changing beast space was happily drawing everything that Carl could give it, and Ray's sleeping form was beginning to shimmer with black energy as her progression finished, and she fully integrated the power she had absorbed. Normally, she would have been in the equivalent of a food coma for a few days after her advancement, but with Carl's help, she was beginning to stir before the sun was fully over the horizon. "How is your day going, Ray?" Carl asked as the spider began to move about, shaking her web to ensure everything was where she left it. "Did you realize that hill giants can make their own portable shadows?" She replied. Carl thought about that for a moment, but had no idea what she was talking about. "I will show everyone when they're awake." "We've got a shift on the line this morning, right?" Ray asked. "Yeah, right after breakfast. I'm sure they'll all be super excited to see your new abilities. Congratulations on the advancement. You found out this fast." Ray pouted. "It woke me up so that I could add energy, instead letting you sleep for days to finish the process." Carl explained. Ray nodded her head. "It would never do to sleep for days. What if something happened? I could miss a chance to show off. But that hill giant blood was a great bath, we should find a monarch rank hill giant, so I can have one even better. I learned all sorts of things from advancing that way." Carl wondered how much you could learn by bathing in blood, but given her name, there might actually be some connection between that and her ability to gain new skills. Carl was the first one up, so he changed into his commander rank suit with the new set of armor underneath, then headed to make the first pot of morning coffee and wait in the living room for the others. The first ones up were Doug and Morgana, who both stopped to stare at Carl as they entered the room. "There's still most of a fresh pot on the counter." He greeted the early risers. "There's something off about you this morning," Doug noted. Morgana inspected Carl, and gave Doug a suspicious look when she couldn't detect what it was that he was noticing. Doug poured 2 coffees and passed one to Morgana before lighting a smoke. "Have you figured out what it is yet? Is it bothering you that you don't know?" he asked. "I swear you just like my annoyed expression." "I will figure it out soon. There is something, but I just can't tell what has changed about his presence. He's still a commander, so it's not an advancement," Morgana replied as she sipped her coffee. One by one, the others filed in, and Doug shushed them when they wanted to ask what was going on, but he directed them all to the fresh pot of coffee brewing in the kitchen to replace the nearly empty one. Finally, Lotus couldn't take it anymore. "Are we just going to wait for it, or can I just tell them now?" she pleaded. "All right, you can tell them. We've had our fun." Lotus smirked at the group, sure that she was one of the few who could actually tell what had happened. He's got royal rank, offensive adaptation, active on him. Ray advanced, right? That means Ray advanced, it has to. Can we see her now? Did she get big? Is she shiny? The little cleric rambled. Carl held up his hand for a high five. Right on the first try. But she is still the same size, and I'm not sure why you would think she became shiny. But she did do a fine job grooming her carapace, so her fur is in pristine condition, and her legs are an extra bloody red. I want to do my grand reveal on the line. Ray informed him. Ray says she wants to show everyone at once, so she's not coming out until our shift starts. That way, everyone can see how glorious a full-grown bloodbath spider can be. Doug laughed. Well, at least she didn't lose her sense of drama when she advanced. It would have been a shame if Ray became all boring and serious just because she was the only royal rank around at the moment. Bob snorted in amusement. I'm just glad to hear that she's the same size. I've gotten used to that level of giant spider, I'm not sure my heart could take an even larger version. That morning, they decided to eat in the fort and let the clerics cook for them so that they could surprise the others when they got to the line and brought Ray out. Everyone knew that Lotus was not built for keeping secrets, and if she had to sit all the way through breakfast, she would totally blurt it out. So, they left just in time to head to the line for their shifts, while doing their best to avoid attracting attention from those with sharper senses until they arrived. Offensive adaptation was a passive skill that Ray shared with Carl, and he couldn't really turn it off. But that meant that it was pretty obvious that he had a royal rank skill to anyone who was around him and paying attention. Heads turned as they approached the line, but Carl didn't say anything as he walked to his spot and relieved the team on duty, who didn't actually leave, they just stepped back a bit so he could take his spot. Only once they were in position and the whole section of the line was watching did Carl call Ray out for everyone to admire her beauty and glory. As soon as she appeared, the whole line went silent, before the command channel of the radio began to blow up with panicked comments. Who has eyes on the royal rank threat? No threat detected. Nothing on the scope. Fuck, it has to be close, I can feel it. Right flank, do you see it? Right flank reports no incoming threats. There is a royal rank beast here, we can all sense it. Copy that. Royal rank beast located. Currently, playing kickball with the clerics. Gods damn it. Carl. The absurdity of the radio confusion broke the tension, and everyone on the right flank turned to watch Ray playing with Lotus and Doug. Carl could see the teachers storming their way, intent on chewing him out for not informing them that he had advanced. But the joke was on them, he hadn't advanced yet. Only Ray had. Do you enjoy causing chaos on the lines? One of the warrior class teachers was shouting as he approached the spot where Ray was playing with the nature clerics. The bloodbath spider nodded emphatically, and the students burst into laughter. He hadn't been speaking to her, but Ray was so clearly proud of her prank that nobody had the heart to tell her they should have at least warned the people in charge. The teachers had gathered around, trying to decide what the actual situation was, and if Carl could be considered to be royal rank, which would require a notification to the government, as he would need to be reassigned to lead a more powerful team, or join another team of royal rank and higher combatants. Most of the strike team who had faced the last assault had come running, in case there really was a royal rank threat here, and Carl could see that most of them were amused to see that it was actually just Ray. They had all suspected that she was halfway into the royal rank during the last battle, with some of her skills already advanced, but now they had clear evidence that there was a royal rank monster on Carl's team. But that was the problem. The elites were measured by their own power. Ray was royal rank, but that didn't mean that Carl automatically was as well, unless he could exert that level of power without relying on her. When were you planning to announce this advancement of the academy? One of the professors demanded before Carl could reply to the first one. Carl shrugged. I thought we just did announce it to the whole academy at once. I mean, everyone knows, so mission accomplished, right? Doug and Lotus nodded in agreement, while Dana looked over at Morgana. Remind me again, what was it that made you want to be a student advisor? The witch doctor sighed. I don't recall students in my year being this problematic. They were kind of douchebags, and liked to form cliques, but I definitely don't recall us giving teachers this many headaches. Tank looked back and forth between Ray and Carl. It looks like you've got at least one of her skills. Did you gain access to any more of them as she advanced? That was an excellent question. Status, name, Ray. Species, bloodbath spider. Rank, royal. Shared skills, 2, offensive adaptation, lacerate, earth shield, Ray, when did you learn earth shield? Carl asked out loud, startled. Watch this. Ray encased herself in a dome of stone, then suddenly appeared right behind Tank, with her mandibles resting on top of his head. Damn it, I knew the students weren't just messing with me. She learned how to shadow step, and she learned to make her own shadows to step into. A rogue class professor cussed. The other rogue in the area laughed. Oh, that is priceless. I didn't know that she learned to make her own shadows. I was teaching the class yesterday when she vanished for the first time. She went from the edge of the training grounds up into the trees. He saw me. Oh, he's good. I totally thought he didn't notice. Ray informed Carl, then vanished again to reappear standing on top of her stone dome. Tank tapped his fingers on his chin. Can someone explain in a way that a berserker can understand why Ray is using earth magic? The vanishing act makes sense, but not that. Carl smiled at the huge man. Her advancement process includes cycling a lot of higher rank blood through her body, a literal bloodbath. She used hill giant blood, and they can all use earth magic. So, she gained an ability from them during her advancement. If she had used something else, it would have been a different ability. So, she learned to make stone shields. That's impressive as a defensive ability, but she's an assassin-type attacker. One of the warriors asked, confused. Ray threw a stone baseball at him. Carl laughed. I gained access to the earth shield. But she can use that and boulder toss. How does that mesh with her other abilities? Tank asked, not quite following how the ability was relevant to her. Ray summoned a large stone in the air, then hurled it into the distance. When it was 100 meters away, she appeared underneath it. Portable shade for her movement abilities. Plus, she had a spear ability before that she used at short range to apply, lacerate. Now she can throw big things at people. It might not be sharp, but I bet it will make them bleed. Carl guessed. And now I can use crushing blows. That's all the bonuses for me. Ray added as she came back to her dome. Smashing posts. Thor muttered reverently, staring out of his space at the dome. I will make some for you after our shift. Carl agreed. How much do you think that her damage has increased? Tank asked curiously. He had seen her up close in combat, and had a good idea what she could do 2 days ago, so he would be one of the best to judge how much her improvement was from the advancement. Do we have a commander rank barrier mage nearby? Carl asked. One of the teachers stepped forward and created a solid wall of magic in front of the students. Ray, if you would kindly stab that one time. Carl requested. Ray moved so fast that half the students couldn't even follow her camouflaged form, and the barrier shattered as her stone-covered leg shot forward. There wasn't even any resistance, the barrier just shattered at the first hit. The teacher just stared at the spot where his barrier used to be. It hadn't even held long enough to slow down Ray's advance. That was the barrier they relied upon to defend against the attacks of the hill giants, and while it was supported by others, it hadn't fallen often during the time they had been here. The teacher shook his head, clearing his thoughts. That's not low royal rank damage. I am guessing that Carl has a number of passive buffs active on his beasts, but I would say it is a little over twice the minimum standard for royal rank. He explained. Carl nodded. Yeah, there are a number of abilities that are always active on them, but I can still increase their speed and damage a bit more. Tank blinked slowly as he did the mental math. Does all of that apply to the golems as well? Yes, but they were already advanced, so they might not have gotten as big of a jump as Ray did. Now that she's caught up to the rank of her golems, we will need to wait for the skill to advance them to the monarch rank before they are that far ahead of her again. Carl explained. A few of the students shuddered at the thought. Royal rank was a dream for most of them. Monarch rank golems were the sort of thing that they made horror movies about. Well, they actually didn't usually make horror movies about things that scary. Most movies used threats that were more relatable, but the idea was the same. All of the others were resting in their spaces as Carl worked to rebuild the energy focus that Ray's advancement had depleted. It was taking longer than expected, as the energy kept leaking out as the spaces tried to balance with Ray's which wouldn't reduce. It was already at a much higher energy level than theirs, so the energy just kept pouring from the transfer to the space itself, the same as had happened at the start before Carl had created the energy focus points in the first place. Well, if there is an attack, I dare say that this flank is now ready to repulse it. But I think we're all eagerly awaiting the results of Commander Carl's imminent advancement. His whole team is showing signs of advancing already, way ahead of schedule. Tell me, is there some secret to it? A hidden skill, a gift that you were given? The barrier mage professor asked. Carl shrugged, while Tessa waved her hand dismissively. Nothing tangible. The oracles said that we had the world dragon's luck when we stuck together, so we signed a contract to spend a year working as a team. Ever since then, things have been both progressing well and becoming increasingly dangerous for us. The teacher nodded in understanding. The oracles have a way of messing with us all. But if they said that it would help you, then it must have. But I could swear that you've got an untested high priestess in the group. That last comment was directed straight at Tessa, who smiled but didn't confirm or deny anything. The students were a bit more eager to see what would happen next. The hill giants did have more royal rank giants to send at them, but most of the time, they avoided the most dangerous spots along the line, and attacked the weak spots in the human defense. Now that there was a royal rank defender here, would they actually get even more days off between attacks? That felt like too much to ask for, but there were no signs of an attack today, so perhaps they were going to get a reprieve long enough for them all to recover from the lack of sleep they suffered while the walls were being torn down. The mage class teacher turned to Carl. Can you show me the earth barrier that you said you gained from Ray? I would like to see how strong it is. Carl brought up a wall of stone, placing it in front of the line so that the mages could attack it at will. It wasn't quite as strong as he could make it, closer to 80% power, which wouldn't strain his capabilities, but when the mages began to cast, their spells were only creating chips in the stone, hacking away at it dozens of times before the barrier actually broke. That is truly impressive. How much energy were you adding to that to keep it active? The teacher asked. None. I just created it and left it there. I can put energy in it if you'd like, but I thought that we shouldn't burn too much in case all this showing off attracts trouble. Carl explained. Well, if you can create barriers like that without actively feeding them, I don't think your group has much to fear at this point. Can you create them as an armor layer around someone? Carl cast the spell on Tank, who flexed and struggled for a moment, before raging and blowing the stone apart. I will take that as a yes, but also no. It's certainly not an earth armor spell, it's just a static barrier. The mage laughed. Carl had an idea, though. He created a shield out of the stone, and handed it to Tessa, then adjusted the back slots to fit her arm over her armor. If I'm right, a magical stone barrier doesn't have to weigh anything. Carl explained. Tessa nodded. I can feel it on my arm, but it can't weigh more than a quarter kilo. If I was using this as a shield in combat, it would really reduce arm fatigue, and it's renewable, so I wouldn't have to extend a barrier over it to protect my gear. Or Carl could cast it over her shield when he had a moment, so she would have a shield in her hand no matter what. Bob was thinking the same, as he was a defensive warrior, and having a layer that durable over his shield would save him a ton of mana on guard, which was not nearly as mana efficient as higher rank skills like that. From what everyone could tell, the Earth Shield was a Tier 2 ability, with the added benefit of being an innately royal rank skill, with the mana efficiency and durability to match. It was far superior to a common Tier 1 ability used at royal rank, as most elites would do unless they happen to learn an upgraded version. We will have to add it to the tactics for the team. Perhaps you could even make a new helmet for Thor, so he wouldn't have to risk his lightning to headbutt people. Bob suggested. That sounded great to Thor. Everyone loved a good hat. Bob had a very good hat, it even had nice long horns on it. He had to be an expert, in Thor's mind. The shift was a quiet one, with no attackers in sight, but the moment that Carl and his team left the line, things began to get chaotic. Every teacher wanted to know if there were more spell books that Carl could write for them to copy, or if he could teach the skills that Ray had learned directly to other students, the way that the teachers at the academy did for the basics. Carl checked the skill book, description for Earth Shield, and frowned. Book of Earth Shield, usable by monster, giant, earth element, recipients. Requires 1 earth element gem at commander rank or higher, ground to dust, mixed with powdered gold and commander rank or higher hill giant blood. That was far more detail than he had ever gotten from the ability before, but the book looked like it was far more restrictive as well. Or perhaps it wasn't, as he didn't know the restrictions on the book of refreshing lightning. But needing all 3 of those keywords essentially narrowed it down to Ray, who was a giant monster, and had gained the earth element when she advanced to royal rank using hill giant blood. I can make it, if we have a powdered commander rank earth element gem, and powdered gold to mix with commander rank hill giant blood, which I have in reserve. But it can exclusively be used by those who are giant monsters with the earth element. Carl explained. Someone behind Tank began to curse, and Carl distinctly heard the words, "I'm not going through that again," before the man stomped away. Well, that gives us the answer we need. You can wait on the book until you really don't have anything better to do. But if there are other members of your group who can use it, we can get you the supplies. The big berserker suggested. The closest would be Ophelia, but I don't know if she would count as a giant, or if she has any earth element skills, much less an earth element aspect. Carl sighed. Ophelia shook her head. I'm average sized for a werebear, and that's a nature element transformation, not earth element. The number of people who can use that book will be really limited. I would guess that not even Thor could use it, and he's considered a giant monster, by reptile standards. He's more lightning and holy element than earth. It was a shame that they wouldn't be able to share more skills right now, but in the future, Carl would certainly have to donate a copy to the inscriptionists. If someone else got his class, it would be wonderful for them to start with something, even a few skills that were tailored to beasts, so they could get started on the right track. The students from the line sat down to dinner, and the teachers began to filter over to talk to Carl. The same thought was on everyone's mind. How long would it be before the academy had a royal rank student? The government had only ordered the students and faculty from ascendant and commander ranks to come here to the hill giant border, so there was a chance that someone might try to steal him away the moment that word spread, but there was also the factor of actually getting to have a royal rank defender on their lines for some time. It would give everyone so much more peace of mind that they might actually start sleeping properly between shifts. Far too many of the students were overtired and strung out from lack of sleep, but too nervous to allow themselves to fall into a deep slumber when there could be an attack at any minute. Even if they were off duty. The royal rank aura seemed to make many of the ascended rank students nervous, so Carl didn't hang around the dining hall for long. Instead, he led the teachers to one of the classroom tents, where they could ask questions to their heart's content. Let's start with the important topics. How is Ray's role in combat going to change with her new abilities? One of the professors, whose voice Carl recognized as the zone commander on the radio, asked. It won't change much. We will have some extra defensive power, and Ray will have more ranged attacks, but her primary duty is usually the defense of the casters, while her golems go forward to fight. Now, if she's not pressed to defend, she will be able to offer more fire support to the team, but her essential role hasn't changed. Carl explained. Will your team need to change tactics to properly work with the new Earth shields? Most of the time, no. We can have Ray create barriers with gaps for them to attack out of, while still being shielded from hostiles. Or, she can grant it to an actual shield, if we're going to do a shield wall formation for them in a larger battle. The zone commander made a quick note and nodded. So, you're thinking of having her create either portable shields or a simple structure with a roof to block attacks from above? That should work, and it would keep the mages safe enough while they fought. Lotus giggled. It would also cut down on sunburn. Bob nodded. She's got a point. They could fight in the shade. Maybe we could get Ray to make them some benches as well, so they could sit and relax as they fired off their spells. A few of the mages laughed, while others just rolled their eyes. Is that how you think of the casters in the back, just lounging around in the shade, firing off spells in support? Morgana asked. Of course not. Right now, you have neither chairs nor shade. But if you did, no, that wouldn't work, would it? You need to make gestures and movements while you cast. It wouldn't be as effective from one of those comfy swinging chairs. Bob realized. Doug shrugged. The swinging chairs would be great for other activities, though. I will have to get Ray to let me have one of them before we change stations. So, we can expect similar tactics from your group, but with some additional defensive capability, and more attack power. That is wonderful. Is there any hint as to when the others might advance? The zone commander asked, bringing them back on topic. It should be soon, likely within a month. It might even be within the next few days, but I don't have the experience to say for certain. Carl shrugged. That should be good enough for the evening. We will be in contact tomorrow before your shift, in case we need to balance the forces along the line. The zone commander informed them, then got up and left the room. Forget about that. What's more important is that you can make royal rank defenses for the front line. How many shields do you think that you can do at once? Is there a time limit on the spell? One of the warriors asked. I honestly don't know yet. I haven't had an opportunity to do any experimentation at all, since we got all distracted and just watched Ray show off for our entire shift. It doesn't look like it expires, as Ray's dome of stone is still standing out there in front of the line. But it might be gone by morning, and I don't know how many separate spells I can keep active. Carl explained. Well, we will have to test that tomorrow. The sooner, the better. Preferably before the hill giants show up again. Someone's red flag comment the night before had definitely been at fault for this morning, Carl decided. He hadn't even gotten to have a morning coffee, much less breakfast, when the alarm sounded with the additional urgent tone that said hill giants were attacking and closing quickly. Everyone was headed out at the same moment, running across the camp, or riding on the beasts to save time. A lot of time in the case of Lotus and Ray, who had just realized that she could continually shadow step with an attached cleric, as long as Lotus didn't fall off. The basic requirement for shadow step was that at least half of your body had to be in the shadows. Most rogues accomplished that with a swirl of their cloak. Ray accomplished it either with earth magic or with Lotus cloak billowing across her back. It worked out splendidly for them, and they were in place within seconds, shocking the elites who were already in place. Only, it wasn't the same group they were used to. Their shift was mostly there, but both of the other shifts had been cut by over half and replaced with regular infantry, guided by white robes from the church. Lotus realized immediately why that would be. They had Ray here now, and Carl was getting very close to advancing. So, they didn't need as many strong elites on the right flank anymore. They did get Bob and Doug as permanent additions, as far as Lotus could tell, as they were still headed in her direction, and Morgana was coming as well. But there were far more white robes in the pike line than she remembered. Lotus waved happily at the nervous soldiers, who calmed a bit upon seeing the strange duo behind their ranks. Everyone had heard the rumors, and if they had a royal rank beast with them, then they should be fine, no matter what was coming. Carl arrived 30 seconds later, to a smug smile from Ray and Lotus, and a warm welcome from the other elites, who were eager to see the new and improved Ray in action. Carl jogged in front of the line and turned back to address the new arrivals. I see plenty of fresh faces in the line today, so this should be easy. I need everyone to raise their shields. Carl called out. Those who could hear him responded immediately, and Carl split, Earth Shield, over 50 tall metal kite shields, giving them all a layer of royal rank Earth magic. Then he repeated the task as he jogged down the line to the end of their sector, where another team's defensive magic took over. Perfect. That should take the first few hits for you, just trust in your shields and keep your pikes up to halt the charge. He shouted. Sir, yes sir. The soldiers responded in unison. Tessa and the others on Thor arrived soon after. The war cleric assessed the enhanced shields with a trained eye and then cast her combat buffs, bringing the telltale golden glow to the pikes and the armor of the soldiers and elites on the front line. It was only a small change from the usual routine, adding Carl enhancing the shields, easily completed before the hill giants were in range. Hawk could see them, though. They were charging forward, and there was a large group of commanders coming toward the right flank, the same sort of tactic that Carl and his team used to take down royal rank giants in the past. If they were as good at assassination techniques as the humans were, Carl would be concerned, but an extra 20 commanders wasn't a huge deal. They were more than a little short on teachers as well, Carl noticed. The three with his team were the only ones assigned to this whole section, when normally there would be at least 6 or 7. Then one last team came jogging their way, gun-blue armor highlighting the white of their church robes. Like Bob, they were all heavily armored warriors, and like Bob, they all had magnificently ridiculous helmets on. Princess Ray, commanders. We have been sent here by the clergy to ensure your safety. Special Forces Team 808 reporting. The man in the lead position announced. There were 3 men and 2 women in the team, all nearly identically dressed. Or perhaps one was an exceptionally slender male. It was hard to tell with the robes and the practical armor. But one was clearly female, as her chest plate's curve made it very evident that she required additional clearance. What is your specialty? We will get you placed. Carl replied while Ray strutted about in joy. They had addressed her first. Not only that, but they had called her princess. These were obviously the elite of the elite, with their impeccable judgment and refined tastes. We are all magical knights. Commander rank mages trained in heavy combat. The team leader informed them. Dana gave them a curious look, and the woman on the right flank lifted her visor to give her a wink. Why would you train mages in heavy combat? Dana asked curiously. We've got the best barriers, we've got offensive magic, but what is the weakness of the average mage? They're squishy and don't do well in close combat. Our training negates that disadvantage. Would you like to learn it? I read in your file that you have a nullification barrier, and an advanced barrier skill is one of the application requirements to be considered for a placement. The Special Forces woman replied. Hey, no stealing my Dana mage. But I do agree, it could be useful to her to learn your techniques. Carl replied, half-jokingly. Then watch and learn. The first thing will be learning the sword, which takes time, but we have a cheat for that if you're serious about learning. You can decide after the battle whether you want to try. The woman replied, ignoring Carl to talk to Dana. The sound of hill giant war horns sounded in the distance, and Carl saw a group of 30 commanders break off, moving further from the flank and separating themselves from the main charge. That looks like they're challenging you. 100%. Bob noted. Yeah, I suppose that we should go give them what for. Ray, why don't you show off your stone throwing here while the golems come with us? Small stones at high speed should either break or stop the incoming boulders. Carl suggested. Anti-aircraft spider. Ray replied confused. Anti-aircraft spider. Then you can stab whatever makes it to the lines. Carl confirmed. Carl led the group out from the flank, accompanied by the Special Forces team, to add some numbers to their 8-person squad. With the golems, it was 15, which was a nice round number. half of what the enemy had sent, and enough that they could hold a defensive formation. The Special Forces team moved to the front, and Carl watched as they extended their blades into long-bladed spears with a spell. That was a handy ability, and it gave them the additional reach that they needed to fight a target as large as the hill giants. Carl brought up his full suite of buffs, causing Thor and the golems to surge in size, while increasing in speed. On my mark. Carl called as he prepared, Earth Shield, on the last few shields, as well as Thor's head, and added 5 layers of flaming body to his maul. Using his enhanced strength, he lunged forward, over the heads of the magical knights, and shattered the club of his targeted hill giant. The maul was still moving forward, and Carl reactivated the spell stack as he slammed the oversized hammer down on the giant's shoulder. The hill giant crumpled to his knees, and the spider golems leapt into action, starting toward the back flanks of the attackers. Before Carl had even landed, the knights were in combat. They had used a movement skill much like the spellblades did to compensate for their lack of supernatural strength, and their blades were a blur as the spears tore into the giants. Thor charged beside Carl as he rode the wounded giant to the ground before using, Rend, to slice its neck open with a wave of his hand. Then it was on to the next one as the warriors pushed forward, and Dana's spells whistled overhead. The knights were using mage spells, Carl could see, but they were using them at point-blank range, as a counterpoint to their weapon attacks. It was an incredibly aggressive fighting style for a defensive warrior, but their enhanced speed was making it work. Morgana's corruption spell was rotting away the attackers and slowing their movements, while a sudden blizzard turned everything more than 20 meters away to a wall of white. That might be a lot for humans, but for the hill giants, who were all over 5 meters tall, it made actually fighting more than a little problematic. They could only see what was happening to the fighters closest to them, and those further away were blurry, making it hard to pick out the targets. Carl caught on quickly and equipped his furry white cloak, causing the outline of his form to appear blurry in the snow as he continued his assault. The Special Forces team were already in white, but the change made Bob stand out even more in his silver and black attire. Fireballs shot up from totems placed on the ground to the side of the group, where the giants would have to expose their flanks or backs to get rid of them, and Remy slithered out to wait between Lotus and Dana while she fired her chain lightning, and alternated locations for her totems. Surge attack. The Knights' leader announced as they moved in unison to retreat within the team's formation. Carl wasn't sure what that meant, but he brought up a lattice of Earth Shield as a dome over the elites anyhow. A barrage of boulders slammed into the stone, which shimmered with magic as the knights added their shields to the mix, and then the stone crumbled, allowing the boulders to bounce off the magical shields. Carl didn't wait for the barrage to finish. He switched to his blade and moved back into the fray, slicing into the giants as the golems kept up their attack speed. They were so nimble that the hill giants hadn't managed to actually kill them or even seriously injure them yet, despite trying to surround them. The increase in combat power shouldn't have been all that large, Carl thought, but Ray had gained a level, and that increased the bonus from the buffs she got from Carl. Those buffs passed along to the golems, and it was definitely noticeable. They also seemed to be a bit smarter than they were before, and their techniques were evolving. They were not just attacking, but they were also darting between legs, climbing up armor to jump between targets, and generally acting more like spiders. They were not just a menace, but a nuisance, frustrating the hill giants with their erratic movements and their tactics that seemed to have no rhyme or reason. A spider's primary goal was not to deal maximum damage at all times, as the golems had been doing before. A spider's primary goal was to not get squished while they were hunting. A spider's primary goal was not to deal maximum damage at all times, as the golems had been doing before. A spider's primary goal was to not get squished while they were hunting. Don't put your webs where they will get directly rained on, and don't get squished on your way to the food. That was the spider way. So, they crawled from target to another, stabbing, biting, and occasionally even killing. Carl thought that the total damage they were doing wasn't any lower, but the chaos that they caused among the hill giants was much higher now. He couldn't even blame them. A giant spider with razor blades for legs running under your groin or crawling up your back had to be nerve-wracking. Isn't he afraid of anything? Carl heard one of the knights asking as they rejoined the battle. Certainly not the hill giants, that is for certain. Dana laughed. The knights laughed as they surged forward around Carl to engage the hill giants. Most of the giants were already wounded and bleeding profusely from the lacerate, enhanced wounds inflicted by the spider golems. Fighting against the unconventional tactics of the elites was forcing the hill giants to get creative with their magic. Just like Carl had done on the pike-lined shields, they were reinforcing their armor with barriers. That forced everyone to aim for the joints, which couldn't be armored over with an inflexible layer of stone. It was slowing the casualties, but the hill giants were slowing with pain and blood loss that was faster than they could heal. Carl switched back to his maul. If they were going to put up barriers to frustrate the arrows, he would just have to use his handy-dandy barrier removal tool. A giant went flying off into the blizzard as Carl's hit struck the center of a giant's chest, shattering the commander rank barrier and the armor plating behind it with a stacked, chain lightning, attack that spread through the remnants of the force. The blizzard tore at every barrier and bit of exposed flesh, slowing the giants even as the lightning burned through their nerves. The hill giants were losing the battle, and they hadn't even realized yet that they were being corralled. The spider golems had moved to the back while the knights went left, and Ophelia joined Bob on the right. None of them could see far enough to realize that they no longer had any way out, and their instructions to each other were directly contradictory, as every giant was facing a different direction. Dana and Morgana cut down the two in front of Carl, and when he advanced, he found himself in the middle of the giant circle, with every back to him. A maul strike to the back of a skull set him up to leap across to another unprotected head, then a third swing down onto a shoulder, causing a third giant's axe to fall to the ground and leaving it defenseless. "Remy, you can end the snow storm, they're all dead," Carl announced once nothing was moving, and he could see all of his team's melee fighters. The blizzard faded, and they were treated to the spectacle of Ray in full anti-projectile mode, shooting down every boulder within 100 meters of her position. Not even the anti-aircraft guns were that effective, and her small stones were hitting the larger stones hard enough to drop them to the ground short of the pike line, while the ascended rank boulders shattered outright. She was standing on top of a plinth of stone, clear for everyone to see, and taunting the hill giants, whose ranged offensive had been completely nullified on this flank. "Has she always been that dramatic?" one of the knights asked. Lotus giggled and Doug rolled his eyes. "You haven't seen anything yet. Just wait until she really gets rolling. Right now is like the preview to Ray being dramatic." Tessa nodded. "You weren't here for the day that she strung up and crucified a royal rank hill giant to taunt the rest of the army into attacking, were you? That was dramatic. Or the day that she sent the spider golems through the ascended rank giants, maiming hundreds of them in 15 minutes without killing anyone." The male knight nodded. "Got it. Ray likes to make a statement. Are any of the others quite so fond of attention?" Carl looked back at where Thor was getting his head ridge scratched by Tessa and Doug. "Yes and no. Thor loves attention. All the attention, all the time. But not in a dramatic way, he's just a people person." Lotus nodded in agreement. "A lightning Sero is a pack animal, and he doesn't like being separated from his makeshift pack. Thor is definitely the cuddliest personality in the group." Carl turned the group toward the rest of the hill giants, which were forming up for a charge on the humans now that Ray had blocked their boulder barrage. They weren't going to sit and wait for the humans to compile a full attack force like the last time they were here. So, they charged, but so did Carl, which forced the end of the line to turn and face him instead of the pike line. He could feel the power building in the air as he attacked, but Carl dismissed it as something that the hill giants were working on. If he could kill enough of them, the group spell would collapse, and that would be the end of it. With haste activated, Carl left the rest of the group behind, except for the spider golems, which accompanied him into the hill giant lines. The trio hacked limbs off the ascended giants and left them wounded as they headed for the commanders. It was the same tactic that the spider golems had used, but plus Carl, and the hill giants still had no good answer for it. They threw up spikes of stone, but they moved too slowly, and Carl either stepped around them or cut them down as he passed by. They threw stones, but ascended rank attacks only bounced off his barriers if they even hit their target. The rest of the group was shouting something, but Carl couldn't make it out over the sound of combat. They were close, and his peripheral vision said they were holding their own with nobody injured. He would just slow down a bit and let them regroup. Then Ray was beside Carl, adding a fourth member to their team, and making him jog to keep up with the tide of casualties caused by the trio of spiders. You couldn't hold back any more, could you? Carl laughed. They stopped throwing rocks. In the distance, the hill giants broke and ran as another group charged forward of the line. It looked like Carl's aggressive tactics were rubbing off on some of the other commanders, and the hill giants were not happy about it. But even though the hill giants were retreating, the sense of growing power around Carl wasn't subsiding. "Carl, stay exactly where you are and don't move," one of the magic knights warned. Carl stopped, wondering if he had triggered some sort of magical trap, maybe a landmine. But when he did, he saw what the others had been trying to warn him about while he was fighting. There was a swirling in the air, a distortion caused by some sort of magic, and it wasn't anything that he recognized. The effect was beginning to condense, making it impossible to see out of the distortion, but from Hawk's information he knew that there was a small group of commander-rank giants rushing their way. Even if he was trapped in this spot for a second, the golems could handle that in under a minute. Then, reality seemed to twist, and Carl felt like he was falling, being thrown through a void that none of his enhanced senses could penetrate, a space where even time didn't seem to exist. Then it all stopped, and he found himself looking at his own image standing in front of him, perfectly lifelike, but frozen in time. "Welcome to the first advancement trial. Please select your desired reward," appeared in the air over the mannequin of himself. It was creepy. The image even had the small tear in his white cloak and the fresh blood that he had gotten during the fight. 6 boxes appeared on the ground around his image. 3 of them silver with diamonds, 2 larger golden boxes studded with rubies, and 1 tiny closed chest made of rich purple crystal. That one was wrapped in black chains that gave off a soft shadow, as if actively restraining the contents of the chest. Carl circled the ring of chests to see his options. The 3 silver chests all contained simply bound skill books sitting face down on stacks of coins. The golden chests both had multiple ornate skill books with their spines up, so Carl could read them. Divine Nullification Barrier, Titanic Wrath, Tectonic Shift, Rebirth. Each of the spell books was an upgraded version of a spell that either one of his beasts or someone in the group specialized in. Under the books were bundles wrapped in cloth, and hints of golden coins and gems. There had to be a catch. Nobody would choose a lower reward without an excellent reason, so why give the choice? Carl got the sense that he was being watched as he stepped up to the last box. It was pretty, but tiny. What could it contain that needed to be chained up like that? He definitely shouldn't want that reward. He didn't even know what was in the box. But if he didn't know what was in the box, it could be anything, right? The announcement overhead said that this was called the first advancement trial. So, the rewards should be related to improving the power of the system, and advancing his skills. Which made it seem a bit odd that the rewards didn't seem to be for him. They were mostly for his group members. Perhaps he was choosing for everyone on the team. Trials and dungeons were supposed to be grand group adventures, where everyone got rewards, but they were done as a team. Carl had never heard of them listing rewards in advance, but most of the real information was classified, and what was spread was rumors and bard stories. If he was choosing for the whole group, then none of the chests was perfect as an option. 5 of them didn't contain enough for everyone to get an equal share, while the last one had unknown contents. Is there some sort of guide? Can I learn if I'm picking for everyone or just for myself? Carl asked, speaking aloud in the strange staging area, but nothing answered. Well, there wasn't anything else to go on in here, so Carl closed his eyes and focused on the mental flame in the void, as Brother Chen had taught him to meditate and clear his mind. Once he was certain he was thinking clearly, Carl opened his eyes again and examined the boxes once more before rubbing his dragon scale pendant for luck and touching the purple crystal chest. Choose Tier 3 difficulty for epic rank reward. Y/N. The words in the air helped set Carl's mind at ease. Perhaps the rewards weren't a direct choice, but a representation of what you might get upon completion. That meant that there were 3 difficulty levels to the test, and this should be the highest. Yes. Beginning Stage 1, Epic Rank Individual Trial. The scene changed again, and Carl was standing on what looked like the battlefield that he had just left, only both armies were gone, and it was just him plus his beasts. Thor stomped around the battlefield, happy to be returned to Carl's side after an extended stay in the void, while Ray quickly summoned her golems and prepared for a fight. Randomly showing up in new places had to mean a fight. It wasn't like she needed to be rescued, so it must be a reward for being the killiest. I don't think that is a word. Carl informed her. It should be. Trial starts in 5 seconds. At the distance, the battlefield began to change, and a horde of violet-skinned demons formed, with one massive 4-armed leader standing among them. I wonder if they taste good. Hawk wondered. The small ones are kind of skinny, I might be able to eat them in one piece. Remy agreed. They were only 1.5 meters tall, half her length, so in theory it might be possible, but even then, that would be a huge object for a snake her size to try to get in their mouth. The demons were already in motion, and they were insanely fast, nearly twice as fast as the haste enhanced spider golems. Carl quietly cursed and wondered why he had picked the epic difficulty. That trial announcement wasn't kidding. If he defeated this group, it was going to be epic, and it was only Stage 1. Carl was about to issue orders when suddenly the largest demon appeared in front of him, all 4 arms swinging blades at him. He brought up Earth Shield as a wall of stone and jumped backwards as the blades cut deep into the obstacle. A kick from the demon shattered the damaged barrier, and it came after him again. Ray, send the golems to assist me while the rest of you take care of the little things. Carl instructed. Remy climbed up on Thor's back to take Tessa's usual spot and began to hurl chain lightning into the crowd. The small demon scorched black with the damage, and when Hawk sent his fireballs after the lightning, multiple demons died, stumbling and falling face down as their momentum carried them forward. We've got this. Thor declared, confident that they could keep the large numbers away from the leader. Yeah, boss. We will fry the purple food, while you argue with the guy who thinks he can be as stabby as Ray. Remy agreed. Carl spun his blade, parrying a round of attacks as the spider golems attacked. One landed a solid hit on a shoulder, but the other took a blade across a leg for minor damage. Then, pain seared through Carl's arm, and Hawk screeched in annoyance. The damage spreads. If it hits one of us, it hits everyone. The bird complained. That was the most brutally overpowered skill that Carl had ever heard of. Area attacks were bad enough, but they usually spread their damage across a large area, doing a little to many targets. This skill appeared to deal full damage from a sword strike to everything nearby. The big demon smiled as it realized that Carl understood the effect of its skill, then launched a flurry of attacks at him, just aiming to do a little damage with every blade, not to land a single hit kill. It didn't have to. If it wounded him a little bit every time, it would wear the whole team down. The demon was double-jointed, and it could attack behind its back nearly as well as towards its front, leaving it with a minimal blind spot and no real defenseless side for the golems to take advantage of. But, refreshing lightning helped Carl's team heal, and the damage was already fading. 4 more strikes made their way past Carl's defense in the next 2 seconds, and he realized that refreshing lightning wouldn't be enough for long. Skill points, 11. That was enough to get something, Carl hoped. There were attack skills, but that wouldn't help much in the race to defeat this insane demon, and they might be too expensive. Defensive skills. 10 points, barrier, erects a barrier over the caster or targeted beast. 10 points, bestial regeneration, increases the target's healing rate to the level of a Tier 1 regenerating beast. 10 points, refresh, constantly restores stamina. That was better than nothing. 10 points spent, bestial regeneration, acquired. Carl quickly cast the spell on every member of his team as he retreated, and the spider golems did their best not to take additional damage. Tier 3 defensive skill available, Trollish regeneration, 20 points. Tier 3 skills activate on Beast Master and all active beasts. If only he had the points available for that right now. Carl missed another parry and a blade cut through both barriers to sink into his side, but the wound closed within seconds, and the pain vanished. That was much better, but Tessa was going to murder him when she saw his armor after this fight. The spider golems attacked low, aiming for the leg joints, and the demonic boss stumbled. That was Carl's opportunity. He let his blade vanish into his mind, and leapt forward to pin the demon's upper arms under his own as he wrapped his legs around its chest. The creature's face showed pure shock, and then something that was almost rage, but with a heavy dose of admiration as spider golems hammered deep holes into his back. It spat up purple blood, then tossed Carl across the battlefield with its lower arms before dropping its blades and turning on the golems. It was faster with its claws than it had been with the blades, and even if the scratches mostly weren't getting through the earth shield on the golem's limbs, it was still doing fairly steady amounts of damage. But it was also bleeding heavily from its back, and, lacerate, was preventing it from healing normally. Carl used every bit of his enhanced strength as he launched himself back into battle with his maul in his hands. It might be impossible to land a proper hit with the oversized weapon, but he didn't need to. Any contact would activate the layered skills, so he just needed the demon to catch the head of the weapon. Carl made his first swing, which the demon easily dodged, then he kicked the haft of the maul, changing its direction and sending it toward the target. The demon laughed as it caught the slow-moving weapon with a black barrier over its hand. The barrier shattered as flames spread out from the maul, burning the arm to a charred husk, burned nearly down to the bone. It howled in rage as it retreated, arm hanging limp, but slowly regenerating. The demon was slowing down, but Carl didn't trust that. It had intelligence in its eyes, it could be placing a trap, looking for a sudden reversal. The golems circled behind it again, forcing the target to watch 3 directions at once, then they all attacked in unison. This time, it took 3 of its blades out so it didn't have to block Carl's weapon with its hands, but Carl stopped the strike short and hit it in the face with a cast, chain lightning, instead. The change startled the monster so much that it turned its head away, causing its block to miss a round of attacks from the golems. That distraction cost it another arm, plus a deep slice across its throat. It was now pouring blood from both new wounds, and the demon stumbled a little as it turned to fend off the golems. That put its back to Carl, who pounded the maul into its spine, leaving a deeply burnt crater in its back and causing the demon to collapse into a pile of motionless limbs. As Ray had trained them, the golems relieved the demon of its head, which immediately vanished as the scenario ended, leaving Carl standing in an empty field again. First advancement trial, Stage 1 complete. Stage 2 begins in 10 seconds. Seriously? Carl muttered as he saw the notification. But the notification seemed to be serious, as the world around them was changing, morphing into a large cavern, similar to the one where the Dark Elven city had been located, except that it was filled with glowing green pools of what Carl could only assume was toxic goo. This place does not look fun. Not even being green makes it look better. Thor noted. At first, there didn't seem to be any opponents here at all, they were just standing in a toxic field. Then the monsters began to appear, walking up out of the glowing pools, a shambling wave of toxic sludge-covered zombies. Hawk immediately began pelting them with fireballs, while Remy brought up a blizzard, hoping to freeze them so they would stop advancing. For a moment, it seemed like it was going to work, and the zombies ground to a halt before a new boss appeared in the center of the largest puddle and began to cast spells, causing the downed zombies to regenerate while summoning more of them. The boss didn't look all that impressive, just a sludge-covered zombie woman in a black dress, but the shining black eyes weren't vacant, and everyone in the group could feel the power of its magic. Those pools will be an issue. Ray, can you send the golems to deal with the boss? Either kill it or lure it out into the open where we can fight it properly. Carl instructed. Ice didn't seem to kill the zombies, they just froze for a bit and then started moving again. Setting them on fire was much more effective, whether it was fire or lightning that burned them. Once their head was destroyed, they would die, Carl noticed, right before Ray came up with a zombie hunting strategy. Firing small stones, half the size of their heads, caused the skulls to burst like melons, and killed the zombies reliably in a single shot. They were weak, but it was beginning to look like they were endless, and they just kept coming out of the pools as the old bodies vanished. The golems reached the boss, lunging forward with their forelimbs, but the creature simply dove into a pool, and appeared from another. For a split second, the golems were confused, then they began to chase the boss around, hunting it relentlessly as it continued to run away. For a while the game of whack-a-zombie seemed pointless, then one of the golem's limbs managed to catch on the zombie queen's dress and throw her away from the pools. The panic was immediate, as the zombie forces turned to rush at the golems, and the zombie queen tried to make it to another pool. Ray, shadow-stepped, closer and surrounded the boss with a circular wall of stone, then repeatedly smashed the contents with a boulder from the top. Well, that's a bit messy. Remy noted when she realized that the spider was essentially mashing the zombie queen. Hawk, go light the remains on fire, just to be sure. Carl added. The tube was engulfed in an inferno as Hawk burned the remains, and the zombies lost their guiding force, returning to a shambling horde that was more interested in the living things at Carl's end of the instance than defending anything. First advancement trial, stage 2 complete. Carl sighed in relief as he realized that this instance had actually favored his team. If he was a warrior who had to chase the boss through the toxic sludge, or a mage who had to dodge the zombies, it would have been a nightmare. But being able to control the zombies while the golems hunted the boss made it a relatively painless experience. For some time, the instance didn't change, and Carl just waited. A bit of time to recover between fights seemed like the reasonable thing for a trial to provide, but it was unlikely to give him long. 5 minutes was what it granted this time, and then Carl found himself standing in a sand-floor coliseum. This time he was not alone, the rest of his team was standing with him, including the 5 Special Forces knights. Only, they were all transparent, as if they were the mannequins that he had seen at the start of the trial. 2 minutes later, Tessa's placeholder turned solid, then became rather battered and covered in green blood before there was a flash of golden light, and it began to move. Dragons, what the hell are we going to have to do now? She muttered. I'm not certain, but it's good to see that you made it. Carl replied. Oh, is that really you? Why are you here first? Carl shrugged. I guess I finished the first 2 trials fastest. What did you get? A massive black skeletal knight and a horde of orcs. I picked one of the silver chests, what did you pick? Let me guess, you kept closing the gold chests until you got a set of skills you liked. She replied. Closing them to get a new set of rewards was an option. I picked the purple one. Tessa rolled her eyes. Do you not remember the last trials we were in? Picking the easiest option is the safest way forward. But how did it never occur to you that you could close the chests? The first one I touched was the purple one, and it asked me if I wanted to start an epic trial. Tessa nodded. That must have been a tier 3 trial, with a random set of rewards. Of course you couldn't resist the urge to touch the box that was clearly and obviously not meant to be safe to handle. One after another, the others arrived, none of them looking too badly injured, and in Dana's case, she even had, refreshing lightning, still active. The only one missing was Lotus, and Carl began to wonder if something had happened to the little nature priestess. For half an hour, they waited, with no sign of her hologram changing. Then, it suddenly shifted, and a startled Lotus was in front of them, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Oh, hey guys. What's going on? She asked. We've been waiting on you to finish your trials. Carl reminded her. Trials? Oh, they're starting already? I was playing with the box. Did you know that the contents change if you close the lid? Tessa stared at her for a few seconds before anyone spoke. Are you saying that you've been playing with the box for the last hour, and you never did the first trials? The war cleric asked her lifelong friend. Lotus just shrugged. Well, that's one way to do it. I guess there is a time limit. But the rest of us are on trial number 3. Tessa explained. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize it was a group thingy. Alright, what are we doing? Is it a gladiator tournament? Carl shrugged. It looks like it, but I don't know yet. Nothing was happening while we waited for everyone to arrive. There were just those transparent mannequins holding our places until we all finished our trials. Team Trial 3 begins in 10 seconds. Modified difficulty increased for incomplete trials. Epic difficulty chosen. Who picked Epic? The leader of the knights asked. Dana gestured toward Carl. Isn't it obvious? Carl did the epic version of the first 2 trials, now we all get to do the epic version of the team trial. In my defense, I didn't know that there was going to be a team event at the end. Carl responded. It was too late to change anything about it now, even though they were going to have to face extra enemies at epic difficulty because he had let the intrusive thoughts win and Lotus spent an hour just playing with the boxes. Across the arena from them, a 4-armed giant with shining golden armor over black robes appeared. The monstrous creature stood nearly 10 meters tall, and Carl wondered how exactly they were expected to deal real damage to that. Its lower legs were heavily armored, and that was all that they could conveniently reach, while the rest of it was not showing any bare skin at all. Even its face was covered by a golden helmet. It looks like a mage special to me. Tessa noted. There were soft joints, where the armor appeared to be leather, but none of those were in easy reach of the team, except for the mages, who had better ranged combat abilities. So this is what a modified difficulty epic boss looks like. Lotus announced, enthralled with the appearance of a creature that she had never seen before. Now, we just need to find a way to defeat it because the fight is starting. Carl reminded her as the timer ran out. When the timer ended, the giant began to move, and the group scattered. Bob and Ophelia were headed forward, looking for an opening they could reach, while the magic knights were stepping through the sky to hurl blade attacks at the massive target. Ray created a web to pull herself up into the bleachers, away from the main fight, and then hurled a boulder the size of a medicine ball at the 4-armed giant. The impact left a deep dent in the golden armor, and Carl smiled as he realized that while it was a deadly opponent, it was still commander rank. It also wasn't double-jointed, and when the spider golems got on its back, it had to sweep up with a club to knock them free, which wasn't nearly as deadly for them as the fast purple demon had been. Ray, make a web net all around the arena for the knights and golems to fight from. Carl instructed as he realized what the most effective tactic was likely to be. If they couldn't reach from the ground, they wouldn't fight from the ground. Ray worked fast, and made a loose net all around the arena out of super stretchy royal rank silk rope. The fighters could land on that, grab it with a free hand, and then use it as a springboard to jump at the giant when they saw an opening. Bob had superhuman strength, the same as Carl, and the knights could walk on air, so it was an easy way for them to rest between attacks, and blows from the Titans' clubs wouldn't easily ruin it. Carl tested the theory by taking a run toward the wall and jumping up on a completed section, then leaping off as he rebounded. It launched him toward the giant's lower right arm, which was hastily withdrawn to let Carl's blade crash into an enormous club. The chain lightning still spread through the creature's body as Carl fell to the ground, thrown well clear of the stomping feet by the impact. Not exactly optimal for Carl, who had plenty of his own ranged attacks, but good enough that everyone else saw what he was going for without having to announce it out loud. Once they all knew, Carl switched back to his bow and began aiming for the vulnerable joints. That was surprisingly easy on a target this large, especially when it was being swarmed by fighters who wanted to attack from close range, and tortured by spells from their mages. One massive target against a team of 13 wasn't much of a fair fight, but the first time that one of the giant's clubs made contact, Carl realized it might not be as lopsided as he had thought. A flick of the wrist caught one of the knights across the chest, caving in his armor and sending him rocketing across the arena. If it was not for the stretchy net that Ray had created, his journey would have ended with a splat against the stone seating, but instead he bounced off and fell to the ground, coughing blood before falling unconscious. Doug was at his side within seconds, engulfing him in a wave of green healing magic and peeling his armor open, so the chest cavity could be healed. With the dented plate in place, the repairs couldn't be made, and the knight wasn't conscious to remove it himself. Doug gave a thumbs up to the group as he finished the emergency work and dragged the knight into an alcove along the arena's wall, where he was unlikely to be hit by any more attacks. Bob was their next casualty, when a club shattered his arm and destroyed his shield, sending him into the net right above his brother, who caught him on the way down and placed him gently on the ground. The target was bleeding profusely from what looked like 100 different wounds, but they were still closing, despite the effects of lacerate, and the battle was grinding on, with the human team slowly losing energy. Thor wasn't certain what to do. He couldn't charge, the giant was too big. He just had to stand there with Tessa on his back and keep the buffs up on everyone. Being the support was important, proud work, but he did like it so much better when he could smash things. Carl aimed high, trying to distract the giant with chain lightning to the face, but with pure dumb luck, the first arrow flew straight through the gap in the visor, impaling one of the giant's eyes and sending electricity crackling across the helmet. It flailed wildly, now blind on one side, and the knights moved to take advantage. A flurry of spells hit the giant's blind side, crippling 2 of its limbs, and tearing great chunks from its armor. From there, the end was clear, or so they thought. The giant surged with power, and a wave of force erupted from its body, throwing everyone away and shattering most of their barriers. The shockwave raced toward Carl, who was between the giant and Doug, who was still working on Bob's arm. Carl brought up Earth Shield as a wall, hoping to deflect the worst of the damage and keep the healer safe, but it didn't last long, shattered to rubble by the force of the blast. Everyone was at ground level now, and the giant looked like it would collapse at any second, but the power was surging again. Golems, remove the head. It's trying to self-destruct. Carl instructed. Ray summoned a new pair and began building little stone domes over the groups of elites on the ground, as Carl retreated to Doug's side to do the same for the wounded. The air trembled with power as the next eruption peaked, and then it was gone, as were all the stone barriers and other spell effects, leaving the group standing in an empty coliseum. First advancement trial complete. Calculating rewards. Many of the group members had assumed that they would get the reward they had chosen at the start, the one in the chest, so they wondered what there was to calculate, unless it was an additional reward for the team effort. But that thought was secondary to most of them, as their armor was heavily damaged, and every bone in their body was either broken or aching after that area attack. It was a good thing that the battles were over because they were going to need more than a few minutes to recover, even with the 2 healing specialty clerics on hand to assist Thor's refreshing lightning. Reward calculated. Enhanced Epic Rank Team Trial successful. 10% bonus added to all rewards. Everyone stared at the reward announcement, visible in the air above the arena's sand. A 10% bonus for a 3rd trial. Somehow, I feel a bit cheated. Bob sighed as he gingerly flexed the fingers on his freshly repaired arm. Then, the awards appeared. In front of each of the members, except Lotus, sat 2 silver chests, 1 small purple box and a leather bag. Lotus only had the purple box and a smaller bag. Oh, it's 10% on top of the epic reward for the 3rd trial. I take back any and all criticisms I might have been thinking. Bob amended. Lotus giggled. I don't think it counts if you only take it back after you got the reward. The silver chests were quickly opened, and Lotus sighed as she realized that her fun playing with the boxes meant that she didn't actually get them in the end. But she did get a pretty purple one, and that was the one that she hadn't dared to mess with in the waiting room. Now, there was no chain around it, but she waited with Carl while the others opened their chests and removed a pair of skill books plus a load of coins and gems. There were no magical rings or other items in there, only precious metals and gems, but the skill books were the real treasures. There was one in each silver chest, and both were different skills. Only, there didn't seem to be any organization as to who got what skill, as Carl could see that Dana had a blade skill and a combat form, while Ophelia had a druid-type dire bear transformation spell and a toxic claw skill. On second thought, a berserk terror, enhanced dire bear was a terrifying thought. They made warbears look like they were half-grown to start with, and with the additional size from the skill, she would be nearly as large as Thor's regular size. Two of the knights looked at the books in their stack, and then reached out to trade them, but the moment that someone else's hand touched them, they reappeared in their original chest. That is unusual. Does that mean we're intended to learn what we were given? Morgana asked as she looked at the toxic swamp and painful gaze spells that she had been given. None of the skills were extremely rare or powerful, as expected from the silver chest, which had displayed only books with simple covers. However, none of them were skills that the user already had. Dana activated her 2 books, and they vanished as she grinned like a madwoman. Now, I just need to learn some movement skills, and I will be able to fight like the knights. Learning combat forms from a book is so much better than doing it the conventional way, she declared. When he looked at it that way, Carl realized that it was not giving them skills that should help with their current talents, but ones that would help shape them in the future. It seemed that Dana would become more of a battle mage, while Ophelia was treading the path of the druid, with a transformation that was becoming even more bestial. Open your first 2 boxes, and let's see what the epic trials granted you as a bonus, Tessa demanded. That made sense, as everyone would be able to open their last box at the same time, so Lotus wouldn't be left out at the end. Carl carefully flipped open the lid on the first small box as Doug made a drumroll on the metal plates of Bob's armor. Carl opened the first chest, and the amethyst box vanished in a burst of golden holy light, leaving behind an ornate skill book. Book of Evolution permanently causes any bonded pet to evolve into a form 1 rank higher than when the skill is used. Usable once per beast, some materials may be required. That was a skill that was in Carl's skill tree, for a whopping 50 points, 5 times what it had cost him to get, bestial regeneration. He had been intending to work toward it for some time, as it would be the most important possible skill to allow his beasts to break their limits and reach levels above royal, but the price was ridiculous. That skill. Holy crap. Bob muttered. Right? If it wasn't once per beast, it would be world-breaking, but even this will be huge. This is a skill that I saw as available to my class in another trial, but I hadn't managed to obtain it. Carl explained, not wanting to get sidetracked with an in-depth discussion of how the system appeared to him. Carl opened the book, and it vanished, leaving him with a new skill, and real options to keep his beasts advancing, even if their power stalled. Alright, so the silver chest is 1 skill and some loot, the epic chest is an overpowered skill. It looks like we're all in luck today, Tessa noted as Carl prepared to open the next chest. The same golden light flashed from the chest when Carl opened the second epic rank reward, and again, there was a skill book. The book vanished in Carl's hands the moment he thought of opening it, and a second skill appeared in his mind. Bestial Raiment grants the user armor suitable to their current environment. The armor will be of epic quality and of their current rank. I wonder what sort of standard epic quality is, he asked. What do you mean? Doug asked. The skill is, Bestial Raiment, or beast armor for us less fancy folk. It creates armor at my rank of epic quality, Carl explained, then switched armor from his battered main gear to the suit provided by the spell. What he got was a mostly black scale bodysuit, with hard chitin plates over all the vital areas, and a black and white tabard hanging over the top, the colors split vertically. As he recalled, Prince Corbin had said in the dungeon that those tabards were the mark of the Dark Light host. The ancient cult, or religious organization, depending on who you asked, that followed the world dragon. Carl shifted and found that the scales moved like the softest of silk, flowing with his body, while the plates were as secure as if they were attached to him, not shifting or bouncing at all as he moved. It's comfortable, I will give it that much. He explained as he examined the armor itself to see the bonuses that it would grant him. There were unfamiliar stats among them, number bonuses to strength, constitution and agility instead of percentages. Then percentage-based bonuses to various types of elemental and magic damage, life steal on hit, and a durability percentage for the armor that was currently at 100%. I wish you could cast that on everyone. It would save me so much work. Tessa sighed as she took in the state of everyone's armor after the last fight. Well, at least it's one less suit to do. Because mine is trashed again. The repair teams in the camp are not going to be happy with us when we get back. Carl laughed. So, do we just open the last one all at once and see who gets the best loot from the final boss? They should all be from the same fight, except maybe Carl's, since we don't know what order they were in. Lotus asked eagerly. That sounds like a plan. Everyone, prepare to open the boxes on the count of 3. All 13 of the elite reward boxes were opened at once, and the golden light rose to a level that blinded everyone's senses. Even Carl's thermal vision couldn't see anything. Then, they were in a new setting, all of them together, sitting on the ground in front of a massive golden chest. Well, that is new. Perhaps it's a group prize for the group fight? Carl suggested. That's not the most insane thought that I had when I saw it. Lotus agreed. The beasts had been forcibly relocated back into their spaces, and were currently trapped, as Remy found out when she tried to leave to go explore the huge metal box. Lotus was practically vibrating with excitement, far beyond even the curiosity of Remy, so Tessa pushed her forward, letting the nature priestess be the one to open the giant box. Of course, she had to climb it first, as she couldn't reach the lid, but anyone else in the group would have had to do the same. Once she got near the top, she found a good foothold on a larger decoration, and wedged the bottom of her staff into the joint to pry the lid up. However, it was not a multi-ton solid gold box, but a magic reward chest, and it opened with the slightest of effort, sending Lotus tumbling down into Tessa's waiting arms. I knew you were going to fall off the box. The war cleric laughed. They backed away, and the box unfolded into a large golden platform with a spinning prize wheel in the center. All of the sectors had question marks on them, making the knights and most of Carl's team glare at the random reward mechanism in annoyance. Couldn't it just tell them what they were getting? Or was there some sort of luck involved? Luck was a very real factor, and they all carried holy stones and charms to increase their own, but it really came down to who had the most favor of the world dragon. Is one of you particularly favored among the gods? I would guess one of the high clerics. The female knight asked. Actually, the one with the world dragon's luck is Carl. The rest of us were drawn into his nonsense. Tessa explained. The knight nodded her head. I can see how that would happen. He's certainly not the average elite, so there was bound to be something else favoring him. It also means I get to take the blame when they don't approve of the outcomes, so I guess I will be the one spinning the wheel. Carl agreed. The others laughed and motioned him forward, even Lotus, who Carl knew secretly really wanted to spin the wheel. He didn't torture the little cleric any longer, heading straight for the wheel, which felt warm in his hand when he grabbed one of the pegs to give it a spin. There was an arrow-shaped ticker at the bottom, marking the location of the winning prize, while the wheel itself extended far above Carl's head. Alright, here we go. Carl gave the wheel a spin, and the ticker began rapidly clicking away as the pegs flew by. The bearings must have been well greased, Carl thought, as the wheel just kept spinning for most of a minute before slowing to a stop. The clicking got slower and slower, headed for one of many anonymous spots on the wheel. Then Lotus darted forward, and grabbed the wheel in an attempt to drag it to a stop. But that wasn't happening, and the wheel simply carried her up into the air before coming to rest on a prize with one final click. Lotus looked down, confused. That wasn't how wheels worked. If you made them heavy on one side, the heavy side ended up on the bottom. She was 100% certain of that. Prize confirmed, appeared in the air between Carl and the rest of the group as he gently removed the cleric from the wheel and returned to the others. Shared prize awarded, 3 months peak rate growth. There was a pause as everyone tried to understand what they were being given. What sort of reward was that? How did one even measure what 3 months' worth of growth would be, and how would it even be awarded? New knowledge of how to use his skills entered Carl's mind as golden light began to glow from the box. It engulfed the group for a few seconds, and then faded again, but left everyone feeling energized and enlightened. As the reward bonus settled in, a surprising realization came to Carl's mind. He had what he needed to advance. He had a royal rank skill of his own, a royal rank pet, and more than enough stored energy to make the conversion. He even knew how to break the bottleneck smoothly. How much of the 3 months that would have taken him on his own was a mystery, but one thing that he knew for certain was that Hawk was not happy. He wasn't far from advancing, and Carl had stolen his spot in line because the rewards only went to him and not to all of them. They would get their share after Carl advanced, both in excess energy and in the improved spaces that would come as a result of his advancement, but those were minor details in the mind of Hawk. Carl wasn't the only one that was enjoying an advancement, though. Dana and Ophelia were both surging with power, and Lotus was glowing with a happy green light that had to mean she had made it to commander rank. The clergy were going to freak out when they met High Priestess Lotus, and it was going to be spectacular. The effects slowly faded, and the group began to pay attention to more than what was going on with themselves. "Damn it, I'm so close I can taste it," Bob muttered as the last of the glowing light faded to nothingness. "I take it you got caught at the bottleneck?" Carl asked. Bob nodded and sighed. "I am missing something, and I can feel the lingering buildup of energy, but I don't have something that I need to break the bottleneck and move on to royal rank. I think it might just be practical experience with my new skills that will let me move on. Or perhaps I just don't have a skill that's quite good enough yet, and I need to master one of my stronger ones. But either way, I think it's just a matter of practice now." The 5 knights all nodded in agreement. "We're not quite that far yet, but I'm certainly close to the bottleneck, and about to start looking for a way to break it. With this sort of bump, we might not need to use the resource stack to break through." Carl was familiar with that. It was a combination that burnt out the elite's potential to get them past the bottleneck. Either they would be royal rank forever, or they might even shoot into the monarch or overlord ranks and then stay there. It would be a shame for elites as talented as these ones to take that way out. They didn't seem like the sorts that had built their foundation on resource abuse, so they should have the potential to get through the bottleneck on their own. The familiar text of the announcements appeared below the prize notification. "Speak the word depart to leave the first advancement trial. Before we leave, we should prepare to be attacked. There was still a battle going on when we entered, so there are likely hill giants nearby, and we don't know which side will be holding the area around the exit." Carl reminded them as everyone prepared to get moving. Once they were in formation, Carl tapped Lotus on the shoulder, and she spoke the magic words. "We would like to depart, please." So polite. The notice appeared in the air below the other notices, and then they were standing on the battlefield, next to the portal, and in the middle of a fight between the teachers who were guarding the entrance and the hill giants who were determined to break through. "Time to work everyone, show them what you've got," Carl instructed. There was a large group of ascended rank hill giants to Carl's left, until he hit them with a royal rank, shred, layered with, lacerate. Those that it didn't kill outright were severely maimed and bleeding heavily, even missing limbs from the brutal arc of energy. The hill giants scattered as they realized that there was a royal rank elite on this portion of the line, doing their best to get out of his line of sight while they fought their way to the trial entrance. "What's the situation?" Carl asked as he moved next to one of the mage class teachers who had come to reinforce the portal area. The hill giants knew that the portal would open. "We don't know how they knew, but it sounds like that was the reason they were attacking. One group of hill giants made it into the trial, but they haven't come out yet, and we've got the rest of them pushed back now," the teacher explained. "How did we find out that they knew?" Carl asked. That seemed like important intelligence that should have been shared in advance if they had it. The giants celebrated that they were the first ones to open a trial. "A number of us among the academy speak hill giant. He explained. Crap. If that is why they're attacking the border, to create a conflict that will open a trial, this war just got a lot more chaotic. The rewards in there were powerful. Very powerful. If the hill giants get control of a few of those trials, their combat power is going to skyrocket. I recommend that we send a team of students so we can build up our total number of commanders, and once we can, send another team of commanders in, ones as close to the bottleneck as possible. If my team had been closer to the bottleneck, we might have had more royal rank fighters coming out just now, instead of a team of strong commanders. Carl explained. We sent a team of ascended rank students with a pair of commander rank leaders from the defensive lines near the anomaly in as soon as your team came out. It wouldn't let anyone else in until then. Either the limit is 2 teams, or 1 team from each species. The mage explained. From overhead, Carl heard Hawk mentally laughing as he formed flaming bird-shaped fireballs and hurled them into the hill giant ranks. They exploded in grand style, sending out a spherical-shaped, rend, attack instead of shrapnel, and they were tearing holes in the offensive line. That's quite the combination. Carl commended him. They make beautiful explosions after I added rend to them. Just fire was alright, but it was a bit lacking. Now, they're perfect. It was a bit like a shotgun, as the rend effect wasn't quite solid, and seemed to flay everything it hit with hundreds of light wounds. There was no deep penetration, just the shredded surface and the burns from the actual fireball explosion. Carl heard swearing behind him, and saw that there was a whole team of commander rank hill giants pushing out from the trial, while another team ran in between them, headed inside. It had happened too suddenly to stop them, and the newly advanced team was retreating to consolidate their gains. As soon as they were in, the entrance seemed to change, turning from a solid distortion to something much more transparent, the way it had looked before Carl and his team had entered. The teachers pushed forward to check, sending a team to walk through it, and out the other side. As soon as the hill giants saw that, they retreated a little, no longer trying to claim the portal, but staying close enough to allow their participants to rejoin their team safely. Professor, we should form lines on our side of the portal for now and hold. I think it will reduce casualties. Carl offered. The professor shot Carl a dirty look, but Carl just shrugged and continued to pick vulnerable targets for his arrows. He was only aiming for giants attacking elites who were in trouble, doing his best to minimize losses and strain on the clerics. But keeping this offensive up when they couldn't even send another team into the portal was a waste. If they went to their own side, the giants most likely would not follow until their team was coming out. The teachers conferred on battle strategy for a half a minute, then began sounding the retreat, to bring the lines back to their side of the portal. Immediately, a tense ceasefire began, with both sides easily in attacking range for their ranged abilities, but nobody doing anything as they waited for their teams to come back out of the trial. Carl had to admit, if the hill giants knew that they could trigger this first advancement trial by fighting with the humans along the border, it was a brilliant strategy to try to push a few more of their numbers over the breakpoint and into royal rank. It was a shame that the human side wouldn't manage to get many more royal rank fighters, but none of them had expected the trial to close so quickly. From what the teachers were saying, most instances were either first come, first served, or they were open for exact days. Whether that was 1 day, 7 days or 28 days was a mystery the first time, but it was almost always precise. So, this 4-team limit didn't make sense to anyone on either side, and now they were left wondering what to do about it. The next team out was the human team, who raced back to the lines, quietly celebrating their success while the academy forces retreated. If the hill giants got a royal rank advancement out of the trial, they didn't want to be too close to the action. Worse, they might have prepared a whole team right at the advancement point, and although they had only sent a 5-person team instead of the 10 that the humans did, it would still be a massacre if all 5 of them came out at royal rank. The tension continued to rise until the hill giant team exited the trial and made their way back to their own lines. They were up by 1 royal rank hill giant, an even gain compared to the humans, and apparently not as good as they were hoping for, as the force immediately began to retreat. Once the chaos of the battle had subsided, Carl realized that a significant amount of time had passed while they were inside the trials, and the night shift was about to start their rotation on the line. It was strange to think that so much time had elapsed since the start of the trial, when the second group had only taken a few hours at the most, but the sun's position didn't lie. Carl was waiting and watching, to ensure that the hill giants didn't try to push their luck and return, when a friendly hand patted him on the shoulder. "You can return to camp for dinner. The next shift is here. I think that the administration staff are going to want to talk to you as well after that incident with the trial. It appears that your team got some pretty serious rewards, and they are all excited," the soldier informed him. Carl chuckled at the man's gift for understatement, and nodded his head. "I will return to the line once I have upgraded shields for the pike line. As soon as they switch, I will give them a layer of earth shield, then call it a night," Carl explained. The soldiers lined up and raised the large rectangular shields of the shield wall, which remained on the line until they were damaged. "Earth shield incoming," Carl shouted as he cast the spell, then moved down the line again, as he had earlier in the day. That should keep them through the night, or at least through the first few hits of an engagement if there was something happening during the night shift. The hill giants didn't normally attack at night, but they had been particularly upset today with the abbreviated trial, where both sides had only gotten 2 teams through. The giants were going to want to punish the humans for taking 2 of the available 4 slots and not even using half of them to try for a royal rank fighter, but instead stacking their number of commanders instead. But what the Academy knew was that the faster you progressed while you were young, the further an elite could go before they hit the limits of their potential. It seemed to decline with time, and re-administering the serum didn't help refresh it. So, pushing students to commander still made it more likely that they would get to royal rank, and it was a better deal for the Academy if those opportunities were given to students than to teachers, whose peak growth years had already passed. But they had another issue today, and that was that one of the students really did make it to royal rank. Namely, Carl. They should have known better than to think that the news of Ray advancing wouldn't bring an immediate response from the higher powers. The Academy, the Bureau of Elite Development, the Church and the Army all had ranking members stationed here, but that wasn't enough for this unprecedented situation. Rumors were already flying that his assigned group had produced 2 other unregistered commanders plus 2 high priestesses, but the power that Morgana and Bob were showing when they returned to the lines after the trial had everyone wondering how long it would be before they also made royal rank. So, more influential members had been sent from every possible facet of Golden Dragon Nation society, including reporters and a government press officer. They had all arrived in the last hour, while the second team was in the trials, with the hope that they would have an entire team of commanders added to the Academy's population, in addition to the confused reports of Carl and Ray's advancement. Carl followed the camp workers' directions to a secondary dining hall, where he found his expanded group, along with the other 10 elites who had been sent as the second group. I would like to say that nobody expects the Holy Inquisition, but this time their presence was entirely predictable. Carl greeted the group at the table beside his as he took a seat. "Brother Carl, it's good to see you advanced again," a royal rank inquisitor replied with a smile. Carl nodded politely, then looked around the room to see if there were any familiar faces among the guests. There was a high priestess of the nature god who he remembered from when they signed the contract to work as a team. She giggled at him and waved as he looked her way, which made Carl laugh along with her. The nature clerics had to think that it was hilarious that Lotus was now a high priestess, even if the thought of her in charge of anything horrified the rest of the clergy. Other than that, some of the politicians looked vaguely familiar. They might have been part of the groups trying to recruit him at commander rank a few months back. It made sense that some of them would be the same, as they were originally sent to try to talk to Prince Corbin when he had reached the Academy. One of the politicians in an expensive-looking suit stood to address the room. "Now that we're all here, I would like to congratulate you all on your advancements. Today we recognize 14 new commanders, 4 of which are from the church's ranks, and 12 of which are still students," he began. Carl looked over at the other group and realized that there was a white-robed priest and an annoyed-looking blue dragon cleric with them. Why they had a cleric from the God of Knowledge seemed fairly obvious to Carl, as everyone wanted to know what the anomaly was, but they normally didn't specialize in healing or group buffs, so they were rarely sent to combat. They could do it, but their skills might be rusty, as they spent all their time in the library and inscription rooms. At least she should have had refreshing lightning for her solo trials. We also recognize a new prince of the nation, and as is tradition, we would like for the prince to choose one cause to assist with his influence. The politician continued. Karl could see that most of the other factions' representatives were rolling their eyes, but Karl smiled politely back at him and rose to his feet. I have been thinking about that issue since I advanced to commander rank, and I believe that I have an answer already. I would like to devote my time to increasing the individual combat power of the elites. I believe everyone here has the clearance to know that I have already donated a number of skill books to the inscriptionists, and I have assisted a number of our barbarians in gaining a powerful new rage-type skill. That is what I plan to continue. I will spend my leisure time looking for signs of relics or other methods that can be spread among the elites to give us an advantage over those who would seek to harm us. Karl announced. That would almost certainly have a dozen groups pushing for some of his time, but it didn't devote all of his efforts to one faction. But as he had advanced and had been force-fed information from the final trial reward, many things had become clear to Karl. One of them was that he simply lacked the skills to share all of his skills. What if he could teach someone else to have a beast space? Wouldn't that make for even more overpowered elites? If it didn't work on other elites, maybe it would work on some of the soldiers. Or if he could teach more people the higher-ranked skills that he was sure to learn in the future. Even just finding time to make books for the new skills he could use would be huge for the clergy library. Not even Lacerate had a proper skill book for it yet, and Ray had learned that from an elite. Did you have more that you could teach the elites? One of the inquisitors asked. I believe that with a bit of time I can create a book of Lacerate. That should be useful to dozens of warriors and rogues. After that, I will have to see if there are any other abilities that can be easily shared. Karl explained. That was enough to get most of the people in the room excited. Everyone loved a chance to make the elites more powerful, and that one skill book would be enough to ensure that Karl was not a name that was easily forgotten among his peers. The politician continued once Karl returned to his seat. There will be formal testing at a later date, should there be any doubts about your advancements, but as of today, all of the advancements have been certified through informal testing by the clergy and government authorities. New uniforms will be available to all of our new commanders, and if Prince Karl will rise, the Inquisition has won the lottery to present your royal cape. Karl stood, and the royal rank member of the Inquisition rose with him, holding a box he had taken out from under the table. It was a simple black robe with gold trim that went well with the commander rank black suit, and it attached across his chest with a heavy golden chain, bearing the twin dragon symbol of the Golden Dragon Nation on every link. The cape bonded to Karl the moment that the clasp was fastened, and the badge on his uniform changed slightly to include a crown at the top, marking him as royal rank, should anyone doubt his word. Thank you, Inquisitor. Karl responded once the man stepped back. It is an honor, Prince Karl. Just try not to taunt the others too much with your rank, no matter how tempting it is. Behave, Your Highness. Dana whispered in his ear using a tone that had his little Karl at full attention. Karl gave her a wink and made plans for her upcoming birthday. He was going to have to give her a special present this year. I am certain that I can mostly resist the temptation. Besides, after spending months fighting along the frost giant border, the novelty of wearing a cape has already worn off. They're just too practical for cold weather. Karl joked. The staff brought out a meal for everyone, the fancy sort that they usually reserve for visiting guests on the line, and Karl smiled at their efforts to make rice and beans fancy by putting long slices of pickled vegetables on top, then surrounding it with sliced meat. The meal made it easy to see who was used to being out of the city and who was used to all of the fine dining establishments of either the capital or one of the other large cities. The Inquisition members were pleasantly surprised to find that they had spiced the meat, while most of the politicians just looked like they were doing their best to ignore what they were eating. The new commanders from the other group were being swarmed by dignitaries, wishing them well and not so subtly pushing for them to commit to some project or another, the same as they had done to Karl when he advanced. Only, these ones were all in their final year at the academy, and they knew all about the tricks to expect when they eventually advanced. A few had approached Ophelia, but she seemed to know the ultimate trick to scare them away. She was normally a quiet sort, and rather gentle in her human form, but when they approached her to try to get her to join their projects, she was obnoxious, crude and affected a heavy accent that had them all politely excusing themselves within seconds. They would eventually learn that they had been tricked and come back trying to get her to join their causes, but that tactic should work well enough for today, and then Ophelia would have some time to make a decision on her own. Oddly, as Karl sat with his hand on Dana's thigh, nobody tried to come over and pitch her for their cause. It seemed that his claim was enough to keep them away, with the assumption that her time was already spoken for by the new prince. Once they had eaten, the teachers came in with new badges for everyone who had advanced to commander rank, as well as their new suits, while the nature priestess came over to give new robes to the 4 clerics who had advanced. The blue dragon clerics were quite fancy and trimmed with gold embroidery, similar to the ones worn by the cleric in white except for the base color. Lotus got simple green robes, but with beads and leather laces all along the edges and more natural ornaments instead of embroidery. They were fancier than the ones the older high priestess was wearing, and Karl realized that unlike the other factions, the nature clerics rarely wore their formal robes. Tessa's were red with black trim, and Karl noticed that the robes actually contained a mesh of metallic thread through them, as part of their enchanted defenses. They looked simple, but they were actually a rather powerful magical armor piece. I believe that we've crushed the previous record for the maximum number of commanders enrolled in the academy at one time. Karl laughed as the last of the new advancements put on their new outfits. A number of the politicians laughed, and the lead inquisitor shook his head. Before this mission, it wouldn't have just been a daily record, but a record number of commanders as students. As it is, the academy has doubled the number in a single day. That advancement trial was a huge benefit to the academy, and now that they've got a royal rank student on the lines, the academy has little to fear from the hill giants. The politicians looked nervous as he finished that sentence. They had been fully intending to pull Karl from the area to have him do something else that served their department's imperatives, but arguing with the Inquisition was a losing cause. The best that they could hope for was to try to get his whole team moved to the mountain giant front, which was closer to the capital, and easier to get to when they wanted them to do something. The spokesman for the politicians stood to address the group. Now that we've all eaten, why don't we get the interviews underway? We can do them outdoors, where the battlefield will make a proper backdrop for the footage of the new commanders. It's a big day for the Golden Dragon Nation, after all. That was the part that nobody, except the news people, were looking forward to. They would have to do multiple interviews, so that all of the dignitaries could be seen with more than one of the new commanders, and to fill time for the TV stations. Worse for Karl, he couldn't even bring out Thor as a distraction this time, as it was likely to be more of an informal style, and he would be expected to interact with the officials who had come to congratulate them. The spokesman for the politicians gestured at one of the classroom tents. "Prince Karl, if you would come this way, please. We would like to do a group interview with you while the commanders are with the reporters. It won't take long, and it won't air with the other news, so we will be setting up a fake stage for your footage." I suppose that it makes sense that they don't want anyone to know where exactly I am, now that I have advanced. Karl noted. Exactly. Your footage will be held until there is a need for it. The next time that the news cycle needs a positive story, it will be released so that the people have something to cheer about, and they don't have to focus on whatever had happened in the previous days. The politician agreed. The tent had been set up like the inside of a luxury hotel room, right down to a television screen playing a fake city street view behind closed curtains. It would only be in the edge of the view, but it gave a directionality to the lighting in the room, which Karl assumed would make it feel more natural for the viewers at home. To him, it was just too obviously unnatural. For one, his vision was as sharp as hawks. Secondly, he had gotten so used to the echolocation and thermal imaging being overlaid on everything he looked at, that it was very obvious there was a television behind the curtains. But then they turned on all the professional lighting, and it didn't matter anymore. The lighting would be perfect in the video, not natural, so the screen was only there to make it look like a real window. If you can take a seat there, that would be just right. And can you get your hawk to stand on the end table? Or is the bond not like that? The producer asked. I can have Hawk stand on the end table, that shouldn't be a problem. But his talons will almost certainly damage it unless you've got a stand that he can perch on. Hawks aren't meant to stand on flat surfaces. He's not a duck. One of the workers ran out, and then came back in with an extra microphone stand. What about this? Will this work well enough as a perch? He asked. He set it up next to the chair and adjusted the height, so Hawk would be just below Carl's shoulder level. Hawk left his space and landed on the perch, grabbing it gently, so he didn't damage the paint. Fortunately, it was a bit rough on the surface, so his feet didn't slip around and force him to use his claws. That is perfect. I don't know if you've heard, but some bard made up a song about you two while you were in the Frost Giant Nation, and it's climbing the charts. That's why we wanted Hawk with you today, so that even though people might not recognize you, they will associate you and your reputation with the song as soon as the interview starts. The producer explained. Hawk the Giant Slayer. Carl laughed. How close is that to the truth? We're not going to have a bunch of other elites coming out to refute your actions, are we? One of the politicians asked. Honestly, the song doesn't do our experience along the Frost Giant border justice. We went on a rampage even before the fight with the royal rank leader. I can only say that it's a shame that we weren't at our current strength for that one. We lost a team member during that fight, but now it would be a relatively even match. One-on-one, Ray could take that Frost Giant in a matter of minutes. Carl explained. Are there any questions that we should avoid? Things that might not be suitable for television? The producer asked. Carl didn't see any issues at first, but then one came to him. You should likely not ask about my own musical taste. I grew up in the mines, so all my favorite songs are miners' working tunes. That doesn't sound so bad. The producer replied. Carl whistled the first few bars of Give the Working Man a Chance, and the producer paled as he recognized the tune. I take that back. The average citizen might not appreciate a miner's dark sense of humor. Or worse, they probably would. He replied, retracting his statement so he didn't have to edit out footage of the new prince subtly advocating for the death of incompetent leaders. But while the producer and the politician were both incredibly nervous about what Carl would say next, the Inquisitor thought it was hilarious. Brother Carl is definitely best suited to be one of us. With that kind of thinking, he might be the next Commander Hirsch. The Inquisitor laughed. Who is that? I didn't watch the news much growing up, and they don't play it here. Carl asked. Oh, it might not have even made news where you were. Hirsch was one of the first batch of elite test subjects, years before the program went full scale. He was Minister of Justice for a while, until a corrupt politician tried to lie his way out of trouble, and the commander killed him on the parliament floor. The Inquisitor explained. I would have paid money to see that. The Inquisitor dabbed laughing tears from the corners of his eyes as he smiled at Carl. And that's why it wasn't on the news. But did it work? That seems like the sort of thing that was meant to make a statement about ending corruption. Did it work? Carl asked. The Inquisitor whistled innocently while everyone else in the room looked away. They were definitely not asking Carl about politics in his interviews. As the cameras were adjusted for the size of the Inquisitor, who would be the first host, a note was handed to Carl, to remind him of all the things that were classified. You know, I'm beginning to understand why press releases don't ever actually say anything. So much of what we've done and are doing is classified that I couldn't even tell most of the good stories. Carl sighed. Good stories, like what? The politician asked. The Inquisitor nodded, meaning everyone here had clearance to hear what he might say, so Carl thought of a few things. Well, like that time that we picked a fight with 200 frost giants and shattered a frost stone that blew up like a nuke. Or that time that we hung out in an old dwarven city for 2 weeks before we realized that the magma dragon had chased away all the giants, and we weren't even in front of the line anymore, we were somewhere off to the side, and the shift had put us out of radio range, so we hadn't heard anything. Carl heard giggling from the door and Lotus poked her head in. Tell them about the time that Thor yeeted a Titan cleric so far that we didn't even find the body. The Inquisitor frowned at her. Definitely do not tell anyone the details of that incident, High Priestess. Was there something that we could do for you? They said that I had 2 hours before my interview and I wanted to ride Ray. In her space, Ray laughed. Going for a run in the woods sounded like fun. She appeared outside the door, and the little cleric nimbly hopped on top, then they both simply vanished as Ray's shadow stepped. Well, that was bloody terrifying. I think I peed a little. The camera operator muttered. You get used to her. Even Bob Mackenzie, who was seriously arachnophobic when we met, has gotten mostly used to Ray now. He just prefers to deploy himself to the other side of the group, so they're not side by side. Carl laughed. Do you have fun stories about those two? The producer asked hopefully. Like how they like to go for runs in the woods together. Or how High Priestess Lotus will ride her into combat so that they can stop to look for magical resources or shiny stones. Oh, we could send someone to take footage. I bet Ray wouldn't mind, she loves when people appreciate her greatness. The cameraman raised his hand. Maybe no fun giant murder spider stories. I don't care how you phrase it, I'm still going to have nightmares. Carl chuckled. Did you know that it takes her under 3 seconds to tear apart an ascended rank armored car to get to a treat left inside? At that point, the crew all realized that Carl was just cherry-picking stories to mess with them, but none of them doubted that Ray could mutilate an armored vehicle. Which one of your pets is the friendliest? The producer asked hopefully. Thor, followed by Remy. Hawk isn't really a people person, he just likes to watch them doing dumb stuff from above. Hawk nodded in agreement. People were always doing dumb things. That was why you had to watch your fireballs all the way down. Because they might run right into them. The producer nodded, then gestured for the Inquisitor to start the interview. Good evening, parishioners. I am High Priest Israel, here with a special bit of good news for you all. It is my pleasure to let you all know that we have independently verified that this young man sitting next to me has reached a major milestone. This is Prince Carl, born and raised in the lithium mines, and now the newest member of the royal rank elites. Beside him is his dragon Hawk, who answers to the name Hawk. They are the subject of the recent hit song, Hawk the Giant Slayer. Why don't we start there? The hawk is a majestic example of the species, and more powerful than I think any of yous would have expected. Is he like a parrot? Can he speak and understand human language? The Inquisitor asked. Hawk shook his head and Carl answered for him. He can understand us just fine, but he can't speak. However, our bond allows us to communicate, so I can relay answers for him. That sounds like an incredibly useful ability. Is that why you rely upon him to do most of the scouting for your group? Carl nodded. Indeed. Being able to look down on a situation from above gives us a much better idea of what is going on, and reveals many hidden traps and potential ambushes that would have been hidden when scouted from ground level. Combined with the extremely well-refined eyesight and enhanced range of colors that he can see, and it is an incredibly potent combination. We are told that there is a song about you too. Have you had a chance to hear it? Israel asked. We did, actually. The bards in camp were playing it, and we got a good chuckle out of their rendition of our activities. They are truly a gifted class of elites. Carl agreed. Inquisitor Israel gave a professional smile to the camera, paused for a few seconds, giving them time to insert footage of the music, then continued. How does it feel to be the youngest royal rank elite in the decade that the program has been running? It has to be exciting for you. Carl nodded. It's a crazy feeling, and I can't really wrap my head around it. Royal rank is just so far beyond anything that I thought I could achieve, that it is taking a while to truly sink in. The interview went on for another half an hour and switched interviewers twice. They were both from the team of reporters, and only asked simple questions while avoiding anything that might need to be heavily edited or completely scrapped. When they were finally finished, the final reporter got out of his seat, and he was replaced by a young woman in a wizard-themed idol dress that wasn't hiding much of anything from Carl's point of view. It was knee-length and ruffled, but there was a slit up the thigh clear to the hip, and deep cleavage, despite the somewhat modest-looking wide sleeves and high collar. Carl was briefly mesmerized by her personality, but then he realized that this woman was also royal rank. "Prince Carl, meet the Archmage." Israel introduced them. "A pleasure." She responded, sounding like it was nothing of the sort. "If we're dressing up for this, should I put on my fancy armor?" Carl asked. The Inquisitor looked confused for a second until Carl changed into beast armor, with the white fur cloak from the Frost Giants and no helmet. This time, the chiton appeared as white with gold trim over the black scales, and Carl swept out the cloak, letting it pool behind him as he perched forward on the chair. An assistant rushed forward, rearranging his cloak and his position, then gave him a thumbs up. The Archmage looked startled at his armor, and leaned forward to inspect it, giving Carl a view down her ample cleavage. "Is that an epic grade quest reward?" she asked. "An epic grade skill as a trial reward, actually. The armor isn't physical armor, but created by a skill book. It still has the same sort of powerful enchantments, though. The bonuses on it are far beyond anything I've seen before." Carl agreed. "What luck that must have been. Is it a new skill, or is that how you have had such success here on the front lines?" she asked curiously, with a flirty smile that Carl recognized as being for the cameras Carl had forgotten were rolling. "It came to me during my royal rank advancement. I haven't even had a chance to properly test it yet." The Archmage giggled in an endearing tone that didn't show in her eyes to Carl's sharp vision. She was good at this, playing it up for the cameras and doing interviews that she despised, but still making sure that her idol image didn't slip. "There has been a lot of speculation among the other ranking elites on what your next beast will be. Have you made a choice, or received any sort of sign as to what it will be?" she asked. "Not yet. I have a very well-rounded team, and they have done an excellent job so far. So, I've been holding off on making a decision until I have a better grasp on what we might be missing." "That sounds like quite the luxury. On behalf of mages everywhere, I must say that I wish it could be so easy to learn new abilities." Carl smiled and tried to remember what she specialized in. "Well, I've got a few new skill books to gift to the Blue Dragon clerics. Perhaps we can talk after and see if one of them might suit you." Carl replied with what he hoped looked like a shy smile and not a murderous snarl. He had been reminded in the past that he was somewhat scary even when he didn't mean to be, which could be a mistake during an interview. "Is that your intention as a prince? To collect and distribute skills?" she asked, startled. Carl had assumed that they had warned her in advance, as it hadn't come up in his past interview, but he just nodded. "Yes. It is a particular advantage that I have. It is my hope that with the contributions, it will make the early stages a bit easier for those who start with compatible classes. The elites benefit from every new skill that we can gather, and I have a particular talent for finding new skills to share. That would be wonderful. But first, I have been asked to perform a short segment for the audience. Don't go too far. Cut. The producer called. We will film the actual bit to use an upcoming single when this is about to air. Thank you both for your assistance. You are finished with the interview process." Carl sighed and let Hawk return to his space, while the Archmage got up out of her chair and grabbed him by the edges of his cloak. "You had better not have been fucking with me about the new skill. Do you really have a skill book?" she demanded. "Relax. I have a talent to make skill books out of the skills that I know." "What is your specialty as a mage?" he replied. "Lightning with a secondary in ice magic." Carl checked what he needed to make the chain lightning, book, and found that he had the herb that he needed, but if he had a lightning element stone, it was hidden in Ray's hole of shiny stones. "Do you have chain lightning?" he asked. "Do you think it's so easy to get advanced skills like that?" "I've got shock, stun, lightning bolt and lightning mine, plus ice blast and icicle for combat skills. Then a few just for show." "Do you have a lightning element stone, commander rank or higher?" "I need to grind it for the ink for the book, and I will make you chain lightning. Or I can make you blizzard, with what I have on hand." "Blizzard, not blizzard," Remy and Hawk responded at the same time. "You, assistant man. Get my bag. I have the stone we need in there," she demanded of one of the staffers who had come in with her. "You can likely change back now that the interviews are done," Carl reminded her. The Archmage sighed. "Do you think this frilly whore costume is bonded? It takes 2 hours to get into this and do all my makeup, then half as long to get it back off again." Perhaps she had a lot in common with Dana. Not her temper or language, but she certainly didn't seem to be enjoying the idle life, though the rumor was that she had chosen it for herself after she advanced to commander. Instead, she donned a light silk dressing gown over her outfit and sat back down on the chair from the interview while they waited. "Can you make me both of those skills, or is there a limit?" she asked. "There is a limit, but 2 books in a day is possible. The lacerate books for the clerics can wait, and I will make you both today." "Do you know where they're sending you next?" Carl replied. "Right here. I have shows all down the hill giant border this week, military inspiration shows, as they call them. If there are attacks while I'm here, I help out. If there aren't, I just go around doing idle shows," the Archmage explained. The assistant returned with a high cleric from the Blue Dragon, and 3 inscriptionists, letting Carl know that his comments would not be allowed to slide. They expected books, and they wanted them now. "Did you bring the materials?" Carl asked. The cleric nodded and put a pile of paper and a handful of lightning element stones at commander rank in front of him. "All right, let's get started." It didn't take long to make either book, as he could use both skills and didn't have to refer to Remy. He just needed some of the grass from her space to mix with the base ink for the blizzard spell. Everyone sat silently as he made 2 copies of the chain lightning spell, and then 2 more of blizzard. "All right. Now, hopefully, this will work. It says that mages with expert or higher affinity in the element should be able to use it, as well as shamans and suitable element beasts," Carl explained. "Mages and shamans can both use the spells. Now we're talking." The Blue Dragon High Priest sighed. He had been fully prepared to be ridiculed for the obnoxiously restrictive books that Carl produced. They weren't broken or flawed, they just had such stringent requirements that they might as well be quest rewards of their own. Carl felt Hawk's suspicion. "You're teaching more mages to use evil magic." "No, to use blizzard, they already need a strong ability with ice magic. It's still evil magic." The Archmage reverently picked up the chain lightning book and flipped the cover open. It seemed to hesitate for a split second, then the book vanished, and she jumped on Carl's lap, wrapping him in a hug. thank you so much. That is a fantastic spell. How did you obtain it?" "It comes from Remy, my spirit snake." Both of these are skills that she was born knowing, and since she's a shaman, they were more transferable than the other skills. "And you didn't teach your group?" the High Priest asked. "None of them are ice or lightning element mages or shamans. They couldn't use them without high enough proficiency in the element. But now your team can make copies of the books for every mage and shaman that is of those elements, and the Archmage can do her next photo shoot with 2 new spells. In fact, if you tone down Blizzard, it might be cool as a stage effect." She looked confused, so Carl pointed at the cameraman and surrounded him with a very reduced blizzard, but with high winds and thick snow, which sparkled in the light as it swirled around him. "Just be careful of the distance. The wind can cause wardrobe malfunctions," Carl added. The Archmage shifted on Karl's lap to pick up the Blizzard book, which vanished without as much hesitation, suggesting that her affinity with ice was actually higher than lightning. She sighed in satisfaction, and got back to her feet. They are going to want me to do more appearances before the late-night show. Good luck, Prince Karl. You will need it once those bloodhounds from the special interests get to you. She was turning to leave when Israel laughed. I don't think he needs to worry about it. He terrified half of them and chased the other half away with a veiled threat to join the Inquisition. I don't know who taught him to play the game, but his angry hillbilly face doesn't match his craftiness. Hey, I will have you know that I was considered a handsome young man. The idol laughed and shook her head. You still are, but that aura you give off will scare the tar out of the non-elites. Then she was gone from the tent, and Karl just shrugged at Israel. He didn't recall threatening to join the Inquisition at all, but that might be how the politicians would have taken him, addressing the royal rank inquisitor more familiarly than anyone else. Was there more that you wanted to share with the church today, or do you need to hold off on the other skills that you might be able to copy? Inquisitor Israel asked. He hadn't missed how Karl had said that 2 books in a day should be possible, but he had actually made 4 of them. I'm mentally beat on that front. I was already pushing my luck with the 4th. But I should be able to make another tomorrow after a good night's rest. The problem is that most of the skills just aren't well suited to humans. If I could make a book for Remy's poison flame totems, that would be great, but even if I could learn the skill, it's a spirit snake exclusive skill. The Inquisitor frowned. There are so many restrictions on your skill. Karl shrugged. If I was making them for other beast masters, it would be fine. All they would need was a pet compatible with mine, and they would be able to use all of these picky books. I'm hoping that one day I will find a way to transfer my core skills to others. Right now, it's not an option for the skill books, but I think that one day I might be able to create a book that will contract a beast. Then we can try making budget version beast masters out of people who don't have system access. If they could get even one space and grow with a beast, they could be maybe not on par with all elites, but still stronger than the average soldier now. The Inquisitor smiled. Now that is a goal that I can get behind. I can see it now, a whole line of soldiers with their bonded beasts. They wouldn't even need to be combat beasts, just something with a good skill to share, and our army would be on par with any of the other magical or monster nations. Karl sighed. I'm not even sure that it will ever be possible. I've never heard of a way to transfer class skills to someone without the blessing, but I've got a feeling that it should actually be possible if we can find a way to form the contract. As Karl finished his explanation, a whole new group of reporters came in with some of the other newly advanced commanders from the academy, and Karl was chased out along with Inquisitor Israel. As you might have noticed, the prince title can get you many things, but getting in the way of people with things to do usually doesn't work, unless they're also elites under your leadership and have to listen to you. The Inquisitor laughed. Karl chuckled. Why don't we go get some coffee and relax? We have time to kill until they're done with all the other interviews, and I don't think that they will appreciate it if we completely vanish. Can I meet your other team members? Have they all advanced to royal rank with you? Israel asked. Karl shook his head. No. Ray advanced already, and Hawk is very close, but Remy and Thor are still solidly commanders for at least a few more days. I can't say for certain when they will advance, but they're being pulled upward now that I have. Then let's go to the edge of the camp, but not too far, and you can show me the others. I briefly saw Ray before she ran away with High Priestess Lotus, and Hawk is a fine specimen of the dragonhawk species, but I am curious about the others. Israel suggested. Oh, there's no need to leave. Thor is gentle, and everyone loves him, while Remy is small enough to not cause a traffic jam. Remy came out and draped herself over Karl's shoulder, then stuck her upper body forward to get a better look at the Inquisitor. He reached out and stroked the top of her head, making the spirit snake sway happily. She is venomous, isn't she? He asked. Yeah. When she flares her hood, it is quite obvious that she's a Naga spirit snake, but when she's relaxed, she looks much less threatening. Just a big boop noodle. Tell me you don't let her boop people. Remy laughed, and the Inquisitor gave her a suspicious look. She tried it, didn't she? Are they all right? Carl nodded. They might have embarrassed themselves a little, but Remy only booped them on the nose with hers. There was no physical damage. Carl called Thor out, and the lightning Sarrow immediately attracted attention from students who were living in the area near them on the right flank. They all came over to pat his head or rub his scales, ignoring the fact that there might be a reason his was out in the middle of camp. It looks like the lightning Sarrow isn't far from royal rank either, but he's a bit odd, isn't he? I sense a lot of holy magic from him. Israel asked. He's been training his holy magic in hopes of becoming a better support asset for the team. He has already learned Circle of Protection, and that's quite the feat for a lightning Sarrow. If he keeps it up, I think that he might actually manage to evolve on his own into some sort of holy Sarrow. Carl agreed. I heard that Hawk evolved, but that was due to resource consumption. Is it possible that your class could cause such a mutation on its own? Remy laughed, a sporadic hissing noise that sounded more like a hiccup, but left her mouth open. Did I say something funny? Inquisitor Israel asked. Thor actually does have a resource, and a rather potent one. There is a pool of blessed water, imbued with the essence of holy stones in his resting space, and he regularly soaks there during his downtime. Carl explained. Remy nodded in agreement, while the Inquisitor stared at Thor. You have done very well for your beasts. The rare resources that I have learned that you found for them, and have apparently planted in their spaces, piqued my curiosity. That's why I volunteered to come out, when it could have been any of the royal rank high priests. He informed Carl with a sly wink. You would be startled how much they have advanced since we met. Even Ray, who still looks very much like a bloodbath spider, has skills that I've never heard of a wild beast having. She learned the golems by watching mages use them, and now they're her most powerful attack ability, nearly tripling her combat power, or doubling it while she gains the ability to attack with earth magic from a distance and protect our casters. Carl agreed. So, would you say that Ray is nearly on par with a golem mage at the royal rank? Israel asked. I would say that it's not even close if she's within range to summon her golems. Her other skills lean more toward assassination, so it's hard to compare them, but her golems might be comparable to a whole mage on their own. The fact that they are imbued with her offensive adaptation, and can use lacerate, might actually make them significantly more dangerous than the average golem mage. That is a good point. Most golems are good for absorbing damage and crowd control, but it takes a secondary skill to make them truly dangerous. Something like durable constructs, as your teammate Dana has, or a shared attack skill. I suppose the most important thing that you can be doing tonight is actually focusing on trying to get the other beasts on your team to advance. 2 royal rank threats is good, but 5 of them together is enough that there wouldn't be many who would dare threaten you along this border. Carl noticed that he amended it with, along this border, as the mountain giants were even stronger, and willing to take on even the overlords that the humans had sent to stop their advance. It was probably better not to mention that the golems Ray summoned also benefited from durable constructs. It hadn't taken her long to learn that skill. Ray was much better than the average beast or elite, but if he went further out, to the lands west of the mountain giants or into the divine beast nation to their north and northwest, he would find an incredibly diverse range of threats that made magical skills a basic survival necessity. In a way, being surrounded by enemies actually protected the Golden Dragon Nation, as it created a buffer between them and the other threats that populated this continent, but that was very little consolation to the humans of the one surviving largely non-magical society. Their neighbors weren't friendly, but at least they were mostly predictable. The mixed threats of the other nations were worse from a security standpoint. As they talked, a reporter came up with a clipboard and an impatient look. If your highnesses could spare us a few moments, the officials from the government would like to do a group photo shoot with all of the students who have advanced recently, as well as the other dignitaries present. She announced. That meant that they both definitely needed to be there, as two of the highest-ranking elites on the border couldn't simply be absent from the photo shoots that were meant to show unity and strength, as well as interdepartmental cooperation. Lead the way. We're ready for the rest of the interviews. Inquisitor Israel agreed. Oh, it's not interviews now, just a series of photo shoots. You know, posing, smile for the camera and all that. She explained. The Inquisitor sighed and gave Carl a frown that made his face look much older than the mid-20s that he likely was. Let's get this over with, then. Fortunately for me, nobody expects the Inquisition to smile pretty for the camera. We've got a reputation to uphold and all. I suppose that I should call Lotus and Ray back if there is a big group meeting. Carl realized as they started to walk back toward the center of camp. Inquisitor Israel laughed. I think everyone in the media and government would be happier if they forgot that High Priestess Lotus was a thing. But yes, call them back. I am looking forward to the uncomfortable looks they give her when they have to address her as High Priestess for formal introductions. I don't even think they had her do a short, cameo-length interview. She said they asked her to wait 2 hours, and it hasn't been that long yet, but they're wrapping up the press duties. They almost definitely lied to her about how long everything would take and then sent her away so that she didn't notice she was being excluded until everything was done. Carl laughed as he realized that the Inquisitor was right, so he called Ray and Lotus back to do the final meet and greet. Ray appeared in front of them, and Israel instinctively drew his sword before he saw the laughing High Priestess on her back. Hey guys, are we ahead of schedule? Lotus asked. They tried to trick you because the world wasn't ready for High Priestess Lotus. But we're about to do the group photo shoot, so I called you back. I wouldn't want you to miss out on all the fun just because they weren't going to do a full interview. Carl explained. Lotus frowned. I have half a mind to show up on Ray's back just to punish them for not interviewing me. I'm a High Priestess, I should get some respect. It was fun playing in the woods, though. Ray returned to her space as Lotus hopped down to accompany Carl and the others to the meeting. The frustration and annoyance on the face of the reporter who had come to fetch them was obvious, but that was only making it more fun to escort Ray back with them. Wait for it. Israel whispered as they reached the edge of the lights around the photo op mingle. They had set it up to appear to be some sort of military base, with ballistic walls that were made of composite armor and then decorated on the inside to look like a garden pavilion. The cameras wouldn't be looking up, they just wanted to make certain that the location wouldn't be obvious to anyone who wasn't here when they saw the footage. Announcing Prince Carl, Lord Inquisitor Israel, and High Priestess Lotus. The staffer declared as they entered so that the ones keeping track of the photos would know who had arrived. They hadn't seen most of these elites before, as they were almost all students, but everyone needed some shots of them meeting with the visiting dignitaries and politicians. Mostly so that the visitors weren't accused of playing favorites with the elites, but it was also a valuable way to network and make new connections that would help you later in life. Carl knew the theory, but he had never actually tried to make those sorts of connections. He should likely start now, he realized as he saw how easily some of the students got along with the wealthy businessmen and policymakers. The problem was that they were all so smarmy and obviously lying through their teeth that he couldn't blend as smoothly as he would like. He could see the change in their skin temperature when they flushed as they were embarrassed or nervous. He could track every little fidget and tell when they lied. His enhanced senses were making it nearly impossible for Carl to deal with people who weren't completely honest. So he naturally gravitated to the ones who were the most honest with themselves, and that was the few elites among the businessmen, and the clergy. Prince Carl, I am awakened warrior Nathan Roth, head of the Roth Savings and Loan Corporation. We finance homes and businesses all over the nation. One of the men introduced himself when he noticed that Carl didn't have that signature disapproving look for him. You look like you don't care for these functions. He added. Carl laughed quietly. I have thermal vision, and hawk eyes. I can literally see them lying, and it's disturbing. The banker looked confused, so Carl continued. See the way he clenches his thumb and forefinger? His skin temperature increases at the same time. He's nervous, but only at those certain moments. Carl explained. Crap, you really can see them lying. How long did it take you to learn that skill? Carl smiled. I have been around people who don't see any good reason to lie, or they make it very obvious that they're not going to tell you the truth. So, when I see people trying to fake it, their actions just look unnatural, and it's creeping me out. That skill would make me a fortune at the poker table, but what about that man in the gold tie? Does he have a tell? Nathan asked. A business competitor? Let's see. He's confident, I don't actually see any strange reactions from him. Either he's not lying or he's very good at it. Carl replied. That's what I was worried about. He's pitching a new commercial development to anyone who will listen, and he's self-financed it. If he was running a scam, it should have been obvious to you, as it's his own money backing it. Did you have any plans for a namesake development? Royal rank elites tend to make obscene amounts of money after a while, so if you want to build a community, or a high-rise somewhere, it won't be long before it's in your budget, and we can help you with not only the financing, but the permits and legal blockades that often delay development. He suggested. I will have to think about it. I haven't actually spent much time in the cities to know what sort of development would be best suited both to the area, and to myself. I am a beast master, after all, so something more attuned to nature might be best. But if you happen to see more news about me later, my plans for my work might make the choice more obvious. I just don't know where that's going to lead me next. The banker nodded and adjusted his expensive suit coat. You want to do something that is associated with your work, or the people you were working with, then. That makes sense, not everyone wants a landmark building in the capital in their name. I am told that you met Prince Corbin already, and he made that sect compound for the Spellblades. They used to be in an ancient monastery near the border, but it was becoming too dangerous for new students, so he relocated all his people. That's actually a great idea. Perhaps if there are more beast masters in the future, I can set them up with a place that raises tamed beasts, so they don't have to head out into the wilderness looking for rare monsters or make a random guess as to what their first beast skills will be. Carl suggested. Do you really think that there will be more like your mark in the future? Someone asked from behind Carl. I do. Now that there is one, there are likely to be others. But there are also similar classes, like the Rangers, that bond a living partner. Most of them end up bonding with a common animal. But what if they could bond with a relatively docile monster instead? They would get the benefits of something like a war bear instead of a hunting dog. It might make a noticeable difference to their progression if they were able to find monsters that weren't wild and territorial when they first entered the academy. He explained. You are quite dedicated to assisting the growth of the elites. Are you planning to apply to the Bureau of Elite Development? The man asked. Colonel Valerie is a good friend of mine, and Commander Morgana, who might be Princess Morgana soon if I'm judging her power correctly, is an agent, and a member of my team. But as for officially joining the Bureau, that isn't in my immediate plans. The visitors didn't seem to know what to do with Carl's independent stance, and the man just nodded vaguely as he failed to determine Carl's current alliances. I'm afraid I missed your name. Carl added when the man didn't say anything else. Oh, my apologies. I am Director Jones of the Military Finance Committee. We're part of the Department of Defense, and in charge of ensuring that money is being properly allocated for the needs of those defending the nation. He explained. It's a valuable job, Director. From what I can tell, your committee has been doing an outstanding job. Nobody expects money to be endless, but none of the locations I have been stationed at were desperately short of supplies. Once the Director of Military Finance broke the ice and showed them the way to interact with a ranking elite who wasn't picking factions, more of the politicians began to come over with similar ideas. They didn't try to sell him on joining them, or push their particular niche. Instead, they just discussed current events, which Carl was missing out on at the front lines. Or they praised the work that others were doing if it related to the topic at hand, and made sure that Carl would at least recognize their faces if he saw them again. You know, I've had a question for a while now. Why did they call these ranks prince, king and overlord? Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? It's not like I'm going to become king of the Golden Dragon Nation the next time I advance. Carl commented. One of the reporters spit out his drink as he began to laugh, while the government ministers managed a bit more decorum. It's actually borrowed from older times, and not created for the elites. You see, in the magical kingdoms, as well as most of the beast nations, a king-rank beast or mage can hold a territory. Normally, that's only a few square kilometers, but it is their undisputed territory. A prince is not quite there, but they lord it over the other beasts in their territory if it doesn't have a stronger leader. But the overlords are the ones with the power to force kings to work together. It's been translated through a few languages, so it might not be perfect, but it works well enough for the time being. There is a whole progression for the divine beasts, but we don't have most of them on this continent. There isn't enough food here to support them, they need the continents with more magic, so we rarely see anything above overlord. But if you are more widely traveled, you will find territories controlled by or even populated by stronger beasts. You won't see many humans there, we're just not a powerful enough species to survive that, but overlord is only halfway through the rankings in this world. Director Jones explained. I recall that the Archbishop was above the overlords, at the totem rank. Carl replied. An aging mage at the ascended rank, who Carl recognized as one of the producers for the news station, nodded politely as he approached. Yes, he's a totem rank cleric. A rank above the overlords. The mountain giants also have totem rank leaders, while the divine beast nation goes one rank further and has a mythical rank black dragon leading them. That's why they rarely attack us. It might be a servant of the god of death, but the black dragons understand that you need to keep a healthy population if you want the deaths to continue at a steady rate into the future. That was both depressing and remarkably pragmatic. Carl hadn't realized that the black dragons were into things like sustainable populations. Of course, they were also known to decimate entire regions, indiscriminately killing 1 in 10 and then moving on. So, perhaps he had just misunderstood their nature. It didn't take the others long to get back to their favorite topic of the day, though. So, is there any sign of when the rest of your beasts will advance? One of the businessmen asked. I would say that a second one should be at royal rank within the week, but the other two aren't giving any clear signs. Carl explained, for about the 10th time that night. The man smiled. This class of yours is like dropping a nuke in combat. You're one elite, but when you show up, it will be 5 royal rank threats at once. The giants can prepare for a single strong elite, the same way that we prepare for a royal rank giant. But when the beasts come out, it's just an overwhelming change in the state of the battle. Carl nodded. There are advantages to sending a particularly strong royal rank leader with a team of commanders to deal with a threat. We're not exactly overloaded with strong elites, so it's better not to take risks when we don't have to. Director Jones looked excited, as this was getting back to his area of expertise, though he was only actually in charge of supplies, not troop deployments. You have ideas on how best to send out the teams? He asked. It's just a thought that I had about the ability to deal with threats. You see, if you send a leader at the high end of a rank along with a team 1 rank below them, you have the best chance of dealing with a surprise threat above the estimated level. So, if you send a strong ascended leader with an awakened team, they're safer overall without changing the composition. Then, when they reach ascended, send them with a strong commander until they're further up the rank and take over a team of a rank below them, or they have formed a solid team of their own. Teams that know each other are still the best, but for random groups, leaders at the top, and not the bottom, of their rank makes the most sense. If we keep doing it that way, they will all have experience fighting at their own rank with a stronger leader, so when they take up a team leadership position, they will already be trained for the threats that they are there to protect the team against. Carl detailed his thought, while the few elites and mages among them looked impressed. The producer tapped his chin as he thought. You know, that's how most stable groups are already. Either the leader is at the peak of their rank, or they've got skills that make them surprisingly effective in combat, like the spellblades, magical knights, or elites with rare classes like your beast master? Carl nodded. His team was mostly made of people who would be well suited to leadership positions, but they were better together. They had been working together for quite a while now, or like Morgana, they just fit so naturally into their role that there was no friction or overlap in what their skills should be doing. With her new skills, Carl couldn't think of an ascended team that wouldn't happily steal his Dana away to lead them. Once she had mastered a movement skill like the other knights were using, she would be incredibly deadly in combat, supporting her golems. There was a chance that she already knew one. The skills she had gotten were Disruption Blade, and Windwalker Combat Style, which was a bit ambiguous. It might include movement skills as well as combat skills, given the name. They hadn't needed to actually test the new skills yet, and even with the book, it might take a few days to get used to thinking differently, so you could fight in close combat as a mage. The others had all gotten skills that were more similar to their existing abilities. Except maybe Ophelia. Her new transformation was a dire bear, which was basically an overgrown warbear. Carl was looking forward to seeing how that thing looked in combat while enraged. In his mind, it would be like the cartoon superhero Smash, a nerdy gamer kid who got huge and blue when he was angry. Only she would be massive and furry when she raged. The gathering broke up after another hour of camera people running around to take shots of everyone mingling. Carl's reluctance to mingle actually made their life easy, as he was with a group in the background of many shots, and he just had to move between them for individual photos. They didn't need a photo with everyone, just enough that they could fill multiple articles with whatever fit. In contrast, the hyperactive ones like Lotus were harder to properly photograph because they kept disappearing, or appearing with the same people over and over, so you could never get a shot with the people you wanted. They talked to 100 people in the evening, but every time the camera caught them, they were with the same ones. That would just cause scandals if they posted too many. The bored population wouldn't see a hyper-nature priestess talking to all the fun people, they would see a married politician with a much younger woman in multiple photos, as if they were a couple. Lotus wasn't helping that situation, as she had no qualms about hanging off people, and there were multiple pictures with her in either Bob or Tank's arms, gaining elevation so she could see what was going on. Carl almost felt sorry for the reporters who had to do damage control so they didn't cause rumors that would get them yelled at by ranking elites or their bosses. "Prince Carl, could we get one last photo?" One of the reporters asked as Carl left with his group. Of course. They all turned as a group, and Carl put an arm over Dana's shoulder as she leaned against him. Doug had done the same with Morgana, who was currently tipsy enough that she wasn't yelling at him, while the others arrayed themselves around the couples. "Thank you all. Have a splendid evening. Will you be at the general mess hall in the morning?" The reporter asked. "Perhaps. We may be busy again tomorrow with the aftermath of today's advancements," Carl explained. The reporters left them, and Carl's expanded group, including the Mackenzie brothers and Morgana, returned to the fort for the evening. Now that they had hammocks there, the trio hadn't returned to the teachers' dorms for an evening since, and Carl didn't blame them. They were in the same dorm tent as Tank, and Carl could hear him snoring from the mess hall if the big berserker had a morning off. Anyone with enhanced hearing had to be suffering or using earplugs to sleep in camp. They had the next day off, and Carl was looking forward to sleeping in, but first thing in the morning, the sound of loud celebrations woke him up from a deep sleep. "What is going on out there?" he muttered to himself as he equipped his suit and rolled out of his hammock. Oddly, there was nobody in the fort, they were all outside, gathered in a circle on the ground while Hawk and Doug stared each other down. There were vines in between them, being blocked by a wall of fire, and both of them were surging with power as they competed. Why they felt the need for a power game before 6 in the morning was a mystery, but they were dedicated to it, and Hawk was so focused on his work that Carl wasn't even picking up any stray thoughts from him. Carl sat down in the entryway and watched the challenge while the other beasts slept. Both Hawk and Doug were right at the boundary to the royal rank advancement, and their contest seemed to be to keep up with each other. The vines enlarged and contracted, while the flames shifted in color, adapting to each other and maintaining the stalemate. Flames would burst from a new location, headed for Doug, only to be intercepted by a new vine, or a new vine would be intercepted by a ball of fire, increasing the density of the conflict every time one of them had a slight advancement. It looked like any progress that they were making were balancing each other out, at least for the first few minutes. Then Hawk's body began to enlarge, and his feathers started to turn transparent with flames. The wall of fire was pushing back the thorned vines now, and Doug's forehead was rolling with sweat as he worked to increase his peak power output. Then Hawk's flame body went from a red-orange to a deep vermilion, and his power surged as his body expanded from condor size to nearly 5 meters in wingspan as his wings spread in a majestic sweep of fire. Doug's power was growing as well, and a soft green light surrounded his vines, which had been burning away. Now, they were slowly repairing themselves, but not fast enough, and in only a few seconds, Hawk had overcome him and the flames hit the barrier Dana had placed over the cleric. The two of them grinned at each other, pleased with their success, and Carl wondered if Doug had managed to make it to royal rank. Hawk clearly had made the advancement, as his feathers had changed. It was a particular characteristic of most monstrous hawk species, in that they were visually identifiable not by size but by coloration. It had been true of him as a wind-speed hawk, and now as a dragon hawk. But the new feathers were fantastic. They were literally made of solid fire, as far as Carl could tell. They still looked like feathers, but the opaque portion was paper-thin, and the rest of the feather was rich vermilion red flames. Lotus climbed on Doug, sitting on his crossed legs with her nose centimeters from his chin, as if a shorter distance between them would help her understand better. "Did you learn a new skill?" "I got a new skill when I made High Priestess, do we get another at Royal?" she demanded. Doug poked her and Lotus glowed with green light before looking confused. "What did it do?" "It's a regeneration spell. It applies to me and my living targets. That naturally includes my summoned vines, and that's what you saw. But more importantly, you didn't mention that you got a spell at commander rank. What did you get?" Lotus ignored his question and went over to carefully attempt to pet Hawk. She didn't know if he was actually on fire or just looked like he was, and there was one easy way to find out. "Not going to answer?" Doug asked. "Later. There is a royal rank feathered friend here, and I have to know," she replied. She stretched out her hand and Doug laughed. The flames dimmed under her hand as Hawk adjusted them to not scorch the priestess, and Lotus beamed in pride, then smacked out the smoldering sections of her sleeve before repairing them. "So, they can burn, but they can also not burn. That is fascinating. You are a beautiful hawk," she cooed while the bird straightened in pride and spread his wings to show off his enlarged size and majesty. "The Lotus appreciates me." "Oh, you think because I'm not interrupting them that I'm not proud of you? I will preen your feathers all you want later, let them have their fun." Carl replied with a soft laugh. Their little experiment this morning had not gone unnoticed, and Carl saw that there were dozens of teachers hanging out in the background, along with a few news cameras and Director Jones of the Military Finance Committee. It was still nearly dark out, the sun wasn't even over the horizon yet, so most of the camp was still asleep, but the energy had caught the attention of someone in charge, and they had sent over cameras. "Hawk, make a loop over the camp. The cameras are running, and this is your chance to really show off your majestic feathers for the world," Carl suggested. Hawk gave Lotus a friendly headbutt, and then took to the sky. The glowing flames of his feathers lit up the sky as Hawk used, flaming body, to enhance his appearance and make himself easier to see. With a 5-meter wingspan, Carl estimated that Hawk had to weigh over 15 kilograms now, truly prodigious for an evolved wind-speed hawk, and the trail of fire that he left behind him as he swooped through the morning twilight made beautiful patterns for the cameras to follow. Doug smiled at Lotus. "I see now. You didn't want to step on Hawk's moment. We can discuss your new spell later, don't think I will forget." "You never forget about things. Even when you should forget about the little things." Lotus pouted. Doug and Tessa both laughed, knowing she was referring to something from her training years. "Hawk is glorious, though. Not even the rocks will dare to challenge us from the sky now. Doug agreed. Carl focused on his mental spaces, which seemed to have settled a little now that Hawk had advanced. They were all at the same royal rank standard, and he could feel the possibility of adding another, but as he focused on all of the things that made up his mindscape, he found something new. There was a simple white cloth bag there. Carl stared at it for a moment, wondering where it had come from. He didn't recall getting a bound storage bag. Hey, does anyone else have a bag in their bound items? Like a piece of gear, but just a white cloth bag? Carl asked. There was a moment of silence as everyone checked, and then Dana's surprised gasp. Where did that come from? That's why I asked you, I don't remember getting a bound bag. Was it from the trial? Morgana sighed and shook her head. Was nobody else paying attention? There were 3 chests and a bag for everyone. We opened the chests, then got distracted by the big shiny box, and the bags vanished into our bonded items. I've already moved my backpack and spare essentials into it, the bag holds much more than it looks like it should. Carl went back to his hammock and grabbed his backpack, then focused on tossing it into the bag he was bonded to. The whole pack vanished, despite being 3 times the size of the white bag when it was outside his mind, and Carl could see from the top that he still had nearly half the space left. That bag is brilliant. He called to the crowd on the ground as he realized that no longer would they have to lug around backpacks when on patrol, or risk the packs getting damaged during a fight, or trampled as they were forced to move after taking them off for a battle. Plus, Carl could now store his own personal items, and not just things that were useful to one of the beasts. He would be able to actually carry useful everyday items without worrying about the weight or pack space. Well, with half his bag already taken by the essentials in the backpack, he would still have to worry about space, but not to the same extent. The outsiders were still distracted by Hawk as Carl slid down the ladder to rejoin the others in congratulating Doug on his advancement. Hawk came back as the sun climbed higher in the sky, and Carl realized that they had caused too much of a spectacle to have a quiet breakfast alone in the fort. They were going to have to join the guests for breakfast, but they could play the guessing game, and see how long it took for someone to realize that Doug's aura had changed, and he was now a royal rank priest of the Green Dragon, the nature god. The camp was busy by the time that they came back, as everyone had realized that Hawk had advanced, and it was the talk of the academy that morning. He was their eyes in the sky, and everyone knew that Carl was relaying scouting information from him to the rest of the students. So, the fact that he was now royal rank, and most likely even more capable than he had been at detecting enemy movements in advance, was bound to get the students excited. The soldiers were just happy to have anything royal rank along the line. They didn't care if it was an elite, a foreign mage, or a friendly monster. It just had to be on their team. Most of the visitors were already packed up, with their bags sitting beside them, and the cargo crews were loading the equipment into buses for the ride back to the closest safe helipad. Even with the extra confidence in the safety of the area, they still weren't going to risk public figures flying this close to the border conflicts when they could safely send them by bus for the last hour of their journey. The dining hall was packed with elites about to go on shift, and everyone was too engrossed in stories of yesterday to be paying any attention to other groups outside their table, so Carl was reasonably certain he would have to wait for someone to notice. And wait, they did. By the time that the meal was over, nobody had noticed, and then the group was off to one of the training tents with Morgana while Bob went off to teach a class and Doug went to help with the healing corps. There were always ongoing injuries, so all of the clerics who had downtime went to help out, and Doug had just gotten a new regeneration ability that seemed like it would be quite powerful. Lotus followed behind him, ready to take notes, while Carl prepared to take his geography lessons, and Dana was dragged away by the magical knights to practice their new skills. You don't need to practice your new skills, do you? Morgana asked as she brought out the textbooks. I'm good enough with the armor already, and the other skill is once per beast. I am not going to use it on them until they hit an absolute dead end. If they get to a bottleneck, and they simply can't get past it, even after the others have, then I will use the skill to let them evolve and advance, to hopefully move them far enough forward that they can rejoin the main group. Carl explained. Morgana nodded. Good, then you can continue lessons on schedule. Now, we just need to actually get through a lesson once the rest of the students arrive with questions for you. It's not easy being famous. Just wait, you're about to find out. I can feel that you're at the bottleneck already, so you're almost certainly going to make royal rank now that you have new skills. Morgana looked curious. What do skills have to do with it? It's a theory that the beasts and I devised. One of the things that all royal rank creatures have in common is that they have a skill that is not common to their race. The same seems true of the elites I have met at royal rank or higher. They all have a skill that is not part of their basic kit. So, now that you've gained some new skills from the trial, it should be much easier for you to make the transition through the bottleneck. The students came in as they were talking, and remained silent so they didn't interrupt this vitally important discussion. Everyone wanted to know what it took to make the royal rank, and Carl had just dropped the equivalent of a nuclear bomb on their understanding of rank advancement. Most of the mages in the class had assumed that it was just a matter of potential. That most of the elites got stuck at commander rank because that was as good as they were. But what if it was a matter of lacking a skill that was compatible with their new rank? If what they needed to advance was a skill that could move to the royal rank, then the whole strategy behind their training would have to change. Or perhaps not for all of them. One of them was a lightning element mage, and he now had chain lightning, thanks to Carl donating it to the inscriptionists. While Carl was in history class, Dana was working hard to master the new skills that she had learned. Disruption Blade was a simple one, as it operated the same way that she had seen Carl extend his barriers over his sword, except that it didn't need a blade to begin with. All she had to do was focus on the shape of the weapon that she wanted, and the spell would create one out of shimmering purple and silver energy. It was as beautiful as it was deadly, and it seemed to just cause anything that it hit to fall into separate pieces with no real resistance. Only when it hit a magical barrier did it provide resistance, acting as a solid blade in her hand. But the movements of the Windwalker combat style were a much different story. She knew exactly how they were supposed to be performed, but her body had never moved that way before. She hadn't taken martial arts, done any sort of strength training, or even self-defense courses. The closest she had come to being in a fistfight was playing with the neighborhood kids when she was little. She had done dance classes, far too many of them, since she had entered the academy, but at the moment she was wishing that they had included gymnastics in those courses. The combat style wasn't just a sword fighting style, there were movement skills and even kicks involved, and after half an hour, her whole body ached in muscles she didn't know that she had. Perhaps I can get Thor to cast refreshing lightning on me, she suggested as she slumped down to take a breather with the magical knights. Save that for when you are in combat. You need to train all your muscles to fight the way you want without external assistance, so that if your group changes, or you have to fight separately, you are not reliant upon a skill that isn't available. The lone female among the knights, whose name she had come to know was Ruth, informed her. How long did you train to learn to fight like that? Dana asked, hoping that the answer wouldn't be too long. Ruth smiled, and Dana heard the other knights laugh under their helmets. The magical knights are chosen from among the students who are picked for advanced training from early childhood in the orphanages. The ones who like to train, to fight, or who show a natural aptitude for magic without the divine injection awakening them. We all came from the Red Dragon orphanages, and we've all been training to be soldiers since before we started school. It was only a twist of fate that we all ended up as mages, and then proved ourselves worthy to join the magical knights. She explained. Did you all grow up together, then? Dana asked. Ruth shook her head. No, we all came from different locations. Those two are war orphans from the south, near the coast. That one lost his parents in a workplace accident, while this idiot and I were both turned in by our parents when they decided they couldn't afford us. Dana nodded. She had often seen it as a possibility that her own family would abandon her, if they one day decided that it wouldn't hurt their public image too badly. It was hard enough for her father to hold down a job as it was, he didn't need a worse reputation that might put his access to charity in danger. Why don't you use your names? She asked hesitantly. It's a tradition of the magical nights. We are supposed to be anonymous, as we often enforce penalties and hunt criminals. Giving out our names or routinely showing our faces defeats the purpose. But you're working with us for a while, and it would just be too awkward not to have one person among us that you could properly talk to, so I chose to give up that anonymity. Dana nodded. That won't come back to harm you, will it? The knights laughed. Only if you end up on the wanted criminals list. You already know who I am, so I won't be among the ones to hunt you. The church would never allow the possibility that I might go easy on you or let you escape justice. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I thought that you were more elite soldier sorts. I didn't realize that you did law enforcement as well. It's not really something that gets described in detail for most of us. We hear the horror stories of someone committing a crime so bad that the Inquisition has to come and take them away, but I had only seen the inquisitors a few times in my life, and the clerics at our local church didn't really go into details. Dana explained. That's understandable. Nobody wants to think too hard about how the Inquisition or church law enforcement works. I would guess that a lot of the lay priests who do the day-to-day work of the church don't even know the details. It's not part of the curriculum, as it doesn't really matter what division of inquisitors comes for the criminals, or what their specialty is. Most of the time, when we show up, we just flash our identification and no more questions are asked. It's only the elites who need to know our skills when they're going to be fighting alongside us as allies. Ruth explained. The other knights got to their feet, and Ruth helped Dana up before giving her a warning. Stretch after you rest. Your muscles aren't used to proper training yet, and if you let them stiffen and cramp, you're likely to injure yourself and undo weeks or months of muscle memory training. Dana didn't have weeks or months worth of training to undo, but she got the point. If you injured yourself during training, or tried to learn new skills while you had cramps, you would be learning it wrong, and your muscles would remember how to do it as if you always had a cramp or an injury. The next exercise is one that I think you will like. As a practice of our movement skills, we will be playing tag. Only, if you touch the ground, you're out. I will go first, you all have a 3-second head start. Ruth announced. Dana activated the wind walk, core skill of her new combat style to move up and away from the magical knight. Out of mercy, Ruth didn't come after her first, and Dana managed to get a bit of distance beyond the 3 seconds. But she quickly realized that the delay was a trap. She didn't have all the practice that they did in maintaining the skill, and after 15 seconds, she began to stumble and nearly fell out of the sky as Ruth drove one of her companions to the ground, eliminating him by ground contact as he tried to dodge. Then one of the others moved so she was between him and Ruth, and Dana focused on her movement to get out of the way again as the knight charged in her direction. She made it 3 steps, just enough to get out of the way, but then lost her focus and went tumbling to the ground. Her shield flared as she hit the grass and the wind was knocked from her lungs. Dana knew she wouldn't have any injuries, as the barrier would protect her, but being winded by the rapid stop was never fun. It was also far from the first or last time that day when she would experience it. In a nest atop the tallest tree in his space, Hawk was working frantically to improve his skills. He was almost stronger than Ray, he could feel it. He just needed to push himself a bit harder to get his body to accept more mana, and he would be there. Ray watched with smug amusement as the Dragonhawk pushed himself to the limits, trying to overcome the racial disparity between the two of them. At royal rank, her combat power had skyrocketed, while his primary ability, Flaming Body, had already been at royal rank, and it was just his body that underwent a minor transformation toward becoming a vermilion bird. He was almost there, or perhaps he was a very juvenile vermilion bird, but Ray's racial memory said that they should be 5 times the size of his current 5-meter wingspan. Until he started packing on the kilograms, there was no way that his body was going to support a power level higher than what she could show. Even her stones were on par with his flames. Thor thought it was all quite amusing as he floated in his pond, napping the afternoon away as he soaked up holy power, but Remy was doing her best to try to catch up to her senior siblings. They had the head start, and she was just a small snake. Well, not so small anymore at commander rank, but not nearly as big as Thor or Sister Ray. Remy sung happily to herself as she worked. She had been generously donated a whole new book of spells from the library last night, and she was eager to learn what all these new magics were. Of course, the library didn't know yet that they had loaned any books to Remy, but she was confident that they would understand, since she didn't have hands to hold a pen and sign them out. Introduction to Shamanistic Magic, sat open in front of her, turned to the first page. Natural phenomenon are the domain of the shaman, from blinding rain and crashing lightning, to the howling winds of a snowstorm. From the fiery lava of a volcanic eruption to the crushing waves of the ocean depths, all are within the domain of a shaman. That sounded pretty awesome. She only had basic water control, which couldn't really do much. But being able to control huge waves sounded fun. Big Brother Hawk would freak out and it would be hilarious. But it was the next paragraph that really caught her attention. Shamans are far more than a force of destruction. While the might of a lightning bolt can burn an enemy to cinders, a smaller jolt can restart a stopped heart. Under massive pressure, the normally gentle water can cut through solid steel, but water can also be a revitalizing force, refreshing the body and carrying healing magic through the veins. The druids and nature clerics might be the masters of the living beings, but the shaman is the master of the living world, and their healing skills should never be underestimated. Brother Thor wanted to be a healer. Healing was a noble profession. But Remy thought that he was more suited to protecting and regenerating. That was the way of the Sarrow. You could hurt them, but the wounds just closed. But she might be able to do more than just her simple healing splash. With her nose, Remy flipped the pages, looking for the healing spells. There was a whole chapter in this book dedicated to shaman healing, and she wanted to see what it said. However, she only made it halfway through, past the ice and lightning and fire attacks, when she found something even cooler than a healing spell. Chapter 7, Totems. Defensive Totem. Mana Totem. Healing Totem. There was a healing totem. Why did nobody ever tell her that was a thing? But what was a mana totem? You used mana to make totems, but what did it do? Remy flipped the page with her snout and stared at the diagram in front of her. Healing Totem, provides a constant stream of healing to all targets in Rang. That sounded a lot like what Sister Lotus could do, and that spell was one of her favorites, so it had to be good. Remy looked at what the totem needed, and began to build one out of the bits and pieces that were in her space. When she sent out totems, she didn't send the real ones, just a projection of the ones that she had made in here. So, they were never really smashed, and they could just be summoned over and over. The book talked about making them and transferring them to your mental space, but that was for common humans. She was a spirit snake, and she had a space of her very own to work in. This sure was easier when she had a textbook. The last book had been all ancient mumbo-jumbo, but this one was just gibberish letters for her to ignore, and then very detailed diagrams with step-by-step instructions. Remy couldn't read the common language very well. She was much better with the ancient runic language that was used for spells, so she had no idea that the complex words were actually more instructions. Step by step, she made her new totem while Ray watched Hawk struggle to catch up to her. The bloodbath spider wasn't actually slacking, she was working on improving her silk as she sat in her web. It was better already now that she was at royal rank, but the new advancement had opened up new possibilities. Like fire-retardant silk. So, none of them noticed that Remy was actually the one making real progress that day, or that she nearly had a healing totem functional by the time that Carl returned to the fort that night. By the next morning, she was reasonably certain that she had a working prototype. Her happy singing woke Thor, who actually lifted his head out of his pond so that he could see into her space more easily. "What are you making, little snake?" he asked curiously. "I made a healing totem, from the information in this book. It's pretty cool, or it will be if it works like I think it will. According to the book, it's supposed to send out pulses of healing energy every second. So, your magic protects them and makes them regenerate, and then the waves of healing will patch up the parts that are left over." Remy declared proudly. Oh, you thought it all out. So, you will do the extra healing while I do the extra protecting? Thor asked, intrigued by her logic. Well, you are much bigger, I'm just a small snake. Remy replied confidently. But when you reach royal rank, you evolve, right? Thor asked. Yeah, but I don't know what it will be yet. Probably a shaman, maybe. Do snake shamans look different? Or will I be an actual Naga shaman next? I don't feel like I'm growing arms, but perhaps. Thor shrugged, splashing water about. I don't know how snakes work. I'm not even certain I know how birds work anymore. I thought that they stayed the same color, but hawk doesn't. But I think that if you want to be a Naga and have arms to hold your own totems, you could be one. Or you could stay a small and cute snake and just put the totems on the ground. They work well on the ground, and silly monsters like to chase them. The beasts had a lot to think about now that two of them were at the royal rank. Remy and Thor still had to advance, but their major concern was that there would be another space opening soon. A new space meant a new brother or sister, and none of them knew what sort of sibling they would like to have. We should get another one for the front with Thor. Thor and Ophelia aren't enough to block the whole front. Remy suggested. Ray thought about that. If there was another, she could send her golems off on adventures more often. Yes, another one at the front would be good. Then we would have a person on each side of Thor. She agreed. I think we need another scout so I don't have to do it every time. I could be an extra mage and throw fireballs at things all day. Hawk thought. But Ophelia can be a bear now, does that mean she gets her own spot? Thor asked. None of them knew the answer to that. I think Ophelia is like Dana, you can't pull her into the space because she's already an elite. Carl suggested. Oh, that makes sense. A human who wasn't an elite would be useless, though. So, what we need is a front fighter to accompany Thor and Ophelia, who can also fly and scout when they need to. Ray announced. Carl laughed. Well, I will keep that in mind, but usually flying things don't want to fight up close. That's why they fly. Why are they making it hard for us? Remy complained. If we could find a way for Ray to grow wings, Thor began. Ray is pretty big to be learning to fly. But Remy is still waiting to evolve, right? Maybe she can learn to fly. Hawk offered. Remy thought about that. Maybe she could develop wings. Were there winged snakes? She hadn't seen them in her borrowed books, but there might be. Or, perhaps she could work on a wind magic spell that would let her fly like Dana Mage and the Knights did. That still seemed like a lot of work when she could just catch a ride on someone to get where she wanted to be. Plus, if she wasn't touching the ground, how was she supposed to know where things were? Remy has a point. She relies too much on her tongue and ground vibrations, she would be a lousy flying scout. We will have to find Carl a better new member. While the beasts argued about who their new sibling should be, Carl relaxed along the line for his shift. He had decided that not calling them all out was the best course of action so that he didn't scare the hill giants away or make them think that there was an increased military force here. They already knew about him, but it was better not to let them believe there were more royal rank combatants here. Carl listened to them argue about the next team member all shift, but as they were returning to camp for dinner, Carl's group was intercepted by a military messenger with documents for them. Prince Carl, your extended group is needed for an emergency. Please bring them all to the bus, and we will go straight to the landing pad. The messenger informed them. All of us, including the knights? Carl asked. Yes, sir. All of you, including the High Priest, Agent Morgana, Commander Mackenzie and the knights. They all headed for the line, but the messenger stopped them. You should get your packs and other personal belongings, this could take more than a day. I am not privy to the details, but you should bring your belongings. Carl smiled. We all received a reward that allows us to store our belongings. We should be ready to go, unless someone left something behind. Everyone shook their heads, and they continued to the bus parking area. The driver started moving as soon as they were loaded, racing down the battered dirt road as fast as he safely could in the large vehicle. If they had a smaller vehicle that could carry a dozen passengers, it would have been better, but the smaller off-road vehicles were only suited to a maximum of 5 or 6 elites. The driver didn't say anything, and Carl didn't expect him to know anything, except that it was urgent that this group was brought back to the helicopters. What was normally an hour-long drive took them under 30 minutes at his breakneck pace, with the passengers bouncing around in their seats, but their ride was waiting for them, and there were other elite teams already in the helicopter that Carl was being waved into. Good, they didn't have to search too long for you. Sorry about the short notice and what will be a long night. There is a monster outbreak that we need an additional prince to deal with. The crewman welcomed them as he shut the door behind Carl's team. What happened? Give me the abridged version if necessary. He insisted. We noticed an anomaly within the southeastern region, near the magma dragon's territory, 1 hour and 40 minutes ago. It was then determined that the threat level of the monsters leaving the anomaly included high commander rank monsters of the ogre varieties. The usual response teams for the southeastern region are currently deployed to the mountain giant border, which put you at the top of the response list. Carl nodded. I understand. How large of an area has the threat spread to? Less than 1 square kilometer, but the monster density suggests that the ogres are preparing to defend the area. Carl sighed. Attacking a fortified position with an unknown enemy force was going to be a headache, but if there was an anomaly at the core of it, they might actually get some benefit out of this situation. How long is the flight? Doug asked. 1 hour 15. Alright, wake me up when we're 5 minutes out. We just came off a shift on the line, and it would be better if we got a bit of sleep before fighting all night. He insisted. Of course, High Priest. Carl closed his eyes to get some rest while they made their way to the target, headed straight south so they didn't approach the frost giant border too closely before they reached their destination. It had been mostly quiet along that front, but there was no need to stir them up with powerful auras from a group of elites in transit. A change in the pitch of the helicopter's noise brought Carl out of his meditative trance, and he saw the groups who were there before his team preparing to depart. Everyone is going down close together. It's a few minutes early, but you can wake your team. The crewman announced. There was no need, they were already all awake. There are no teams in the area at this point. You are the first. Group 1 will be on the north side, Group 2 is on the west. Carl nodded, and accepted a map of the area from him. The area was flat and lightly forested, without any nearby landmarks. It was safe to say that they would probably not be sneaking up on the ogre camp, even if they were dropped 5 or 10 kilometers out. They had circled to approach from the west, which would put Carl's team down first. Team 2, get ready to deploy. How far out do you want to be? The pilot shouted over the intercom. Carl looked at his team, and Doug gestured downward, then closed his fist. Drop us right on top of them, as close as you can get. Carl informed the pilot. That sounded like crazy talk to the other team, but for Carl's group, it wouldn't be so bad. He would summon the beasts right into combat, while the magical knights could fly. The rest of them would form up on the edge of the ogre defenses, allowing them no time to shift their formations, and the fight would be on. The helicopter dropped fast 100 meters from the ogres, as close as the pilot felt wasn't suicidal on his end, and Carl charged out at the head of his team, sending Hawk into the sky while Ray and Thor fell into position with the group. Remy found herself momentarily homeless, as she usually stood next to Dana, who was now with the magical knights, but she soon found a spot between Morgana and Doug to cast from. Carl fired 3 arrows with Blizzard on them from left to right across the visible monsters, blinding and damaging the weaker ogres as his team advanced, while Hawk began his bombardment from above. Ophelia shifted into her new, dire bear, form, and Carl realized that he had greatly underestimated how large she was going to be. Ophelia in werbear form and buffed was 3 meters tall and must have weighed close to 300 kilos. Ophelia in dire bear form was over 4 meters tall while standing on all 4 feet. There was no comparison, the new form was massive, though she might not appreciate it if someone mentioned she was roughly the size of a delivery truck. Ophelia and Thor alone were enough to hold the front line. It was hardly necessary to send Bob forward, much less the magical knights, who had stepped up into the sky with Dana and tore into the ogres with their spells. Attacking from so close gave them all the advantages, and Dana's golems appeared deep within the enemy ranks, sowing chaos as they fought back to back. Then Ray lobbed a boulder in the air and Shadow stepped to it so she could do the same with her golems before hurling the boulder at the ogres. Then she retreated to her defensive position and began firing stone bullets at the enemy, keeping them from flanking the group. The ogres were mostly ascended, and with the royal rank, chain lightning, spreading from Karl's arrows, they were falling like crops being harvested. Even the blizzard wasn't going to take long to kill them, and Karl was prepared to fire more of the enhanced arrows into the deeper ranks near the anomaly. The ogres were preparing to charge at the invaders, but what Karl was waiting for was word from Hawk or Ray's golems that they had found a royal rank ogre variant that the army suspected was here. Cutting down the weak ones was a simple task when they had gathered like this, but if they couldn't find the leader fast enough, it might escape. A royal rank ogre loose in the wilderness was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Hawk, make sure that none of them run away. We don't want them causing problems somewhere else. From his vantage point, Hawk could see the whole formation, but from what he was relaying to Karl, it seemed that the ogres were gathering commanders for a counterattack. There are incoming 2-headed ogres. Hawk warned. Those should be the ogre mages. Etten, Karl thought they were called. They couldn't use too much magic, but their fireballs would be much more effective than anything that the other ogres had managed to accomplish so far. The other team will be down soon. Ophelia seemed to greatly enjoy her new form, and her toxic claws left the ogres twitching and shivering with the slightest scratch, as black poison spread from the wound. Commander rank lethal poisons were no joke, and even if they were only slightly wounded, the ogres would be dead within minutes unless they were healed. The fact that she was bigger than the ogres didn't help their chances, and a swat of her massive paw was enough to throw them off their feet and shatter bones. With Thor and so many mages, there was no danger of her losing her defensive barriers, but the group's spellcasters were mostly focused on dealing damage. Dana gracefully stepped down as an ogre turned its back and severed its head with her new disruption blade, before stepping back up into the sky. Karl almost felt sorry for Bob. Everyone else had gotten so many ridiculous new powers, while his new skills were much less flashy. He had gotten a new slam skill that sent out a shockwave in front of his shield when he attacked with it, and the blow was hard enough to send 3 rows of ogres staggering backward, but Karl couldn't tell what his second skill was, or if he was even using it. Thor cleared a path with Earthquake, then charged forward into it, gaining more ground and trampling the surviving ogres underfoot. Karl moved up, waiting for the Etten group to get a bit closer before he focused on them. However, the moment that Hawk hit the first of them with a rend explosion, Ray moved her golems to tear into them, racing the Dragon Hawk to see who could kill more of the real threats. They hated losing to each other, especially in cases where Hawk didn't have to do any real scouting duties. Are they even intending on letting the rest of us do anything? Morgana asked as she watched the ogres fall. Doug chuckled. Probably not. I forget that your magic doesn't have a very long range, and we've got so many ranged fighters right now, without the threats of giant stones coming our way, that not much is getting close. The witch doctor's magic was much like Blizzard, or Ophelia's toxic claws. It took a few seconds or a minute to deal its maximum damage. But nothing was living that long. The other group is coming our way, chasing the ogres. I don't think the ogres care. Hawk updated them. Any sign of a royal rank ogre in the group? Nothing so far. Not even many commanders, just some strong ones. The response to this appearance might have been overkill, Karl decided. But after a few seconds to look at the map, he realized that there were 2 coal mines within 10 kilometers of this point. The loss of production would be a national security concern, so it was better to divert extra resources for the day. The emergency response fights were supposed to be a sure thing, not a hard fight, after all. Yes, they're starting to run. This is my time to shine. Hawk cheered as he flew off to bomb the deserters. He's just running away early so that he can say he didn't lose. Ray joked. That might be true, but it was Carl's orders to make certain that nothing escaped. That's his job, don't give him a hard time and make him consider abandoning it. I don't want to be chasing ogres through the woods all night. The two groups began to converge, and Carl could see the fear in the other group leader's face as he saw the spider golems putting in work to shred their way through the ogres who had come from the other side of the anomaly to try to remove the threat. The golems weren't interested in the humans, though. Once the two groups got close enough that Team 1 was becoming concerned about how controlled that carnage actually was, the golems turned to fight off in a different direction, leaving the last few dozen ogres between Carl's group and theirs alone. Carl noticed Hawk diving into the field of bodies, and assumed he must have seen something that looked tasty, or possibly a survivor that was hidden from his explosions, but the bird came back up with a sword clutched in its claws, and made a large loop before dive-bombing the ogres, using the blade as a projectile. Unsatisfying. Hawk informed him with great sadness as he followed the blade with a barrage of fireballs across the heads of the ogres. Very unsatisfying fight. Everything is too big to eat again. Remy agreed with great sadness. Hawk laughed and threw a rend attack at the ground, then dipped beneath the tall grass to pick something up. Here, try this, it might be tasty. He suggested. The bird tossed a large common-grade ferret monster over the heads of the defenders, and Remy instinctively struck at it, dosing it with venom before giving it a squeeze to make sure it was finished. Oh, not bad. It's got a good texture. We should go out and do this more often. Carl sighed as the two beasts got distracted. If you're done with your mid-battle snack, we've still got work to do. He reminded the wayward pair. Remy shrugged off his concern. A large part of her damage output was her totems and blizzard spell, and both of those were still active. She had even given Lotus and Doug one of her healing totems to hold on to until they expired. She wanted to test them, and it looked like the targeting runes worked, since they were not healing the ogres, but nobody was injured, so she couldn't be certain that they were properly healing anyone at all. Maybe once the other group got here. They didn't have refreshing lightning, so they might be taking some damage for the totems to heal. The two groups reached each other, and Remy immediately rushed over to put her healing totems in the middle of the other group. They also hadn't taken much damage, but one warrior had a scrape on his arm, which healed on the first pulse of the totems. Victory! I have proof that the healing totems work. Remy declared. Closing a scratch wasn't exactly a high standard of healing, but it was what they had to work with, and the healers in the other group didn't specialize in long-duration healing like Lotus did. They would do an area heal at the end of the fight for all those little scratches and scrapes, as they didn't affect the combat abilities of the group. Did the snake just cast a healing totem in the middle of our group? The other team's royal rank warrior asked. Yeah, she just learned the spell, but we've all got a lightning barrier on us, so nobody took any damage to test it. One of your guys had a scrape, so she put out the totems to prove that they worked properly. Carl explained. The team leader took a moment to make sure that he didn't hear Carl incorrectly. It was rare that anyone just learned a new skill without extensive training or some sort of special resource. Most of them had only learned a few since they started their second year at the academy, so to hear that a snake had just learned to make healing totems was mind-boggling. We will circle the anomaly back in the direction we arrived from, and we will meet you in the middle. It looks like most of the threat is cleared, but we will need to do a full sweep to ensure none of them fled. He responded instead of getting sidetracked by the shaman snake. I have a royal rank dragonhawk hunting deserters and ensuring that nothing fled the area already. I will update you if we find anything. Carl agreed, then led his team toward the trail of carnage that the spider golems had left. There wasn't going to be much left to kill by the time that they double-checked all the ogres to ensure they were dead and didn't have any magical items on them. But it was important that they did not leave survivors, and Ray had discovered that many of them had new types of rocks and magical plants. The plants could go to Thor, for a bit of variety in his diet, but these special rocks didn't shine or glow, so Ray was collecting all that she could. As magical resources, many of them had purposes beyond simply decoration, including a few fire elemental stones that Carl saw could be used to make concoctions to help Hawk, and a water element stone to help Remy. He really had to put more work into finding all the ingredients that went into these concoctions. There was a very real chance that he might be able to bring the team to the peak of royal rank in record time if he could find the identified ingredients. The problem was that none of the names it gave were the common ones in use for the items that he needed, so when he asked about them, there was only a slim chance that a librarian of the Blue Dragon, or some other researcher might recognize the ancient name for the resource. None of the stones or resources in the spaces could make a resource that he hadn't tried yet. There was a chance that some of them could be used twice, but from what he knew of growth resources, they usually didn't have the same level of effect the second time. The others were picking up random items as they progressed, mostly stuffing them into the silk bags on Thor's sides, so they could donate them to the armory for credits. The spider golems made their way to the other team, then doubled back, looting what they could understand from the instructions Ray gave them. Mostly it was larger magic items that the ogres had, which baffled the other team. Where are you even going to put all that? You can't possibly need a load of awakened and ascended rank weapons and jewelry. He asked. We put it in bags on Thor, and then we load it in the helicopter when we leave. It keeps the main line stocked with random stuff, and sometimes there is an actual treasure. The team leader looked around at the mess, and then at the anomaly. Should we check that? It might still be allowing monsters out. He asked. Ray, send a golem in and see what happens. Carl instructed. The golems jumped into the anomaly, spiked forelimbs first, and the group anxiously waited for a few seconds until Ray gave her update. It's empty, no treats. Carl shook his head at the other group leader. The golems report that it is empty, no targets. Then random items began flying out of the entrance to the anomaly. Hey Charles, is it a lottery machine? Just paying out after we beat the defenders. One of the other team members called to their leader. How the hell should I know? Just look for valuables. Prince Charles laughed. It was actually just the golems throwing anything that looked valuable out of the anomaly. None of the team members wanted to risk going in, as anomalies were known to close unexpectedly, and you could well be trapped inside indefinitely, but the golems could just be dismissed if it started to close. Everyone had to be attentive if they were going to sort the loot though. The golems were just throwing stuff out without looking at the exit, so if the next item out was a weapon or a chest of coins, you could take some real damage if it hit you. There was a surprising amount of stuff coming flying out of that anomaly, and Carl began to wonder what in the world was going on when the golems reappeared, holding a large box between them and dragging a massive ogre corpse. Ray, I thought that there were no enemies inside. No treats inside, just a smelly guy. He doesn't look tasty at all. They killed it once all the good stuff was gone. That sounded an awful lot like the final boss of a dungeon instance. But it was a commander rank ogre lord, and he was wearing the mangled remains of a very fancy set of plate armor. The other team began to strip him down, hoping that something could be salvaged, while Carl's team did their best not to laugh at Ray's attempt to look innocent. Carl hadn't said anything out loud, but it was pretty clear that she had lied to him about what was inside the anomaly. While they were looting the ogre lord, the anomaly shimmered, and turned red, then blue, before stabilizing into an oval portal. Did it just stabilize into a dungeon entrance? Prince Charles asked. Carl turned to the clerics. If anyone knew, it would be them. Both of the clerics with the other team were in white with gold trim, high priests of the main branch, the healing specialists. They began to cast a spell, creating some sort of glowing barrier over the portal as they chanted and prayed. It took about 10 minutes before they were finished, and then the cleric stood and smiled at them. It is now a stable low commander rank dungeon. There should be 4 commander rank bosses in the dungeon, while 2/3 of the ogres are still ascended. It should be stabilized now, and if it is, then the ogres would be trapped inside. That also means that we got all of the ones that escaped after it formed. If there were any of them still wandering around, the anomaly wouldn't have stabilized. One of the clerics, a man in his late 20s with his head shaved to hide a severely receding hairline, explained. "Who do we call first?" Carl asked. This was the first time that he had been on a mission like this, but the last time he had found a system-related thing, he contacted the Inquisition, who handled it all for him. The cleric pointed behind Carl, and the magical knights laughed. Ruth nodded before replying. He has a point. Normally, you call the Inquisition, and they send a team to secure the area, or one of the elite security teams if we don't have an Inquisitor nearby. But we're already here. I will call it in, and then we can let the church's asset management teams move in. That makes sense. I wonder how long it takes to reset after a team goes through. Carl suggested. That's part of what the next teams to arrive will determine so that they can maximize the benefit. Of course, we already got all the loot from going through once, split between the two teams, with some extra ogres from the respawn. Prince Charles noted. Carl sighed, and Ray gave the entrance a longing look. As efficient as it might be to send your beasts through the dungeon, protocol is to leave it respawn so that they can make a proper investigation. Some dungeons respawn on a timer after death, and not all at once, so it might only be partially respawned if we clear it now. He explained. Bob and Doug both nodded in agreement. They had been through this before. All right, I guess we just call in and wait. I will let Hawk scout until our ride arrives. Hawk was happy to comply, and he took off to go see if there was anything interesting in the area. The two nearby coal mines would be close enough for him to scout, but he didn't want to scare them, so he would stay out of sight. Chances are, he wouldn't see anything more than some common monsters, but some of those were tasty, like the boars. If there were wild boars, he might grab one just for old time's sake. Unfortunately, as a royal rank beast, everything fled the moment that they sensed him, and the only creatures he could find were the ones that hoped that going to ground or freezing in place would be less likely to attract attention. The humans might have no idea that he was here, but the other beasts knew, and they were terrified. The inhabited areas of the nation were regularly patrolled to clear out stronger monsters, and even an awakened rank monster could live like a king in many areas, so they were not at all prepared for a royal rank bird monster to show up this far from the wild territories. Oh, there is a helicopter. No, 3 of them, all from different directions. Did we do something to annoy them? Hawk asked. I don't think so. They're just excited that the anomaly stabilized into a dungeon. Hawk returned to the group now that there were helicopters, and people who might not understand that they were on the same team. Humans were slow like that. All of the beasts except Thor retreated into their spaces as the teams approached. Thor had Tessa sitting on his back, so it should be pretty immediately obvious that he wasn't a threat. But the others didn't trust strangers quite that much. The first thing that Carl noticed was that while they were all green, the 3 aircraft all had different logos on them. One was a church group, one had an official government logo on it, and a third had a symbol that Carl didn't recognize. Only when it got within a kilometer could Carl read the logo for the Bureau of Elite Development. That should be a sufficiently varied group to make all the decisions that needed to be made here. The emergency had been solved, now it was just up to the teams to gather the data that they needed. The sun was beginning to set as the Bureau team was the first to land next to the gathered elites. The side door swung open, and Colonel Valerie stepped out onto the trampled grass. Seeing that it was the big boss, Carl, Morgana and Prince Charles all came forward to greet her. Colonel, good to see you again. The area has been scouted and verified secure. There is nothing above common rank within a 2-kilometer radius. Carl greeted her. Look at you, all professional. I like the new armor, by the way, that had to have cost a pretty penny. She replied with her usual business scowl firmly in place. It's a skill, actually. Free repairs, I just need to summon it again. More familiar faces followed her out. Jody, Anise, Dave and Jill led 6 more unfamiliar faces out of the helicopter, all carrying large crates of gear for whatever they were doing here. I hope that you weren't in a hurry to go anywhere. There is a lot of work to be done, and we are going to need both of your teams to remain in place for security and testing purposes. Colonel Valerie announced as the Bureau members disembarked and prepared to set camp. Understood, Colonel. Let me know what you require, and I'm certain we can sort it out. Carl agreed, while Charles simply nodded and walked away. The government and church teams landed on the opposite side of the battlefield, and 2 security teams charged out to make sure that the monsters were truly dead. They would realize soon enough that there was no need. Ray had already done that when she was looking for pretty rocks and loot for Thor's bags. As the other team spread out and checked the corpses, they began to pile the ogres into great mounds, preparing for either burial or cremation, so that the rotting ogre flesh didn't attract swarms of scavengers. They might not be brave enough to come too close to the elites, but they would pick away at the edges of the battlefield, and gorging themselves on commander rank ogres might be enough to increase a few of the lowest common grade monsters' strength to the point that they might be a real threat to the villages and mines. It didn't really take much for the average village to be threatened. An awakened rank boar would be a nuisance to outlying farms, but a swarm of awakened rank rodents would be a nightmare to try to purge from the village. The problem was that it was beginning to get dark already, which would make it difficult for the teams to work on the cleanup, and far too easy to miss valuables as they worked. Part of their job was to collect the magical items off the bodies and ensure that valuables from the anomaly were not left on the ground to be collected by other monsters, which the presence of multiple magical items would attract. Carl watched the annoyed and dejected faces of the newly arrived teams, who were making a strategy to deal with the mess. Why don't I send my beasts to take care of it? They can sense magical items more easily than any of us, and they're strong enough to pile the bodies. Carl suggested. Oh, he's thinking ahead. We can take the really good bits and give them the rest. Hawk replied greedily. Don't you have enough? Let the little ones get something. It's not like you actually need anything here. Ray already got the best stuff off them. Carl sighed. Why don't we have Hawk and Ray loot, while Thor and Ophelia stack the bodies? Then, when we're done, Hawk can set them all on fire. Remy suggested helpfully. Thor and Ophelia? Carl asked. They're the 2 biggest. Remy replied, dipping her head in the Remy equivalent of a shrug. I noticed that you didn't include yourself in that deployment. Remy pouted at him. I don't have hands, how am I supposed to loot anything? You have water control. You can strip them of armor, rings and weapons as well as anyone else. Thor chuckled. Oh, you got called out. Time to join the cleanup team, little sister. You 3 go ahead, and I will get the bear to help me pack the trash. The Sarah wandered over and gently headbutted Ophelia, who was talking to Bob, then looked at the ogres, and motioned for her to follow. Did I just get drafted to help clean up? She asked incredulously. Your bear form is second biggest on the team. Plus, now that you're fully bear, I can enlarge you without you having to rage. Carl laughed. Ophelia frowned. Why do I get the feeling that I just became an honorary member of the Beast Squad? I mean, you are a 4-meter bear in disguise. Thor thinks you're a big cuddly new friend. Thor nodded happily and bumped Ophelia again, encouraging her to come clean with him. Fine, but I will have you know that I'm not a maid. She informed the Sero, who promptly began tossing ogre bodies on a pile. She transformed and Carl cast brutality on everyone, so they could toss about the ogre corpses more easily. The new arrivals seemed shocked to see them already at work while they were still making plans, but the last bits of daylight were already fading and Carl didn't know if anyone knew a good light spell. The border forces would use them for night raids, but Carl had never seen anyone on his team actually cast one beyond the minor one they taught mages. Are they doing the work for us? One of the government security guards asked. Yeah. They will load the bags on the lightning Sero with magical items, as they can sense them from a distance. Then they will stack the bodies and the dragon hawk will light them on fire. Carl explained. "Oh, that's a dragon hawk. I thought it was a baby vermilion bird," the security guard replied, while giving Hawk a suspicious look. "He has been evolving as he gained power. He just reached royal rank, and the change in coloration happened then." The security team shook their heads at the thought of a royal rank dragon hawk loose in the area, but he seemed to be quite tame, and wasn't getting aggressive even when he got close to the strange humans. As they got into it, Ophelia was beginning to enjoy herself, scooping the bodies up with her claws and tossing them across the battlefield onto the nearest pile. She could see why Thor was so into it, and why he was using both his upper horns and his tail to swat bodies. The answer to Carl's question about light came from the bureau team. Jill cast a bright light above the battlefield to supplement the light coming from the newly formed dungeon entrance. The work was going quickly, and Thor had already dropped off 2 sets of bags at the camp so he could continue to get loaded down with loot from the ogres. Now that they weren't planning to keep or carry any of it, they were just taking anything magical and putting it in the bags. The others could sort it out and load it in a vehicle to take it away. That was somehow satisfying even to Ophelia, who was doing her best not to laugh as the corpses piled up and Thor's loot bags filled again. "Hey boss, that's all the loot. Now, we just need to move the last bodies, and Big Brother Hawk can light them on fire." Remy informed them a few minutes later, right before she came slithering into the camp, terrifying the workers who hadn't known she was here. The squeals of terrified humans made the other beasts and the nature priests laugh, while Remy just slithered up Carl's back to look around with her head a meter above his. "A little warning would be appreciated, man. You can't just surprise us with a venomous snake," one of the church's workers complained. "There is a giant spider out there as well, kindly don't attack them as they're coming off shift." They put in significant effort to gather all that loot before they stacked the ogres. Carl reminded them. Colonel Valerie gestured toward the piles. "You can have Hawk light them up now. Just ask him to make sure they're burning hot and not billowing smoke. This is going to smell bad no matter what, and roast ogre doesn't smell much better than day-old dead ogre in the sun." One of the clerics chuckled, and a golden barrier surrounded the camp area, which was just outside the battlefield, where Carl's team had finished the fight. Anything closer would have been soaked with blood, so they had chosen to camp further from the anomaly, instead of setting up a defensive perimeter around it. The cleric's spell took effect, and Carl noticed that the smell of sweaty bodies instantly vanished. That was a valuable skill for anyone to have in the field, removing scents from a camp. That was the easiest way for monsters to track you down while you were sleeping, but today, it was more important to keep the smell of burning ogres out. It didn't take long for Hawk to have the piles cheerfully burning, with massive flames licking at the sky as the dragonhawk swooped back and forth, adding fire to the ones that were beginning to smoke. Despite the amount of fat on their bodies, they didn't actually burn all that well, and without Hawk or a fire mage, they would have had to dig a massive hole to bury them all. The teams were setting up their tents, and the other response team was pulling a massive canvas construct out of a bag that the church team had brought. But Carl and his team had no intentions of sleeping on cheap cots or putting in all that work to erect a tent. "Ray, would you like to make us a temporary fort?" Carl asked. "Just us. The Magic Knights as well. One fort big enough for us all. At ground level, but you can suspend hammocks for everyone in it." Ray got to work, using a number of downed trees as the base for her latest work of art in spinning a new fort that Carl could tell would top all that came before it. At first, it looked fairly normal. Straight walls and a steeply sloped roof, then she began to add fake windows to the walls, and a large spire at the front. She was recreating the Capitol Cathedral out of silk, at the scale for a 12-person tent. She even went as far as to grab a crate with a camp stove from the supplies to put in the fireplace hearth she had designed at the base of the cathedral's iconic chimney, which in reality led to the kitchens. "You have got to be kidding me," someone muttered from the far side of the group as Ray was putting the finishing touches on her masterpiece. Ray had learned to make her silk quite stiff when needed, so the structure was most likely self-supporting, but she had still used a half-dozen trees shaped into posts for the foundation, quickly carving them to the dimensions she needed with her limbs. Carl heard Lotus giggle, It's a masterpiece, a true work of art by Princess Ray. Now, it might seem a bit odd to have it placed out here in the middle of nowhere, but we can probably leave it for future visitors. They normally build a building over the dungeon entrances, right? One of the government agents sighed. While that is true, the construction normally doesn't include a scale replica of the capital cathedral made of royal rank silk. First off, do you have any idea what that tent is worth in raw materials alone? Second, why? Just why? Lotus giggle turned to full-out laughter from most of Carl's group, leaving Bob to answer. Ray likes to make a statement. There are new people here, and you didn't show her enough respect as a princess, so she decided to show off a little and help you appreciate her. He explained. The government workers needed a moment to process that bit of information. We don't have an official protocol for that, do we? Are beasts bonded to an elite considered an extension of their rank? Do we treat them the same? Is it based on their intelligence and species? One of them asked his supervisor. The man got a contemplative look on his face. There is no unified policy, but I would say that when it's a royal rank spider the size of a small car, it probably wouldn't hurt to be a bit more respectful. The Magic Knights laughed as Ray put the final touches on her masterpiece and came to stand out front. The flaps of the front wall fell closed around her, creating the false image of the front of the cathedral, then she vanished into her space, ready for a nap after all that work cleaning and setting camp. Dana stuck her head in the door, then turned back to the group, laughing. She even set it up like the cathedral, the hammocks are upstairs, while the main floor is open with the stove. Plenty of room to set up tables for breakfast or hold meetings. She explained. The upper floor also had a curtain at the back for a shower room, though the shower spell wasn't a Ray's specialty. The clerics could take care of that in the morning. Or, one of the mages. But as Carl thought about it, Remy had a thunderstorm spell, so she could make it rain on command as well. There was no reason that his group would ever have to go without good hygiene. What is the watch schedule for the evening? Prince Charles, the leader of Team 1, asked as everyone gathered inside the glowing dome that was protected from the smell of burning ogre. The night watches will be taken by the security teams. They have the rotation already planned, and stations set. One of the government representatives explained with a gesture to the edge of the camp, where men in black uniforms were stationed. Carl wasn't certain that was going to be sufficient, but unless there was an attack by something stronger than what Hawk had detected in the area, it was as good as any other night watch. I will make sure they don't miss anything. Ray added, as she prepared to head to the bell tower of her new fort. There were windows on all sides, so she could scout the whole area without moving much, and she would blend in perfectly with her own silk, so there was a good chance that nobody would ever know that she was up there, resting and watching for a chance to dice something into snack-sized bits. She was destined to be greatly disappointed, and even Ray knew it, but that didn't mean that she wasn't going to keep a diligent watch until the sun started to come above the horizon, and she switched spots with Hawk so she could get her morning nap in. It was good to be outside in her web on watch again. In the army camp, there were so many people around that she wasn't really on watch, she was just observing the humans. Here, there was a chance, however minuscule, that something might actually stumble into the traps that she had quietly set around the fort as she built it. For the elites in the fort, it was a surprisingly peaceful morning, but the silence was such a stark contrast to the constant sounds of artillery, either nearby or distant, that they all found themselves unable to remain in bed. Doug adjusted his robes as he stretched the morning stiffness from his muscles. We will start on breakfast downstairs. I brought in tables and benches last night, so we can eat in the fort. Did you want me to grab something from the supply tent to add to it? Carl shook his head, as did most of the others, but Lotus smirked. I have found a good thing in their supplies. I will bring some over as long as it's not mislabeled. She announced. The little cleric jumped out the window and slid down the sloping roof, then onto the ground, while Tessa laughed. You know, she did the same thing from her room in the dorms when we were in school. Nearly landed on High Priest Gerald one day, only centimeters from stomping his head. She laughed. Lotus returned only a few seconds later with a large carton of liquid eggs. That was a true luxury in the field, as they had to be kept refrigerated or frozen, so they weren't sent to army units. Instead, you got powdered eggs, which were later rehydrated, and not nearly as good. Oh, Lotus found the good stuff. I'm sure that the government officials will miss that, but it's going to make for a great breakfast. Doug laughed as he started to cast nature magic to produce fresh ingredients. Tessa brought in 2 large, flat rocks that were placed on a small metal table and gestured at Carl. Hawk, you're up. Just a bit of flaming body on the stones to get the breakfast started. Hawk rolled his eyes. He did this nearly every morning. He didn't need instructions from Carl on how to prepare a stone to make breakfast. Having it up on a platform like that was different, though. Normally, they set it between 2 branches and he only heated the middle. The tabletop was stainless steel, and Tessa knew that while it wasn't perfect, it wouldn't be injured by the heat from the stone. But the only folding chairs that anyone had brought were plastic, so they weren't an option, and she didn't feel like going to get branches for a stand or having the nature clerics grow some. Hawk heated their griddle stone, and the clerics got to work, while the rest of the team relaxed for a few minutes. Hawk even volunteered some of his precious stash of meats, though Carl noted that they were some of the last awakened rank stockpile, which didn't keep up with his nutritional needs anymore. They were a great help when he was young, but now they were essentially junk food. That was one of the drawbacks of a carnivorous beast. They needed meat to survive, and powerful monsters generally weren't a sustainable resource. As they moved up the ranks, finding large amounts of food for growing high-rank beasts would become increasingly difficult no matter what, but keeping the meat-eaters fed would be much more difficult if they were the size of Thor. The space made up much of their needs, but not all, and they needed the intake to help their growth. That would be a consideration for Carl in the future. If he could find omnivorous monsters, it would make his life easier. Or perhaps he could find something esoteric, like a monster that ate rocks or something. No, that could be a pain as well, as finding magical resources was even more limited than monsters. While Carl was distracted by his thoughts, Colonel Valerie came in with the heads of the other 2 teams who had come to secure and study the anomaly. A man in a suit that looked extremely out of place in a room with cloth walls and a grass floor started the meeting. Good morning, Team 2. It is good to see you all up and cooking so early. We have a lot to do today, but the primary goal for now is to test the difficulty of the trial, and to check the nature of its rules. Many of these trials have an entry limit, either a number of teams at once, or on the size of the teams, or the time between entries for specific people. Those all need to be tested and catalogued, but the first on the list is team size. The most common limits are 5, 10 or 20 people, however 20-person dungeons normally have a very distinctive entrance. So, we will start you with a 10-person team, 8 of which will be elites, and 2 of whom will be researchers from the agencies. Carl considered that for a moment. Is it a matter of trust for the results, or a matter of specialized knowledge for the recording? Carl asked. Specialized knowledge and recording equipment, I'm afraid. The man sighed, then smoothed his freshly ironed coat in a nervous gesture. That's all right, now that I know that, we can arrange the members in a proper order to enter. If it splits the team in half, we should still be able to make 2 groups who can efficiently collect the data that you need. Carl explained. Oh, how is that? Carl gestured out the door in the direction of the anomaly. If that thing will only allow groups of 5, it should split the team after the 5th member enters, correct? So, we will put 4 of our people in front, with a proper group composition and power, and then the 2 researchers in the middle, followed by another 4 elites. We might have to draw straws on who gets left behind, but it's easy enough to arrange the teams for the highest likelihood that we will have a safe journey. The overdressed man nodded. Oh, yes, I suppose that does work. We were going to recommend just coming back out if the team was split by the dungeon. Carl shrugged. Well, that would tell us how long it would be before we could enter again, but not much else. If the wait is excessive, for example, an entire day, we would be wasting time. Colonel Valerie looked at the man in his expensive suit like he was an idiot who didn't need to be here, but that really wasn't much different from her usual glare, so Carl wasn't certain how many of the others could really tell what was on her mind as she allowed him to continue. Right. So, if the teams are viable once you enter, we will ask that you gather all the data you can about locations, vegetation, resources, monster power levels and equipment, as well as the environment inside the dungeon. The researchers with you are combat, trained professionals, but they are not elites, so don't expect too much of them. Other than that, can you create 2 teams of 4 that will be capable of defeating a low commander rank dungeon if you should get separated? Carl considered it, then nodded. I think if we send the Mackenzie brothers with Morgana and a magic knight who can use golems, they shouldn't have many problems. Commander Bob Mackenzie is very close to the royal rank as well, and he is a defense-type warrior. The second team would be me plus Dana as our mage, Ophelia the dire bear totem berserker, and whoever wins rock paper scissors between the remaining pair of clerics. Tessa and Lotus turned to glare at each other in challenge. If they were going to be one team member over the limit, there was going to be some competition for that spot. Especially if Lotus wasn't going to be able to slack off and ride Ray around the woods while everyone else worked. Carl turned to Bob. Does that work for you? I know you won't have a royal rank attacker on your team, but Doug does have regenerating vines that are a pretty good crowd control spell. Not to mention that the vines had thorns, and he was at royal rank, so they would likely do as much damage as either of the spell casters. Ruth shook her head. None of the knights were compatible with the golem spell. Alright, then Dana with Bob, and I will take both clerics while the knights have leisure time to take care of their other duties. Ruth nodded. That would be appreciated. There is always paperwork to do after this sort of mission. Carl nodded happily, and the rest of his team tried not to laugh. Better you than us, sister. We thank you for your sacrifice. Doug informed the magic knight with a glowing smile, while the knights began to realize that they'd been duped. The government man took out a binder full of carefully typed pages, and checked down the list before speaking again. Right, that should work. The researchers are ready now, so we should get started as soon as you have eaten. He announced. Would you like to join us? We made plenty. Doug asked. The man shook his head, while Colonel Valerie took a seat at one of the tables across from the silent church representative. We won't be more than 15 minutes, if you would like to let the researchers know of the updated plan and the order for our entry. They finished breakfast quickly, and found the 2 security guards at the entry to the dungeon, both equipped with some sort of fancy equipment in a backpack and clipboards. With a nod, they fell into position, and the team entered. Carl was the last to enter, and as he stepped through, he found himself with a much smaller group. The dungeon had split them into teams of 5, as the government man had said was possible. It smells so bad in here. Like the laundry room of the boys' dorms mixed with an overflowing latrine. Lotus complained before covering her face with a bandana. Thank you for that vivid mental image. But you're not wrong. The smell of an ogre camp will not be at the top of my list of favorite memories. Carl chuckled. Their researcher was already making notes and a light on the backpack was blinking, showing that it was doing something. Carl had no idea what it recorded, but if the specialist said it was important, he would believe them. Do we have the manpower to clear this dungeon? The researcher asked as he counted the 5 of them, which included 2 clerics. That was not usually the recipe for a powerful team when it was this small, but once Carl called out the beasts, things changed dramatically. Thor bugled a challenge that had the nearest group of ogres coming their way, Ray called out her golems, and Remy crawled up the pole on the researcher's backpack, nearly toppling him over backwards. He's not an elite. Regular humans have balance issues. Carl joked as he lifted the confused snake off the terrified researcher. He's bigger than Sister Morgana. Why can't I climb him? Remy asked. Because regular humans are weak, and his backpack is heavy. Your weight was going to make him fall over on his back. Tessa ran up Thor's back and settled into position after Ray spun a quick web saddle for her. The researcher looked shocked at the dramatic change in circumstances, and it was obvious that nobody had thought to inform him of the abilities of the team that he had been sent with. To the researchers, it likely didn't matter. The elites were here to gather data for them, and that was the extent of what they thought of the matter. Carl watched as the meter in the man's hand went crazy and peeked out for a moment, before settling down again. "What is the meter reading?" Carl asked. "Energy signatures. It's like the testing device, it measures maximum energy output, but in a wider area. It's how we officially categorize the monsters." "Then that first peak was from my team?" Carl asked. The researcher nodded. "It's not designed for royal rank battles. I will have to sort out the data from the monsters later, but if you can try not to have your team use long-duration spells, it will help my readings. Remy, avoid, blizzard, and thunderstorm. Thor, unfortunately, we will have to avoid, circle of protection." Carl instructed. The golems moved forward, and the ogres shouted as they attacked, causing the meter to move up a bit over halfway. Then the golems attacked, and the meter pegged the needle wildly for a few seconds before the ogres were dead. "What the hell?" the researcher mumbled. "Oh, they're imbued with offensive adaptation. The skill must activate when they attack, and that will be what you're reading." Carl explained. "I see. This could be difficult. I need to see every ogre attack so that I can record individual power, but I'm not sure they all got a chance," he explained. Carl considered the answer for a moment. "I can have the golems hold back, so we can get data before they murder the ogres. If possible, that would be wonderful. Also, the fewer team members attacking, the better. It makes it easier to sort the data. I know that sounds a bit insane, even to my ears, but I've never worked with a prince or a spider who can solo entire teams of ogres before." He finished his notes about the area, and then nodded politely to Ray, who sent her golems over to taunt the next group, who put up a valiant fight for about 10 seconds before Ray decided they had waited long enough and had them attack. There was only one commander rank ogre in that group, and there were none in the next two groups, though the second one had a mage, who carried a long staff and repeatedly hit the golems with fireballs. There was some damage, which Lotus quickly repaired with a pair of healing spells, which seemed to work just fine, even though the golems weren't actually living things. Perhaps it was because they were made of a plant-like material, and she was a nature priest. Carl wasn't all that clear on how holy magic worked. Perhaps they were healed just because the gods agreed. When they got to the first boss, a peak commander rank ogre lord with two massive blades in his hands, Ray gave Carl a look that said she had better be receiving some help for this one. Carl knew that the golems could and would kill it. They had already eliminated one of the bosses on their own when the teams first arrived, but Ray was becoming suspicious that they were just using her as their workhorse while everyone else slacked. Carl turned to the researcher. "Will you be able to get readings if all of us go to deal with that?" Reluctantly, the man nodded. "Yeah, that's usually how it goes, we have to pick out their data from the attacks of a whole group. This has been so much better that I wouldn't want to if I didn't have to, but against the dungeon bosses, it's inevitable. Plus, only a few of your beasts will be similar in power output to the boss, so it shouldn't be too bad if they don't use channeled spells." The golems let the ogre lord get the first swing, and then he got one more in on Thor, before he was hurled onto his back and mangled by a combination of golems, fire and lightning magic. 3-on-1, the rank advantage made the fight short and brutal, but just long enough that their researcher could get some data. Carl smiled as the ogre lord's body vanished, and a large chest appeared in its place. "Now for the fun part, let's see what the dungeon rewarded us with for defeating the first boss," he joked as the furious scratching of a pen on paper replaced the sounds of battle. As Carl opened the reward chest from the boss, something flickered in his vision, almost like the notifications that appeared inside Dungeons and Trails, but obviously in his vision, and not in the air in front of him. It was almost like the information was on a pair of goggles in front of him, but it vanished after a few seconds, and never got clear enough that he could properly read it. The lid on the chest flipped open, and a small pile of items were found inside. Gained 1 skill point, appeared in Carl's vision, making him pause. "Did anyone else see that?" he asked. "See what?" Lotus asked, coming to stand beside him as Remy slid up his back to see what was in the box. Carl looked through the items but didn't touch anything yet. There was a chance that it would bond to him if he picked it up, and this was a commander-rank dungeon, and he had royal-rank armor as a skill. It would be better to let the others make up for any items that they might be missing. There was a pile of cloth, some chain armor, a collection of gems that Carl's skill said would have no particular benefit to the beasts, but they were magical, and not just pretty. Then there was a dagger, a wand and a square item wrapped in cloth that looked like a book. Carl liked books. So did Remy. He carefully lifted it out of the treasure box and opened the cloth wrapping. It was a book, bound in red leather, with a dragon head on the front. That was promising, even if it didn't have any words on the cover. Usable by clerics, red dragons. The words appeared in Carl's vision again. The strange goggle effect when this effect appeared was a bit disorienting, but the message was clear enough. He couldn't use it. "Hey Tessa, I think this one is for you," Carl called as he held out the book. Tessa leaned over, using the rough surface of Thor's scales to keep from sliding off, and grabbed the book before sitting back upright. She flipped the book open and smiled. That wasn't the response that Carl was expecting, as the book didn't vanish. "It's not a skill book, it is a hymn book. The pages are full of red dragon cleric battle hymns, and keeping it equipped adds bonuses to my holy magic," she explained. She let go of it, and it appeared in a smaller form, hanging by a chain from her belt. It was locked shut, but if it was just a hymn book, she didn't actually need to open it. She already knew the songs, and she wasn't a bard that needed to sing in combat. Not that she didn't sing in combat on occasion, but that was more to keep Thor amused while they waited than because it helped with anything in combat. The other items were removed one at a time, and none of them particularly appealed to the members of the group, but once the last item was removed, the box disappeared. "None of us plan to keep this stuff, so we will put it in storage for later," Carl explained. The researcher nodded. "That is fine. Anything you get from the dungeon is yours to keep, I'm just here to observe and record." Carl scooped the spare items up and put them in the spider silk bags that Thor wore as part of his work uniform that included Tessa's saddle. They moved out to take on the next groups, this time sending Ophelia first, so she could practice her fighting skills in dire bear form. Her toxic claws easily tore apart the ogres, and even the blade wielded by the commander-rank leader of the group was no match for the refreshing lightning, shielded claws of the dire bear. Ophelia shifted back for a moment between groups. "Hey, that's pretty cool. In this form, it still counts my weapons as equipped, and I get the life steal from them when I kill things with my claws," she explained. "That will be huge later. The more damage that you do, the more you will heal, and if you have poisoned multiple targets, you should get a steady stream of healing in return from the life steal." Carl replied, impressed by the utility of her new form. Ophelia smiled as she transformed back and charged another group, testing that theory. Instead of focusing on one target, she used swipe, an innate skill of her new form that worked with toxic claws, and black poison began spreading from the wounds on all 4 ogres in the group. They weren't breaking Thor's refreshing lightning, as the massive bear was surprisingly agile, but Carl could see the pulses of magic flowing from them to Ophelia every second or so. "That bear is a menace," their observer noted. "Yeah, bear totem berserkers are beasts in combat, and that new transformation she got the other day is definitely not a rank 1 skill," Carl agreed. "Might I ask where she got it?" Carl winked at him. "There was an advancement trial on the hill giant border, but you didn't hear that from me. I don't know whether it's classified or not." The observer nodded. "It's been ranked as need to know, and I already knew about it. I just didn't know that it was your team." "Was Team 1 the other one to enter?" Carl shook his head. "No, they arrived in a helicopter for this response. I don't know where they were stationed." Still, 2 dungeons for your group so close together is huge. Not many elites get that lucky with their assignments. That made Tessa laugh as she looked down from Thor's back. The world dragon favors him. Everywhere that we go, things are destined to go wrong in all the right ways. Everyone who has been in his group has advanced as much in the last few months as they did in the earlier parts of their lives. None of us were commanders when the war broke out, and now look at what Ophelia can do to a whole team of ogres. Just as she spoke, one massive paw crushed an ogre's face, shattering bone before the claws tore the flesh apart. You have a point. That's not low commander rank combat power. The next boss was carrying a staff with a large jewel on top, and Remy was eyeing it with greed. I need the shiny stick. I can have the stick when we kill it, right? She asked. If it doesn't vanish when he dies, you can have it. Carl laughed. The bodies in the dungeon simply vanished after a few seconds, leaving piles of stuff on the ground now and then. Mostly it was just coins, but they had picked up a few pieces of cloth and leather armor and a few crude magical weapons as well. The observer nodded, and the attack started, with Remy instantly going for the ogre's neck from behind to poison him while she slid down his arm to attempt to steal the staff. One way or another, she was determined to have it, even if she had to bite his hand clean off with only 2 teeth to get it. Unfortunately, Carl's attempt to be helpful was a bit too much, and the enhanced maul strike crushed its skull, which made the body vanish a half-second after Remy gained control of the staff. With the boss dead, the staff was also gone.